Chapter 81. After listening to the analysis of professionals, Beichen smiled with satisfaction. Tung Baiwan is indeed one of the candidates for the helm of the Tung family Chable in Magic City. He has a unique vision. Even in this environment, without computer information and familiarity with the whole environment, he simulated a series of needs through the bounty information on the World Channel. This is the kind of talent Beichen wants. The two chatted. At this time, a spirited young man in camouflage military uniform ran up to the two, with a piece of paper tanned with animal skin in his hand. It was the soldier Xiao Xia whom Beichen knew. Report to the regiment commander, follow the captain's order, and send you this important address map for your review. The standard salute, the bright eyes, and the loud voice all showed the formality and unity of the soldiers of Country C. Beichen took the parchment and smiled. Thank you for your hard work, get busy. Yes. As soon as Beichen unfolded the parchment in his hand, a pure hand-painted garrison map appeared in front of him. The Yinglong Guard garrison was in the center of this map. Beichen took a closer look at the site chosen by Yinglongwei, and it was really good. There were low hills and mountains in the east, continuous forests in the south, a large open area in the west, and a low-lying valley in the north. Beichen, this is where we chose to dig a well. It is almost facing the low-lying valley in the north of the station. In this way, if we can plant and need irrigation, we can just pump out water, and this Jingma mountain can be used. Beichen had only assigned the task of digging a well before, and did not reveal his idea of self-sufficient sowing. He did not expect that his capable subordinates would even consider this issue. Very good. Beichen put away the animal skin map and said, let's go and see our big project. Okay, I take you there. Tung Baiwan smiled and led the way. Soon the two returned to the camp. As soon as they returned, they saw Tung Chuchu standing beside Wu Ling, looking up and tiptoeing. Tung Baiwan saw this scene and teased, oh, I've never been valued so much by my sister as a brother. You see, she has really grown up. How could Beichen not hear the meaning of these words? Beichen smiled and nodded to Tung Chuchu, you have indeed grown up. Tung Chuchu blushed as she approached and said, Yang, you are sleeping soundly. I just slept for a while, ate something, and fell asleep again. Beichen is very mysterious. Tung Baiwan knows whether he should ask some questions or not. Let's go to the place where the well is dug. Beichen gently closed the car door and said. Tung Baiwan smiled and agreed. Beichen, I have something to do here. Let Chuchu take you to the place where the well is dug. After that, Tung Baiwan told his sister, Chuchu, this mission is very difficult. You must not lead the leader astray. Beichen smiled and didn't finish. Tung Chuchu glared at his brother. I know, brother. Beichen was then led by Tung Chuchu to the core area of Yinglongwei. Tung Baiwan smiled as he watched this scene. Sister, I'm really worried about you, really. Hey, who makes me your real brother? Beichen walked in front, and Tung Chuchu walked slowly behind Beichen. The two were silent for a while, but the tense atmosphere continued to brew in Tung Chuchu's heart. Ah! Tung Chuchu was following Beichen, and suddenly she seemed to bump into someone. She looked up and saw that it was Beichen. Yes, I'm sorry, Beichen. Before she finished speaking, Tung Chuchu felt her hand getting hot, and her hand was being held by a big hand. You are the guide, shouldn't you go to the front? Hurry up. Oh, okay. Being held by a big hand, Tung Chuchu's heart was pounding, and she was so nervous that she couldn't speak properly. The two walked hand in hand like a couple. After a while, Beichen heard a loud shout. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Quick, put the next one down. Then 1, 2, 1, 2. Beichen was shocked by the scene before he even got there. This was really all done by hand, with ropes pulling to clean the pit. Chuchu, how deep is our well? Tung Chuchu was stunned at first, then said, Shui Han said, we can dig to 15 meters today. Beichen was shocked and asked, are they digging at night? No, in the morning, besides eating, we dig wells. After lunch, we take a short break to receive ideological education, and then continue digging wells. After finishing at 5 p.m., we have to train again. At 8:30 p.m., everyone who is not on night duty takes a break. This is almost every day. Beichen was secretly shocked when he heard this. He is indeed a soldier of Country C. Suddenly, the shouts from the front disappeared, and were replaced by the shouts of more than a dozen people around the lake. Water is coming out. Wow, it is clean and clear water. It must be sweet, right? At this moment, the person in charge of the command saw Beichen and Tung Chuchu, and immediately shouted, here comes the captain. Everyone was covered in dust, and many of them even had dirty faces. When they heard the captain coming, they all shouted in surprise. The captain is out of the water. Look, The captain is out of the water. Beichen staggered and almost fell when he heard this. Seriously? Beichen might have thought this sentence was nothing before he met Zhang Dabiao, but since he received Zhang Dabiao's true teachings, why did this sentence sound less and less true? However, as the head of a regiment, Beichen could only pretend not to understand. He turned to Teng Chuchu and said, "Let's go and see if the water in the well is big and taste whether it is salty or sweet." Teng Chuchu's legs softened and her ears turned red. She rolled her eyes at Beichen and whispered, "You only know how to bully me." The two walked closer and saw a soldier had already drawn a bowl of very clear water and brought it over. "Captain, this is the result of our hard work for several days. Please try it first." Beichen smiled and took it and said to everyone, "Everyone has worked hard. This water cannot be drunk directly. Drinking it will cause diarrhea, but it's still okay to taste it." Hearing this, many soldiers' faces changed. "Can't drink? That would be a waste of effort. But I have a way to make it drinkable, don't worry." After saying that, Beichen didn't hesitate and took a big sip. A cool and sweet taste immediately entered his mouth. Turning around and spitting out the water, Beichen put down the bowl and said, "It tastes terrible. Go call the captain and the others over." "Yes." A soldier immediately rushed towards the camp. "Beichen, this well water can't be drunk directly? Could it be contaminated?" Teng Chuchu asked. "Yes." "Then why do you drink it directly? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned?" Teng Chuchu looked at Beichen worriedly. "How does this well water taste?" Beichen smiled and said, "It tastes salty at first, and then a little sweet. If you can drink it, it will definitely relieve your heat and thirst." The soldiers are all here, can't you be serious? It would be bad if they heard it." Teng Chuchu lowered her head and scolded in a mosquito-like voice. Beichen was stunned. "What did you say? Alas. People like you are good in every way except that your thoughts are too dirty. I have only made an objective evaluation of this bowl of water. What are you thinking about?" "You?" Teng Chuchu was shocked when she heard this. This is a good way to put the blame on someone else. At this moment, Teng Chuchu felt that she was indeed not as good as Beichen in this aspect. Even if she received special training from Shuihan, it would not work. After all, men have the potential to learn without a teacher in this aspect. Soon, Zhang Yichen, Shuihan, and Teng Baiwan all ran over. Everyone's face was filled with surprise and expectation. With a constant supply of water, the foundation of Yinglong Guard will be established. At this time, Beichen stepped forward and said to everyone, "I heard that the soldiers are very curious about the strength of my team leader, and some even say that I have special skills." The two soldiers and the rest of the people were shocked when they heard this. Yes. Soldiers always say what they think. "Okay." Beichen walked to the deep well with a diameter of 1 meter and said, "Today I will show you a real special skill." "Okay." Everyone cheered. Remember, this move is called Control the Crane and Capture the Dragon, Phantom Star Hand. Everyone stared at Beichen's hand with wide eyes. After careful calculation with Teng Baiwan before, Beichen resolutely chose the large water purification device in the airdrop self-selected resource box. Beichen waved his hand. Wow, suddenly a large mechanical equipment appeared out of thin air, and then sat steadily above the well. At the same time, a hose fell directly from the bottom of the mechanical equipment, and everyone around heard the sound of hitting the water surface. This scene stunned everyone. Did the leader of this big guy really not transform? What do you mean by controlling a crane and catching a dragon? This is clearly a trick of pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Shuihan was originally a cold, cruel and multifaceted person, but after seeing Beichen's magical method, her eyes were full of stars. As everyone reacted, they suddenly burst into applause. Suddenly, Beichen, Teng Chuchu and everyone else were stunned, and the applause stopped abruptly. It was nothing else but the announcement of the game console world. First of all, the game console congratulates the top 3 owners of the hot weapons and cold weapons rankings in various war zones. You are very lucky to get the top 3 weapons, which will be the basis for you to build your own forces. The top 3 reputation value rewards for the weapon rankings have been distributed. At 1722, the Reputation Mall is officially opened. At 1722, the main city construction function is officially opened, and the City Lord compatible mode begins. All the players' doubts can be answered by checking the function introduction. At the same time, Beichen has heard the prompt sound of the console beside his ear. Congratulations on your Black Dragon Howl 10 Arrow Armor-Piercing Cannon, which ranks first in the hot weapon rankings of the Sea Country War Zone, and you get 1,000 reputation points. Congratulations on your Light Machine Gun MI Pineapple, which ranks second in the hot weapon rankings of the Sea Country War Zone, and you get 500 reputation points. Congratulations on your Korean Viper pistol, which ranks 3rd in the hot weapon rankings of the Sea Country War Zone, and you get 300 reputation points. Congratulations on your Shadowless Sword Ju Shang, which ranks 1st in the cold weapon rankings of the Sea Country War Zone, and you get 1000 reputation points. Congratulations on your T1 Fish Scale Saber, which ranks 2nd in the cold weapon rankings of the Sea Country War Zone, and you get 500 reputation points. A series of game prompts rang in his ears, and Baichen's mouth gradually rose after hearing them. Use reputation points to build a city? Interesting. Handing Viper back to Tung Chu Chu, Baichen turned and left, followed by Shui Han, Zhang Yichen, Tung Baiwan and 4 others. Everyone knows. Every time a game console opens a new function, it means a reform of the game mechanism. If you can't keep up with the game progress, you will be even more unable to keep up in the future. By then, you will not have the conditions for fair talks in the international arena. Chapter 82. After the weapon ranking reputation value rewards were issued, Baichen walked towards the camp first. Zhang Yichen, Shui Han and the other 4 followed slowly. Seeing Baichen's solemn face and silent, they did not dare to speak. After all, the reputation value reward can only be obtained by being in the top 3 of the weapon ranking. In their opinion, the leader was unhappy probably because he did not get the reputation value reward. The latter said that few people got the reward, so he was worried. In fact, they were wrong. Baichen didn't get any reputation points, but 90% of the reputation points in the Sea Country War Zone rankings went into his pocket. Confused and thinking, there was one thing Baichen didn't understand. He opened the game page and looked at the accumulated reputation points. Reputation points, 12,400 points. That's right, 12,400 points. When the excellent level morphological particle ammunition depot was created using the design drawings, the system rewarded Baichen with 10,000 reputation points. They are all excellent level. Why is there a reputation point reward when the morphological particle ammunition depot is created, but there is no reputation point reward for the Shadowless Sword Ju Shang, which is also excellent level? Then Baichen asked the game console. Now he understood. It turns out that only by creating excellent weapons and equipment through the blueprint can you get the reputation value reward. Baichen naturally didn't dare to tell the game console about the system. It was very dangerous. If he was directly wiped out, he would have no place to cry. Who knows whether the game console is powerful or the amplification system is more powerful. The group has not returned to the meeting area of the camp. Tung Baiwan suddenly said with an ugly face, Baichen, go check the World Channel and the National Channel. Something big has happened. Baichen frowned upon hearing this, and the others also switched their perspectives to the World Channel to check. After just one look, Baichen's face turned pale, and he withdrew. Zhang Yichen, Shui Han and others also looked worried. Baichen, what should we do? Tung Chu Chu knew that Baichen's grandfather was a hero of the war of resistance against Japanese aggression, so Baichen was also a person with a strong sense of patriotism. The current situation was a humiliation for Baichen and all the active and retired soldiers in Country C, a naked humiliation. Don't worry. Baichen's voice was a little cold. Let these fence-sitters who worship foreign things lick their boots. I see if they can be accepted by Megua, Hanhua, and Ben in the end. After saying that, Baichen looked at Tung Baiwan and the other 2 and said, don't they want to pledge their allegiance? Yes, they said publicly that if they want to join, each of them must bring 10 days' worth of supplies, or 30 kilograms of various materials. Tung Baiwan said slowly. Very good. Baichen waved his hand, and all kinds of metal materials suddenly appeared on the ground. These materials were all materials that Baichen currently had a large stock of, and the use of which was almost negligible. Take these metal materials and go to the National Channel to make a call, and exchange them for large quantities of flammable, nitrate, and lead metals, with a 1-to-2 exchange. Baichen looked at Tung Baiwan. I leave this matter to you. Yes. Tung Baiwan was shocked and responded immediately. Shui Han, listen to my orders. You immediately take people to fetch a large amount of water, and then use these water resources to cooperate with Tang Baiwan to complete various exchange transactions. Yes, Captain. Shui Han held his head high and responded immediately. Zhang Yichen, listen to my orders. You must immediately organize a 10-man guard team to occupy the advantageous terrain around the station to ensure that the Yinglong Guard Station is safe for the next 3 days. Zhang Yichen said loudly with a serious expression, make sure to complete the mission. Baichen's sharp eyes swept across everyone. Remember, there is only one principle, Before this wave of city-building fever, you must purchase, exchange, and hoard a large number of various resources. Flammable, nitrate, and lead metals are given priority. Please rest assured, Captain, I will not fail in your mission. Beichen nodded with satisfaction, and then waved his hand, and said loudly, "Go." After saying that, Beichen turned around and left. Tung Chu-Chu, who had not been assigned any tasks, naturally followed behind Beichen. Seeing the captain calm and composed, issuing orders one by one, in an orderly manner, everything seemed under control. Zhang Yichen, Shui Han, and Tung Baiwan all felt that perhaps this matter was not as bad as they had imagined. Shui Han looked at Tung Chu-Chu following behind Beichen with an envious look. To be honest, the captain is really a girl killer. Okay, the order has been issued, everyone should execute it immediately, don't delay the captain's plan. Tung Baiwan said directly. Yeah. Okay. Soon the three of them each took up their respective duties, and quickly separated. Tung Chu-Chu followed Beichen all the way. Hearing that everyone else was assigned tasks, and she was like a person who was ignored, Tung Chu-Chu felt empty in her heart. Tung Chu-Chu. Beichen suddenly spoke. Ah, yes, I'm here? Tung Chu-Chu was so shocked that she even forgot the tone of the troops' response. In the next few days, you will be mainly responsible for the team's food. Beichen looked at Tung Chu-Chu. Can you do it? Tung Chu-Chu nodded firmly. I will try my best, and will never hold the team back. Beichen smiled and nodded slightly. After I get the ingredients, you can get busy. Very quickly. Tung Chu-Chu carried dozens of kilograms of wild boar meat, and rushed towards the cooking place, like a 100-meter sprint. When Tung Chu-Chu left, only Beichen and the still sleeping baby were left in the wooling car. The subordinates each performed their duties, and were busy with their own things, but they also cooperated with each other. Beichen was completely relieved now. But thinking about the comments made by the Chinese people on the national channel just now, Beichen was furious. However, Beichen was sure that only a few people would become fence-sitters after hearing about the establishment of Meigwa, Hanwha, and Bin. Beichen believed that most of the players in Country C were still brave and aware. Through the minority, we can infer the majority. So Beichen went directly to the regional chat square. As soon as he entered, Beichen found that a quarrel was taking place in the regional square. Fuck you overseas students, your Three Kingdoms father hasn't even built a city yet, but you're spreading rumors in Country C, instigating Country C players to join the Americans, Japanese and Koreans. Aren't you afraid that your ancestors' graves will smoke? That's right, the air in foreign countries is sweet, so why did you come back after studying abroad? Wouldn't it be better to just live in Meigwa? Oh, a bunch of uneducated and low-quality Chinese people, you're still like this. As a young man with a 21st century ideal of freedom, can't I speak freely? That's right, you guys who can't even ride a Boeing 747 in your life. Can you understand the souls in foreign countries who pursue freedom? You are just poor bastards who have been succumbing to 996 all your life. Wow, I want to join the Han Kingdom. I heard that the one who built the Han City was Quan Qingji. Wow, he is my idol, a loyal idol. Hey, we are like-minded. Come on, sisters, I will invite you to join the group. I am about to form a soul liberation alliance. For a freer soul, for freedom, we can even give up our lives. Pull me, pull me. Soon, as dozens of bitches left the area chat square, the place became completely silent. As the saying goes, no matter how good the atmosphere is, no matter how good the soup is, it will all be ruined if a rat shit appears. What's more, it's not just one, but countless. While the entire sea country has enjoyed 40 years of peaceful development and harmonious life, some so-called ambitious young people have long forgotten their roots and their souls. Fuck, these bitches finally left, it's too annoying. Oh, forget it. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. Let's just live one day at a time. Who made a sea country have no one to announce the construction of a city? Okay, stop complaining. Do you think everyone who gets reputation rewards is a native of the family, and wants to be an emperor? You are wrong, buddy. If I have reputation points, I will not build a city. It's a thankless task, and I have to take care of these fence-sitters. Buddy on the top floor, if I have reputation points, I can exchange weapons and ammunition, and exchange for personal shelters. Isn't it nice? You have to work hard to build a city, and you have to resist the siege beasts. If you are not careful, you may lose everything, and you may lose everything. Why do you still build a city? The guy above is right. Look at the 3 countries that built the city. One has an annual fertility rate of -0.2 and is about to become extinct. The other has an annual fertility rate of 1.0 and is extremely aging. In the end, it is even more ferocious and simply stops having children. Calculate how many players they have. Can't they use this method to attract some cannon fodder? Bachin smiled when he saw this. There were quite a few people who understood this. Only a few complained that no one in Country C built a city after players gained reputation points. Very good. Those who seek freedom in other countries should go, so that only the elites will be left in Country C. Bachin was too confident when he said this, because after the city was built, players could only become citizens of the city with the permission of the city lord, and they would also be accompanied by a label that could never be washed off, that is, the name of the city. After I build the city of Dashia, you guys who have defected to the enemy camp, do you want to come back? I'm tired of eating, huh? Bachin was still patient in building the city. He had to wait. After all those fence-sitters, who were dancing, and dancing so hard had returned to their free souls, he would consider starting to build the city. By then, all his arrangements in advance could be put into effect. Chapter 83. Bachin only stayed in the regional chat square for a while, before switching his view to the national channel. This was too much. Ever since the Three Kingdoms took the lead in the world channel, announcing the city construction and vigorously recruiting players from all over the world to join. Immediately, a wave of worshipping foreigners and fawning on foreigners was set off in the Sea Country War Zone. Even these fence-sitters spontaneously formed a Three Kingdoms Licking Dog alliance in order to raise their own value. Bachin took a look and roughly found that the three most jubilant ones were Soul Liberation Freedom Alliance, Red Fuji Cherry Blossom Chrysanthemum Alliance, Daeon Kiki Idol Alliance. Once the rhythm was driven, many mediocre people without ambition and independent thinking were also driven. At this moment, it seemed as if Country C was really a disaster place. Fuck, are you guys crazy? You are splitting up your compatriots. Your friends and relatives and family members are all living in the mainland of Country C? Useless brother, once this trend of worshipping foreign things starts, there is no way to stop it. Let them go. Fuck, who can give me a heavy machine gun and I will shoot these guys. Yo, family members and friends, TSK, what did I say? You bitches, you have no idea about the free education of Megwa. Living there, the soul is free, not to mention the parents. When we become adults, our parents have no right to manage us, and we have no obligation to support them when they are old. The number of times I can call in the other world is limited, so I will recruit another wave of people. Are there any sisters who want to rush into the arms of the beautiful country? There are still places for registration now. Now my Free Soul Alliance has 438 sisters and brothers. Same as above, my Red Fuji Sakura Chrysanthemum Alliance is also actively recruiting members, and I have already made contacts. As long as the city is built by Sakura Dad, we can join as soon as possible and enjoy a safe and comfortable life. Same as above, my Daeon Kiki Idol Alliance is also actively recruiting members. Idol Shao Kiki personally announced the city building. As long as we can resist the siege beast tide tonight, our Idol Alliance can also move in first. So ladies and brothers, come and join us. These infuriating remarks were immediately boycotted and abused by tens of millions of Sea Country players. However, this scene is exactly what the three traitorous alliance leaders want. In this era where people laugh at poverty but not prostitution, and vulgar public opinion is rampant, no matter you are a positive or negative character, as long as you are noticed by the public, you are valuable. It is quite ridiculous and sad to say. Bachin sneered, and then exited the national channel. At this time, a private message came, and it was from Zhang W. Fuck, boss Bachin, something big happened in the Sea Country War Zone, and everyone is fleeing. Bachin was stunned and replied, what do you mean? Boss, you don't know, after we separated from the focus area yesterday, Pang Jinjia and I went east and west. As soon as we entered another area, we found that many female players were driving away in groups in one direction. Oh, Debiao, have you met them? What is the name of their alliance? Bachin had a cruel smile on his face. More than that, they saw that we were righteous and looked like regular soldiers, so they stopped our car and threatened us to escort them to the border for refuge. Zhang Debiao was obviously a little impatient. I asked them, and they said it was called something like Soul Liberation Freedom Alliance. What a mess. There is also the Su Kai Kai fan club, with a total of 100 or 200 people. Where are they now? Look, they are still pestering us. When they saw that we were armed with real guns, they threatened us by bringing up their own country, saying that the soldiers with guns should protect them from evacuation. Bachin was really shocked when he saw this. What on earth did this group of scum who pursued spiritual freedom eat to grow up? Dung! How could there be such shameless people in the world? They encouraged their compatriots to defect to the war zone of Country C, and they were not careful and acted like turtles on the way. When they met the armed forces of Country C, they actually threatened to escort them to defect. Dabiao, do you have enough bullets? If not, I support you. Baichen sent this message. Zhang Dabiao was obviously stunned and didn't react for a while. Boss Baichen, do you mean to feed one bullet to each person? What kind of evil deeds did they do? As to make you so angry that you want to kill all 200 people? Baichen wondered how Zhang Dabiao's news could be slower than his. The national channel and the regional channel were all scolding him for not knowing what was going on. What are you busy with? Just now, the Sea Country War Zone channel went crazy. Ah, what? Zhang Dabiao replied, I just experienced an encounter here. Fortunately, the other side only temporarily formed a low-level armed force and did not trust each other very much, otherwise there would definitely be casualties on my side. By the way, boss, what happened just now? Go to the national channel and take a look yourself. Baichen did not want to explain, and directly asked Zhang Dabiao to go and see it himself. Okay. After just 3 breaths, Zhang Dabiao wrote back again. Leave this to me. Forget the bullets, it's a waste to feed them. Just kill them, it'd be a bargain for these shameless people. Boss, do you think this will work? Zhang Dabiao sent 3 messages in a row to ask. Baichen was stunned, and didn't know what Zhang Dabiao wanted to say. What does this mean? I let them line up one by one, slap each of them in the face, and then directly declare that their father is a gangster. Zhang Dabiao replied continuously. Then those who don't obey and resist will be fed with bullets, and those who obey will have all their belongings except clothes confiscated, and the resources will be 80% for you and 20% for me. Damn, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have thought they were fleeing and almost agreed to their escort request. Zhang Dabiao was obviously angry. Baichen thought Zhang Dabiao was really interesting, so he nodded and replied, one more thing, remove the wheels of all their cars, burn them, and then let them go. Defecting to another country, maybe we will meet again on the battlefield, maybe we will meet in battle. Baichen has no mercy. Okay, leave it to me. When he looked up, he saw Tung Chu-Chu not far away, busy collecting firewood, making fire, and cooking. The white police academy shirt and black hip skirt he wore before were replaced with a somewhat sloppy t-shirt and cropped pants. Baichen replied to Zhang Dabiao, Dabiao, please help me choose a few sets of women's clothes to trade later. The 3 dimensions are about 32, 28, 35, and the height is about 165. That is, you can't send emojis in the game world. Otherwise, Zhang Dabiao would definitely send Baichen a picture that would make him bleed from his nose. With these measurements plus height, I don't care how her face looks. Boss, your girlfriend is quite attractive. Baichen replied with a flushed face, ahem, if there are skirts, pick a few nice ones and bring them back. Okay, I guarantee you be satisfied. Both parties ended the private chat. At this time, baby Gung Gung wanted to wake up. At the same time, Zhang Dabiao had just disconnected the private message with Baichen, and he pulled out the long knife behind him and shouted, all members, assemble urgently. More than 30 members said in unison, yes, Captain. Because the voice was too loud, some foreign-loving men and women were frightened, and many people even cursed in a low voice. Sisters, please be restrained. They have hot weapons. We should try not to conflict with them. When we leave the cheap war zone of Country C smoothly, everything will be fine. Yes, look at these scumbags. They are just escorting us, but they are so hesitant. The men of Country C are really like this. They are stingy, and don't look like men. The 2 tall girls wearing body-shaping skirts were the leaders of the 2 people who defected to other countries. The one with long hair was called Ting Mei, and the one with permed hair was called Tian. Suddenly everyone was shocked, because a murderous intent suddenly broke out from this group of soldiers. You, what are you doing? Don't mess around. We are also compatriots from Country C. You. All members of Zhang Dabiao held sharp weapons and looked cold. That? I am Dabiao. Let me say a few words first. Zhang Dabiao slowly glanced at the crowd and said, you all line up immediately and count. I received a secret report saying that there are spies from the Empire hidden in your team, so we will conduct a listening test on counting. If you find anyone with an accent of Maya Dai, Ha CEO, or Oh My Ga, you will be immediately pulled out and shot. Zhang Dabiao's subordinates are all veterans. Although they found these people annoying at first, as people from Country C, they couldn't say anything. But now it's different. This group of people turned out to be players who had defected from the Sea Country War Zone, and their attitudes suddenly changed dramatically. Soon, All the players who were planning to defect lined up and counted. 1, 2, 3. 213. The count is over. Everyone looked at Zhang Dabiao, who had a gloomy face. Zhang Dabiao nodded to his soldiers. Suddenly, kacha kacha. The sound of rifles being loaded was heard. Ah, what are you going to do? Zhang Dabiao did not explain, but strode forward and slapped Yilime in the face. Pa! Yi Tingmei's two big front teeth flew out, and half of her face was disfigured. Police officer? Zhang Dabiao shouted in a deep voice, here. If anyone escapes without permission, he will be shot for treason. Yes. All the foreign worshippers trembled, and their scalps went numb after hearing this. Then all that could be heard here was pa, pa, pa. The sound of slapping someone's face, suppressed sobbing and low curses. After slapping 200 times in a row, even Zhang Dabiao's hands were sore. That guy. Is Yi Tingmei and Tian? The commander is asking you a question, answer. The guard pointed the muzzle of his gun at the two and shouted. Yes, yes. What? Height 165 centimeters, dimensions 32, 28, 35 centimeters, skirts were nice and fashionable clothes, picked them all out and stacked them neatly. Hearing this, many people who thought they had a good figure turned pale. Zhang Dabiao sneered and said coldly, don't worry, you rubbish are not worthy. Chapter 84. The sun is rising. Since the advent of the game world, the weather here has never changed, and it is still so hot. Because the well-digging project of Yinglongwei has been completed successfully. So, after lunch, Beichen rearranged the soldiers' work and rest time. Now the members of Yinglongwei are energetic and not sleepy at all. Because just now, the captain uniformly distributed hot weapons, which are well-equipped M416 and SKS. Guns are too important for a soldier. So, even though the regiment commander asked everyone to take a short break after lunch, everyone was still in a state of surprise and nostalgia. At this time, a reminder sounded in his ear. Your friend Zhang Dabiao has initiated a transaction request with you. Do you accept it? Beichen chose to accept it. He didn't expect Zhang Dabiao to be so efficient. The virtual transaction bar of both parties appeared, and soon Beichen saw 6 sets of various women's fashionable clothes appearing on Zhang Dabiao's transaction bar. Cool skirts, denim hot pants, trendy t-shirts and shirts. Huh? There are even uniforms for Japanese junior high school students. Beichen clicked on the transaction reply, thank you for your hard work. Soon, the 2 transactions were completed, and Beichen got a total of 6 clothes and nearly 200 kilograms of various resources. Boss Beichen, I heard that the United States, Japan and South Korea are planning to build a city. You? Beichen smiled and replied, building a city is just a small matter. The key is to resist the siege beast tide after the city is built. We don't know the scale and strength of the siege beast tide yet. It is not safe to build a city rashly. Well, I heard that Xinji City in Han Kingdom will be the first to be tested by the siege beast tide at 12 o'clock tonight. It would be good to learn from their experience. That's what I meant. Beichen replied, by the way, you and Peng Xinjie should keep in touch at all times, and try to find out the information about the bases of other big chaebols in other areas. If you encounter a strong enemy on the way, tell me, and I will support you with firepower. Don't worry, boss. We are relieved with your words. Zhang Dabiao seemed very happy. By the way, boss, you must not forget our previous agreement. Beichen smiled. How dare a gentleman's friendship be untrustworthy? Don't worry. When the city of Daxia rises from the ground, it will be the day for you and Peng Xinjie to recruit Yinglong guards. Oh my god, now we brothers have a head, thank you, boss. The two quickly disconnected the private message. Beichen was in a good mood, and he felt more and more that he had realized the true meaning of life. Although he was bound to the system at the beginning, he had no luck in smashing resource boxes since he entered the highway survival game. On the contrary, everyone he met along the way was a talent. Fortunately, he received education and guidance from his grandfather since he was young. He must have a long-term vision when doing things and judging people. Otherwise, how could he get the full support and help of so many talents? They are all working hard, and there is a world of difference between being dedicated and not being dedicated. Not to mention other things. Just the Tung Baiwan he met at the beginning, if he had not been selfish at that time, how could he have exchanged a military first aid kit for the particle space ring design? Without the particle ring, his hundreds of kilograms of wild boar meat would all go bad. Beichen's biggest advantage, at the beginning, was the particle ring. A mature and steady man who is capable of doing great things should be like playing chess, thinking 1 step ahead and 3 steps ahead. At this time, the baby in the car finally woke up. "Baby, why did you sleep so long today? Are you hungry?" Bei-chen hugged the baby and smiled. But as soon as the baby spoke, Bei-chen was secretly happy. "Dad, baby is very hungry, but I don't want to eat that, Dad." Baby feels that he really needs the energy in the red sugar bean, and feels that if he eats another one, just one, baby will be even more powerful. Baby instinctively felt that it would be difficult for Bei-chen to get that kind of red sugar beans, so she was embarrassed to say that. Bei-chen was surprised, and took out 2 soul essences that had been amplified and handed them to Baby. "Baby, just eat it. Although this thing is difficult to get, as long as it can make you stronger, Dad will do anything." Seeing the 2 red sugar beans in front of him, Baby immediately became energetic. At the same time, a pair of big eyes of Karaslan were shining with little stars. "Dad, Baby loves you. You are so good to Baby." Bei-chen rubbed the baby's head and smiled. "Remember, Baby, I am your father. Don't say such things again, understand?" "Yeah." The baby agreed and happily took the 2 soul essences. "Go ahead, eat and sleep when you are tired. No one dares to hurt you here," Bei-chen said, as if to make a promise. "The money is there, but Dad, I can feel that I will have to sleep for a long time before I wake up this time." Bei-chen's face changed when he heard this. "How long will it take?" "Well, about 10 hours? Bei-chen, oh. Because the weather was hot, and the baby was sleeping inside to absorb the essence of the soul, Bei-chen also kept an eye on the air conditioner. This fuel consumption was really nothing to Bei-chen. As parents, even if they have to put up with themselves, they can't put up with their children. After getting out of the car and filling up the wooling tank again, Bei-chen locked the car door, and found a cool place to slowly think about the city building. Bei-chen was mainly worried about disturbing the baby's genetic evolution. In a sense, Bei-chen's attitude towards the baby has long surpassed the category of a pet. He really treats the baby as a child. Of course, apart from the emotional factors, the baby is also of great help to Bei-chen. Think about how terrible the high-altitude shared vision, and the baby's talent for weakening darkness are. These abilities of the baby may only play the role of reconnaissance and early warning in normal times. However, as long as the war starts, Bei-chen can instantly rely on these 2 abilities to turn into a killing god who harvests lives on the battlefield. Therefore, Bei-chen pays special attention to the growth and genetic evolution of the baby. Walking to a big tree not far away to enjoy the cool, his mind quickly cleared some messy thoughts. The view cuts into the game homepage. Bei-chen chooses to enter the reputation building mall looking at the various city building options and individual exchange options. Bei-chen spat and felt that the game console set the price too high. Reputation building mall. The list is as follows, from low to high. Shelter exchange area. Personal rammed earth shelter, 10 square meters, exchange requires 5 reputation points. Team blue brick shelter, 50 square meters, exchange requires 15 reputation points. Team concrete shelter, 150 square meters, exchange requires 50 reputation points. Hot weapon exchange area. Note, reputation exchange can only be used to guard the shelter, and does not cause harm to the player. Standard pistol of the last century, with a capacity of 6 rounds. Exchange requires 30 reputation points. Standard rifle of the last century, with a capacity of 5 rounds. Exchange requires 50 reputation points. Standard submachine gun of the last century, with a capacity of 25 rounds. Exchange requires 100 reputation points. Standard light machine gun of the last century, with a capacity of 50 rounds. Exchange requires 150 reputation points. Standard heavy machine gun at the end of the century. Exchange requires 200 points of reputation. Exchange ratio of weapons and bullets in the exchange area. Reputation 110. Every time I see this speechless standard weapon, Bei-chen can't help but want to complain. This thing can only resist the beast tide and fight against the beasts invading the shelter. It can be said to be useless. The key is that the reputation points required for exchange are too high, and the exchange is bound to be a loss. Why do you need this weapon if you can't fight people? You have to know that in this survival world, unknown beasts are not as scary as humans with high IQ. Bei-chen carefully studied the seed and greening exchange area again. As expected, the exchange was not cheap. But Bei-chen never underestimated the things in this exchange area, although they were all ordinary rice, wheat, various crop seeds and fertilizers. Humph, game console, this is probably your cunning again. Don't worry, you can't trick me this time. Then Bei-chen exited the reputation building mall, and switched his vision to the city lord building function. Bei-chen had confidently studied this function more than once, since it was opened in the game. The options are very simple, even monotonous. It is a list, which includes the exchange requirements and choices of 3 cities, the layout of the city lord, and the last one, the main city extreme upgrade mode. Every time Bachin sees this main city extreme upgrade mode, he can't help but admire it. The game console is so awesome. The main city can be played like this. The entry point of this mode is that the city lord must have a city of his own. That is, in the city lord construction function, the cheapest small rammed city that can be exchanged for 300 reputation points. It can be said that except for the 2-meter walls on all 4 sides, there are no supporting facilities. Everything depends on the city lord to slowly build and accumulate. However, having your own city also means that you are eligible to choose the main city extreme upgrade mode. Of course, the city lord can choose this mode, accept or give up. After the city lord accepts the main city extreme upgrade mode, he needs to choose a time within 24 hours to actively start an unknown mutant beast attack with 5 times more than the city defense soldiers. After the siege beast tide, the non-level main city can be directly upgraded to the level 1 main city, and the city lord can choose 1 infrastructure as a reward. Of course, this is not the end. If the city lord does not give up the main city extreme upgrade mode, he needs to resist the siege of unknown beasts that are 10 times more than the city defense soldiers within 48 hours after the main city is upgraded. After surviving, the main city is upgraded from level 1 to level 2, and the city lord can choose 2 infrastructures as rewards. However, failure means returning to the pre-liberation period, and the main city will be beaten back to a non-level rammed city, and this main city extreme upgrade mode can never be redeemed again. Bachin was confident about the level 1 and 2 main city tests, but the level 3 main city test was a bit too much. In the level 3 main city test, the siege monsters were 20 times the number of city defense soldiers. That's fine, but there is a high probability of air raid creatures. The difficulty increased dozens of times in an instant. But looking at the attribute introduction of the level 3 city, Bachin was really jealous. Introduction to the level 3 main city. The total area is 105,000 square meters, equivalent to the area of 15 standard football fields in the World Cup. Main city wall material, military concrete plus a proportion of iron sand, 8 meters high and 3 meters thick. The main city structure is built and placed, and can be freely selected according to the needs of the city owner. Seeing the main city wall structure placement, it can be freely selected according to the needs of the city owner. Bachin instantly thought of the small game Clash of Clans, and the survival game Zombie Island in the battle platform game. Level 3 city, 20 times the siege monsters, airstrike power. Bachin glanced at Wuling Hongwang not far away and smiled. My next target of Yinglongwei is you. Chapter 85. In the survival game, only when you have your own city can you ensure continuous development and strength. It is obvious that the shelters exchanged in the reputation building mall do not belong to the city building category. In addition, the exchange shelters have a limited area, and can only accommodate a small team for shelter and hiding, and cannot continue to develop. Pick out a cigarette and light it up, and Bachin takes a deep breath. Now the water supply of Yinglongwei has been solved. Then the next step is to choose a suitable land for reclamation and farming. For the current Yinglong Guard, building a city and reclaiming fertile land are not contradictory at all. At this time, Tung Chuchu brushed off the dust on her body and walked towards him. Bachin looked up and couldn't help but sigh. After a long drought, there is a rain, and the rain is full of vitality. Tung Chuchu is really graceful, youthful, and watery now. Bachin, how is the lunch? Is it unpalatable? Tung Chuchu sat gently beside Bachin and whispered. I didn't expect you to really know how to cook. To be honest, I'm a little surprised. As for Tung Chuchu, who was born into a wealthy family, she was already good enough to eat well, not to mention cooking. I just learned from the squad leader Trump and his brothers for a few days. Tung Chuchu was pleased to be praised, secretly glanced at Bachin's profile, and then quickly lowered her head. You tell me, is it delicious? If there is any problem with the taste, I will adjust it in the evening. Bachin smiled. It's good, it's already very good. Chuan Jiangwo used to be the squad leader of the cooking squad. If you have any doubts, please ask them more. Oh! I felt a little disappointed. After all, it was good. The meaning was not good. Then, take it to wash. I bought 6 sets of clothes specially. They should be suitable for you. Bachin saw the change of Tung Chuchu. He should encourage such an ambitious young lady. Hearing this, Tung Chuchu turned her head in confusion. However, when she saw the various fashionable clothes in Bachin's hand, her eyes lit up. Although Tung Chuchu is more individualistic, it does not stop her from liking good-looking clothes, especially in this environment. With her hands shaking with excitement, Tung Chu took the clothes handed over by Beichen, her eyes red. Beichen, I will try my best. Beichen knew what this meant, and nodded with a smile. Get some water to wash these clothes before wearing them. Beichen didn't finish his words. Beichen only felt a fragrant breeze blowing, and then a curvy body came into his arms, and then his cheeks felt cold. When Beichen reacted, Tung Chu had already taken the clothes, lowered her head, and ran away with a red face. Beichen smiled and threw away his cigarette, and in the blink of an eye, Tung Baiwan ran over excitedly. Before he arrived, a nervous voice came, Beichen, I received a big order. Big order? You mean water resources? Yes, it's a big order from Saudi Arabia, 500 kilograms of water for 1,000 kilograms of gasoline, or a design drawing. Beichen was stunned. 1,000 kilograms of gasoline is nothing, but they dared to offer such a condition of 500 kilograms of water resources. What kind of design drawing is qualified to be exchanged alone? As if he had guessed what Beichen was thinking, Tung Baiwan immediately shared the list with Beichen. He saw the name of the design drawing ground to her thermal warning tower design drawing. He looked at the equipment requirements again, and shook his head and sighed. It can only be used in a level 2 main city. No wonder this kind of thing still falls on our heads. This design drawing is the kind of thing that is tasteless to eat, and a pity to throw away. If other city lords do not have the determination to bravely enter a level 3 city, they will never build this thing. Except Beichen, of course. Although this thing is not very useful now, it will be valuable later. Hee, Saudi Arabia is full of oil, you have to pay for water before the game. Tung Baiwan explained with a smile, this group of people are determined to oppose the Saudi First Armed Forces. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. A war broke out between the 2 sides. Then this group of people failed. In the end, 70% of Saudi Arabia's water resources were controlled by the First Armed Forces. The group that failed in the end had no choice but to seek help from the international community, and wanted to exchange oil or design drawings for a large amount of water resources. Hearing this, Beichen hesitated slightly and said, no one in other countries has asked for this kind of design? Tung Baiwan was stunned and said in surprise, Captain, what do you think 500 kilograms of water is? Ordinary players may be lucky enough to find a few hundred milliliters of water resources in a day, but if they are unlucky, they may not even find 100 milliliters. Tung Baiwan sighed, look at the hot weather, who doesn't drink a lot of water every day to maintain life? Because he has never lacked food and drink, Beichen subconsciously thinks that this amount of water is not much. But apart from him, and the Yinglong guards, 90% of the players in the game world are still short of water. There is too much demand for pure water. Even if the players have enough to drink, who doesn't want to wash their face, wash clothes, take a bath, etc.? Does that mean that countries still need a lot of water now? Beichen looked at Tung Baiwan and said, yes, water is the largest and most in demand, followed by weapons, and then food. Tung Baiwan said firmly. Beichen nodded and hesitated, I can take this order, but the condition is that the design drawings will be charged 200 kilograms of gasoline. If they don't agree, forget it. Tung Baiwan gasped, then nodded, okay, I do as you say. By the way, buy some farming equipment, old or new. Tung Baiwan was surprised to hear this. Is that project going to start? After our city is built, you will be responsible for focusing on the development of agriculture. With food, we can recruit a large number of soldiers. Dashia City will surely become a stabilizing force in the war zone of Country C. When Beichen said this, his eyes were as deep as a pool, and he was majestic without anger. Okay, leave it to me. Tung Baiwan left excitedly, thinking about how to squeeze this big order and ensure the transaction goes smoothly. At the same time, he will also offer rewards for farming tools on the regional channel and the national channel. Looking back at Beichen, who was thinking seriously, Tung Baiwan nodded slightly, and really admired him from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, he thought of his sister who had said that she was not eaten up by Beichen when she had no resistance. Now Tung Baiwan really believed it. Perhaps only a man of this level can turn a blind eye to his sister's appearance in that environment. Tung Baiwan ran away after muttering. He has a lot of responsibilities at the moment, including contacting international big orders, observing international transaction big data, and taking charge of agricultural reclamation after the city is built. However, Tung Baiwan has no complaints. On the contrary, from a side point of view, this is enough to prove Beichen's trust in him. What's more, his sister is together with Beichen, so no matter from which aspect, Tung Baiwan will do his best to help Beichen share his worries. The sun sets and the night falls. 23:58. At this moment, Except for the night watchman, everyone else except Beichen, Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen went to rest at Yinglongwei Station. The bonfire burned slowly, and barbecue was placed on the branches sticking vertically beside it. The open champagne continued to emit its own fragrance. The three people seemed to be eating barbecue and drinking wine leisurely. In fact, they were all waiting for the big data of Xinji City in Han after experiencing the baptism of the siege beast tide. Of course, this big data intelligence was not obtained for nothing. This was reserved by Tung Baiwan after he promised to pay for 3 days of food and water resources. And the people who provided this information were of course the people of the Han dynasty. After all, there is only one chance to build a city, and it would be a shame to the reputation of the Han nation if they did not take the opportunity to make some extra money. Suddenly, a series of beep sounds came from Tang Baiwan's arms. "Captain, it's 12 o'clock. The siege beast tide of Xinji City has begun." Chapter 86. I heard the beeping sound of Tung Baiwan's timer. Beichen and Zhang Yichen looked over immediately. "It's 12 o'clock, Captain. The siege of Xinji City has begun." Beichen nodded and said, "Quickly take out a pen and record the number of defenders, the weapons they wear, the type of siege monsters, and the siege methods." Beichen probably guessed that the number of real defenders would not be large. After all, the number of siege beasts was converted according to the number of defenders. The 5-fold conversion number was already terrifying. If the Lord of Han country had any brains, he would not let civilians with no fighting power enter the city at this time. "Okay." Tung Baiwan nodded, then took out paper and pen to record. "Here I am. Tung Baiwan's private message has received replies one by one. 300 defenders. The weapons should be 5 heavy machine guns exchanged in the Reputation Mall, and the types of other guns are unknown. But it is certain that the defenders have hot weapons." Tung Baiwan said. "The first wave of siege monsters will number about 500, scaled and fanged beasts, and their attack method is to continuously destroy the foundation of the rammed earth wall." Beichen and Zhang Yichen were constantly deducing based on this data in their minds, and Tung Baiwan recorded it rigorously when he received a private message. Time passed. About 15 minutes had passed. At this time, a private message came and Tung Baiwan looked at the two in surprise. After the second wave of 500 siege monsters were eliminated, an elite monster similar to the boss appeared. "What is it?" Beichen sighed. "This is the most important information." Hearing Beichen's question, Tung Baiwan hesitated at first, because he couldn't be sure whether the other party was fooling him. Yes, he said it was a carrion great white shark without fins, and with a tail forked into 2 legs. Beichen and Zhang Yichen were shocked when they heard this. "What's the attack method?" "Yes, digging holes in the ground." Tung Baiwan's face suddenly changed, and he immediately said, "The intelligence personnel said that the defenders of Xinji City suffered casualties because of this elite monster." Beichen smiled when he heard this. "That means that except for this elite monster, the other monsters in the second wave of siege monsters will not actively attack the defenders?" Zhang Yichen nodded in agreement. Tung Baiwan also nodded slightly. 300 defenders, 5 times the number of siege beasts, that is, 1,500. There was no new news about the battle. The three of them waited in silence. This big data is really important. It is worth spending only 3 days of supplies to get it. Here it comes. The intelligence says that because the elite monster rotten great white shark directly dug a hole to sneak into Xinji City, 13 defenders were killed because of this. Beichen nodded slightly. Even if humans have automatic firearms, they still appear vulnerable when facing unexpected events beyond common sense. The third wave of siege monsters should be here. Beichen looked at Tung Baiwan and said, "Let's see what kind of monsters they are." Beichen and Zhang Yichen both looked at Tung Baiwan. At this time, Tung Baiwan's face looked a little ugly, and then he said angrily, "This man broke the contract at the last minute and said that he would give him 3 days' worth of supplies first." Beichen smiled and said, "Just give him 5 days. If you want to get valuable information from this kind of person, you must not only be generous, but also arouse his greed." Beichen said confidently, "Of course, if he doesn't make a fortune from this, it's fine. If he plans to do it for a long time, he will definitely give us accurate and valuable information." Okay. Tung Baiwan was a man of strong principles. He was very upset about the temporary breach of contract, but he had no choice but to obey Beichen's order. As soon as he traded the materials, Tung Baiwan immediately received the data of the last wave of siege monsters. When he saw the information in the private message, Tung Baiwan swallowed his throat and looked at Beichen and Zhang Yichen and said solemnly, "The third wave of siege monsters." He looked down on their specific appearance, but he was sure that they had scales, claws, and... The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. And... Beichen repeated slightly. And the third wave of siege monsters seems to be very special. The hot weapon bullets did not produce an immediate effect like the first two waves. Tung Baiwan said his opinion while recording. Just after writing a private message, another one came. This time, Tung Baiwan was not angry, but just glanced at Beichen. He said the last important information is to add 3 more days of supplies. Beichen's mouth corners rose slightly. He already knew this Han countryman who provided intelligence. Okay, but I want to add 2 more points. If he doesn't agree, the deal ends here. First, the siege monsters first appeared in large numbers from the location of the newly rammed Earth City. Second, did the bodies of the siege monsters disappear after they died? Did any equipment drop after the second wave of elite monsters? The rotten sharks died? Tung Baiwan clicked his tongue. You're asking 3 questions. Just send it as I said. If he doesn't agree, the deal will end immediately. Beichen said with great confidence. Okay. Tung Baiwan nodded and replied. After just 3 puffs of cigarettes, Tung Baiwan looked at Beichen in surprise. Awesome, you know this kind of person's mind too well. Beichen smiled. What do you mean? Tung Baiwan then said the content of the private message while making big data records. Oh, after the death of the carrion shark, he saw a flash of blood rising into the sky? Yes. Beichen nodded and understood. When he used the soul crystal to amplify the soul essence, the scene was also dazzling with blood. However, Beichen was not sure whether the soul essence dropped by the elite monster after its death. Combining the siege big data handed over by Tung Baiwan, Beichen confidently studied it. Suddenly, the voice of the game console rang in the ears of all players. Congratulations to Shinji City in the Han Kingdom War Zone for successfully resisting the siege beast tide. The original level-less rammed Earth City was upgraded to a level 1 blue brick city. At the same time, after the City Lord is upgraded, the City Lord has the right to control the Foundation and can choose one of the supporting facilities of the level 1 city as a reward. Just as the first console announcement fell, the second announcement also sounded. Congratulations to the level 1 City Lord of the Han Kingdom War Zone, Quan Qingji, the first to upgrade the main city to level 1. The reward limit is 1,000 reputation points. Hearing this announcement, Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen's faces changed. They didn't expect that there would be rewards for being the first to stand out. Both looked at Beichen worriedly. But Beichen didn't care about these, and then waved his hand and said, Go back, gather here at Chinshur tomorrow. I will confirm the time for building the city tonight. Yes, Captain. Beichen didn't hesitate, and walked towards Wuling in the distance. Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen looked at each other and sighed. Tell the soldiers to rest well, and conserve their energy these days. We will have a tough battle to fight after we build the city in a few days. Yes. Zhang Yichen nodded, and then the two of them walked towards their respective residences. Beichen took out a cigarette, and lit it, constantly calculating the data of this siege in his mind. As for the Han people's main city being the first to upgrade, and get 1,000 points of reputation points, Beichen thought it was a trivial matter. Didn't he hear what the game console said? What does it mean to get 1,000 reputation points as the first main city to be built? It means that the first level 2 and level 3 main cities can also get reputation points after they are first built. Beichen would not expose his power the day before yesterday for such a small profit. However, once Beichen chooses to build a city, he will definitely win the rewards of level 2 or even level 3 main cities in one fell swoop. Beichen does not believe that the reputation reward will still be 1,000 if the main city is upgraded to level 2 or level 3. Under the leadership of Beichen, the cities of Daxiao must be silent or amazing. Chapter 87. At night, except for a pile of ever-burning bonfires in the core area, the rest of the Yinglong Guard station was completely dark. Beichen did not return quickly, as his brain was spinning rapidly, analyzing the important intelligence data at hand. Beichen was not worried about the supply of weapons and ammunition for the Yinglong Guard at present. A level 1 main city siege beast tide, according to the number of Yinglong Guard city defense warriors, 5 times is 110 unknown beasts, among which there are also elite monster bosses with uncertain factors. The siege beast tide of the level 2 main city is 10 times the number of unknown beasts, that is, 220 beasts. Beichen walked slowly, with his brows slightly furrowed. The siege beast tide of the level 3 main city is 20 times the number of the main city's defense soldiers, that is, 440 unknown beasts. Upgrading the level 3 main city will most likely result in air strikes and more powerful elite bosses. From the scale, it seems that the siege beast tide of the level 3 main city is only 440, which is not much, but in essence, Yinglongwei City has only 22 soldiers. After a heavy breath, Beichen smiled bitterly. Do I really have to spend money to buy a standard heavy machine gun from the end of the last century? Beichen was not very happy to exchange 200 reputation points for an old heavy machine gun. 200 reputation points can be exchanged for a lot of things in the Reputation Mall. Because his mind was full of many details of building the city, Beichen was a little distracted while walking, and he didn't see the figure in white that suddenly appeared in front of him. When Beichen found it, he was immediately frightened, and a desert eagle appeared in his hand, and he opened fire almost instantly. In the dark night, the breeze was blowing, and suddenly a figure in white appeared in the darkness in front of him, and in this world where nothing is impossible, even Beichen was scared. Beichen didn't believe it before the game, but who can be sure that there is no such thing in this world full of unknowns? The figure in white vaguely saw a black gun pointed at her, and her body was immediately frightened, and she dared not move. Who? Beichen shouted coldly. Beichen, it's me. There was fear, and a trace of grievance in his voice. Hearing the voice, Beichen said speechlessly, Sister, you are wandering here in a white dress in the middle of the night. It's easy to scare people to death. Who else could it be if the person in the white dress across from me is not Tung Chu Chu? Didn't I want you to see my new skirt? Don't be angry. Tung Chu Chu's car was parked not far from Beichen Wuling. But you can't see it in the middle of the night, okay? But Tung Chu Chu didn't dwell on the question of whether she could see it or not, and said instead, Well, there are lights in my car, and everything is ready. Why don't you come in, and see if my skirt fits me? The meaning of the words is actually almost the same as saying it openly. Beichen can't understand it, so he is mentally retarded. He looked back at the camp. He saw that the other people's cars were quite far away from the two of them, just as they had agreed. Beichen smiled and said, Does your car have an air conditioning system? I'm afraid of heat. Of course, I have great luck. I can get a golden hammer, let alone a car air conditioner. Tung Chu Chu stepped forward and grabbed Beichen's hand. Is it not scary? Don't be angry. Let's talk in the car. When he opened the car door, a cool breeze rushed out, which was quite cool. It was still the same soft cushion, and the same pretty lady, but the difference was that the lady in the white shirt and hip skirt was now wearing a super silky short skirt, with the white jade faintly visible. Beichen smiled, and laid down in the car, to enjoy the cool breeze of the air conditioner. Tung Chu Chu closed the car door with her backhand, and then raised her arms to show the curve of her waist. How is it? Is this skirt beautiful? Tung Chu Chu's cheeks were slightly red, and she didn't dare to look at Beichen. I was reckless just now. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Beichen looked at Tung Chu Chu's embarrassed look as she apologized, and smiled and pretended to be angry. When you crush a plastic bottle, what's the point of saying sorry to it? Will it recover? Tung Chu Chu's face turned pale, and she said nervously, Then what should I do? Hearing this, Beichen showed a wicked smile, lying lazily on the soft cushion and closing his eyes slightly, saying, You just need to blow it with your mouth. Ah? Tung Chu Chu's face turned red in an instant, and Beichen, who was staring at her and closing his eyes to pretend to be dead, resisted with a whimpering voice, You only know how to bully me, hum. Soon, the car was silent except for the sound of the air conditioner. 3 minutes later. Oh my God. What are you doing? When Beichen woke up from his nap, he first felt an indescribable trembling in his brain. Then he saw Tung Chu Chu wanted to give up halfway. Beichen hated giving up halfway, even when dealing with subordinates. So he pressed on Tung Chu Chu's head. Woo woo woo. Half an hour later. Puff. Snoring. Snore. It's really strange that Beichen never snores when he sleeps, but today he snores for some unknown reason. You hum. Tung Chu Chu knew that Yinglongwei had many important matters waiting for Beichen to deal with in recent days, so when she heard the snoring, she really thought Beichen was asleep, and she carefully straightened Beichen's head. After a simple tidying up, Tung Chu Chu also felt sleepy, and then carefully laid down beside Beichen and prepared to fall asleep. Unless Beichen has a neurological problem, no one can sleep in that situation. Feeling Tung Chu Chu lying beside him, Beichen asked easily, What's the taste? Tung Chu Chu blushed and hid in Beichen's chest, pinching Beichen's arm. How do I know what it tastes like? I've never eaten this before. Tung Chu Chu is also a female man. It feels astringent, and a little fishy. Instantly, Beichen's knowledge base has a new member. You are awesome. It's getting late. Go to bed. Beichen's gentle voice slowly sounded beside Tung Chu Chu's ears. Well, good night. Tung Chu Chu was happy to be hugged by Beichen. As for the outrageous things that happened before, she had long forgotten them. Morning dawned. Beichen suddenly opened his eyes while sleeping. What woke Bei-Chen up was not a nightmare or a beast, but a world announcement from the game console. Congratulations to Megwa War Zone Innocent City for successfully resisting the Siege Beast Tide. The original level-less rammed Earth City was upgraded to a level 1 blue brick city. At the same time, after the main city was upgraded, the City Lord, Ireland 4 can choose one of the supporting facilities of the level 1 city as a reward. Congratulations to Megwa War Zone level 1 City Lord, Ireland 4, the second to upgrade the main city to level 1. The reward limit is 500 reputation points. Before Bei-Chen could react, the game console world announcement sounded again. Congratulations to the Emperor City in the battlefield of the original battlefield for successfully resisting the Siege Beast Tide. The original level-less rammed Earth City was upgraded to a level 1 blue brick city. At the same time, after the main city is upgraded, the City Lord, Tanaka Jiro can choose one of the supporting facilities of the level 1 city as a reward. Congratulations to the level 1 City Lord of the battlefield of the original battlefield, Tanaka Jiro, the second to upgrade the main city to level 1. The reward limit is 300 reputation points. Bei-Chen thought that this was the end of it. As a result, when the next announcement appeared, Bei-Chen frowned. Congratulations to Han Country Shinji City, Megwa Wuzue City, and Jinbin Emperor City for becoming allies of the United Front. At the same time, Tung Baiwan's private message also arrived. Bei-Chen, check the world channel quickly. I have determined that after becoming a level 1 city lord, unknown functions have appeared on the host page. Bei-Chen did not rush to reply. Have you sorted out the materials on the list? Okay, I sorted them out with a few soldiers last night. Thank you for your hard work. Send those materials to my car later. Bei-Chen issued these orders in an orderly manner. Then the two disconnected the private message. Bei-Chen turned his view to the world channel in confusion. As soon as he entered the world channel, Bei-Chen saw the threatening announcement issued by the City Lord of the Three Kingdoms Alliance. It was probably like this. No matter who or which organization in the game world wants to build a city safely, they must obtain the consent of the City Lord of the Three Kingdoms Alliance. Of course, unless they give up the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode, if they want to upgrade the main city directly, they must pay 200 kilograms of resources to the Three Kingdoms Alliance, otherwise they will bear the consequences. Humph, the three alliances have their own ulterior motives. Even if they unite, they are just a bunch of rabble. Bei-Chen sneered and exited the world channel. Chapter 88. Seriously? I woke up to see this threatening statement of the world police. Bei-Chen was in a very bad mood, and was faintly burning with anger. Just as he was about to get out of the car, Tung Chu-Chu hugged his waist from behind. Bei-Chen was stunned. Did I wake you up? He could feel Tung Chu-Chu shaking her head slightly. Bei-Chen, I know you have important things to do, and I can't help you share a lot of pressure for the time being, but you are the soul of Yinglongwei. I hope you can take care of yourself. Bei-Chen patted Tung Chu-Chu's hand and nodded. I know, you can continue to sleep. No, I have to get up and prepare breakfast for the soldiers. Bei-Chen smiled with relief. Okay, then I look forward to the delicious food you make. Bei-Chen got off the car quickly, and returned to the wooling car. At this time, Tung Baiwan and several soldiers had already delivered the selected materials, which were all flammable lead metal materials that could be used to make bullets. Bei-Chen. Captain! Bei-Chen smiled and nodded. Baiwan, you don't have to worry about the rest. Everyone should have a good rest during the day. Maybe when you wake up, our Daxia city will have risen from the ground. Hearing this, Tung Baiwan was pleasantly surprised, and his sleepiness was instantly dispelled. It's decided? But what about the announcement of the Three Kingdoms Alliance? Tung Baiwan was slightly worried. Don't worry about that, I have a good plan. If it weren't for the uncontrollable factors of the Beast Tide attacking the third-level city, how could the first place in city construction be taken by the tiny country of Han? As he spoke, Bei-Chen's eyes flashed with a slight cold light. By the way, I just contacted a seller. He said he has a lot of M416 magazines. I have seen the quality is no problem, but the price is a bit high. Hearing this, Bei-Chen patted Tung Baiwan's shoulder and said, in my opinion, this money can't be saved, and it has to be spent. Tung Baiwan didn't know what Bei-Chen meant, but seeing Bei-Chen's determined eyes, he didn't ask any more questions. Go, it may be a fierce battle tonight. I have given 60 kilograms of Kobe marble beef to Chu-Chu, and we can have dinner soon. Bei-Chen said, after dinner, let all the soldiers have a good rest and gather at the core of Yinglongwei at 6 p.m. Yes, Captain. Well, I will follow the original instructions. Tung Baiwan responded immediately. Bei-Chen had put in all his efforts to ensure that the city upgrade was foolproof. At present, there was a large pile of various materials that could be used to make bullets, at least hundreds of kilograms. Collect? With a wave of his hand, all the materials were collected into the morphological particle ammunition depot. Instantly, a list of optional crafting appeared above the morphological particle ammunition depot. The heavy machine guns of the end of the century exchanged in the Reputation Mall used bullet calibers that Baichin had studied long ago, all of which were 7.62 caliber bullets. Baichin clicked to forge 7.62 bullets, and then clicked the forge quantity behind the quantity. Forged successfully, get 10,000 rounds of 7.62 bullets. Baichin knew that the successfully forged bullets would be stored in the ammunition depot first. Baichin soon set his sights on the selection of large caliber ammunition. 12.7 caliber heavy sniper rifle armor-piercing bullets. You can click to forge 1,000 rounds. 12.7 caliber heavy sniper rifle armor-piercing incendiary bullets. You can click to forge 500 rounds. 12.7 caliber heavy sniper rifle high-altitude arc bullets. You can click to forge 300 rounds. And 96 loadable grenades. You can click to forge 100 grenades. When Baichin saw that the grenades could be forged, he was happy. There were not many city defense soldiers, and each person was equipped with 5 grenades, which would greatly increase the possibility of defending the city. After all, there are too few soldiers guarding the city. If a group of monsters appear, it is not as practical to use heavy machine guns to shoot as to throw a grenade. Moreover, many of the Yinglong guards are active soldiers, so it should not be difficult to set up a trigger minefield. I didn't expect that I could get the materials to make grenades after preparing in advance this time. Baichin thought for a while, and then clicked to make. Black Dragon Roar 10 arrow armor-piercing cannon. Because of the problem of ammunition capacity, Baichin did not choose many armor-piercing shells. Armor-piercing incendiary bombs are what Baichin admires. Successfully crafted, obtained 50 rounds of 12.7 caliber armor-piercing bullets. Successfully crafted, obtained 100 rounds of 12.7 caliber armor-piercing incendiary bullets. Successfully crafted, obtained 30 rounds of 12.7 caliber high-altitude arc bullets. Successfully crafted, obtained 196 loadable grenades. It must be said that after a wave of crafting, 70% of the hundreds of kilograms of materials just now have disappeared. However, Baichin did not care, let alone feel distressed. After all, Yinglongwei has now established its foundation, and the endless water source is endless wealth. That is to say, the city of Dashia has not been built yet, otherwise Baichin would definitely sell a large amount of water resources in a high-profile manner. However, the reality is that international transaction records will be kept by the game console. If a country with an interest finds that the war zone of country C continues to sell a large amount of water resources, it will definitely be coveted. Although Baichin is confident, he does not want to expose his financial resources too early and be targeted by villains all day long. After all, it is easy to dodge an open knife, but it is difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. He is just a mortal body. Even if he has a system, he will still be shot in the head if he is locked by a sniper. A large number of bullets to deal with the siege beast tide have been dealt with. Then Baichin opened the door of the willing car and took a look. He found that the baby was still sleeping, so he didn't disturb it. If it weren't for the baby's genetic evolution this time, Baichin would not have set the city construction goal at level 3. After all, encountering an Air Force sneak attack at night is an absolute nightmare for the city defense soldiers. However, even Baichin can't make preparations to deal with high-altitude sneak attacks at night for the time being. But what Baichin can be sure of is that as long as the baby's genes evolve smoothly, it will definitely be a great overlord in the sky. So whether the third-level city can be upgraded directly, Baichin put all his hopes on the baby. He found a place to sit down casually, took out a cigarette and lit it. In fact, many women don't understand why men like to smoke when they are happy or unhappy. In fact, they are not smoking, they are smoking loneliness, the loneliness of being at the top, the lubricant for the brain to run rapidly. Visual cut in Reputation Miscellaneous Mall. Baichin did not hesitate to exchange 4,200 reputation points for 21 heavy machine guns at the end of the century. Then he spent an additional 21 points of reputation to exchange for 21 pairs of thermal imaging combat devices that can be used continuously for 24 hours. As for why the time for building a city to resist the beast tide is set at night, it is naturally not accidental. Baichin has a macroscopic view of the overall situation, and of course, he will not miss this important detail. The answer of the game console is that if you choose to resist the beast tide during the day, the beast tide will attack the city defense soldiers as soon as possible. From this answer, Baichin concluded that the monsters attacking the beast tide are not without wisdom. Looking at the exchange page, It asked whether he was sure to spend 4,221 reputation points to exchange for 21 heavy machine guns and 21 night vision goggles. Beichen gritted his teeth and clicked OK. Suddenly, a crisp metal collision sound was heard. 21 heavy machine guns of the end of the century appeared out of thin air in front of him. Oh, the heavy machine guns of the end of the century are not bad, they even have water cooling devices. He put away all the exchanged weapons with a wave of his hand. At this time, Tung Chu walked over from a distance with a clean lunch box. In the lunch box was the Kobe steak that had been fried to 80% doneness. Chapter 89. Beichen sat on a stone, eating a Kobe steak while looking at the hand-drawn map of the Yinglong Guard station on the ground. The model of a Rand-Er city has basically taken shape in his mind. Rand-Er city without level. Purchase requires 300 points of reputation. Covers an area of 7,000 square meters. Disadvantages. The city wall is low and the defense is so low that it can be ignored. He finished the steak in the lunch box in no time, and then Tung Chu handed him another thermos cup. Drink some? This is filtered water from our well. Thank you. Beichen found that the temperature of the hot water was just right, and he could drink it all in one gulp, so he raised his head and drank it all. Humph, if you're polite to me again, I'd be angry. Tung Chu whispered, with Beichen's shadow in her beautiful eyes. Hearing this, Beichen smiled and turned to look. Do you want to eat bananas? Can't you be more serious? Tung Chu's face turned red. Beichen's head was full of question marks, and he seemed to have thought of something and smiled bitterly. He handed over a bunch of fresh Hainan bananas. Take it and eat it. When I first met you, didn't you say you liked eating this? Yeah, it's soft and sticky and I really like it. Tung Chu took it and said happily, I know you're busy, so I won't bother you. I go back to wash the pot. Beichen smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Hee, I bring you lunch at noon. Time passed silently. The sun was setting and dusk fell. As the baby woke up and the genes evolved successfully, Beichen had enough confidence. After a day of full preparation and under Zhang Yichen's guidance, all members of Yinglongwei were familiar with the use of the heavy machine gun at the end of the century. After all, there are very few real heavy machine gunners and snipers in modern troops. Ordinary soldiers may be familiar with automatic rifles, but their proficiency in heavy machine guns and sniper rifles is limited. Because Beichen's ultimate goal is a level 3 city, he has to make full preparations and upgrade the main city to level 3 in one fell swoop under the threat of the Three Kingdoms Alliance. The bonfire keeps burning. All members of Yinglongwei are solemn and ready. Even if Beichen prepared 21 heavy machine guns, they still have M416 and SKS. After all, there is still a chance of malfunction of heavy machine guns when firing continuously. At this time, Tung Baiwan's alarm clock rang again. Beichen, time's up. Tung Baiwan's eyes were filled with anticipation and nervousness. Yes. Beichen nodded and immediately switched his view to the City Lord's construction page. Do you want to consume 300 reputation points to build a non-level Rand-Er city? Yes. Before he finished speaking, what shocked Beichen and all the Yinglong guards was that the game console actually announced the news of the city construction in the Sea Country War Zone without asking. Their faces changed instantly, and they questioned the game console in their hearts. Why didn't you announce when Meigwa, Hanwha, and Ben built the Rand-Er city? Beichen was very angry, because this link was already in Beichen's plan. Since the high-profile announcement of the construction of the city by Han, Mei and Japan, and the intention to actively attract players to settle in, Beichen began to make arrangements in this regard, that is, to let Tung Baiwan buy the news. Of course, after casting a large net, only the Han country caught a core member of Xinji City, and the other intelligence dealers contacted by the Meigwa War Zone did not know the construction location of Wuzu City. But this is not the point. If the Meigwa War Zone is located at the place where Wuzu City is built, and the entire war zone is announced, then Beichen will never believe that the intelligence dealer will not sell this information as a commodity. But no, absolutely not. At this time, the voice of the game console rang in his ears. This is a measure taken by the game console to protect the 3 newly built cities in the world to prevent human intervention and destruction. Beichen frowned. Does it mean that the first city to be built is also protected by you? Your remarks are not consistent. The game console cares about the balance of protection measures. Humph. Beichen was in a bad mood, and he hated this kind of accident the most. But fortunately, he was fully prepared this time. Otherwise, even with the help of the baby, he would not be able to take down the level 3 main city in one fell swoop. Huh, so you mean that after becoming a first-level city lord, There are indeed new functions that we city lords without levels don't know about. Sorry, player Bachin, you are not a first-level city lord, and you cannot be informed of new functions. Forget it, you can withdraw, I won't send you off. As for asking the game console, why don't you care about the three kingdoms jointly bullying the city lords of other war zones? Bachin couldn't ask such a childish question. All members of Yinglongwei saw Bachin's ugly face, and they were so scared that they dared not speak. The announcement in the war zone of Country C is actually no different from the announcement to the whole world. Which city lord does not have a few think tanks who collect intelligence? This kind of city building announcement is known to almost everyone, and it is probably easy to buy it. As expected, after the game console announced Bachin's establishment of a non-level rammed Earth city in the war zone of Country C, it immediately caused an uproar in Country C. Then this news was immediately sold as intelligence. The buyers were not surprising. All of them were heroes who wanted to dominate the world. Bachin glanced at everyone with a dignified tone and said in a cold tone, "Next, all members will immediately turn off all communication functions except the team channel." As soon as this sentence came out, the air around them suddenly dropped to freezing point. During the city construction period, if anyone is found to open the regional, national, and other channels without authorization, the Yinglong Guard will be expelled once discovered, and those who leak information will be shot directly. Yes. Although everyone has a host interface, it is very individual. However, deleting private messages still has a deletion record, so if anyone leaks secrets during the city construction period, it will definitely be exposed through screening at that time. Bachin didn't want his city defense weapons and personnel configuration to be known by potential enemies at this time. Tung Chu stood in the team, and seeing Bachin's ugly face, she gritted her teeth and felt very uncomfortable, but her limited strength really couldn't help much, so she could only try to help Bachin when the city defense dealt with the beast tide. Let's make it clear in advance. If there is a traitor, then Bachin will have enough reason to execute him. While giving a shot of prevention, it can also reflect one's own style of behavior, so that people will not be accused of imperial rule. Bachin finished speaking without hesitation, and then a virtual map composed of blue squares appeared in front of him. It was the area with Yinglongwei as the core, covering the surrounding 7,000 square meters. For miniature rammed earth walls had appeared in the field of vision. Bachin knew that he could place the walls arbitrarily within the 7,000 square meters, and arrange them in any layout he wanted. Bachin had been calculating and analyzing this step for a long time, because he was aiming for a level 3 city, so there was no need to expand the main city area too much before the level 3 city. This. Bachin clicked and dragged, and the tiny model of the rammed earth wall *4 that appeared on the edge of the virtual map began to be placed according to the shape in his mind. As a miniature wall was placed on the map, a yellow rammed earth wall suddenly appeared around Yinglongwei, and the wall was estimated to be 2 meters high. There was no earthquake or landslide as imagined. After 4 pieces were placed, a strange city with a tic-tac-toe shape and an area of about the size of a square basketball court appeared in front of everyone. That's right, this is an improvement made by Bachin based on the design principle of Shanhaiguanwingqing, the world's first pass. Chapter 90. Wow, such a small main city. Is this the non-level rammed earth city? Is it too small? Zhang Yichen and Tung Baiwan looked at Bachin in confusion. Bachin smiled slightly. Our goal tonight is not the rammed earth city, but the level 3 iron sand concrete main city covering 15 football fields. Suddenly, people gasped in shock. Within 3 minutes after the game console and the entire Sea Country War Zone announced the city construction, Bachin's private messages kept sending dense reminders. However, Bachin did not take care of it immediately. A weasel wishing a happy new year, he could not have any good intentions. With a wave of his hand, 21 heavy machine guns with ammunition rings appeared on the ground. Bachin directly ordered, "Captain Zhang Yichen, Deputy Captain Shui Han, listen to my orders." Hearing this, the two of them immediately raised their heads and chests and shouted, "Yes, Captain." Our main city is a square T-shaped city from a bird's eye view, and the first level siege beast tide is refreshed from the south of the main city. The weapons are configured based on the terrain, and it's up to you. Is there a problem? Bachin emphasized the bird's eye view design of the non-level Dashia city, and told the two. Guaranteed to complete the task. Bachin nodded. Very good, the beast tide time is set at 11 o'clock. Let's prepare for the battle. Yes. All the Yinglong Guard shouted immediately. The reason why Dashia City was designed in a well shape was naturally not a random design by Bachin, but a data analysis obtained after hundreds of deductions. This city defense design can greatly reduce the situation where the Yinglong guards are isolated and helpless when defending the city. After the order was issued, all members began to get busy. Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan divided the team into 2 teams, and then 3 people in a group began to carry heavy machine guns loaded with ammunition rings and quickly deployed to their agreed positions. At this time, Beichen lit a cigarette and took a puff. I want to see what kind of new year you weasels wish me. When I opened the private message, I saw 99999 plus private messages. First, kick out all the lickers who want to join Yinglongwei, and then filter out the private messages from other countries with big data. After eliminating the information dealers, who sold false information, the 3 most eye-catching private messages finally appeared in front of Beichen. Because the words "one city lord" beside the private message list were very obvious, Beichen couldn't help but pay attention. International private message, City Lord of Xinji, Han Country. Haha, I didn't expect the players of C Country to be so fast. I thought it would take another 8 years of civil war before the city was built, haha. I'm sure the City Lord has seen the announcement of our Great Han Three Kingdoms Alliance. Not much, my Great Han Xinji city only needs 300 kilograms of resources. Beichen sneered and continued to click on the private message from the Japanese. International private message, the Lord of the Japanese Emperor City. Suda, before the game, you see Country kept chasing the footsteps of our great Japanese empire. Unfortunately, in the engine manufacturing and precision manufacturing industries, you see Country will never be able to catch up with us even if you work hard for 40 years. We are all wise people, so I won't say any threatening words. With 400 kilograms of resources, your great Xia city can be safely upgraded otherwise. Seeing this message full of contempt and provocation, Beichen's face slowly turned ashen. Wait, you will cry someday. Continue to read the last one. International private message, Megwa Wuzue City Lord. Oh my god, dear Beichen City Lord. Congratulations on becoming the first target of the US-Japan-South Korea alliance to establish authority. God, please forgive my sins. I promise that I only need 500 kilograms of supplies, and will never embarrass the people of Country C. Seeing this private message, Beichen immediately raised his head and laughed. Beichen has never been a person who suffers from humiliation. He was forbearing before, and was constantly accumulating strength. And now, since the news of the establishment of the great Xia city is known to everyone, he should make a high profile for once. Reply to 3 private messages one by one. You dog-faced people, want to threaten and blackmail me? Dream on. See you in the World Channel. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. It has only been 2 or 3 minutes since the announcement of the city's establishment. Because other countries cannot appear in national channels other than their own country, everyone who pays attention to this matter is waiting to watch the show in the World Channel. Let's see whether this young man from a country, who is considered by the whole world to be an awakened lion, before the game will choose to bow his head and compromise, or confront head-on, when facing the threats and extortions of the 3 kingdoms. Beichen walked to the large water purification equipment, looked at the buckets of hundreds of kilograms of filtered water, and then entered the World Channel. Sure enough, even after entering the World Channel, the City Lord label on his head is still eye-catching. The suffix of Beichen's name is Daxia City Lord. Beichen, you should know that in the rules of speaking in the World Channel, one message is equivalent to 20 kilograms of resources. Sure enough, when Beichen appeared on the World Channel, everyone was silent. Innocent City Lord. Ireland 4 haha, the great Xia City Lord came quite quickly, but I was very dissatisfied with your reply to the private message just now, so I decided to temporarily increase the price by 600 kilograms of supplies. Of course, I know you can't afford it now, but you can write an IOU in front of players all over the world. Xinji City Lord. Quan Xinji, even the Irish boss has increased the price, so if my great Han nation doesn't increase the price, wouldn't it be a disrespect to the Beichen City Lord? 400 genes, right? MT Tian Wang. Jiro Tanaka, of course. If Beichen can post, we are the sick men of Country C on the public screen of the World Channel in front of players all over the world, our great Sun Empire can consider not raising the price. Beichen sneered and sent a very down-to-earth message on the World Channel. Daxia, Beichen, that's it? That's it, +1. That's it, +2. The message was flooded with +99. The cost of posting a message in the World Channel is 20 kilograms of resources, and 100 messages is 2,000 kilograms of resources. In the time it takes to fart, Beichen directly consumed 2,000 kilograms of water resources with 100 messages. Of course, Beichen is not just showing off, but taking advantage of this incident to show off the strength of Yinglongwei to players all over the world. This is much more cost-effective than spending money on advertising and buying traffic. It can be said to kill many birds with one stone. The world channel is flooded with messages, 99 plus messages. This is too unreal. At this moment, all the players in the world channel were stunned by this scene. Beichin didn't have time to argue with these guys, and finally sent 2 messages and left. Daxia City Lord, Beichin. Yes, I am Beichin. My country C is a great power style. I believe everyone here has seen it. Now I declare that Daxia City will trade a large amount of pure water resources. Don't ask me where the clean water resources come from. The answer is that we don't sell water, we are just nature's porters. Lord of Daxia, Beichin at Lord of Shinji, Quan Xingji at Lord of Tianwang, Jiro Tanaka at Lord of Wuzui, Ireland 4, China, Japan, the United States, and South Korea. Do you know who is pregnant? All the players who saw this message held their breath, and many players from country C laughed like pigs. Lord of Daxia, Beichin at 3 Kingdoms Alliance. That's right, it's your mother. Lord of Daxia, Beichin at 3 Kingdoms Alliance. Whatever bad water you have in your belly, come on, if I country C, frown, I'm not your real father. After this message was sent, Beichin's name in the world channel turned gray. No one left. Beichin stood up. It took more than 10 seconds for everyone to react. All of a sudden, the 3 Kingdoms Alliance at Beichin one by one, saying such meaningless words as you will regret it, and then quickly stood up. Chapter 91. This time, Beichin declared war in a high-profile manner on the world channel, and his uncompromising attitude was extremely firm. Because he was not sure what vicious means the 3 Kingdoms Alliance would use, Beichin did not stay on the world channel for long. He wanted to start the test of the siege beast tide in advance to avoid more trouble. On the 2-meter-high rammed earth wall, more than 20 Yinglongwei defenders were ready to go. Although the atmosphere was a little bleak, but all members were full of confidence. After all, they had good weapons in their hands, and they were strong. The core area of Yinglongwei. With a loud cry, a huge snow-white bird of prey has flown to a height of 100 meters. Open shared vision. Open weakened darkness. Suddenly, a high-altitude overlooking vision appeared in Beichin's eyes. Through the baby shared vision, Beichin clearly saw a small city that was only the size of a basketball court and was in the shape of a well. It was his own city without a level. Very good. Beichin smiled, and quickly flew towards the southern wall of the defense. The 2-meter rammed earth wall is actually very low for wild beasts, but fortunately there is powerful firepower to make up for this shortcoming. Beichin, how is it? After all, fighting is not Tang Baiwan's strong point, and he is obviously a little nervous. Beichin nodded slightly, and then shouted loudly, "Attention all members of Yinglongwei, the plan has changed temporarily, and the siege beast tide will start immediately." Hearing this, Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan both nodded heavily, and then said to their team, "Everyone wear night combat equipment." Yes. Swish swish. At this time, Beichin no longer hesitated and directly entered the City Lord page. Do you accept the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode? Accept. As soon as the voice fell, a 24-hour countdown appeared in the field of vision. Open, Siege Beast Tide. Are you sure? Confirm. Siege Beast Tide has been actively opened, and siege monsters will refresh in 3 minutes. After the prompt of the game console fell, a column of data appeared on Beichin City Lord's page. They are, Daxia City, non-level rammed earth city. Accepted the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode. Actively started the Siege Beast Tide, 21 city defenders, 105 monsters to be refreshed. Because the baby is constantly circling around the rammed earth city at high altitude, and the baby has supervision, and is born with the ability to weaken darkness, all movements within the rammed earth city cannot escape Beichin's attention. But the members of Yinglongwei are different, because the combat range of the night vision goggles is limited by distance, and the things that can be seen clearly beyond 100 meters are actually very limited. At this moment, Beichin's private message rang again. When he saw that it was Ireland 4, Beichin also sneered and clicked it. International private message, Ireland 4, Beichin, I ask you one last time, do you want to take the resources or not? If you don't take the resources, you want to upgrade the main city through extreme mode? You're dreaming. Beichin replied, get lost. Directly disconnected the private message, and the Black Dragon Roar 10 arrow armor-piercing cannon appeared in his arms. At this time, the baby's voice appeared in his ears. Dad, they appeared. Do you want me to take action? The tone was full of contempt and disdain. No, baby, your mission is to capture and find the elite boss, and if you can kill it in one fell swoop. Leave it to me, Dad. Every time Beichin assigned a task, Baby seemed extremely excited, because she knew that Beichen would give her a big reward after completing the task. Good on dong. Moo. Just as Baby's warning prompt came, the sound of 4 hooves stepping on the ground came from far away in the south of Ramd City. This movement was known to be a big guy with feet. Ah, it's the scaled bull. A member of the Yinglong Guard shouted immediately. Beichen's face also changed slightly. He didn't expect that the beast tide that attacked the city was not a fixed monster every time. Free fire. Yes. The city lord gave an order. Instantly, the bullets in the sky turned into fire snakes and began to pour towards the distance. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Bang! Every time the Black Dragon Roar 10-arrow armor-piercing cannon fired, it was like the roar of a dragon. The compressed air waves at the muzzle shocked the surrounding Yinglong guards, and made them look sideways in shock. This gun is so powerful. If an armor-piercing incendiary bullet hits a rapidly approaching scaly armored bull, it will either lose its combat effectiveness instantly, or lie on the ground and twitch. On the other hand, the heavy machine guns they used at the end of the century would require at least dozens of bullets to continuously shoot and kill a scaly armored bull. The minefield within 30 meters in front of the Ramd city is the last line of protection, so the members of Yinglongwei are trying their best to stop the scaly armored bull that is about to rush in. At this time, the baby's voice sounded again. Dad, I found 3 monsters with strong auras. One is a dung beetle with blue light flashing on its back, another is a centipede, and the last one is a mermaid with sharp teeth and a very smelly body. Because the baby only has the cultural level of a 3rd grade elementary school student, it is already very good to be able to recognize dung beetles and centipedes. It is a bit unbelievable to recognize a rotten shark at a glance. Beichen was shocked and immediately gave orders to the soldiers guarding the city. 3 elite monster bosses have appeared. Everyone be careful, pay attention to the ground. Everyone's face changed when they heard this. They kept firing and focused most of their attention on the soft ground. Baby, take action, try not to fight too long. Beichen didn't know about the others, but the carrion great white shark could burrow underground. Baby was the overlord of the air, and all the advantages were in the air, so the ground combat power was weakened. Okay, leave it to Baby. Baby's excited voice came to his ears. With the help of Baby's shared vision, Beichen immediately saw a 3-meter-long great white shark without fins, and with a rotten smell all over its body, which quickly enlarged in his vision. The great white shark was about to burrow into the ground when it suddenly realized that a high-altitude crisis was approaching. It didn't care about burrowing into the ground anymore. It raised its head with black rotten bones, and sprayed a ball of sticky and corrosive liquid at the baby. Humph! You stinky fish dared to spit at me! The baby seemed angry and cursed in a low voice, then fell rapidly. A pair of sharp claws, like blades, appeared in Beichen's vision. Swish! Because the speed was too fast, Beichen didn't see how the baby made the move. When he looked again, he found that the baby had fallen to the ground. Baby, how are you? Are you okay? At this time, the baby's voice came, with an irrepressible surprise. Dad, look at what this is. Soon a crystal with a red glow appeared in the field of vision. It was the soul essence that the baby loved to eat the most. Beichen was shocked when he saw this thing, and immediately said, Baby, you are not allowed to eat this thing. Collect it for me. There was no doubt in his words. Oh, okay. Then the baby held the soul essence in his mouth, and spread his wings again to fly high in the sky. Hey, Dad, those 2 monsters have burrowed underground. Look at the raised tunnels they left behind. Found them. Good. In 5 breaths, through the baby's vision, Beichen had already found one of the burrowing bosses, which was the huge dung beetle with a blue light on its back. Because it was too obvious, it was like a moving mound of earth when it burrowed underground. But the good thing was that this thing was not burrowing very fast, and it was about 70 meters away from the Ramd city. Baby, quickly find another centipede. Ah, Dad, look, that centipede has already rushed to the minefield. As soon as the voice fell, the minefield arranged within 30 meters below the Ramd city was triggered and detonated. Bang, bang, bang. The violent explosion sounded, and everyone's face changed immediately. After triggering 3 grenades in a row, this monster was not directly killed, and was still approaching the Ramd city. Although this centipede is huge, its body is relatively flat, so it does not make much noise when it shuttles underground. If the baby could not catch its breath, the soldiers guarding the city could only passively wait for the minefield to be triggered before they could find it. The minefield was triggered, and the dung beetle that was slowly digging holes behind the centipede became anxious, and its drilling speed was obviously several times faster. Bachin immediately fired a shot at the centipede that kept digging holes and approaching. The centipede stopped for a moment after being hit by an armor-piercing bullet, and then began to dig towards the rammed earth wall again. Bachin saw this, and his face darkened. Black Dragon Roar is the #1 hot weapon in the Sea Country War Zone. This weapon should have great lethality even against the Siege Beast-Tide boss of the level 1 city. However, Black Dragon Roar did not achieve significant results. He thought this matter was definitely not simple. He shouted to everyone, "Don't worry about the elite monster boss. Just focus on clearing the monsters. We will deal with the 2 boss." Because he was afraid of accidentally hurting the baby, Bachin emphasized again, "Remember, don't worry about the boss. Just follow my orders after clearing the monsters." "Yes." All the members of Yinglongwei responded immediately. Bachin then put away the Black Dragon Roar, took out the shadowless sword Yuesheng, and in the bloodthirsty state, he jumped directly from the 2-meter-high wall and landed steadily. Ding. Buzz. The crisp sound of the sword spread like a wave to the surroundings. Chapter 92. Bachin landed steadily amid the shock of the crowd. After the bloodthirsty nature of the shadowless sword was activated, Bachin clearly felt warm all over, and his strength and speed were constantly increasing. Is this the complete activation of the bloodthirsty nature? At this moment, Bachin felt that the shadowless sword had become a part of his arm. Hualala. Not far away, a centipede was drilling into the ground, and a raised mark on the ground was extremely obvious. This centipede not only triggered 3 grenades in the minefield before, but was also directly hit by the armor-piercing bullet of Black Dragon Howl. Even so, it was still vigorous and continued to dig towards the rammed Earth City. Seeing this, Bachin smeared and turned into a phantom with a shadowless sword. In 3 breaths, it had reached the intersection of the centipedes. Buzz, die. Bachin raised the shadowless sword fiercely, and stabbed it into the ground fiercely. The shadowless sword was rated as an excellent grade in the game, so it was no problem to cut iron like mud. Not to mention the soft soil. Bachin stabbed the sword 4 feet deep, and his wrist was deeply sunken into the soil. Ouch! An extremely dull and painful roar exploded in the surroundings. Crash! The ground around Bachin suddenly shook violently. It was like an earthquake, lifting up the entire ground. At the same time, a black and ferocious giant centipede with 1,000 feet, like an adult python, appeared in front of everyone. The 2 black sharp claws on the front of the head, plus the sickle-like 1,000 feet constantly slapping the ground, this scene can be described as terrifying. Oh my god, is this a centipede? It's a centipede monster. Look, is that the captain on the centipede? Several Yinglong guards nearby looked over. It's the captain, he's fighting the centipede monster alone. At this time, Zhang Yichen shouted, "Quick, clean up the remaining scaled bulls. We don't need to intervene with the captain for now." Yes. Ong, the huge centipede below kept howling in pain. Bachin intercepted with a sword and hit the head of the centipede directly. Even the centipede monster that was not stiff after 100 deaths could not stand having a sword stuck in its head all the time. While roaring, it was twisting its body vigorously, trying to throw Bachin off. Damn, it really pierced my brain. The shadowless sword didn't actively absorb its blood. The shadowless sword only absorbs the energy from the blood, and doesn't absorb anything other than blood. The giant centipede's swinging force is getting stronger and stronger. Bachin has to balance his body, while avoiding the repeated blows of the tail, which is obviously not easy. Damn it, I wanted to let the shadowless sword beat you to death, but you don't seem to give me face. Crack, the buckle of the grenade was pulled off. While drawing his sword, Bachin stuffed the grenade into the head of the centipede through the wound. After doing this, Bachin jumped off the centipede, and then quickly distanced himself with a hawk flip. Almost at the same time, an explosion sounded. The shockwave formed by the grenade rushed to Bachin's back without any difference. Bachin only felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of old blood was about to spurt out. Fortunately, this surging blood was forcibly suppressed by him. At the same time, in the private chat room of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, Ireland 4 kept cursing Bachin, saying that he didn't know what was good for him, and didn't know what was good for him. Quan Xingji, don't be angry, boss Ireland. The first level armored centipede has been refreshed with the Siege Beast-Tide. It's hard to kill it with hot weapons. Tanaka Jiro, although 300 reputation is rare, I'm sure it will work this time. Whoever builds a city in the future, and doesn't use the resources to honor us, Ireland 4, haha, well said. Although it wasted 300 reputation points, the effect is great. There's an old saying in Country C, those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. The 2 younger brothers haven't started licking yet. Suddenly, the announcement of the game console has been heard by all players around the world. Congratulations to the Great Xia City in the Sea War Zone for successfully resisting the Siege Beast Tide. The original levelless rammed Earth City has been upgraded to a level 1 blue brick city. At the same time, after the main city is upgraded, the City Lord, Beichin, can choose one of the supporting facilities of the level 1 city as a reward. Congratulations to the level 1 City Lord of the Sea War Zone, Beichin, the fourth to upgrade the main city to level 1. The reward limit is 100 basic reputation points. The private chat room of the US-Japan-Korea Alliance suddenly became quiet. Ireland 4. This is impossible. How long has it been? Half an hour, 20 minutes. Kwon Sungji, boss, to be precise, it has only been 17 minutes since the beast attacked the city. Tanaka Jiro, 17 minutes? Impossible. A level 1 armored centipede is very difficult to kill. Even if its head is blown off, its body can still fight after a short period of familiarization. Irish 4. There is no information about the city of Daxia. Buy it quickly. I want to know what method Beichin used to survive the beast tide in 17 minutes. Quan Qingji. There is no hope. Beichin is very low-key, but no player has found his base yet, let alone sneaking in to pass on information. Quan Qingji spoke again after a while. Beichin is crazy. He has started the level 2 main city beast tide test again. Ireland 4. What? Impossible. Tanaka Jiro. I also received the host announcement from the Sea Country War Zone. Beichin does have to resist the level 2 siege beast tide test in the next 48 hours. Ireland 4. We must stop him. Sea Country War Zone, Inglong Guard Station. Beichin listened to the prompts of the game console and breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly pulled out the shadowless sword on the back of the armored centipede. At this time, the entire blade of the shadowless sword was blood red because it had extracted enough blood energy. Level 1 armored centipede, interesting. Beichin is now a level 1 city lord. After becoming a level 1 city lord, his eyes fell on the shriveled corpse of the centipede and immediately saw the name of this monster. Congratulations to the player Beichin, you have successfully upgraded the non-level main city to a level 1 blue brick city. Do you want to reset the main city wall layout and expand the main city area? No. Congratulations to the level 1 city lord Beichin, you have obtained the 3 choices, the supporting infrastructure of the level 1 main city. Do you want to choose now? Choose. Beichin hesitated and said directly. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 options appeared in Beichin's vision. Choice 1. For T-90 City Defense Heavy Machine Guns. Choice 2. 1 Particle Space Warehouse. 1,000 cubic meters. Choose 3. Reputation Value 3,000. Beichin was shocked to see the 3 options. These 3 rewards are worthy of being the options after upgrading the main city. All good. However, Beichin was fooled by the game console twice, and he did not rush to ask, excuse me, is the reward for this level of city 3 choices fixed or random? Random. Hearing this, Beichin nodded slightly. He chose 4 T-90 City Defense Heavy Bombs without hesitation. As for why? Because this option is purple and rare. And the 1,000 cubic meter particle space warehouse below is only blue. The darker the color, the better. Of course, it does not mean that the particle space warehouse is not practical, but Beichin is about to face the beast tide of the level 2 main city, and heavy city defense weapons are naturally the first choice. Chapter 93. After careful consideration, Beichin chose 4 T-90 City Defense Heavy Machine Guns without hesitation. At this time, the prompt of the game console sounded again. Congratulations to the first level City Lord Beichin for his successful selection. 4 T-90 City Defense Heavy Machine Guns have been issued. The main city construction page, the City Lord can click to place. Congratulations to the first level City Lord Beichin, your Daxia city has been upgraded. The console prompts that you have accepted the Siege Beast Tide test of the second level main city. Please determine the siege time within the next 48 hours. I wish you a happy defense of the city. Sure enough, Beichin has seen the virtual model of 4 miniature T-90 City Defense Heavy Machine Guns on the City Lord page. There is no rush to place it, anyway, this thing will not run away. Now Beichin wants to figure out what new functions the first level City Lord has opened. He did not find it in the City Lord creation function. So Beichin continued to exit the page. Sure enough, he found clues in the Reputation Creation Mall. The bottom of the current Reputation Creation Mall is different from what Beichin saw before. A line of small words introduces it as follows. First level City Lord Mysterious Reputation Exchange Store. Beichin entered curiously, and of course, he saw the things in the first level City Lord Mysterious Reputation Exchange Store, and Baichen immediately gasped. This is the best weapon to sneak into people. Let's see what they are. Level 1 Blue Flame Dung Beetle, Elite Boss. Because a certain country poisoned cow dung, it has mutated and has strong defense, and 5.56 caliber bullets can hardly cause damage to it. Attack characteristics: good at destroying the foundation of the main city, and the required reputation for exchange is 100 points. Level 1 Carrion Great White Shark, Elite Boss. First had its fin sawed off by ocean thieves, and then mutated due to Fujian nuclear wastewater, and can travel through land soil, and has a deep hatred for humans. Attack characteristics: corrosive mucus, good at drilling into the main city to sneak attack, and the required reputation for exchange is 200 points. Level 1 Iron Armored Thousand-Legged Centipede, Elite Boss. Because it was used in large quantities as medicine, it has been extremely resentful for many years, and was later experimented in a biological laboratory, resulting in mutation, extremely aggressive, good at hiding and sneaking, characteristic of being extremely poisonous, and not dead. And the required reputation for exchange is 300 points. After carefully reading it, Baichen was shocked to find that the Iron Armored Thousand-Legged Centipede and other items can be exchanged by the first-level city lord. I have to say, it's so cheap. Baichen sneered. It was obvious that the armored centipede he had just killed was secretly bought by the Three Kingdoms Alliance to harm him. Because the big data of the siege of Shinji City that was obtained before did not include this big guy. At the same time, the baby had returned with 2 scarlet and bright crystals in his mouth. Dad, look, it's delicious. The members of Yinglongwei knew that Baichen had a pet, and they didn't shoot when they saw a huge raptor swooping down from the sky. Thank you for your hard work, baby. Baichen took over 2 fist-sized crystals, and immediately saw the words can be amplified on these 2 rare materials. Baichen was not in a hurry to amplify them, as there were more important things to do first. That was to let the Shadowless Sword continue to absorb the blood energy of the first-level siege boss. The reason why Baichen could single-handedly defeat a boss was that in theory, he also relied on the bloodthirsty nature of the Shadowless Sword. The feeling of being thirsty for a potion of strength was really exciting. After using it, his flowing hair remained motionless, and there was no side effect of the potion. Fong Baichen didn't want to miss every chance to absorb blood energy. Moreover, the unique characteristic of the Shadowless Sword Ju Shang was that the Shadowless Sword could extract energy from the continuous absorption of blood, thereby improving the grade of the Shadowless Sword. What is above the excellent grade? Naturally, it is the perfect grade. What power does the perfect grade Shadowless Sword have? Baichen is very much looking forward to the characteristics. Let's go, baby, take me to the corroded great white shark and the blue flame dung beetle corpse. Baichen rubbed the baby's head and said. Because the two were some distance away from the city wall, they were not worried about the conversation being overheard. So Baichen did not shy away. Okay. The baby was a little excited, and obviously looked energetic. The baby spread his wings and took off, and Baichen also turned into a phantom with a shadowless sword and chased after it. While running, he sent a private message to Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen. Organize a team of 10 people to come down and pick up the spoils. After the battlefield is built, immediately start the Siege Beast Tide test of the Level 2 main city. Zhang Yichen, yes, Captain. Tung Baiwan, I prepared to record it right away. 5 minutes later. When the shadowless sword sucked a dung beetle the size of an old scooter dry, the corpses of the beasts in the battle area began to disappear. Refreshed? Not much surprise, he had already obtained this data. Slowly pulled out the shadowless sword inserted in the back of the boss blue flame dung beetle. Suddenly. Buzz? A sword chant resounded throughout the battle area. Then, a short sword emitting bloodlight was held in Baichen's hand. Nothing in the dark night could be more eye-catching than this sword. Is this the power of the shadowless sword Jueshang? The body's functions continued to improve, and Baichen's body was filled with violent power, worthy of the excellent grade. He put the shadowless sword into the particle ring with his backhand. Baby, let's go back. 3 minutes later. On the 4-high blue brick wall of Dashia City, Baichen stroked the heavy blue brick wall with a smile on his lips. Very good, now the main city has a good defense. Just when Baichen wanted to deploy 4 T-90 city defense heavy machine guns, he suddenly heard Tung Baiwan's voice. Baichen, according to the intelligence sold by the Three Kingdoms Alliance, the Three Kingdoms Alliance has begun to accept the test of the Level 2 main city Beast Tide. Although Tung Baiwan didn't know what the consequences would be if this news was released, as the think tank of Dashia City, he felt that this news must be very important. Baichen smiled when he heard this. Very good, this news is very timely. Beichen waved his hand, and deployed 4 T-90 city defense heavy machine guns at the 4 corners of the city wall of the T-shaped Daxia city. The moment the 4 large city defense heavy machine guns landed, all the members of the Yinglong Guard were shocked. Miha turned around, and was overjoyed again. The army also had this thing. Although it was not very similar, the function and method of use were the same, that is, large aircraft. The heavy machine gun that can shoot down aircraft has a minimum bullet caliber of 20 to 30 millimeters. So this thing is obviously a super large heavy machine gun, but because the caliber of the bullet is too large, more people call it a heavy machine gun. Zhang Yichen, Shui Han, the configuration of the heavy machine gun is left to you. Beichen said directly to the two of them. At this time, Zhang Yichen and Shui Han were also excited. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Soon Zhang Yichen and the other two each selected a member of the Yinglong Guard and ran towards the heavy machine gun not far away. After the task was handed over, Beichen's perspective directly cut into the city lord's mysterious exchange store. Without hesitation, he selected 6 iron-armored 1,000-legged centipedes. Immediately, the host prompt sounded. Do you want to consume 1,800 reputation points to exchange for 6 first-level beast-tide boss iron-armored 1,000-legged centipedes? As if thinking of something, Beichen directly cancelled and selected 3 instead. Do you want to consume 900 reputation points to exchange for 3 first-level beast-tide boss iron-armored 1,000-legged centipedes? Yes. Exchange successful. Filter the main cities that can be assigned. Filter successful. The main cities that can be assigned are Hanwha, Xinji City, Tianwang City, and Wuzhou City in Meigua. Immediately, Beichen saw the options, which were to select the main city and the number of assignments. Beichen smiled. Life and death are unpredictable. He always treats things equally, and never takes sides. Let's greet each person with 1 head first. If it doesn't make you feel uncomfortable, then we give you 3 heads. After clicking to confirm the assignment, a prompt sounded immediately. Assignment successful. Will the news be announced to the world? Announce it directly. After that, Beichen sent a private message to the 3 Kingdoms Alliance. Added Han Guoquan Xingji. Yes, I'm your father Beichen. Do you want to secretly upgrade the main city? Obediently take out 300 kilograms of resources, otherwise there will be fried centipedes for you. I always say what I do. If you don't believe me, just try it. At Honda Nakajiro. Yes, I am your blood ancestor Beichen. Want to secretly upgrade the main city? Handle 500 kilograms of resources, otherwise I will give you the mutated shark meat of Fujian. I am always impulsive, so I replied quickly. At Meigua Ireland 4, hurry up and organize 600 kilograms of supplies, otherwise the poisoning this time will not be dung beetles, understand? I always stick to my words. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Chapter 94. After Beichen sent the domineering private message. Suddenly, the global announcement of the game console has been heard by every player. In the Sea Country War Zone, Beichen, the first-level city lord of Daxia City, successfully exchanged his reputation for 3 first-level siege boss armored 1,000-legged centipedes, and successfully deployed them. Deployed in Xinji City, Xinban War Zone, Tianwang City, Meigua War Zone, Wuzhou City. In the Sea Country War Zone, Beichen, the first-level city lord of Daxia City, successfully exchanged his reputation for 3 first-level siege boss armored 1,000-legged centipedes, and successfully deployed them. The game was launched in Xinji City, Xinban City, and Wuzhou City in the war zone of the Han Kingdom. The game console seemed to be eager for the players to fight among themselves, and announced this news 3 times in a row. As soon as the news came out, the national channel of the war zone of Country C went crazy. Oh my god, I heard that the United States, Japan, and South Korea are upgrading their main cities again. It seems to be true. Now a beautiful scenery is about to be staged. Big Brother Beichen is mighty. Big Brother Beichen is mighty. So domineering. Don't you think it's strange? It seems that Big Boss Beichen has been keeping a low profile since he entered the game. I didn't expect that this matter would be announced by the game console. I have already guessed that Big Boss Beichen must have been tricked before. That makes sense. I think it's probably the case. Otherwise Big Boss Beichen wouldn't be so angry. Newbie, please help me. Who knows Big Boss Beichen? I want to join the Great Xia City. I can even sweep the toilets there. Newbie +1 same as above. I say you don't even think about it. Let's wait for the Lord of Beichen City to announce the news. Didn't you hear the announcement of the Sea Country War Zone just now? In the next 48 hours, Daxia City will have to upgrade the main city. This time, it will be the Siege Beast Tide of the Level 2 main city. Yes, I predict in advance that after our Dasha city is upgraded, Baichan boss will definitely absorb members. Hurry up and stock up on supplies. As for those rotten girls, don't think about using your body to get promoted. You have no chance. Bah, you are talking nonsense. Baichan boss knows that sexual orientation is fine. He must still like women. For example, I have been cleaned and ready to be collected. The idiot upstairs. The idiot upstairs. Excuse me, who are you? Are you so sure that Baichan boss will like you? Ahem, well, there is a past story between me and Baichan boss that I have to tell. As soon as these words came out, the national channel suddenly became quiet. She was right. Baichan boss was a man. As long as his sexual orientation was normal, there was no reason for him not to cheat. If he really had a one-night stand with this woman, it would be hard to say. Ahem, may I ask if you have ever shed blood or sweat with Big Boss Baichan, or have you ever practiced in a simple and easy way? Who are you? Why should we believe you? You don't even dare to tell me your name. I am Baichan's mistress. You guys, humph, if you don't believe me, forget it. Why don't you tell me your name? That's right, I am Mayong Siener who once had an indissoluble bond with Big Boss Baichan. As soon as the name was told, someone immediately recognized this guy. Fuck, you weirdo are still alive. It's a miracle. Damn idiot. You dare to say that you have a story with Big Boss Baichan? Why didn't Big Boss Baichan whip you to death? That's right, I can't make it in the regional channel, so I come to the national channel to show off, and I want to take advantage of Big Boss Baichan's popularity. If you see me, be careful, I will stab you. Of course, these things happened in the national channel. Baichan didn't know anything about it, because the siege beast tide of the level 2 main city is about to start. At this time, the private message notification sounded. Baichan saw that they were indeed from the Triple Alliance. I thought these dog-faced people would give in, but unfortunately, the private message was replied. Ireland 4. Fuck, you want my innocent city to take out 600 kilograms of supplies. Why don't you go and rob them? Quanqingji, Dad, my brother is wrong. I can't hold on any longer. I can't have any more armored centipedes. I give you 300 kilograms of supplies after I'm done. Tanaka Jiro, I inherited the honor of the Emperor. How can I bow to the sea people, unless I can't hold on any longer? Mr. Baichan, first of all, I Tian Ben, apologize to you on behalf of the entire Fujian group. We were reckless before. I hope you can be magnanimous and talk about everything after the siege beast tide is over, okay? Baichan was stunned by the speed of the change of face. A researcher in wastewater has set their eyes on the art of war. But using such a low-quality art of war in front of AC countrymen, Baichan felt like he was slapped in the face. Okay. After a unified reply, Baichan directly cut into the city lord's reputation mysterious door. Do you want to spend 500 reputation points to exchange for 5 elite siege bosses, Blue Flame Dung Beetle? Yes. Do you want to spend 500 reputation points to exchange for an elite siege boss, Iron Armored Centipede, and a carrying Great White Shark? Yes. Do you want to spend 500 reputation points to exchange for an elite siege boss, carrying Great White Shark, and an Iron Armored Centipede? Yes. Consecutively exchange for siege level bosses without any hesitation, because Baichan has a lot of reputation points, and this wave of reputation points is only 1,500 points. Then Baichan started to play tricks on people. Successful assignment, 5 elite siege boss Blue Flame Dung Beetles have been refreshed in Shinji City, Han Country. Do you want to announce it? Announce it directly. Successful assignment, an elite siege boss Iron Armored Thousand-Legged Centipede and a carrying Great White Shark have been refreshed in Emperor City. Do you want to announce it? Announce it, louder. Successful assignment, an elite siege boss carrying Great White Shark and an Iron Armored Thousand-Legged Centipede have been refreshed in Meguawuzu City. Do you want to announce it? Announce it 3 times quickly. Suddenly, the announcements from the game consoles were heard by players all over the world. Because each announcement was repeated 3 times, this kind of prestige and dominance instantly gave players all over the world the illusion that this high-profile man was invincible. The world announcement had just landed. Suddenly, the 3 Kingdoms Alliance channel was filled with wailing and cursing. Ireland 4. Fuck. It's over. Everything is over. 3.5 pieces of the 4 walls have collapsed. Baichan, you will not die well. Quanqingji. Ah, my main city was captured, and more than half of the soldiers died. The Extreme City Lord upgrade mode also failed. Ireland 4. Where is my second brother? Where is Mr. Jiro? Boss, according to reliable information from my intelligence department, Mr. Jiro was killed by the armored centipede and died on the spot. Ireland 4. How could this happen? Why does the lord of this great Xia city have so much reputation? Chapter 95. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for countless people. 2,400 reputation points is a huge amount for the Three Kingdoms Alliance. But for Beichen, it is nothing. As expected, as the main city of the Three Kingdoms Alliance was disintegrated, the announcement of the game console sounded again. Hanwha War Zone Shiji City failed to resist the level 2 Siege Beast Tide. The original level 1 Blue Brick City was downgraded to a levelless Rammed Earth City, and the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode failed. All siege rewards were recovered. Xinban War Zone Tianwang City failed to resist the level 2 Siege Beast Tide. The original level 1 Blue Brick City was downgraded to a levelless Rammed Earth City, and the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode failed. Reclaim all siege rewards. Megwa War Zone Innocent City failed to resist the level 2 Siege Beast Tide. The original level 1 Blue Brick City was downgraded to a levelless Rammed Earth City, and the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode failed. Reclaim all siege rewards. Hearing this, Beichen, who was standing on the city wall, smiled slightly. That's good now. He doesn't have to worry about someone plotting against him for the time being. The other members of Yinglongwei were also excited, and at the same time, they looked at Beichen with a strong sense of awe. Single-handedly, he dealt a heavy blow to the Three Kingdoms Alliance. This feat cannot be said to be unprecedented, but it is definitely the last in the gaming world. After half an hour of preparation, and with the members of Yinglong Guard now full of fighting spirit, Beichen knew it was time to start the Siege Beast Tide test of the level 2 main city. The perspective cuts to the host page. Actively start the Siege Beast Tide of the level 2 main city. Beichen, the Lord of Daxia City, actively starts the level 2 Siege Beast Tide. Do you confirm? Confirm. Level 2 Siege Beast Tide has been actively started, and the siege monsters will refresh in 3 minutes. After the prompt falls, a new column of data appeared on the page. They were Daxia City, Level 1 Blue Brick City. Accepted the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode. Actively open Level 2 Siege Beast Tide, 21 City Defenders, 210 monsters to be refreshed. 10 times the number of Siege Beasts for the Defenders? Beichen smiled, because the Three Kingdoms Alliance City Lord was downgraded from Level 1 to Levelless City Lord, and their City Lord Reputation Mystery Store would also disappear. In this way, Beichen would no longer be afraid of someone plotting against him. Moreover, he chose 4 T-90 City Defense Heavy Machine Guns as the reward for the first level city. It can be said that Beichen had no pressure to resist the Beast Tide this time. Team Channel. Attention everyone, in 3 minutes, the second level Siege Beast Tide will be refreshed. Yes. Yes. Go, baby. Cry. I saw a white shadow spread its wings and flew into the sky, and soon flew to 100 meters above the city of Daxia. Dad, baby is going to go all out this time. Baby's voice was obviously a little dissatisfied. I haven't shown my evolutionary strength this time. Because of Beichen's order, she had to act as an early warning officer and scout guard during the previous Beast Tide. But this time, baby couldn't bear it anymore. She wanted to fight because her claws were itchy. Baby's dissatisfied words came to her ears. Beichen was slightly stunned. Baby, you killed the carrion great white shark and the blue flame dung beetle before, but you didn't use your full strength? It's simple. Daddy, if I were you, baby, I would be very strong after waking up this time. I feel that my claws are much sharper, and my flying speed is more than twice faster than before. Because in the previous battle, from the shared vision, Beichen saw baby hastily evading when dealing with the corrosive mucus attack of the carrion great white shark, and instinctively thought that baby's combat power was just SOSO. Now think about it. That should be the first time that baby fought against an elite level BS, and he couldn't figure out the opponent's tricks, so he seemed a little unfamiliar. Okay, then baby, burst out with all your strength. Let me see your full strength. Beichen said with a smile, not to say bullets. But Beichen vaguely guessed from the terrifying familiarity of the Shadowless Sword that the genetic talent function might be activated soon in the future. To be honest, the baby's melee experience is too immature, and he completely relies on his own advantages to crush the opponent. Once he encounters an opponent of the same level, the disadvantages of actual combat will be immediately reflected. Therefore, before the genetic talent is activated, it is also Beichen's next plan to practice the baby's actual melee combat methods. After all, he watched this child being born and raised him up. Dad, just watch me. Don't always treat me as a child. The baby is very strong. As soon as the words fell, another voice came. Dad, it appeared, is this a 3-legged person? No, why are they covered with thick green mucus? Beichen was stunned when he heard this, and immediately opened the shared vision and weakened the darkness. When he saw the siege beasts refreshed, Beichen also gasped. Fuck! This is not a biochemical crisis. Where do so many zombies come from? Seeing that it was a zombie, and the exposed skin on the body was covered with pus, Beichen immediately ordered, Baby, temporarily stand by in the air. Do not take action without my permission. Bao Bao seemed very happy, but she couldn't disobey Beichen, so she could only agree. Beichen's worry was understandable. Who knew if these zombies had viruses? If Bao Bao was infected, it would be troublesome. All members, the zombies are not beasts attacking the city this time. Be careful, don't let them get close to the main city. Beichen shouted loudly. The faces of the Yinglong Guard members, who heard the news, changed immediately. Because Bao Bao flew at high altitude to find out the zombies' spawning location. It has long exceeded the visual range of the night combat device used by Yinglong Guard. That is why Beichen informed Yinglong Guard in advance to let them prepare. Everyone, be alert. I don't want to watch my brother get infected, and then shoot him with tears in my eyes. Yes. All the members of Yinglong Guard turned pale. Maybe they have never seen real zombies before the game, but most young people have seen movies about zombies. That thing is like a black nail, one can infect too. The key is that after being infected, unless it mutates again, it cannot be reversed and become an independent, intelligent individual. Click, click, for heavy machine guns have been arranged long ago, and the black double barrels are too large. At this time, Beichen took out the Black Dragon Roar 10-arrow armor-piercing cannon and fired a bullet at the sky. The 12.7mm high-altitude arc bullet immediately drew a white track in the dark night. When the high-altitude arc bullet flew 1,000 meters away at a 45-degree angle, it suddenly exploded. Bang! Swish! The dazzling light instantly illuminated the surrounding 500 meters as bright as day. Suddenly, the ground below reflected more than 200 zombies. Roar! Wow! The zombies were exposed to the strong light, and their running speed was greatly reduced. Many of them made throat-inflaming roars. Oh my god, is he kidding us? When Beichen saw 3 bald heads with pus flowing from their mouths, 6 big men with dragons and phoenixes, and a group of girls with dead fish eyes, and seriously deviated necks in the 15x scope. Suddenly, I felt my scalp tingling. Aren't these the 3 drug lord brothers, the 6 racing alliances, and the members of Lulu fans? Beichen exclaimed, why the hell have they all become zombies? The distance is limited, except for Beichen, who can see clearly, with the help of the baby shared vision. The members of Yinglongwei can only see the black shadow approaching this side. At this time, Zhang Yichen shouted. Long-range sniping, the process is changing to heavy machine gun shooting. Yes! Because the members of Yinglongwei are all carrying Beichen's M416 automatic assault rifles and SKS sniper rifles. These sophisticated weapons are equipped with high-powered scopes. Free fire, headshot. Beichen fired another high-altitude arc bullet with his backhand. Yes! Soon, the ultra-long-range bursts of M416 and SKS sounded. Duh. Bang, bang, bang. Bang. Chapter 96. Beichen gave the order, and the members of Yinglong Guards with high-powered scopes immediately began to fire accurately. However, even well-equipped sniper rifles have drawbacks when it comes to precision strikes. That is distance. At this moment, the zombie army is still 800 meters away from the city of Dashia. At this distance, it is possible for a top sniper to hit the enemy's body. But it is obviously a matter of luck to say that a top sniper can hit the enemy's head. The precision strike of a sniper rifle is generally within 400 to 500 meters, and this is for top snipers. Moreover, the current combat environment is still at night, and their vision must be fed back through the night vision goggles. In fact, it is very difficult to achieve a headshot with one shot. The members of Yinglongwei can't do it, but Beichen can barely do it through the sharing of himself and his baby. Bang! Because the Black Dragon Howl 10-arrow bullet has a large caliber and strong lethality, Beichen did not excessively pursue headshots. Instead, he tried to hit the target as much as possible. Whoosh! Bang! The pink zombie girl, who had been showing off, was directly hit in the shoulder by an armor-piercing incendiary bullet. Suddenly, the powerful rotational impact force directly smashed her entire right shoulder into pieces, and the zombie girl screamed while flying backwards. Ah, this? How could this happen? Beichen was stunned. How can you still stand up? Beichen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked Bao Bao, Baby, your task is very difficult. Find the boss of the zombie tide immediately. Strictly speaking, This wave of siege beasts is not as powerful as the first wave of scaled bulls. Because the scaled bulls have high health and high defense, the heavy machine guns need dozens of bullets to deal with them. But Bätchen didn't think that the level 2 siege test would be weaker than the level 1 beast tide. On the contrary, Bätchen felt that this beast tide was full of weirdness. Okay, leave it to Bao Bao. Soon Bätchen's shared vision continued to fall, and he knew that Bao Bao deliberately lowered the flight altitude so that he could take a closer look. At this time, the zombie army had rushed to a distance of 600 meters. At this time, the probability of Yinglongwei's sniper's headshot was also greatly increased. Captain, that's not right. Bätchen was stunned and turned his head to see that it was the deputy captain Shuihan who was shouting. Shuihan's face was really ugly at this time. What happened? Bätchen asked immediately. Headshot, the body on the ground is still crawling towards the main city. What? A high-altitude arc bullet was fired, and Bätchen immediately used a zoom lens to check. Sure enough, a shocking scene came into view. I saw that the zombie whose head had been blown into pieces was still crawling on the ground. Although the speed was very slow, it was indeed moving. Damn! Bätchen cursed directly. How can we play if we can't kill them with headshots? But there is no other way at the moment. Keep shooting heads, try to shoot heads, and then listen to my orders. Yes! Bätchen is the backbone of Yinglongwei. As long as Bätchen doesn't panic, Yinglongwei can keep a stable mentality. At this time, the baby's exclamation rang in his ears. Aw, Dad, look at this person, he is so scary and disgusting. He is being lazy and hiding here to vomit? Bätchen was shocked and immediately focused on the shared vision. However, when Bätchen saw the scene in front of him, his stomach suddenly churned. Fortunately, he had a deep stomach and held it in. After 2 dry heaves, Bätchen looked at the hiding place of the thing. It was a small mound of earth, which was covered with dead leaves. However, if he didn't look carefully, even Bätchen couldn't find a face. He could only stick out half of his wrinkled face, but the big mouth was open. This big mouth was constantly spitting out black, thin things that looked like black earthworms. The densely packed black, long and thin things, just after being spit out, twisted immediately after landing, and then continued to crawl towards the direction of Dajia City. Players with trypophobia, if they see the scene, they will probably vomit up last year's overnight meal immediately. It's so disgusting. Baby, blow away the leaves on him, let me see what he is. Bätchen is now a first-level city lord, and he can see the name of this elite boss. The baby is obviously disgusted by this thing. After all, children love to be clean, especially baby birds. Okay. The baby responded, took off at level 1, and then dived rapidly. 2 huge white wings, 2 meters long, were seen flapping wildly at the hiding place of the boss on the ground with the power of the dive. Wow! A gust of wind whistled past. Something piled in the pile of dead leaves was suddenly revealed. It was a man wearing a yellow woolen coat, with twisted and hideous features on his face, and pus flowing. The moment the body was revealed, Bätchen immediately saw the name of the boss. The source of the Matrix disaster, a rare level 1 boss. The name of the previous level 1 boss, the ironclad centipede, was only blue and white, and the name of the blue flame dung beetle was pure white. However, the boss refreshed by the level 2 beast tide was actually a rare blue level. The most terrifying thing is not its direct lethality, but its skills. Matrix? You can tell from the word that it is not easy to mess with. For a moment, Bätchen's brain cramped. Fuck you, rare level and rare level? Who cares about him? This is the end of the level 2 beast tide. What about the level 3? Swish. It turns out that the 210 zombies are just cannon fodder. There is only one truly terrifying existence, that is the source of the Matrix disaster, which is equivalent to thousands of troops. Because the zombies are rushing close enough. So the members of Yinglongwei started to use heavy machine guns to fire again. The attack has been going on for so long, but it is not completely ineffective. Soon a message reached Bätchen. That is, the zombies' bodies must be completely torn apart with bullets and beaten into slag to be completely eliminated. But Bätchen didn't have the energy to care about the cannon fodder zombies now. He was so anxious that he wanted to jump down. The black and thin thing spit out by the rare boss of the mother body was definitely not a good thing. The good thing was that the thin thing crawled very slowly, otherwise Bätchen would have no time to come up with a countermeasure. Everyone, fire at full speed, don't save your bullets. Hurry up, and get rid of these cannon fodder zombies. Bätchen's face was livid, and his tone was solemn. There are more difficult things behind. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, And then they fired the heavy machine gun bullets at the zombies 300 meters away as if they were free. At this time, the anxious voice of the baby sounded again. "Dad, it found me. He is digging a hole, trying to escape. Stop him." Baichin did not hesitate. If the mother boos really hid at the bottom line, it would be even more difficult. He hid underground and kept laying eggs, and his bullets and manpower were limited. While worrying, he warned, "Baby, you have to be serious. Don't let it hurt you, remember, just stop him from digging a hole and hiding." Baby had never heard Baichin speak to her in this tone, and was also shocked. "Okay, I get it." Suddenly, something unexpected happened again. "Aw, Captain, look!" Each of the Yinglong Guard members was a warrior with a strong psychological quality, and they could make them roar in fear. So you can imagine how terrifying what was happening in front of them was. Baichin turned around and took a step back in fear. However, this scene also let Baichin know what the rare boss of the mother body vomited. Super large iron wireworm, more commonly known as zombie worm. Baichin was shocked and then overjoyed, and immediately stabilized Yinglongwei. Then he shouted to Bao Bao, "Baby, how are you?" "Hee, Daddy pressed it down with a big rock. This thing looks scary, but it's actually very weak." Hee. Baichin breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, "I have an important task to arrange when you come back." After speaking, Baichin waved his hand, and 50-liter iron pots immediately appeared around him. The pots clearly said refined gasoline 50 liters, the 4 pots are exactly 200 liters of refined gasoline. At this time, Baichin had already stored the amplified ones. As for the ones that had not been amplified, it was too late now. Squad leader, big guy Siosia, Gushin. "Yes!" Baichin shouted, "Pour these refined gasoline around the main city, and build a fire belt under the main city wall within 10 minutes. After the Daxia city was upgraded, Baichin did not choose to expand the area. In a basketball court Daxia city, 200 milliliters of refined gasoline is enough to build a fire belt. "Yes, Captain." Immediately, 4 people responded to the order and ran over quickly. One of them carried a barrel of refined gasoline and drove down to the city wall. System amplification, fuel resources. Calling the system in his heart. It is detected that 60 liters of ordinary gasoline can be amplified. "Do you want to amplify it?" "Amplify," Baichin said immediately. "Congratulations to the host for the successful amplification. 60 liters of ordinary gasoline will be amplified to 300 liters of refined gasoline." Baichin was quite satisfied with this amplification because it increased the quality and the amount at the same time. In addition, there was still gasoline diluted with water in the particle ring, and the magazine gasoline was not amplified. With a wave of his hand, 300 liters of refined gasoline appeared beside him. At this time, Baby also flew back from a distance. "Baby, pour this pot of gasoline on that combined zombie immediately." The reason why the members of Yinglongwei were frightened and screamed, and Baichin was frightened and retreated. It was the more than 200 zombies in front that were scattered and gathered again because of the giant mutant iron wire worms, and the combined zombies stood up. Seeing Baichin's ugly face, Baby nodded immediately, grabbed a large oil barrel with his claws, and then spread his wings and flew high into the sky. Voila! In the sky, the baby tilted a circling oil pot, and the refined gasoline poured directly onto the zombie-stitched monster. At this time, Baichin's eyes were like torches. "Baby, get back!" As the baby continued to rise into the air. Bang! The Black Dragon Roar 10-arrow armor-piercing cannon suddenly roared like a dragon. An armor-piercing incendiary bomb. It directly ignited the refined gasoline on the zombie-stitched monster. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed, and a raging fire burned. Ah! Ah! The zombie-stitched monster suddenly let out a roar that was not like a human voice. Then the entire huge body began to collapse. Then countless black and slender giant iron wire worms began to burn with flames, twisting their bodies on the ground. Chapter 97. Refined gasoline is obtained through system amplification. Baichin feels that if refined gasoline is amplified to a higher level, it should become highly flammable solid gasoline. But at the moment, refined gasoline should be enough to burn these giant iron wire worms. So Baichin called this thing giant. Because the iron wire worms before the game are generally about 10 to 50 centimeters long, pitifully small. Baichin had seen a movie on Douyin before, in which iron wire worms were studied by illegal biological laboratories and bred into mutant iron wire worms. In order to make huge profits, they released these terrible things into human society, and the zombie tide broke out directly. If it weren't for this, Baichin wouldn't be so afraid of this thing. 10 to 50 centimeters iron wireworms can live in large arthropods such as mantises and locusts, which are dozens of times larger than their prey. The larvae will continue to absorb nutrients and develop in these arthropods, and gradually penetrate the host's brain by secreting toxins, thereby controlling the host's behavior. When the larvae grow into adults, they will control the host to find water sources, and drown the host before drilling out of the host's body. The real iron wireworms are so scary, let alone the mutant iron wireworms the size of earthworms. No wonder they can manipulate corpses directly. This game is getting more and more outrageous, Baichin said, looking at the Black Dragon Roar 10-arrow sniper armor-piercing cannon in his arms. Suddenly he found that it was not very fragrant. Facing thousands of densely packed mutant iron wire worms, it seemed that no matter how large the caliber of the thermal weapon was, it would be useless. At this time, the squad leader ran over quickly and said loudly, "Captain, the gasoline has been poured around the main city." Baichin nodded. "Ignite it immediately." "Yes." Because the walls of the first-level blue brick main city are 4 meters high, Baichin is not worried that the fire belt will threaten the members of Daoing Longwei. Let's be honest. When everyone saw Baichin easily deal with the zombie-stitched monster, they all had inexplicable confidence in upgrading the main city to level 3 this time. At this time, the expectant voice of the baby came to my ears. "Dad, the remaining gasoline has been poured on this boss. What should the baby do next?" Hearing this, Baichin smiled. "Baby, don't worry about it, leave it to me," Baichin said, as he directly set up the Black Dragon Roar 15x scope, plus the baby's shared vision. Baichin now has a double vision blessing. At this time, although this rare boo source of disaster of the mother struggled with all his strength, trying to push away the big stone pressing on him, the big stone chosen by the baby was too big. After feeling that the mother was threatened, countless iron wire worms bred from the mother immediately climbed onto the big stone frantically, trying to control the stone like controlling a corpse, but unfortunately. Bang, swoosh. The 12.7 caliber armor-piercing incendiary bomb pierced the air with a sharp whistle. Bang. A small mound pressed by a boulder 1,000 meters away exploded directly. As the armor-piercing incendiary bomb burst into flames, refined gasoline was ignited immediately. Wow, One shot hit the target, almost at the same time. The announcement of the game console once again rang in the ears of players all over the world. Congratulations to the Great Xia City in the Sea War Zone for successfully resisting the Level 2 Siege Beast Tide. The original Level 1 Blue Brick City was upgraded to a Level 2 Concrete Main City. At the same time, after the main city is upgraded, the City Lord, Baichin, can choose 2 of the supporting facilities of the Level 2 Main City as a reward. Congratulations to the Level 2 City Lord of the Sea War Zone. Mutually, the first to upgrade the main city to Level 2, the reward limit is 5,000 reputation value. 3 consecutive world announcements. Suddenly, a stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The players of Country C were boiling at this moment. At the same time, Baichin first heard a reminder, followed by a series of reminders. Congratulations on successfully killing the rare boo source of the mother disaster and gaining 500 general reputation. Congratulations to the owner of the Level 2 main city, Baichin, you have passed the test of the Siege Beast Tide, and the main city is being upgraded. Congratulations to the player Baichin, your City Lord Reputation Mystery Store has been upgraded to Level 2. Congratulations on upgrading the main city to Level 2 through the Extreme City Lord Upgrade mode, and obtaining the reward of choosing 2 out of 6 for the Level 2 main city infrastructure in the Extreme Upgrade mode. Baichin hadn't laughed out loud yet, and all the soldiers of Yinglongwei couldn't help cheering loudly. Success? Haha, our main city has been upgraded to a Level 2 main city. Wow, the 6-meter concrete wall is so hard, so high and so solid. It is said that after 10 years of military service, the friendship between comrades in arms is better than the friendship between brothers from the same mother. How did it come about? It was born in the process of surviving disasters time and time again. Captain Zhang Yichen, Deputy Captain Shui Han, and Yinglongwei think tank Tung Baiwan all smiled at Baichin at this time. There was deep admiration and conviction in their eyes. Tung Chuchu's hands were shaking because of the vibration and recoil of the heavy machine gun, but this little pain was nothing for the successful resistance of the Great Xia City to the Beast Tide. Because this city of Daxia was founded by her man Baichin. Baichin, I am also trying to follow your footsteps, and I hope that one day I can really help you. Tung Chuchu smiled and murmured, looking at the profile of the man not far away. However, Baichin soon came out of the joy of resisting the Beast Tide. He glanced at the list of 6 Choice 2 selection rewards achieved in the Extreme City Lord Upgrade mode. Baichin's heart suddenly twitched and almost stopped. Then he shouted to all Yinglongwei, quickly prepare for battle, there are various food and water resources here, All members quickly replenish. Everyone looked at Beichin. After preparing for the battle, we will face the beast tide in the level 3 main city. Everyone's face changed slightly after hearing this. This challenge is indeed strong, but everyone has absolute trust in Beichin. Yes. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of food resources appeared around Beichin. They were all the delicacies, drinks, and fruits that Beichin had collected these days. Soon, the two teams each sent out 3 soldiers to carry the supplies and distribute them one by one. He took out the morphological particle ammunition depot and a large sack. The big sack was opened and placed on the concrete floor. Then Beichin opened the crafting list of the morphological particle ammunition depot. He looked at the 7.62 caliber bullets and the number that could be manufactured. Beichin directly clicked to craft. Do you want to consume the remaining materials and craft 6,000 rounds of 7.62 bullets? Yes. Suddenly, there was a clattering sound. 6,000 rounds of 7.62 bullets fell directly into the big sack. If you are short of ammunition, there are supplies here. Come and get them yourself. Beichin shouted, bent down, and picked up a bottle of champagne, opened the lid and drank it directly. Comfortable. After drinking half a bottle in one breath, Beichin said to Baby, Baby, see if the rare boss has dropped anything. If not, come back. Okay, I'm waiting for the fire to go out. Baby seemed to like the feeling of searching for treasure, squatting on a tree crown, waiting for the raging fire below to go out. Beichin smiled when he heard it. After the baby's genetic evolution, not only did his flying speed increase greatly, his strength also increased significantly, and of course, he became more and more lively. He took out the 3 scarlet crystals that the level 2 beast tide elite booze exploded and looked at them carefully. The familiar voice sounded again. 3 rare soul essences detected for amplification. Do you want to amplify them? Beichin was stunned. It turned out that the soul essence was rare. The soul essences he had obtained before were all obtained through amplification of soul crystals. Besides the baby's needs, Beichin has never figured out what this material is used for. The previous soul crystal was judged by the system as a special material, but the original soul essence is actually a rare material? Beichin couldn't help but look forward to it. Then what level of material will it become after being amplified by the system? Beichin's curiosity has been aroused. It is detected that 3 rare soul essences can be amplified. Do you want to amplify them? Amplify. No more hesitation. Congratulations to the host for successfully amplifying 3 rare soul essences, and the amplification is 3 evolution crystals. Before the prompt sounded, Beichin stared at the 3 soul essences in his hand. He wanted to see what this thing had transformed into. It was not as bright and generous as he had imagined, nor as earth-shattering as he had imagined. He saw that the scarlet color inside the 3 originally scarlet soul essences gradually became inward, and then slowly faded and faded. After the scarlet color in the soul essences was completely inward, the external shape and structure also changed instantly. If the soul essence before amplification was like an oval pebble, then the 3 evolution crystals now in hand were like 36-sided dazzling milky white gems carefully cut by a master. After the soul essence was completely transformed, Beichin suddenly felt a gentle feeling passing through his palm and into his body. Suddenly, a desire from the blood and soul appeared in Beichin's brain. That feeling was like a 120-year-old smoker who had been out of food for 3 days and suddenly found a half-smoked cigarette on the ground in front of him. That was the crazy command prompt given to the body instinctively by the brain nerves under extreme desire. In plain words, it was the feeling of being addicted to smoking. Of course, Beichin could suppress this feeling by force. While being shocked, he carefully checked the introduction of the evolution crystal. However, Beichin was stunned when he saw it. Evolution crystal grade, unknown. Function, unknown. Beichin, What does unknown mean? It means that I lost money on this wave of amplification. There is no prompt. I just look at the name and have no idea how to use it. What is this system for? Beichin asked the system directly in his mind. Well, the function is not enabled, no comment. Hearing this, Beichin frowned. Just go to bed. You can't help me at the critical moment. System, sad. Beichin would not eat it carelessly without knowing the exact information about this thing. You should know that this is a hard crystal, not a white rabbit candy. If the intestinal tract is blocked by the wrong method of use, the person will be ruined. Put away the 3 evolution crystals first. Beichin has a feeling that this thing may be related to the next new function. It should be used after the gene or talent function is turned on. That's what he said. Beichin still has great confidence in his system. From the beginning to now, the system has never been bad. This point has to be admitted. He glanced at the Yinglong Guard members, who were eating fiercely. Beichen said loudly, "Eat well, the next level 3 beast tide may be a protracted war." Woo woo woo. It's the captain. Each of them had bulging cheeks, and did not forget to reply to Beichen. At this time, Beichen's vision once again cut into the Extreme City Lord 6 Choose 2 reward list. Swear. Beichen just glanced over it. That's right. It's the feeling of a myocardial infarction. The list of rewards for choosing 2 out of 6 is as follows. Choice 1. Get 5,000 points of unlimited reputation. Choice 2. 1 medium-sized particle war reserve warehouse, 3,000 cubic meters. Choice 3. Ground-to-air honeycomb interception system, including 6 35mm caliber anti-aircraft guns. Choice 4. 1 level 2 main city combat command room. Choice 5. 1 micro-nuclear power plant. Choice 6. Armor Tianma Liaowan, Stage 1, can evolve to be honest. Faced with these 6 reward choices, if a player with choice phobia sees that, he will definitely spit blood from his mouth and scream to the sky. Then he shouted, "Why do you let me choose? This is too difficult. First of all, there is 5,000 unlimited reputation points." When the non-level rammed Earth City was upgraded to the first level main city, the game console rewarded 100 points of limited reputation. It is not difficult to understand that it is limited when used. Of course, the first reward choice has the weakest presence. Then, there is the second choice. Medium-sized particle space war preparation warehouse. With 3,000 cubic meters of storage space, this is also very tempting to Beichen, but he has no choice at the moment, because Daxia City still has the subsequent third-level Siege Beast Tide test. The third choice ground-to-air honeycomb interception system is one of Beichen's most optimistic. The fourth choice secondary main city combat command room is temporarily excluded, because the specific role is unclear, and the accumulation rate is too high. The fifth choice micro-nuclear power plant. If Beichen is not stupid, he will definitely not choose it now. A nuclear power plant without supporting facilities is useless. The sixth choice war armor Heavenly Demon Liaowan, Phase 1, evolvable. Not to mention that this is a combat armor. Just the 3 words, evolvable, Beichen is also a must-choose. Because it is cost-effective. Heavenly Demon Liaowan? Why does this name sound familiar to me? Beichen recalled carefully, and he had some memory, but couldn't think of where he had heard it. After all, he didn't spend money to play competitive games, so bullying was nothing. After frowning slightly, he sent a private message to Tung Chu Chu and asked, "Chu Chu, I want to ask you a name. I have some memory, but I can't remember it." Tung Chu Chu replied immediately, "As long as it's not a professional code term, I can try." Warframe Tianma Liaowan, have you heard of this name? Beichen replied without thinking too much. However, Tung Chu Chu did not answer directly, but asked, "Don't you play King of Glory?" I uninstalled it after playing it for a month. I feel that it's all bots, and it's not interesting." "What do you mean?" Beichen told the truth. "No wonder you didn't know. It's only been a month. By the way, what's your rank? Haven't you tried it with recharge?" Beichen scratched his head and recalled. "As for the rank, I remember it was called the strongest king when I uninstalled it. In the end, I uninstalled it because my score of 3,000 was too high, and I couldn't match anyone." "What does this have to do with Warframe, Tianma Liaowan?" Tung Chu Chu. Puff. Vomit blood. "It seems that my honor V9 is fake, and I have never reached gold. Well, based on my experience with all heroes and skins, Tianma Liaowan should be a super powerful skin for Lu Bu." As soon as Tung Chu Chu mentioned Lu Bu's skin, Beichen suddenly remembered it. Fong Tian Hua Ji, Tian Mo armor, 8-feathered demon wings. It seems to fly when accelerating out of the fountain, pretty cool. Seeing the wings that can fly, Beichen immediately smiled. And now choose the reward to clear these war armor Tian Mo Liaowan, Phase 1, evolvable words. For a moment, Beichen thought that if it is evolved to the extreme, it should be able to fly, right? Thinking in his heart, he replied to Tung Chu Chu, "Hey, all heroes, all skins, honor VIP9 is enough? Hey, it's not much, just over 200,000 yuan, which is easy for my private money." "Oh, just over 200,000 yuan? You are quite good at living. Don't poke." Tung Chu Chu, "Before that time, I sold the account to my bestie a long time ago." "How much did you sell it for?" 500,000 yuan. Tung Chu Chu replied. Not to mention Tung Chu Chu's prominent background, and the status of the 8 million goddess in Shanghai, AV9 game account sold for 500,000 yuan, there really is someone to take it. Of course, her best friend must have also sold it. Who is so stupid to buy an account with 200,000 yuan for 500,000 yuan? Haha, you are worthy of it. Beichen replied with a smile. Tung Chu-Chu, thank you for the compliment, boss. After a few simple instructions, the two quickly disconnected the private chat. Now Beichen has a clear idea of the 6 choice 2 rewards. Chapter 98. After careful consideration and inquiry, Beichen decided. Just choose options 3 and 6 in the list. The ground-to-air honeycomb interception system includes 6 anti-aircraft guns, which is the reason why it has to be selected. It automatically fires after the early warning radar captures the target. It's very cool. The 6th choice, the armor, let alone the Devil's Chaos. Beichen can't wait to put on this armor. Although it is only a stage armor at present, Beichen is sure that it is definitely better than the Dragon Scale armor bulletproof vest on his body, let alone other things. Because Tianma Liu 1 is a set of armor, it obviously has a helmet, a head guard. This is the protection that the Dragon Scale armor bulletproof vest does not have. Then Beichen no longer hesitated and directly clicked. This is the prompt of the game console sounded again. Are you sure to choose the ground-to-air honeycomb interception system? Are you sure to choose the armor Tianma Liu 1? Confirm. Beichen immediately remembered. As soon as the voice fell, the voice of the game console sounded again. Congratulations to the player Beichen. Obtain the outstanding level. Ground-to-air hive interception system. Congratulations to player Beichen. Obtain the excellent level. Warframe, Demonic Chaos, Phase 1. The reward has been sent to the main city construction page. The city owner can place or take it out at will. Beichen didn't have time to check. The sound of the game console sounded again. And this time, the prompt was not asking whether to announce it to the whole area, because Beichen had already turned off this function. Congratulations, ground-to-air hive interception system. Successfully ranked 2nd in the hot weapon rankings. Congratulations on your Tianma Liu 1 battle armor. Successfully ranked 1st in the cold weapon rankings. Beichen was pleasantly surprised when he heard the prompt. Then he switched to the game page and opened the weapon rankings. When he saw that the 2 new city defense reward equipment had successfully ranked in the top 3 weapons. This made Beichen breathe a sigh of relief. Previously, because Viper was given to Tung Chu-Chu, an embarrassing scene occurred. When the rewards for dominating the weapon rankings were calculated one day, he took Viper back openly. Although Tung Chu-Chu did not show any resistance, Beichen still felt embarrassed. But now it's good. Now he has the top 3 in the hot weapon rankings, and the top 3 in the cold weapon rankings. First of all, the first place in the hot weapon rankings is still Beichen's Black Dragon Roar 10 Arrow Armor-Piercing Cannon. Although the Black Dragon Roar 10 Arrow Armor-Piercing Cannon is a single-soldier heavy sniper. The grade is also outstanding, but it is good that there is no limit, it can hit people. As for the city defense heavy weapon, although the honeycomb interception system includes 6 35mm caliber anti-aircraft guns, it is still firmly suppressed by the Black Dragon Roar 10 Arrow Armor-Piercing Cannon. It is because the city defense weapon only attacks creatures other than players. This weapon can be said to be loved and hated by many city lords. But Beichen also knows. Everything has its own flaws. Just like facing a dense tide of giant iron wire worms, the Black Dragon Roar 10 Arrow Armor-Piercing Cannon, even if it is ranked 1st in the hot weapon ranking, is still staring blankly. At this time, Beichen was excited and turned his view to the main city construction page. Immediately, he saw 2 Rubik's Cube shapes next to the main city bird's eye view, which were the same as the airdrop self-selected resource boxes. As soon as I touched it, I heard a reminder in my ear. Do you want to open the city defense weapon resource box? Yes. Congratulations on your outstanding city defense weapon, ground-to-air honeycomb interception system. Manual placement range, within the range of the main city. After placement, it will be activated by the central controller. After the honeycomb system is activated, it will automatically capture and attack air forces other than those identified by the central controller. Beichen was stunned when he heard it, and immediately asked many questions. What if this thing is activated, regardless of friend or foe, and automatically attacks as long as it finds air forces? Then it will be a disaster. This trump card of the baby is a powerful means for Beichen to deal with the air attack force of the level 3 Siege Beast Tide. Fortunately, Beichen's worries were unnecessary. It turns out that the central controller of this honeycomb system has a very simple way to identify the enemy and our side. As long as the honeycomb system is actively turned on, its central controller will scan and default to the air creatures and mechanized air control forces of the own side in the main city. The focus is on the creatures and mechanized air control forces, rather than simply electronic mechanized air forces. In this way, when the air force of the own side is fighting against the air attack of the siege beast tide, the honeycomb system will automatically exclude the lock attack of the own side. Great! This is the first time I have heard of this function. Bachin smiled and began to select the placement of the 6 anti-aircraft guns without hesitation. 6 anti-aircraft guns, 1 at each corner of the main city. 2 guns are deployed in the core area of Dashia City, that is, next to the large water purification facility. The advantage of the 6 anti-aircraft guns is that they are ground-to-air, automatically scanning and capturing lock attacks, and the disadvantage is that they do not control the land beast tide. According to Bachin's idea, the 1490 city defense gravity cannons at the 4 corners of the main city will be responsible for protecting the honeycomb interception system when resisting the land beast tide. In this way, the yin and yang complement each other immediately, and the combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. Bang, bang, bang. 6 consecutive heavy objects fell to the ground, and all the Yinglongwei soldiers turned their heads in shock. My God! The big guy held the M416 and stuffed his mouth with a KFC burger. However, even so, after seeing the 4 anti-aircraft guns around him, his jaw dropped to the ground. Squad leader Xiao Xia, look, is that an anti-aircraft gun? Squad leader Trump and Xiao Xia were also stunned, nodding and shaking their heads. Captain, this anti-aircraft gun with a radius radar that leaves no room for people, have you seen it in the South China Sea Guard Regiment? The squad leader obviously had never seen such a strange anti-aircraft gun. The existence of anti-aircraft guns is mainly to deal with attacks and bombings by enemy air strike forces. This kind of thing is usually deployed in arsenals, armament warehouses, or ammunition depots. A normal 35mm semi-automatic rocker-type double-barreled anti-aircraft gun is coordinated and operated by a group of 8 soldiers at the same time. Although Bachin had never been in the army, he still had some common sense. If it weren't for the honeycomb interception system, the 6 35mm anti-aircraft guns were all-weather and fully automatic. He would not have chosen it at all, because there were only more than 20 members of the Yinglong Guard, and there was no way to allocate more manpower to operate the semi-automatic anti-aircraft guns at the same time. Of course, fully automatic and all-weather is another matter. Not to mention that the squad leader Chuan Jiangwo could not see this situation. Even Zhang Yichen, the king of soldiers in the South China Sea Guard Regiment, frowned. Zhang Yichen looked at the deputy captain Shuihan with doubt. However, Shuihan also shook his head slightly, indicating that he did not understand the anti-aircraft gun. Finally, everyone looked at Bachin. Bachin smiled. He did not explain too much. As he turned his hand, a black mechanical watch appeared in his hand. The black mechanical watch was very textured. A multimedia precision display was located in the center of the watch. The 6 blue dots on the precision display. They represented the 6 anti-aircraft guns under the control of the honeycomb interception system. Blue means nothing is damaged, and there is enough ammunition. Yes, the black mechanical watch that Bachin is holding. It is the central controller of the ground-to-air wind interception system. At this time, all the members of Yinglongwei also looked at the thing in the leader's hand, and didn't understand what it meant. However, the next second, when the leader pressed the special button of the black mechanical watch in his hand, suddenly, the 4 anti-aircraft guns deployed at the 4 corners of the main city, and the 2 anti-aircraft guns next to the well in the core of the main city rotated 360 degrees at the same time. It seemed as if an invisible hand was constantly moving the 6 anti-aircraft guns. They seemed to have life, as if they were looking for airstrike targets on their own. To be honest, this scene stunned everyone. After all, there were only Tung Baiwan, Tung Chu Chu, and Bachin present. All the others were professional soldiers. Even if they were not familiar with these equipment, they still had theoretical knowledge. It can be said that no one had ever heard of such a sensitive ground-to-air 35mm anti-aircraft gun, let alone seen it. Speaking of similar heavy weapons. Of course there are. That is the melee interception heavy machine gun of the Navy destroyer, which has such a high sensitivity. Being looked at by the members of Yinglongwei, Bachin still did not explain much, and turned to Zhang Yichen and Shuihan and said, "Captain, Deputy Captain, take it and study how to maintain it." Bachin knew that it was most appropriate to let the 2 of them study and maintain it. Every profession has its own specialty. Bachin is self-aware. Besides, what he wants to study most now is the individual combat equipment Tianma Liao-1 battle armor. The 2 were shocked when they heard this, and said in unison, "It's the captain." Under the gaze of all the members of Yinglongwei, Zhang Yichen personally took the honeycomb central controller handed over by Bachin. Afterwards, Bachin roughly explained to the 2 how to use the central controller, and its functions. After the two nodded, they returned to start researching. At this time, the baby's ecstatic voice sounded in his ears. "Dad, I found the treasure." Baby has a feeling that as long as the baby eats this thing, he will definitely become stronger. Hearing this, Baichen's face changed, and he immediately told, "Baby, don't eat it. Bring it back immediately, and let me see it." Just kidding, the Siege Beast Tide test of the 3rd level main city is about to start. If the baby eats something that can make her evolve again at this time, and falls into a deep sleep, then the 3rd level Siege Beast Tide will definitely be delayed. That will disrupt Baichen's plan again. This is what Baichen doesn't want to see the most. "Okay, baby knows." Baichen smiled when he heard the baby's answer. What's that saying? As long as the foundation is laid, children are actually very obedient. The baby is a special case. Very quickly, the baby turned back and swooped down from the sky, landing steadily beside Baichen. Then he spit out a fluorescent bead in his mouth. The bead is about the same size as a marshmallow. The difference is that it has been emitting a faint halo around it, flashing. You can tell at a glance that it is not an ordinary thing. After spitting out the bead, the baby, Gudong, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the main body's pair of black eyes stared at the bead. The bead was in hand. Baichen looked at it carefully. Unexpectedly, this bead was clearly dropped by the rare level booze source of the mother disaster. But the words "can be amplified" were not displayed. This made Baichen very confused. But now Baichen is also a 2nd level city lord. A 1st level rare boss. He can still see the name of the dropped material at a glance. However, when Baichen saw the name of this thing, he was stunned at first. Then he said in confusion, "Is this material real?" "Rare protruding essence," Baichen whispered subconsciously. He touched his lower back. "What? Could it be that after eating this thing, my healthy lumbar spine? Will it protrude on the spot?" Suddenly, a bad memory appeared in his mind. "I remember that it was a bad boy brand tutoring machine that I exchanged for a dead mouse." He looked up at the baby, his face full of expectation. He kept swallowing saliva. Baichen smiled helplessly. He rubbed the baby's head and comforted him. "Baby, this thing, Dad thinks he is not serious. Are you sure that after eating this thing, you will become stronger? Because the genetic talent function has not been actively or passively opened by the game console. Baichen himself dare not use these messy stones. But the baby is different. The baby itself is a creature from this game world. It only became intelligent after the gene amplification of its own system, but it can be a bird of prey in the human body. It is normal for her to be sensitive to these messy stones. Instinctive desire. It will prompt him to want to eat these things. Of course, Baichen is just asking. If the baby says he is not sure, then he will never give this thing to the baby easily. After all, in Baichen's eyes, the baby is actually no different from his daughter. Hearing this, the baby's little head nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. Yeah. Baby is sure. As long as baby eats this thing, he will become stronger. Then, that blue smoke dung beetle. And that big centipede. Baby can kill it with one hand. Really? Humph. When has baby ever lied to daddy? This is called honesty. After saying that, baby looked at Baichen as if to take credit. Hee. This is a new idiom that baby learned. It's a metaphor, right? Looking at the baby's pure, clean, clear eyes, Baichen's face was half crying and half smiling. Nodding slightly. Dad will help you with your homework when you have time. This metaphor is also the best of the old man. By the way, baby, if you eat this, will you fall into a deep sleep for more than 10 hours like before? Baichen must be cautious about this matter, because there must be no mistakes in the next plan. Although there is a ground-to-air attack force, the help of the honeycomb interception system. But the continuous output of automatic firepower is limited after all. It is not like a baby, which is a super strong combat force with continuous output. The 3rd level Siege Beast Tide Test Extreme City Lord upgrade mode clearly stated that there is a high probability of refreshing air strike force. The difficulty of the 2nd level Siege Beast Tide. Baichen did not dare to be careless about this matter. What if there is a boss hidden in the air strike force? That would be a real pain in the ass. However, when he heard Baichen's worried words, he shook his little head like a rattle. No. Baby has a feeling that after eating this bead, he will become stronger, but he will never fall asleep. Because the red sugar beans he ate before are the desire for blood. Hearing this, Baichen was slightly stunned and secretly shocked. Is it so accurate? Baby didn't seem to want to explain anything anymore, just nodded continuously, and then stared at the bead in his hand. Since it has come to this point, Baichen has no worries. He directly handed the rare protruding essence in his hand to the baby. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Bachin still let the baby hold the rare protruding essence. Return to the 50 car. Hearing this, the baby was overjoyed. He pounced into Bachin's arms. At the same time, he kept rubbing Bachin's cheek with his head. Okay, time is running out. Hurry back and eat it. Bachin smiled playfully. I want to see which part of the baby will become more prominent after eating the rare protruding essence. Watching the baby spread its wings and excitedly fly towards Wuling, Bachin also showed an expectant smile. At this time, except for the two captains who were studying the ground-to-air honeycomb interception system, the rest of the Yinglong Guard members were buckling the heavy machine gun's bullet ring. Because each person had a heavy machine gun, there was no such thing as logistical support. They buckled their own bullets. There were not many bullet rings left after a wave of siege beasts. After the Dashia city was upgraded to level 2, Bachin's private messages had already exploded. But he didn't have time to look at it now. Are you sure you want to open the excellence level resource box? Bachin was now completely focused on the demonic chaos armor. Confirm. As soon as the words fell, Bachin's body froze, and his forehead was covered with sweat. At the same time, his face gradually turned pale. The burning pain on the right side of his chest was like a red-hot blade, constantly cutting Bachin's skin. This kind of pain, even someone with such a strong willpower, couldn't help but groan in pain. Captain! Several Yinglong Guard soldiers immediately noticed Bachin's abnormality and became anxious. Don't panic, I'm fine. Bachin gritted his teeth and said word by word, focus on yourselves, don't worry about me. Yes. Although they were worried, no one dared to disobey Bachin's orders. 3 minutes seemed as long as 3 years for Bachin. You can imagine how much pain Bachin suffered when he fell to the ground. Huff. Sitting on the ground, Bachin had no time to check what happened to his chest when he fell to the ground. He just wanted to drink water, a lot of water. 3 minutes of burning pain seemed to drain all the water from his body. Bachin felt that if he didn't replenish water, he would soon suffer from dehydration. A bottle of soda fell to the ground, and Bachin looked up and grabbed a bottle. In less than 5 minutes, he didn't drink a bottle of soda, and half of it was gone. Oh my god, what the hell is this armor? I haven't even put it on, and I'm almost dead. Bachin cursed while unbuttoning, preparing to take off the close-fitting dragon-scale armor bulletproof vest. He felt that there seemed to be something on the right side of his chest, but he was not sure what it was. The demonic chaos armor looks like the legendary Chiyo's tiger soul blade. Is it going to devour its master? Bachin's side was making quite a lot of noise, so perhaps the dragon guards were not in a position to come over and show concern and greeting. But Tung Chu couldn't care less. Tung Chu just ran over anxiously with a torch in hand, and before he could ask what happened, he saw Bachin taking off his dragon-scale armor. When he saw the black ferocious pattern on Bachin's right chest in the light of the fire, Tung Chu was so scared that he screamed. Black Qilin tattoo? Bachin lowered his head and frowned, as he stroked the slightly raised tattoo that actually appeared on the right side of his chest. Suddenly, he heard Tung Chu's words, and couldn't help but look up and roll his eyes, and said, Why is your black Qilin's neck so thin and long? It's a dragon, a black dragon tattoo. Hearing this, Tung Chu squatted down worriedly, carefully holding the torch, and reached out to touch Bachin's black dragon tattoo. Tut-tee. Tung Chu looked at Bachin with concern and said, This dragon is unlucky. We don't want to have a tattoo, wash it off? Bachin was about to say you know nothing. Suddenly a prompt sounded in his ear. Detected the materials that meet the requirements for the evolution of the armor Tianmal Yaowan. Do you want to consume an evolution crystal and evolve to the second stage of Tianmal Yaowan armor? After hearing the prompt from the host, Bachin hurriedly said to Tung Chu, Hurry up and unscrew all these sodas for me. Oh, okay. Tung Chu didn't dare to ask more, and seeing Bachin's serious expression, he immediately agreed. Are you sure you want to consume a purification crystal? Evolve armor Heavenly Demon Chaos, second stage? Confirm consumption. The player's materials have been deducted, and the armor is evolving. Bachin groaned again. This time, the burning pain spread directly to his entire shoulder and back. In order to suppress dehydration, Bachin seemed to be fighting with soda water, and he kept humming and drinking it in big gulps. Tung Chu was so scared that he dared not make a sound. Suddenly, Bachin, it's out, its body is out. Bachin ignored it, and continued to drink water to replenish himself. Congratulations, your armor, Tianmal Yaowan, has successfully evolved to the second stage. While the defense is greatly improved, Some of the armor's characteristics are activated. Evolvable materials are detected. Do you want to consume 2 evolution crystals to evolve the armor Tinmal Yawan to the 3rd stage? Yes. Beichen gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. It's better to have enough fun once than to suffer once. The required materials have been automatically deducted, and the 3rd stage of evolution is in progress. As soon as the voice fell, Beichen roared directly. Because the pain was too sudden and too strong, Beichen was afraid that he would faint, so he simply pulled Tung Chu-Chu into his arms. Lend me your shoulder. Tung Chu-Chu was still sweet in his heart when he heard this despite his worry, and was about to say, yeah. However, the next second, Tung Chu-Chu felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, just like when he was bitten by a dog when he was a child. Beichen, please be a human being please, woo-woo, please let go, it hurts. It would have been fine if he hadn't shouted, but after he shouted, Tung Chu-Chu found that this person used more strength. Since Tung Chu-Chu is like this, then let's not be human beings. With a woo-woo, he bit Beichen's shoulder. There was no other way. Beichen's bite was too damn painful. This scene stunned the crowd of spectators around. Is this mutual harm? Trump glanced at Shui Han and said. Shui Han glared at Chuan Jiangwo, said nothing more, and nodded slightly. Well, what Mom said is true. Talking about feelings will only hurt each other. The deeper the love, the deeper the hurt. TSK, are you really going to bite me? Zhang Yichen and Shui Han, shut up. But at this moment, the cold wind blew so hard that people couldn't open their eyes. Indistinctly, there was a roar of a dragon. Ong! Hua! Suddenly, the wind stopped, and the sound disappeared, a domineering and evil force, evil and mighty at the same time. This momentum completely surrounded the city of Dashia, like a wave. Most of the surrounding torches were extinguished because of the cold wind. With the faint light, a tall and ferocious outline suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Wow! Abyss ahead, hell behind you. Ha ha. Chapter 99. On the wall of Dashia City. Beichen was laughing wildly. The laughter was mixed with disbelief and ecstasy. Perhaps in his opinion, there was nothing wrong with this laughter. But it was a bit creepy to the ears of the people around him. Of course, this could not be blamed on Beichen's lack of concentration. The key point was that he saw the attributes of the 3rd stage of the Heavenly Demon Chaos armor. He really couldn't help it. Armor Heavenly Demon Chaos, 3rd stage. Grade, excellent. 1st stage feature, Black Dragon Possession. 2nd stage evolution feature, one thought becomes armor. 3rd stage evolution feature, one thought becomes wings. 4th stage evolution, one thought becomes a soldier, is not completed. Mythical background of the evolutionary equipment according to legend. In ancient times, the armor and weapons left behind after the outer demon was killed, and because of the heavy sins of killing, they brought chaos to the people. Later, they were re-sacrificed and sealed by Fuxi, one of the 3 emperors of ancient times. The unique and outstanding characteristic of the Sky Demon armor is that it will passively absorb the surrounding scattered energy as a source of energy. One thought becomes armor, one thought becomes wings. One thought becomes a soldier? Beichen has stopped laughing and is paying attention to the information of the 3rd level Sky Demon armor. Beichen, how are you? Tung Chu-Chu said with a bewildered look. Beichen shook his head and handed over the dragon scale armor bulletproof vest he had taken off. This is for you, it's not in vain. Beichen already wanted to try the one thought into armor, and one thought into wings. Take it and go back first. The level 3 Siege Beast Tide test will start soon. Well, I go back first. You should be careful. She could see that Beichen's attention was attracted by something, so she left quickly without asking any more questions. As Tung Chu-Chu walked away, Beichen also left the sight of everyone. Take out a cigarette to calm down. The pain just now was real, but after hearing that the Sky Demon armor had evolved successfully, Beichen was completely relieved. God, he took a deep puff. Then a thought came to Beichen's mind. A thought becomes armor. On! A dragon roar exploded in his mind. Beichen felt it instantly. There seemed to be an uncontrollable evil dragon constantly wandering on the right side of his chest, shoulders, and back, and the touch was very clear. He subconsciously touched his right chest. When he touched that thing, Beichen froze in place. Fuck, is this the Heavenly Demon Chaos armor? Black Mist armor form? Vision is limited in the dark. Plus, the outer form of the Sky Demon armor was Black Mist. So even if Beichen wore it, it was hard to see clearly at such a close distance. But his hand could clearly touch a layer of hard and hideous indescribable things attached to his skin. While being surprised, Beichen took out a lighter. The flame almost jumped out of his body. When he saw the things on the outer layer of his skin, Beichen exclaimed. It was not because of the appearance of the Sky Demon Chaos armor. It was not because of the Black Mist armor form. Rather, the Black Dragon tattoo is really a spirit. Looking closely, the dragon's head is opening its ferocious mouth, and it is constantly spewing out gas energy like ink from the right side of its chest. This gas is the energy source for maintaining the external armor. My shit! The lighter is out of oil. But with the last glimpse of contact, Beichen can also see the appearance of the demon armor clearly. To be honest, he is quite satisfied. The appearance is very cool, and it is his favorite black color. Beichen moved his body. He didn't feel the weight of the armor at all. Anyway, it felt like he was shirtless. He moved his legs a little. Beichen was surprised to find that his body was so light and full of strength. Bang, he punched out. There was a sonic boom. Awesome. I like this armor. He seemed to think of something, he said in his heart. One thought turns into wings. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind blew around him. At that moment, Beichen had an illusion. It seemed like he had 2 extra arms. No, to be precise. It was 2 wings that were controlled by his heart. This feeling was very real. It was like the feeling of flapping wings with his arms like a bird. Because the lighter ran out of oil. So Beichen could only feel the shape of the demon's wings by touching them with his hands. He got 8 scale-armored bone wings of different lengths, as sharp as knives. Although he couldn't see them, Beichen's mouth was already filled with a smile. With this thing, plus the ability to activate the bloodthirsty mode of the Shadowless Sword, it doesn't matter whether I evolve to the 4th stage or not. The final evolution stage of the Sky Demon Armor, one thought becomes a soldier, should be the supporting weapon of the Sky Demon Armor. However, Beichen cannot get the evolution crystal for the time being, so he will not force it. The properties of the Shadowless Sword are also very powerful, which is enough to cooperate with the Sky Demon Armor. Can it fly? Beichen is not a baby, and he has no wings. It is difficult to fly alone. But driven by curiosity, he began to try. He thought about flapping his wings. Suddenly, a cold wind blew around the North Station. This feeling is really effortless. As long as you have a brain, the wings will not stop automatically unless the energy source is exhausted. Soon Beichen felt that he was floating a little. 2 heavy weights. It seemed that his centrifugal force could no longer be guaranteed. The whole person floated up slowly, with the flapping of the wings. This feeling of floating is really indescribable. It's so cool. At the beginning of flying, without any experience, Beichen didn't dare to fly too high. Keep a radius of about 20 m. What if he flew too high and flipped over? Beichen was afraid that he would fall to his death. After all, he was still a flesh and blood body. But soon Beichen knew. He was wearing armor. He would not die if he fell from a height of 10 meters. Because he had fallen once before. He fell headfirst from a height of 10 meters to the ground. 10 minutes later. Whoosh! Above the secondary main city. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. A blurry black shadow. Almost instantly passed by the city. Then it circled in the air. Steady in the air. Because they didn't say hello in advance. And the members of Yingluanwei are all experienced warriors. They immediately found something unusual. They instinctively thought it was Beichen, who directly started the 3rd level Siege Beast Tide without telling them. Everyone knows that when the 3rd level project is damp, there is a high probability of refreshing the air strike force. In addition, the size of the thing flying in the sky is obviously larger than the owl, and the color is wrong. It is initially judged that this cannot be the pet Maojiugao in the group battle. The scene reflected in the night combat instrument was a humanoid monster in black fog. It had wings, was huge and ferocious. Therefore, the Yinglong Guard soldiers raised their M416 and other automatic weapons without hesitation and started shooting. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. The dense bullets suddenly turned into a barrage, blocking the black fog from front to back. However, the next moment. So the Yinglong Guard members were anxious, because this flying monster was not afraid of bullets. What should the captain do? It is not afraid of bullets. Shui Yihan was shocked and asked Zhang Yichen, "Isn't the honeycomb interception system turned on? Why is there no automatic attack?" Zhang Yichen said with the SKS, "You should ask the captain this question." "Not good," it counterattacked. "Everyone be careful." Chapter 100. Wow, a ghost figure was mixed in a gust of wind, and it was approaching the top of the city with its wings flapping. Swish. An unknown liquid suddenly poured down. Everyone was shocked. "It's poisonous, be careful." "Pa! This is too much. You are teasing us with saliva. Kill him. The 1490 city defense heavy machine guns that were deployed immediately also shot out at the fire monster at the same time. But it was useless. The black mist phantom in the air saw that the heavy machine gun could not hurt him, so he flew more happily and more wildly. The appearance of this scene immediately caused the morale of all Yinglong Guard members to plummet. Even heavy machine guns could not kill them. Just then, a loud and clear cry suddenly sounded in the core area of Dashia City. Although angry, it was elegant. At the same time, a little girl's voice sounded in the ears of all Yinglong Guard members. Don't do anything, leave it to me. Then everyone heard the sound of a sonic boom that cut through the air. A white light almost blinked and crossed with a flying monster that was causing chaos in the sky, but did not hurt anyone's life. Where is Daddy? Where did you take Daddy? Baby threatened with bird language while chasing after the shadow. Baby was anxious because she couldn't catch Beichen's breath in the main city. Ugh! Beichen covered his chest and was horrified. Baby can actually hurt me? Her decoration mark disappeared. That's right. The black mist figure flying in joy before was Beichen. Knowing that the members of Yinglongwei couldn't hurt him, he played a trick. Because the city defense weapons don't attack human players, and the automatic firearms of the Yinglong Guard members have been decorated by the system decoration function, they can't cause physical damage to him. But he never expected that Baby would be so protruding after taking rare protruding essence. Not only did the decoration mark on his body disappear, but he almost died with a slap. Otherwise, how can you say that Baby is the overlord of the sky? Beichen's defense is like this, but he can't withstand Baby's claws. Facing the attack just now, Beichen felt that if he hadn't been wearing the Tianmo Liuan armor, he might have died. In shock, a sharp cold wind appeared again, heading straight for his head. Don't shoot, it's me. The three claws that seemed to be made of alloy just stopped. They were almost at Beichen's head. Although he was not injured with the protection of the heavenly demon armor, his head was buzzing, so Beichen also planned to show his cards directly. But he never expected. Bang! Beichen had just flapped his wings to stabilize his figure, and before he could explain, he was slapped in the face and fell to the ground. Who are you? Baby's voice was still cold, and he appeared next to Beichen again while flapping his wings and said coldly. Beichen said without thinking, I am Daddy. Bang! Beichen flew backwards again in a panic. Where is Daddy? Tell me! Baby's voice was no longer as cute as usual, but very impatient. Beichen was stunned and suddenly thought of something. Why can't Baby see my face? Could it be that the heavenly demon armor not only blocked my breath, but also Baby's talent of weakening darkness? This is very embarrassing. In midair, Beichen did not dare to directly remove the form of the heavenly demon armor. Without the protection of the armor, he could really fall to death from such a high altitude. So this scene appeared in the sky. While a white shadow kept questioning, it chased another black shadow again and again. While the black shadow was thrown back again and again, it rushed to the ground at a high speed. The last slap landed on the abdomen, and Beichen's lumbar disc almost bulged. But fortunately, he fell heavily to the ground with the impact force. At this time, the cold wind blew again, and Beichen had no time to explain, and he removed the form of the heavenly demon armor in a thought. Suddenly, the breath that originally belonged to Beichen appeared. At this time, a very cute voice sounded in my ears. Hi, Daddy, what are you doing? Beichen's eyelids twitched as he looked at the big claw that almost hit his face, and he pondered. The lumbar disc herniation is acting up, so I came down to practice Tai Chi. Baby. Did you fight with someone again? Baby was stunned and shook his head hurriedly. No way, Baby is the best. I just had a nightmare just now. Beichen, woo woo woo. So that's the case, haha, what a coincidence, let's go back together. Yeah. After hearing that, the baby turned into a human form, stepped forward and held Beichen's hand and said, Dad, let me help you go back. Just now, the baby was really deadly, and I was really worried that Dad's waist would be broken. Hee hee, Xiaozi Xiansun. Beichen rubbed his belly with one hand and pinched his waist with the other hand. His expression did not change, and he walked with a pause. By the way, the baby ate rare protrusion essence. What part protruded? Oh, it's my outer feathers that protruded, and they are sharper. The baby said obediently. Well, the needle doesn't poke. But in my opinion, you have not only improved the feathers, but also your strength and speed. Hearing this, the baby was surprised. Really? Dad is so amazing. He experienced it in a few times. Beichen didn't know what you were talking about. Soon the two returned to the defense station on the top of the city wall of Dashia City. Because the baby had been exposed, Beichin did not deliberately let the baby hide his human form this time. Unexpectedly, the members of Yinglongwei did not show much shock. After all, there are too many weird things in this game world. Zombies have appeared in the siege. Is it hard to accept that birds have become spirits? Beichin was very satisfied with the psychological quality of the Yinglong Guard members, and soon officially announced the existence of the baby, and the fact that he had obtained new equipment and air combat. Although Beichin did not admit it directly. But the Yinglong Guard members also knew that the black fog monster, that only provoked, but did not hurt people, was the new equipment form of the leader. Now Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan understood why the honeycomb interception system was obviously turned on, but did not counterattack the air attack force just now. It turned out that when the central controller of the honeycomb interception system was turned on, the biological skin had already counted Beichin as one of their own. Everyone get ready. Start the third level siege beast tide immediately. Yes. After that, the view switched to the City Lord page. Accept the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode. Activate the third level siege beast tide. Just then, the game console's prompt sounded. The overall defense strength of the Great Xia City is detected, which meets the level difficulty selection. Do you want to challenge the higher difficulty siege beast tide? Beichin was startled and checked immediately. Sure enough, after the third level siege beast tide mission, there appeared a difficulty level option. 1-star difficulty. First success, additional reward of 20,000 general reputation points. 2-star difficulty. First success, additional reward of main city sale/rental store function. 3-star difficulty. First success, additional reward of main city's unique crafting skill a world away, locator. Seeing the 3-star difficulty reward, Beichin immediately asked, location symbol, is it a teleportation symbol that locates a single point, but at a different location, clears the level, and guides you back to the coordinates of the location symbol? Not only that, if you directly complete the 3-star mission, the previous 1-star and 2-star rewards will also be issued. Beichin was shocked when he heard this, and couldn't help asking, what? The 3-star siege monsters are abnormal, transcendent creatures? No, they are all air forces, and their strength levels are around the level of the first level boss. Okay, then accept and actively start the 3-star siege beast tide. The Extreme City Lord upgrade mode has been accepted. The 3-star, 3-level siege beast tide has been actively started. The world's war zones have been announced. In 3 minutes, the siege beast tide will start to refresh. There are 21 defenders, and the siege level 1 boss/420 will be refreshed. Chapter 101. As Beichin accepted the 3-star difficulty, and took the initiative to start the 3rd level siege beast tide. Suddenly, the announcement of the game console sounded. The scope of the announcement is still the whole world. Congratulations to the Sea Country War Zone, the 2nd level main city Daxia City, for successfully triggering the siege beast tide difficulty selection. Congratulations to the Sea Country War Zone, the 2nd level city Lord Beichin, for successfully selecting the 3-star difficulty siege beast tide. For the first time to pass the level difficulty beast tide, the city lord will receive a lot of rewards. After 3 consecutive announcements, Beichin once again shocked players all over the world. It's hard to imagine that there is a difficulty option for the siege beast tide. From the successive failures of the United States, Japan, and South Korea in resisting the 2nd level beast tide, subconsciously, countless people think that being able to survive the beast tide and upgrade the main city is already a secret smile, who would take the initiative to increase the difficulty. To do such a thing, either you are too bold or too stupid. At this time, the world channel has exploded. Oh my god, you are unfair. Why is it so difficult for us to resist the 1st level siege beast tide, but the Sea Country War Zone can continuously resist the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level siege beast tides in one day? Oh my, the donkeys in the production team are not that fast. This is unfair. We strongly oppose the Sea Country War Zone, Versailles. We should unite players from all over the world to boycott the Sea Country War Zone, and strongly demand that the Sea Country War Zone share the beast tide rewards. The Sea Country War Zone wants to dominate the game world. Before the game, we have had enough of the unilateral economic sanctions from unscrupulous developed countries. History must not repeat itself. Fuck. Why do I feel that the above person is making indirect accusations? My empire has always taken the maintenance of world peace as its own responsibility. When has it ever unilaterally sanctioned other friendly neighbors? Haha, at this time, friendly countries all over the world who yearn for peace have rarely united their fronts. Don't hurt friendly forces. Our goal is to jointly boycott the war zone of Country C. Yes, jointly boycott the war zone of Country C. just when more than a dozen fence-sitting countries took the initiative to join the alliance led by the United States to boycott Country C, and the trend was getting more and more intense. A sharp and explicit curse appeared directly on the public screen of the World Channel without any hesitation or concealment. "You're a bunch of idiots. You castrated countries with deep slave mentality are really cheap. You were so humiliated before the game, and you are still licking your boots here?" As soon as these words came out, the World Channel exploded. That's right, the one who dared to look down on the Three Kingdoms alliance was the Soviet Union. Immediately, a war of words broke out on the World Channel. Seeing that the friendly forces were besieged, they saw that two fists could not beat four hands and were going to suffer. Sure enough, Pakistan, Chowsian, and the players from Country C who had been angry for a long time, opened fire directly. Suddenly, the two sides were about to start a war of eloquence. At this time, Baichen's full attention was on the reputation-building mall. Because this time he chose the difficulty of 3-star Siege Beast Tide, the next thing to deal with was 420 unknown air forces equivalent to the first-level booze. This made Baichen dare not be careless. After all, air supremacy is too important. If the land beast can be solved with one bullet, then the bullets consumed by the ground-to-air interception will be more than 10 times that, or even more. So, when Baichen learned that the monster to be refreshed this time was 420 air forces equivalent to the first-level booze, he did not hesitate to switch his perspective to the reputation-building mall by a large number of T-90 city defense heavy cannons, and the bullets needed for 35mm surface-to-air anti-aircraft guns. Unexpectedly, even the exchange rate of 35mm caliber bullets for surface-to-air anti-aircraft guns is still 10 bullets for 1 point of reputation. This made Baichen smile. Because the honeycomb interception system includes 6 all-weather, fully automatic 35mm anti-aircraft guns. So Baichen can directly exchange bullets and manually replenish bullets for the 6 anti-aircraft guns on the City Lord's building page. It does not consume too much manpower, which is the most cost-effective part. Usually, only a small amount of manpower is needed and simple maintenance is enough. 600 reputations were consumed and 6,000 rounds of 35mm caliber anti-aircraft gun bullets were directly exchanged. And all were loaded. Honeycomb interception system. The scanning range is temporarily limited to the airspace within the main city. Baichen looked at the main city construction page. Because Daxia City is now a second-level city, the area that can be expanded is about the size of 10 World Cup football fields. 1 is 7,000 square meters, and 10 is 70,000 square meters. Now, the city of Daxia is shrinking and responding to the beast tide. Currently, it is only the size of a standard basketball court. So as long as there is an air attack force in the airspace of Yinglongwei, the honeycomb interception system can immediately launch an attack, block and intercept, and play a warning role. There is something in this warning range. 1 acre of land is 667 square meters, and 70,000 square meters is equal to 100 acres of land. A set of data appeared in Baichen's mind, and unconsciously, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. More than 6,000 rounds of 35mm caliber anti-aircraft artillery bullets, fired at 420 siege bosses. Isn't it enough to have hands? Let's take a step back. The honeycomb interception system, as long as it intercepts half of the sniper, it is already a victory. After breaking through the anti-aircraft artillery barrage, there are 4 T-90 city defense heavy machine guns and 20 heavy machine guns at short range. Finally, there are Baichen and Baobao, the 2 finishing air combat forces. It can be said that with the current equipment and firepower configuration, Baichen can be said to be full of confidence and not panic at all. Team Channel. Everyone pay attention. There are still 10 seconds before the siege beasts are refreshed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. As the word fell, suddenly, the 6 35mm anti-aircraft guns deployed in the city of Daxia were activated instantly. Swish. They first rotated 360 degrees violently, constantly correcting their positions. The central controller of the honeycomb interception system was in Zhang Yichen's hand. He just looked down and saw the red dots scanned by the monitor. I immediately knew that this was a wave of siege beasts scanned within the range of the hive interception system. I was about to shout to remind Baichen. However, at this time, the 6 35mm anti-aircraft guns had already been scanned and calibrated. Suddenly, a deafening sound of artillery sounded. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 anti-aircraft guns fired at the same time. Even standing on the heavy concrete wall, Baichin could feel the recoil of the 6 anti-aircraft guns through the vibrations coming from his feet. In the dark night, the sky above the city of Daxia was illuminated by the volley of artillery fire. Everyone sighed at the power of the anti-aircraft gun and clenched their fists secretly. At this time, Zhang Yichen suddenly ran over. Baichin looked at it in confusion. "Captain, look!" Zhang Yichen looked ugly and handed the honeycomb central controller in his hand to Baichin. Baichin just took it and looked at it, his face suddenly changed, and he burst into swearing. This is a 35mm anti-aircraft gun. After firing for so long, none of them died? Fighting for nothing? Looking at the number of red dots on the display, Baichin was confused. Even the first-level boos couldn't withstand the bombardment of 35mm bullets. But why? "Baby, go check it out and see what's wrong." Baby's strength has increased greatly this time, and he can't hold it back. Hearing this, he said directly, "Hee, leave it to Baby. Be careful, don't go deep alone." Chapter 102. Baby immediately took the order and spread his wings to fly high into the sky, quickly disappearing over the city of Daxia. Baichin hesitated slightly and turned off the hive interception system. Although there were enough 35 caliber bullets, it would be a waste to fire more if the problem was not solved. Baichin's gloomy face was also seen by everyone, and everyone vaguely guessed that it might not be so easy to resist the third-level beast tide this time. Suddenly, a heavy atmosphere slowly spread. "Captain, you go back first. I will control the hive central controller first." "Yes." Zhang Yichen nodded and returned immediately. Baichin put the hive central controller on his wrist. After doing this, Baichin thought directly. "Turn on, share vision. Turn on, weaken darkness." Wow, as soon as the voice fell, Baichin was shocked. An unimaginable scene appeared in the field of vision. That was a dark cloud that was as dark as a dark cloud. Very thick, very real. Just through the baby shared vision, Baichin could feel a heavy sense of oppression. However, looking through this sticky black cloud, hidden in the black cloud are crows that look like black eagles. Why can Baichin tell at a glance that it is a crow? Of course, it is because of the unique and ominous cry. Wow! Wow! What is this black cloud? Baichin found that this black cloud composed of crows was not flying very fast, and seemed to be trying to maintain a certain frequency. While frowning, Baichin immediately gave instructions to the baby. "Baby, continue to fly. I want to see the overall appearance of this black cloud." The baby spoke in a relaxed tone, showing no pressure at all. "Okay." The view quickly rose. In just 5 seconds, the view rose to a height of 500 meters. Suddenly, a dark cloud approaching slowly appeared in front of Baichin. "Fuck, it's a monster." A dark cloud formed by 420 crows, and the dark cloud also faintly showed the outline of a huge crow, which made Baichin's eyebrows jump non-stop. Crash! A flash of lightning flashed through his mind, and a relatively unscientific term appeared in Baichin's mind. Is it a formation? Or an energy field in other locations? There are indeed many formations in ancient documents of Country C, but Baichin has never believed in them. For example, the story of Zhuge Liang leading his troops to take rocks and set up a formation to trap Lu Xun's 100,000 troops. Baichin just listened to it as a myth. It's too mysterious. If arranging a few stones can trap 100,000 troops, then why study airplanes and tanks? So the scene in front of him, in Baichin's opinion, should be some kind of energy field of these first-level crow bosses. Of course. If it can really reach the level of mysterious formations and fantasy, Baichin is not afraid. "You are mysterious? Then I am even more mysterious. Your formation is invulnerable, but I can break all formations with one shot. You have genetic mutations, but I have gamma rays. You travel through time and space, but I can go back in time." You are kidding, as a young man in Country C, who hasn't read hundreds of novels? Thinking of this, Baichin said directly, "Baby, keep your distance and wait for my order." After speaking, Baichin activated the Hive Central Controller. Suddenly, 6 anti-aircraft guns were activated again and began to fire in unison. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen rounds of large-caliber bullets, like meteors, dragged the primers and cut through the air. At a speed of 1,000 meters per second, they rushed towards the huge dark cloud that was slowly approaching from a distance. After shutting down the Hive Central Controller again, Baichin carefully observed through the shared vision how these crow bosses resisted the rain of 35 caliber bullets. Whoosh, 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 in less than 5 seconds. The rain of bullets had already rushed to the front of the dark cloud. Baby shared what he saw in the sky with Baichin. Apparently, the feedback of the scene was extremely clear. I saw that dozens of 35mm bullets rushed to the dark cloud. The crows in the huge black cloud were not abnormal, and they did not show panic or anger. They just kept merging the black gas from their mouths into the black cloud in front of them. Woo woo woo. Just like that, there was no obstruction or evasion. Dozens of bullets hit the dark cloud formed by the crows. However, a shocking scene appeared. It was like a drop in the ocean. Without any ripples, dozens of 35mm bullets were gone. It was just that the moment the bullets came into contact with the surface of the black cloud seemed to fade slightly. It was really just a little bit. If it weren't for the sharp eyes of the baby and Beichen, it would be really difficult to detect this degree. Seeing this, Beichen was stunned. This is fucking. If the black cloud is consumed by anti-aircraft gun bullets alone, it feels like the city of Dashia is ruined. 35mm is like this, not to mention 12.7 and 7.62 bullets. It's probably just like tickling. Just when Beichen was a little angry. At this time, baby's voice rang in his ears. Dad, do you want me to do it? The flowers I waited for are all withered. Beichen was stunned and immediately asked, Baby, how about it? Do they give you a threatening feeling? What, threat? Beichen, I don't quite understand the meaning of this. If I wasn't afraid of disrupting Dad's plan, I would have cut them long ago. They are all things in the recipe. Once they grow a little meat, they don't know who they are. Domineering tone, Loki style. Beichen was also surprised to hear this. When did he train the baby to be so calm? However, the more sensible the baby is, the more relieved Beichen is. Go ahead, try it out first, don't be reckless. Hee hee, okay, look at me. The baby is very active, eager to try. Swish. As soon as the baby agreed, the scene that Beichen had not seen in his field of vision was almost instantly zoomed in. At the same time, a dark cloud quickly grew larger. Beichen knew that this was the effect of the baby's rapid dive. Lee! An excited cry suddenly exploded above the dark clouds. The Crow army, which had been advancing step by step, and was very stable, suddenly became panicked. This was the cry of a strong one of its kind. Beichen saw clearly that although the baby's deterrent power was strong enough, but the Crow army did not flee in all directions. It felt like they were deliberately maintaining the black dark clouds. Humph, this baby showed up, and you actually turned a blind eye to it, so don't blame me. Hee hee, which one should we eat first? As soon as these words came out, the Crow army below became even more panicked. Suddenly, a hoarse and unpleasant cry came from the black cloud. Wow! The panicked camp stabilized again. Baby, find it and kill it. Beichen knew that the cry in the black cloud just now was definitely from the Crow leader. Perhaps this strange black cloud protection was formed by its combination. Hee hee, I have seen it. The little ghost is quite good at hiding. After saying that, he flapped his wings violently. The figure of the baby almost turned into a white light, and quickly rushed towards the black cloud below. At the same time, the sound of wah 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 came out again from the dark clouds below. Suddenly, more than 400 crows spit out a large amount of black gas. And these black gases began to rush into the black cloud that protected them. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a white light hit the black cloud. It immediately tore a big hole in the black cloud formed by the thick black fog. Beichen was happy to see this, but he didn't expect the baby's destructive power to be so strong. But the next second, he was completely dumbfounded. What? Healed, this is? What the hell? After the successful attack, the baby did not stay for long, and the Crow army behind him was already far away with the flapping wings. Dade looked back, but before the baby could express the joy of victory, when he saw the torn wound that was slowly healing, the baby was also stunned. Humph, you don't have martial ethics. The baby was angry. You know, she has turned on the shared vision mode now, and this scene must have been seen by her father. So embarrassing. Baby, don't mess around, wait for me, I be here soon. As soon as he said this, Beichen summoned the heavenly demon armor in one thought. Then the shadowless sword also appeared in his hand. Instantly, the bloodthirsty mode was turned on. Stepping hard on the wall, Beichen's sword turned into a black light and swept towards the battlefield. The heavenly demon armor and the shadowless sword are Beichen's strongest means of close combat. Before being beaten by the baby, Beichen did not take out the shadowless sword for fear of hurting the baby. This time, he decided to go all out. Chapter 103. On the top of the city wall of Dashia. When all the Yinglong guards witnessed Beichen, a pair of black armor and a pair of blade-like wings appeared out of thin air, and their heads cramped immediately. Captain? Just flew away like that? What is that? Why do I feel a little like a skin of Lubu and Nonyo? Tung Baiwan stood beside his sister and whispered. It is obvious that the small company under the Tung Group has also been involved in the development of games, and has also studied the pain training of industry leaders to copy enterprises. That's right, brother. That's Lubu's skin, Heavenly Demon Chaos. Tung Chuchu didn't know what to say. It turned out that Baichen suddenly asked her about Heavenly Demon Chaos for this. At this time, the Captain Zhang Yichen said loudly. Attention all members, the commander has issued instructions. Do not shoot before receiving orders. Yes. Everyone answered loudly. Although they didn't know what kind of air attack force the 3-star Siege Beast Tide was, they could probably guess from the 6 anti-aircraft guns that returned empty-handed. The unknown creatures that attack must be difficult to deal with, otherwise the leader would not have tried to test them with his pet. At the same time, Baichen had already used the flying ability of the Sky Demon armor to rush all the way to 3,000 meters above the Daxia city. When he arrived at the place and saw the scene in front of him, he was secretly shocked. The black cloud composed of 421st level BOS gave people a strong sense of oppression. Dad, you are here. A white light flapped its wings and came to Baichen. Seeing the baby curiously looking at the armor he was wearing, Baichen was helpless and changed the subject. How did you feel about the fight just now? Humph, they are playing tricks. I just tore the black fog around them in one go, but the black fog healed in the blink of an eye. Baichen nodded when he heard this. He saw the scene clearly just now. Quack, quack. It seems that the simultaneous appearance of Baichen and the baby immediately made the Crow army feel uneasy, and they issued threatening warning sounds. The bloodthirsty mode of the Shadowless Sword and the aura of the demonic chaos armor burst out at the same time. It can be said that Baichen's current momentum is not much weaker than the baby. Oh, do you feel threatened? Baichen smiled and said to the baby. Baby, let's attack together. As long as the black fog on their outer layer is completely torn, the next battle will be much easier. Baby couldn't wait any longer. Dad, I will assist you. Okay, ha ha. Soon, Baichen briefly told the baby the plan he had made before coming. Baby said it was no problem. The fish scale saber appeared in his left hand. Shadowless sword in the right hand, fish scale saber in the left hand. The wings of the demon armor did not affect Baichen's hands, so that the destructive power could be maximized. Baby, follow closely. Baichen's eyes condensed, and his mind moved, and the demon wings behind him suddenly vibrated violently. Wow! The piercing sound of sonic boom was heard immediately. The powerful driving force directly turned Baichen's figure into a black light, and in the blink of an eye, he had swept hundreds of meters. Wow, Dad is so fast, he can catch up with me by 1/3. The baby was amazed, and flapped his wings. Almost in the blink of an eye, he caught up with Baichen. Whoosh! 2 sharp wind-breaking sounds, almost in no particular order, rushed to the front of the huge dark cloud. The sudden combination of Baichen and the other two put a lot of pressure on the Crow army. It seemed that they had run out of tricks. The Crow army was still spitting out black fog crazily, constantly strengthening the black fog that protected them. Humph, if that's all you can do, I take the 3rd level main city. Baichen held the weapon in both hands, a smile on his face, and then the demon wings fluttered wildly again. With a whoosh, the speed soared again. Break. When he rushed to the front, Baichen suddenly turned his wings sideways, and suddenly Baichen's entire trajectory deviated. In an arc, he quickly passed by the right side of the black cloud. While passing by at high speed, a short sword with a scarlet glow directly stuck to the dark cloud of the black fog and passed by. What? There is such resistance. This sword can be said to be Baichen's accumulated power sword, not only relying on the power of extreme speed, but also the strongest sword in his victorious period. But, even so, this sword only cut a 10-meter hole on the surface of the dark cloud, and it couldn't cut any further. You should know that Baichen's Shadowless Sword is an excellent melee weapon, and he always turns on the bloodthirsty mode of the Shadowless Sword. Now his power and speed are several times higher than usual. Baby! While Baichen was pulling out the Shadowless Sword, he sent a message to the baby. Afterwards, Baichen's wings vibrated and he quickly retreated. Just as he dodged, he revealed a 1-meter gap. Suddenly, a white light passed by Baichen's body. It was the baby. When Baichen's Shadowless Sword was pulled out, the baby continued to tear at the original huge gap. Sizzle. Instantly, the hideous gap of more than 10 meters that Baichen's sword had originally created was once again torn by the baby along the gap, creating another huge gap of 20 meters. The black fog and dark cloud crows, with a total diameter of 60 meters, were cut in half by Baichen and his partner in almost one fight. Okay, baby, keep going. Seeing this, Baichin ignored everything else and circled in the air again, continuing to tear. However, at this moment, an angry cry was heard from the Crow army. The voice was very hoarse, and had no penetrating power. However, this cry, which was so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary, directly changed Baichin's face. What? It's a mental attack! The severe pain in his head was like dozens of steel needles piercing his brain's central nervous system. If it weren't for Baichin's strong tenacity and willpower, I'm afraid he would have fallen directly from the sky. Enduring the severe pain in his head, Baichin's face turned pale. He was about to send a message to remind his baby. But the next second, he clearly saw that all the crows in the army of crows had their eyes wide open and full of death. This death was different from the black mist they had spit out before, because Baichin clearly felt that the dead air shot out from his eyes had a very terrible temperature. It was black flames, because the external form and flying ability of the Sky Demon armor were all controlled by Baichin's willpower. Now his mental power was severely damaged. It was very rare to be able to barely maintain the air without falling. Baichin wanted to dodge this slowly flying black flame, but he was unable to do it. He couldn't even give the baby the most basic warning. Baichin kept pulling away in fear, but his current state could be said to be very bad. His spirit was severely damaged, almost equivalent to losing his combat ability. After all, the Sky Demon's chaos armor and wings are controlled by the mind. He watched with his own eyes as a ball of black mist flew out of the Crow army and hit him. The moment his body came into contact with the black mist, Baichin screamed in pain. Ah, ah! The moment the flames transformed from the black mist touched Baichin, they were like maggots attached to the bones, firmly attached to the surface of the Sky Demon armor. To outsiders, this scene seemed as if the black mist surface of the Sky Demon armor was constantly oxidizing and dissipating. Actually, it was not the case. After the black mist stained the surface of the Sky Demon armor, it began to burn slowly. The flame was not big, but only Baichin knew the temperature. The pain in his mind, and the pain of his body being burned by the black flames immediately twisted Baichin's facial features, and he kept howling. Without any hesitation, he put away the fish-scale saber and the shadowless sword in an instant, and kept slapping the black flames on his body with both hands. He wanted to put out the flames in this way. But things don't go as planned. This black flame is not an ordinary thing at all, and Baichin's series of actions are in vain. Because all his attention is focused on extinguishing the flame, Baichin can't spare any other attention to control the flying ability of the Sky Demon armor. Suddenly, Baichin lost the ability to fly and began to fall from a high altitude. As he fell, Baichin's consciousness gradually blurred. Don't faint. Without the protection of the Sky Demon armor, if the black flames burn directly to the body, it will be really cold. Bang! Baichin landed heavily on the ground and hit a dead tree directly. The powerful impact smashed the dead tree into pieces. If it weren't for the demon armor, Baichin would have died. As soon as Baichin landed, he roared and looked up. At this time, the sky was filled with the coldness of the brain and the oppression that penetrated into the bone marrow. Baby flapped her wings and stopped in the sky. She saw everything that happened to her father just now. It was the anger from the depths of the soul, and the overwhelming killing intent. You all must die. Baby's voice seemed to have changed, very cold. It seemed that the Crow army was completely alarmed by the baby's breath, and at this time the Crow army began to shrink its formation, as if they were ready for battle. Baichin and the baby's shared vision was always maintained, and when looking through the baby's vision, everything turned gray. Baichin knew that his injury must have stimulated the baby. Baby, come back quickly, Baichin said directly. Baby was stunned and slowly retracted his claws, looked at Baichin on the ground with heartache, and then quickly rushed down. When the baby landed beside him, and he saw the baby's eyes, Baichin was shocked. He gritted his teeth and endured the burning of the black flames while anxiously saying, "Baby, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are they all black?" The baby didn't answer. Just as he was about to reach out to help Baichin up, he was rejected by Baichin. "Don't touch me. This flame can't be touched." Baichin looked at the baby with heartache and said, "Be careful of their methods. They will attack mentally." The baby seemed very quiet and nodded continuously. "Also, be careful of the black mist in their eyes. That is the black flame." Baichin gritted his teeth and said, "Although the flames are powerful, they are shot out very slowly. You are fast, so you will definitely be able to dodge them. Dad, don't worry, I will remember your words. But how can I save you?" As he spoke, the baby's tears slowly flowed down. Baichin wanted to rub the baby's head to comfort him, but unfortunately, he was now burning with black flames all over his body, and he didn't dare to touch the baby. If you kill them, I may still be saved. Baichin sighed. It's a pity that the baby can't use weapons in combat. Otherwise, this shadowless sword will definitely help you. As soon as the words fell, Baichin opened his mouth wide and looked at the baby in disbelief. After the baby turned into a human form, a pair of white wings slowly grew out from his back. The wings were pure white, as if they were the purest things in the world. Baby you. The baby wiped his tears and said, "This is the new form I got from this evolution. I wanted to give Dad a surprise, woo woo. Ha ha ha. Baby, don't cry, this is a surprise for me." Baichin took out the scarlet shadowless sword and handed it to the baby. "Go, baby, kill them." A small handful of collagen grasped the hilt of the sword, and the bloodthirsty mode was turned on. The baby was shocked, and the wings behind him suddenly turned blood red. Violent. Huh? With a cry, a short sword, a red light, and instantly flew into the air. As soon as the baby left, the facial features that had been trying to suppress shock became ferocious again, and low roars came out of Baichin's mouth. Baichin must always maintain a resolute and unyielding image in front of the baby, so as to reflect the baby's future growth and potential character. But Baichin was really about to give up. This feeling was more than 10 times stronger than lying shirtless on the sun-bathed road in the dog days of summer, and then covered with a quilt. Just when Baichin was about to give up, suddenly, the sound of the game console came to his ears. Detected, Amaterasu Black Flame. It meets the requirements of the heavenly demon armor to absorb evolution. Do you want to absorb it? In confusion, Baichin replied, "Fuck, isn't this the passive ability of the heavenly demon armor? Why are we still going through the process? Hurry up, absorb." The sky demon armor is absorbing. The estimated absorption evolution time is 1 hour. The player's death or interruption during the process will be considered as evolution failure. The moment the voice fell, Baichin clearly felt that the burning force on his body was slowly decreasing. Although the speed of this decrease was ridiculously slow, Baichin could clearly feel it. Now there is a way to judge. As for Amaterasu Black Flame, the sky demon armor's absorption evolution, Baichin no longer cares about it. Of course, life is more important. External objects are just floating clouds. At this time, Baichin slowly focused his attention on the battle site in the sky. Because of his blurred consciousness just now, the shared vision has been disconnected, so Baichin didn't know what happened to the baby. Worried, he directly turned on the shared vision. Wow! The moment the shared vision was turned on, Baichin saw the most unforgettable scene in his life. Too cruel, too brutal. The baby who got the bloodthirsty mode of the shadowless sword is equivalent to the king starting with 6 god equipment in 10 minutes, plus the plug-in with no cooldown for skills. It was just a killing spree. Whenever the sword light reached, the remaining red would flutter. One by one, the crows, as big as black eagles, fell down like dumplings. The black fog and dark clouds that originally protected the crow army had already broken. Huh? Suddenly, a ball of sticky black fog shot towards the baby. Seeing this, Baichin was startled and was about to warn him. But the next second, he held back. The baby was too fast, and with Baichin's warning, he almost turned sideways and easily avoided the black flame attack. Hee, it's you who hurt Daddy, you're useless. Baichin couldn't hear any emotion in Bao Bao's voice. But the next second, when Baichin looked closely, he found that the shadowless sword had pierced through the largest crow in the lead. At this time, Baichin hurriedly sent a message to Bao Bao. "Baby, kill him and bring back the body." "Dad, are you okay?" Baby's voice was full of surprise. Puff, after killing the crow leader with one sword. The global announcement of the game console sounded again. At the same time, Baichin's ears were also ringing with prompts from the game console. Chapter 104. As the difficulty level of the 3-star Siege Beast Tide boss was stabbed to death by the baby. Suddenly, the game console announcement sounded like it was free. At 5:35 in the morning, congratulations to the Sea Country War Zone, Dashya City, for successfully resisting the difficulty level of the 3-star Siege Beast Tide for the first time. At 5:35 in the morning, congratulations to Dashya City, City Lord Baichin, for resisting the level 3 Siege Beast Tide beyond the difficulty level, and additionally obtaining all rewards for selecting difficulty levels from 1 to 3 stars. Congratulations to the Sea Country War Zone, Dashya City successfully resisted the level 3 Siege Beast Tide, upgraded from the original Concrete Second Main City to the level 3 Iron Sand Concrete Main City, and the level 3 City Lord Baichin obtained the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode. 9 choice 3-level siege infrastructure rewards. As the first builder of the 3rd-level main city, the city Lord Bache received a ranking reward and a reputation value of 10,000 points. The announcement about the successful upgrade of Daxia City was repeated 3 times by the game console all over the world. Naturally, some people are happy and some are sad about this matter. However, the following global announcement completely drove players all over the world crazy. It was still the global announcement of the game console. With the appearance of the 3rd-level main city, the game process was pushed forward again. Next, the game world will enter the Hell mode, and all players will receive 300 basic reputation support. At 5:36 a.m., the game console passively activated the Gene Talent function. At 5:36 a.m., the world map was rearranged, and the Survival Forbidden Area Infinite Fantasy was opened at the same time. Go survivors, enter the Forbidden Area, Infinite Fantasy, where various tasks will be randomly refreshed, with difficulty ranging from 1 to 9 stars. The higher the difficulty, the better the reward. As long as you are lucky enough, you may become the first extraordinary person in the game world. If everyone was jealous of the Sea Country War Zone before, and Daxia City was upgraded to a 3rd-level main city, then now everyone has already forgotten Daxia City. The reason is simple. The key is extraordinary people. Because of the appearance of the 3rd-level main city, the game process was promoted, and the game console first gave 300 points of life-saving reputation to players all over the world. Then start to relay out the game world map, and then turn on the Gene Talent function. Later, the Survival Forbidden Land Infinite Fantasy is opened. The Forbidden Land represents great danger and death. Infinity represents infinite possibilities and hopes. By completing the tasks inside, you can get things to improve your genetic talents and finally become a superhuman. Bache clenched his teeth, endured the pain in his body, and thought about the meaning of this superhuman, but he was not in a hurry now. For now, the best way is to endure the roast of black flames, and wait for the heavenly demon armor to absorb and evolve these. Bache was sure that this forbidden area was not as simple as he imagined. You should know that the game console had said a very important message before. Although this message was easily overlooked, Bache remembered it clearly. That is, the game world will enter Hell mode. Hell mode? What does it mean? Is it a more terrifying unknown beast, or a more terrifying zombie virus, or is it an invasion of dimensional creatures? The above considerations were based on Bache's instinct. As for the possibility of players from other countries, he ignored it directly. With the current strength comparison, wouldn't it be enough to destroy the main city of other countries' war zones? Putting aside the mess, Bache glanced at the private messages. To be honest, since Bache announced the construction of a city in a high-profile manner, under the threat of suppression from the Three Kingdoms Alliance, countless forces and individual players have sent private messages to Bache. This survival game is only run by a host like Black Technology, so there will be no server crashes. Otherwise, the 9999999 plus private messages in Bache's private mailbox would be enough to cause the server to crash once it was opened. Looking at so many private messages, Bache was also shocked. He first reported his safety to Inglong Guard and told them to stay where they were. Then Bache clicked on a relatively eye-catching international private message. Yes, it was the City of Innocence in May Country, and the City Lord Ireland 4. Bache laughed when he saw the first sentence of the opening. Hee. You are forcing me to be a degenerate. The content was roughly, the United States, Japan, and South Korea, represented by more than a dozen small Western countries, jointly accused Bache of beastly behavior. The original sin was that Bache suddenly built a 3rd-level main city, making the originally peaceful game world more dangerous, so they strongly called on Bache to show enough sincerity to compensate for their losses. Otherwise, we will definitely call on the whole world to boycott and sanction players in the Sea War Zone. Bache sneered and replied, Okay, I will compensate each person with a luxury gift package worth 500 reputation first, keep it. After replying, Bache directly entered the Level 3 City Lord Mysterious Exchange shop. Without any hesitation, he directly clicked to exchange for 3 Level 2 boss source of the Matrix Disaster. Consumed 1500 reputation points to successfully exchange for 3 Level 2 rare boss source of the Matrix Disaster. Bache's mouth twitched, and he had to assign the 3 bosses over even though he endured the burning of the black flames. 2nd level rare boost source of Disaster of the Matrix has been assigned successfully. It will appear near the City of Innocence in the May Country War Zone in 3 minutes. The 2nd and 3rd ones will of course be assigned to the main cities of Han Country and the original city. It's not that Bache can't tolerate them. It's mainly because these people are really mean. Bachin is being roasted by the black flames, and is gritting his teeth in pain. At this time, the Three Kingdoms Alliance dares to take the initiative to unite with other countries to put pressure on Bachin. This can't be said to be adding insult to injury. This is simply sending ice cream in the snow. The more you eat, the worse it gets. Of course, with Bachin's current strength and worth, it would be a piece of cake to deal with the impotent Three Kingdoms Alliance. It was too easy. If it weren't for the third-level boss, the Crow Army exchange would require too much reputation. Bachin really wanted to destroy the Three Kingdoms Alliance remotely. After doing all this, Bachin clicked on the private messages of two friends again. The first one was from Jean W. Boss Bachin. Awesome. Our main city has been upgraded to level 3. I can't help but go back to the base to admire the style of the third-level main city. Bachin replied, how is your mission going? What forces or chables are stationed in the two areas to the south? The reason is simple. How can I let others sleep soundly under my bed? Bachin should know which forces are hidden and stationed around his area. The message was replied almost immediately. The forces in the southern area are not to be feared. They are the forces of Madian Department Store. While they are developing private armed forces, they are also hoarding a large amount of goods. The western area is worth noting. It seems to be the Wang family chable. The one who was killed in the previous fight for the airdrop resource box was the third brother of the helmsman of the Wang family chable. Seeing this, Bachin frowned slightly, but he didn't care. He just wanted to know what organizations were around him. As for that big chable, Bachin was not interested in any organization. Of course, if you were to provoke him, then Bachin would be interested. Put aside any forces first. Bring the team back immediately. I will inform Pang Jinjia later. You'd better return within 3 days. Zhang Dabu replied immediately with a very excited tone. Yes, Captain. I do it right away. After disconnecting the private message with Zhang Dabu, he quickly contacted Pang Jinjia. And soon Bachin also knew the forces stationed in the east and north regions. Come back. Ying Longwei has already become a big force. Yes, Captain. Pang Jinjia was also looking forward to it. As soon as he disconnected the private message, Bao Bao came back, holding a large bird corpse that looked like a black shadow. At first glance, this bird corpse was no different, but after a closer look, Bachin immediately found something unusual. Because this crow had 3 legs. Baby threw the 3-legged crow aside as soon as he landed, and looked at Bachin nervously and said, Dad, why hasn't the black flame on your body gone out yet? It's okay, it will go out soon. Baby breathed a sigh of relief, and 2 things appeared in his hand. Dad, you burst out after this crow died. What caught his eye was a black bead, and the other was a soft light yellow cardboard box, which was rectangular, and about the same length as a mobile phone, but only half the width of a mobile phone. Because Bachin still had black flames on his body, he was afraid that the 2 treasures would be burned if he took them, so he said directly, Baby, put these 2 things away first. Looking sideways at the corpse of the 3-legged crow boss that had not disappeared, Bachin ordered, Baby, quickly find firewood and grill it. This thing can't be wasted. Having just roughly studied the acquisition of genetic talents, Bachin immediately had an idea about this 3-legged crow corpse. Because it was introduced that if the player eats the meat of a beast with different energy, he can absorb some genetic talent energy if he is lucky. Chapter 105. Hearing Bachin talking about picking up firewood to grill the 3-legged crow, the baby naturally looked at the black flames burning on Bachin's body. Dad, isn't there a ready-made bonfire? How about you let it burn for a while? Bachin was shocked and subconsciously looked at the black flames on his body that had shrunk by half and said, Baby, is it reliable to use this kind of flame? Yeah, it's very reliable. This flame contains some strange energy. Looking at the baby's confident look, Bachin reluctantly agreed. He took out a 3-pointed bayonet from the particle ring and handed it to the baby, indicating that he should use it to roast. Hee, Daddy will bear with you for a while. It will be done soon. Then the baby took the 3-pointed bayonet and slapped it, killing the huge 3-legged crow. Then without hesitation, he directly placed it in front of Bachin's chest and turned it back and forth, not to mention that it looked like a real person. This is equivalent to a human bonfire. Bachin smiled bitterly. Baby, are you offering sacrifices to your father, and your magic power is boundless? Baby was also embarrassed. Hee, Baby is a filial son, Dad, look at what you are saying. He tilted his head and thought about it, and a new idiom popped up. How should this be described? Oh right, it seems to be to make use of the waste heat and recycle waste, right? Puff, Bachin rolled his eyes directly, and was completely dumbfounded. Baby is a waste of learning. Looking at the crow on his chest, There is no extra fat, and there is no need to worry about the underground grease when grilling. Beichen simply enters the World Channel to take a look. After all, if the progress of the game is pushed forward again, something big might happen. World Channel. As soon as Beichen entered, he saw Ireland 4, boasting arrogantly. "Ah, come and see, everyone, the Dasha city in the Sea Country War Zone has been upgraded to a 3rd-level main city. Facing more than a dozen member countries of our Three Kingdoms Alliance, aren't they still the same?" Immediately, a private message reply was shared on the public screen of the World Channel. Looking carefully, it was the private message from Ireland 4 to Beichen to pressure the alliance. The following is a striking reply from a level 3 city lord, and it was Beichen. This private reply was shared, and all the countries that disliked the Three Kingdoms Alliance fell silent. Because looking at Beichen's reply unilaterally, it was really like this. The original words were, Beichen. "Okay, I will compensate each person with a luxury gift package worth 500 reputation, keep it." As soon as this message came out, more than a dozen member states of the Three Kingdoms Alliance became more arrogant, and they all praised the Three Kingdoms Alliance. Search Sinai, what a relief. Isn't that Beichen awesome? He should be soft this time. When the elite players from various countries go to the Forbidden Area, we will join forces to destroy the players from Country C. In my opinion, the compensation package worth 500 reputation per person is too cheap for him. I believe that Jiqing failed because of Beichen. I think we should be more ruthless, and give each person 1,000 reputation points in material compensation. Soon, the younger countries began to agree. Suddenly, the entire World Channel was silent, because a message was sent directly to the leader of the original country. Level 3 City Lord Beichen. Didn't your Japanese leader die in an explosion? Whose son of a bitch are you? As soon as the news came out, the World Channel exploded. The previous Japanese leader died, and he was killed in an explosion? This news is too big, but it didn't leak out before. Haha, no way, no way, it seems that the evil dragon is quite long, otherwise how could a grown man be killed by an explosion? I didn't expect that the Japanese players, who had a good life in their childhood, still have such a prominent sexual orientation now. From the tone, it was undoubtedly a Sea Country player. At this time, the new lord of Tianwang City was obviously very angry, and he directly tagged at Beichen and threatened. Unranked Lord Tian Ben Saburo at tag 3rd level Lord Beichen. I am the new lord of Tianwang City, Beichen Jun. Haven't you already publicly bowed to our three-nation alliance? What? Do you still want to resist? Are you not afraid that when the Forbidden Area is opened, our World Alliance countries will clear out the Sea Country players? Unranked Lord Ireland 4. Haha, look who this is. Isn't this our great 3rd level Lord Beichen? When will the 500 reputation points compensation you promised be paid? Non-ranked City Lord, Quan Xingji, strongly call for more compensation. Immediately, the vassal states also gritted their teeth and agreed. After all, the cost of speaking on the World Channel is not light. If they don't stand up at this time, how can they ask the leaders of the three countries for benefits in the future? Beichen sneered and said directly, "What? No way, the compensation has been issued a long time ago, but it hasn't arrived yet. This Dongfeng Express is a bit slow." Beichen had just typed this sentence, and no one had reacted yet. But the next second, the city lords of the Three Kingdoms Alliance were furious. The mayor of Xingji City, Xingji, was even more crying and complaining, saying that their main city was attacked and many members were infected with the zombie virus. The same bad news happened not only in Xingji City, but also in Wuzhou City and Tianwang City, where there were also happy events. Ireland 4, oh my god, it's the zombie virus. Half of the 300 soldiers were killed. Is this the horror of hell mode? Tanemoto Saburo, oh, it's the mother zombie. He appeared. Why does he look so familiar to me? He looks a bit like my dead father. Yellow woolen coat, samurai beard, goddamn game console. They actually used my ancestors for experiments. Beichen was also stunned when he saw this news. It turned out that the second-level rare boss was cultivated with Tian Binjilang as the mother. It must be said that this game console is really a waste of recycling. The Three Kingdoms Alliance was on fire, and the small western countries that were vassals of them were silent one by one. This thigh is obviously not thick enough. Just now, he was so arrogant, but in the blink of an eye, the backyard was on fire. It's fine if it's on fire, but the key is that he can't put it out. It's fucking terrible. Haha, you deserve it. You Megwa, do you have a Resident Evil series? You should be good at dealing with this thing, right? Stop pretending, you are zombies, Terminators. Yes, that's right. It seems that the former lord of Tianwang City is the next helmsman of Futian Group, right? Before the game, you ignored the safety of the whole world and openly discharged nuclear wastewater into the sea. It's so fucking appropriate for you to be turned into zombies by the game console after your death. And the Koreans, you invented the Dragon Boat Festival, Li Bai, and chess. I think you invented the zombie virus this time, right? If you want to talk about the behind-the-scenes keyboard master of Country C, it's really shocking if you don't speak. Just now, I saw Bachin being suppressed and threatened by them. Although I was unwilling, I had already sent a private message to share it. It's useless to quibble. Besides, the cost of speaking on the World Channel is not something that ordinary people can afford. But now it's different. The timing of this reversal can't be said to be sophisticated, but it can only be said to be an old troll. Seeing this, Bachin smiled and tagged the three people. Don't hesitate. You can stand out in this environment and are qualified to become the first citizens of the third-level main city, Dashia City. After that, you can send a private message to Tung Baiwan and share my words with him. This is your pass. After that, Bachin's name turned gray, and it was obvious that he patted his butt and left. Seeing the three pioneers discover and get Bachin's permission to join the third-level main city and become the first citizens, countless country players who were watching the show on the screen were jealous. I just reluctantly spoke on the World Channel to express my position in order to attract Bachin's attention. But the next second, Bachin's name turned gray, and countless people beat their chests and stamped their feet, secretly saying what a pity. This scene was just as tragic as when the second generation of Hokage chose the third generation. Danzo hesitated for a moment, and never became a Hokage in his life. The thief's pot is fate. After Bachin exited the World Channel, he immediately smelled a refreshing fragrance. When he looked closely, he saw a black and yellow thing with a strong fragrance in his hand. Hey, look at this color, this taste. It's a unique one in northern Hunan, except for the color, everything else is great. As he said this, the baby happily waved his hand, and the three-legged crow that looked like black charcoal broke away from the three-pointed bayonet and hit a green stone not far away. Crack! The green stone was very hard at first glance, but such a hard stone was directly split into two halves when it came into contact with the carbonized three-legged crow. Bachin's eyebrows jumped, and his teeth felt sour. Well, the barbecue needles made by the baby are not rubbed, then, Daddy is not hungry anymore. You are growing up now, eat more. The baby scratched his head embarrassedly. How can that be? Dad, you are injured. It is the time when you need nutrition. Come, let's eat this thing. Although it is a little hard, it is also the baby's heart. Daddy can't discourage the baby's enthusiasm, otherwise the baby will never cook again in the future. Hearing this, Bachin's saliva slowly slid down the corners of his eyes. I don't know if it's because he dared to move or because he was hungry. Anyway, it's a mixture of emotions. My dear daughter, you are so happy to laugh. Chapter 106. When the baby heard Bachin's praise, he immediately looked pleased. He quickly picked up the cooked and carbonized three-legged crow and then divided it into two halves. The big head handed it to Bachin without hesitation. Hee Daddy, try it and see how good the baby's cooking is? At this time, 80% of the black flames on Bachin's body had been absorbed by the sky demon armor. Only Bachin could feel the temperature on the armor. Otherwise, from other angles, it would be impossible to tell whether Bachin was wearing black flames or the external form of the sky demon armor. Looking at the food in front of him, and then at the baby's pure, expectant eyes, Bachin swallowed his saliva and took it. Crunch! It was hard in the mouth, crispy when chewed, and a little sore in the throat when swallowed. Watching Bachin tilt his neck back to swallow a big mouthful, almost rolling his eyes because of the delicious taste, the baby said with a face of reproach, Dad, don't worry, we prepared it hastily this time, so there's not much. Let's eat it slowly, I give you more next time. Bachin okay. What else can Bachin say? He could only eat most of the crow meat in his hand with tears in his eyes. The baby didn't think it was bad, maybe it was a matter of mentality. Who would think the food they made was bad? In order to arouse the baby's enthusiasm, Bachin taught by example, and didn't even want to spit out the bones. He tilted his head back, stared and swallowed the last bite, and the burning sensation on his body finally disappeared completely. At the same time, the prompt of the game console also rang in his ears. Congratulations to player number 123271 Bachin. Your excellent level war armor Heavenly Demon Dance successfully evolved to the final stage, due to absorbing the special energy Amaterasu Black Flame. Host prompts. Your Heavenly Demon War Armor has triggered the optional form performance due to absorbing excessive Amaterasu Black Flame. Do you want to choose? Because Beichen had closed the announcement inquiry long ago, there was a lot of unnecessary trouble. New form selection? Beichen was stunned, looking down at the black armor on his body, thinking for a while. Beichen had to ask carefully because he was tricked by the game console. Host, after choosing a new form, is it still the final evolution stage? If not, forget it. Just kidding. This time, I was tortured and finally evolved the strongest melee equipment. If I was tricked by the game console again, it would be uncomfortable. After choosing a new form, the Sky Demon armor is still the final evolution stage. Beichen was relieved after hearing this, and he learned a lesson. The first 2 times, it was because of the language trap of the game console that disrupted his plan twice. The console prompts that your heavenly demon armor has absorbed too much Amaterasu Black Flame and triggered the optional form. Do you want to choose? Hearing the confirmation message from the game console again, Beichen said without hesitation, select the latest form. Congratulations to player Beichen. The heavenly demon armor has successfully evolved to the 4th stage, and the armor has been reselected to the heavenly demon chaos form. Perfect grade? Before Beichen could happily check the properties of the perfect armor, the attached demon armor began to liquefy. No, it should be said that the originally sharp-edged demon armor began to become misty, and these black mists, as if summoned, all rushed towards Beichen's eyes. Ah! Beichen panicked. Are they going to destroy his eyes? Host, what the hell are you trying to do, my eyes? The burning pain continued to be transmitted from the 2 eyeballs to the brain center, and Beichen yelled directly. The baby was so scared that he didn't know what to do. Wu, no, I'm fine after eating it. How could you be poisoned, Dad? Suddenly, the baby seemed to think of something and pressed both hands on Beichen's chest. When she was playing with the Vank tutoring machine before, she saw that this was how to save a comatose person. Hoochie, 1, 2. After 7 or 8 CPRs, Beichen not only didn't get better, but he almost rolled his eyes. After just one look, the baby cried even harder. When Beichen opened his eyes just now, she clearly saw that his father's eyes had turned black. The poison has penetrated into his bones. Is there no hope? Wow! Dad, please don't die. How can the baby live if you die? The baby cried so hard that he fell on Beichen's chest. He cried so sadly. At this moment, Beichen was in such a miserable state. Not to mention that the pain in his eyes made him collapse, but in the blur, he didn't know who was pressing his chest hard. Isn't this fatal? Who does CPR 7 or 8 times in 1 second? This obviously thinks he's dying too slowly, but fortunately, the suffocation disappeared after 7 or 8 times. After 5 minutes, Beichen came back to life. He didn't even open his eyes. The first thing he did, after he regained control of his body, was to push the heavy object off his chest. Last breath? The baby was immediately surprised when he was pushed away. Dad? Hey, your eyes. Just when the baby was about to come over, he exclaimed when he saw Beichen's eyes. Beichen slowly supported himself and sat up. After taking a deep breath, he looked at the baby with a reproachful look and said, Baby, don't interfere in this kind of thing in the future. If I didn't have a strong lung capacity, I would have been killed by you just now. Being that the baby didn't say anything but kept nodding and staring at his eyes, Beichen was confused. He still didn't know what happened. He looked down and was shocked. What does it mean? Where is my armor? He touched the right side of his chest and looked at it carefully. Oh my god, the black dragon tattoo is gone too. Did I fail to evolve? Did my superior equipment break? Dad, your eyes. Beichen was stunned. Eyes? Turn on shared vision, turn on weakened darkness. When he saw his own eyes through the baby's shared vision, Beichen was completely stunned. Oh my god. Isn't this the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that Sass transplanted Itachi's Sharingan into? Beichen held the baby close to him, almost eye to eye. Beichen was shocked when he saw it. They were the same in size, pattern, shape and distribution. The only difference might be the color. After opening the 3 Magatama Sharingan, the 3 blood-red Magatama will be particularly obvious, and Beichen's is even purer, it is almost glowing red. Dad, the pattern in your eyes is so beautiful, baby wants it too. How about you pick one out, and we can exchange it? Although the baby is a child, under Beichen's education, he will not ask for anything he wants directly, but will exchange his own with others. Now, she wants to exchange one of her eyeballs for Beichen's eyeball with a flower. Beichen. If the silly girl digs it out, we will both become one-eyed dragons. Although the baby is a little unhappy, she also knows that her father never lies to her, and she also nodded slightly. Through the baby's vision, he has seen the familiarity of the evolved new form of the demon armor. To be honest, Beichen is very excited and looking forward to it. After taking a breath, Beichen closed his eyes and slowly stood up. Baby, you step back. The baby did as he was told, and with one jump, he retreated more than 10 meters away. Black Flame Eternal Mangekyo, open. Beichen's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and his pupils skipped the opening of the 3 Magatama, and the pupils rotated to open the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu Black Flame, Metella 4. Ka, a ball of black mist flew straight towards a tree not far away. The speed was not fast, but it was indeed flying. Wow, the moment the black mist touched the tree, it turned into a burning black flame. After firing a black flame Amaterasu, Beichen felt his right eyeball was a little empty and swollen, as at this I had been reading a dictionary alone for a day. Watching the black flame slowly burning not far away, Beichen smiled. Then he closed his eyes again, and then suddenly opened them. Black Flame Susanoo. At this moment, Beichen's 2 pupils were spinning rapidly. Suddenly, a hideous black shadow about 3 meters tall slowly appeared, and then quickly protected Beichen in it. Gradually, the shadow became more and more solid. It was nearly 3 meters tall, with a pair of ferocious black wings on its back, a pair of dark green eyes hidden between the 2 gaps of the helmet, and a narrow scabbard burning with black flames could be seen on its waist. At this time, Beichen also slowly rose into the air. When he floated in the center of the black flame Susanoo, he suddenly felt a sense of fit. Clang! The huge black humanoid phantom shook violently when Beichen returned to his position. At this moment, it seemed that Beichen was the black flame Susanoo, and the black flame Susanoo was Beichen. My god! I can control half of the black flame Susanoo? This! Beichen seemed to be floating on the chest of black flame Susanoo, but in fact, his feet were very solid, just like stepping on the ground. Beichen tried to move his arms, and the 3-meter-tall black flame Susanoo also moved his arms synchronously. Awesome! Beichen could see clearly inside, and he had already seen the weapon on black flame Susanoo's waist. He pulled it out from his waist with his backhand. Swish! Clang! Whoosh! The moment the 6-foot giant sword burning with black flames was drawn out, a fierce heat wave suddenly blew around. Good sword. Chapter 107. Pulling out the exclusive weapon of Black Flame Susanoo, the real touch is really fucking amazing. This is not the key point. The key point is that Beichen's body is suspended in the Black Flame Susanoo, and it is really easy to move his hands and feet. Trying to swing the Black Flame sword is really effortless, just like clenching your fist to cut the air. Wow! After seeing Beichen's gorgeous transformation, the baby was very excited, with little stars in his eyes, and he wanted to sit down. Hearing this, Beichen seemed to think of something and said to the baby, "Come on, baby, attack me, try daddy's new equipment." Bao Bao was a little hesitant. After all, she was too powerful, and this thing couldn't hold back its power. Beichen seemed to see Bao Bao's worry, and said directly, "It's okay. I won't ask you to pay if I kill you." Just kidding, although the form has changed, this is also the ultimate stage of the real heavenly demon armor. You know that the excellence level before could withstand Bao Bao's pounding. The defense of Susanoo. Those who have seen Obito's dream girlfriend resurrection and Black Zetsu resurrection of his mother know that the defense is very good. Those who have fought against it know it. Although the Black Flame Susanoo is only half grown and only about 3 meters long, Beichen is sure that its defense is definitely several times that of the 3rd stage of the heavenly demon armor. "Okay, Dad, you said it, then I won't hold back, okay?" Baby tried to confirm again, and his tone was as if he was afraid that Beichen would blackmail him later. "Come on, baby, show all your strength and greet me." Beichen also looked confident, and he put the black flame sword back into the sheath with his backhand. He was also afraid of hurting the baby. However, as soon as the black flame sword was inserted back, the baby's reminder sounded in his ears. "Dad, you're so slow." The heavy blow and the sound fell into my ears almost at the same time. Baby is really too fast. Bang! Baby has made concessions, and did not use his hands to make claws, but used his fists. A small fist appeared in the white light, and hit the back of Black Flame Susanoo directly. Oh my god, what kind of strange power is this? Did he drink to? Although Beichen was protected by Black Flame Susanoo, the fist force transmitted through Black Flame Susanoo also made Beichen's back sore. Fortunately, the Black Flame Susanoo withstood the attack from Bao Bao, and did not break directly. At this moment, Beichen only felt his face burning. He had just finished speaking frankly, and in the blink of an eye, his lower back was sore from the punch. This is really... Humph. From this, Beichen also knew the current strength of Bao Bao, so he did not hold back, turned around suddenly, and slashed with a knife, slashing directly at Bao Bao. Burning with sword technique. The burning with sword technique, one of the 72 Shaolin Kung Fu skills, uses the hand to turn the knife, and the air to turn the blade, which is extremely sharp. Of course, in martial arts TV dramas, the burning with sword technique can actually light a fire, but in reality it cannot. But now Beichen has truly performed the burning with sword technique. The black flame burned in his palm, and a black light suddenly appeared in the air. At first, Bao Bao did not take Beichen seriously, but when this move suddenly appeared in front of him, he was also shocked. However, Bao Bao's strength was also very strong. Seeing that he could not dodge directly, a pair of white wings suddenly grew out from his back, and then the wings shook, and the whole body dodged the knife in a posture that a normal person could never do. Wow, great swordplay, Dad, teach me. Hearing this, Beichen smiled proudly and drew out the Black Flame Susanoo's Black Flame sword. Dad also knows the 6 Meridian's divine sword, but I can't fire it without the true energy. Beichen was in a good mood. Although he couldn't compare to Baby in speed, his defense with the help of Black Flame Susanoo was already first class. Baby, try using the Shadowless sword again, and see if my Black Flame Susanoo can withstand it in the bloodthirsty state? Hearing this, Baby also nodded, and flew directly to the place where the two had been before, and bent down to pick up the Shadowless sword. However, when the bloodthirsty mode was turned on again, Beichen could clearly see the pair of wings behind the baby slowly turning blood red. Dad, I am several times stronger than before, are you sure you want to try? Kumeng, come on, let me see your full strength. Beichen was looking forward to it. It was really comfortable to have the strength of the ruthless baby. The 3rd level BOS baby can be easily killed with the Shadowless sword. If he can withstand the attack of the baby, it means that he can fight the 3rd level boss. Even if he didn't, he could still protect himself when he activated the Black Flame Susanoo and faced a monster beyond the 3rd level boss. Then, Dad, you have to be careful. Wow, as soon as the voice fell, the baby turned into a phantom, holding a Shadowless sword, and killed in front of him in just a breath. After Beichen decided to let the baby activate the bloodthirsty mode, he kept adjusting his state of mind. Now he is as calm as water, and his body's reaction and perception have improved a lot. Although the baby's speed is really terrifying, Beichen still found the attack trajectory. Block. Bang. Boom. Beichen directly blocked the huge black flame sword in front of his chest. He had no time to fight against Bao Bao's attack speed. He was lucky to be able to block it at the maximum speed. The huge impact force directly passed through the black flame sword and transmitted to the whole body of the Black Flame Susanoo. Immediately, Beichen couldn't help but retreat. It seemed that this was the only way to relieve the impact. Haha, very good. Beichen laughed wildly. Bao Bao, come again. Oh my, awesome, really blocked it? Baby pouted and her expression gradually became serious. Her strength has always been her greatest pride. According to her expectation, she should be able to break the new form of her father's equipment with one sword. Humph, just now, it was just a tentative sword. Next, I will start the tornado mode of destroying the parking lot. Beichen nodded seriously. Indeed. With baby's speed, she can launch multiple attacks in a very short time. She obviously let it go just now, and didn't use her full strength. Okay, come on. To be honest, even gods will get dizzy when the baby gets serious. In the following battle, Beichen had to defend and get beaten. But the good thing is that even with multiple attacks from the baby, the Black Flame Susanoo actually held up under Beichen's extreme defense. There was one time when the baby focused on one point and kept attacking, causing the Black Flame Susanoo to almost collapse, but fortunately Beichen was good at stabilizing the situation. After only 3 minutes of the high-intensity battle, Beichen was no longer able to fight. Too tired. Human power has its limits. It's not that Beichen is not good at it, but the frequency of baby's attacks is too scary. Wow, it's so fun. I feel like I'm warming up. Baby is a little reluctant, as if he hasn't had enough fun. Well, let's stop here today. When our 3rd level main city is set up and Dad assigns the tasks, we can go to the forbidden area together. Baby was overjoyed when he heard this. Great. At this time, Tung Baiwan's private message also arrived. He took the Black Flame Susanoo and opened the private message to read it. Tung Baiwan's tone was a little anxious. Beichen, how are you doing? The 3rd level main city has been upgraded. Why haven't you come back yet? Are you injured? Do you want me to ask Johnny Chen to send someone to pick you up? No, by the way, Baiwan, you go to the national channel to speak now. Daxia City is recruiting armed soldiers. Retired and active military personnel are preferred. In addition, We will vigorously recruit talents from all walks of life, preferably in the direction of agriculture, planting and breeding. After sending the message, Tung Baiwan was silent for a moment and replied, "The main city has been upgraded to level 3. Our territory is about the size of 15 World Cup football fields, or 100,000 square meters. With so many players pouring in, order and management are both big tasks." Beichen was stunned when he saw this, and then replied, "I forgot about this. How to arrange it specifically, in batches or in batches, you can discuss it with Zhang Yichen. Okay, I will have a meeting with the captain and vice captain right away, and I will send you the plan in an hour. If you want to know the military, you must first choose the generals. At this time, the advantages of a think tank and a general are reflected. Okay, thank you for your hard work." After disconnecting the private message, Beichen and the others simply packed up and walked back. It's not that Beichen must recruit other players, but Beichen thinks this is the next trap set by the game console. Anyone with a little bit of brains knows that if it is just to upgrade a more solid main city, why expand the area of the third level main city to 100,000 square meters? In other words, the game console is stumbling again in advance, and it depends on whether the city lords or leaders of various countries can see it in advance. Then again, even if Beichen guessed wrong, he didn't lose anything. After all, except for the members of Yinglongwei, other players who joined were only qualified to live in Daxia City. As the citizens of Daxia City, food, clothing, housing and transportation, which one is free? Impossible. Beichen is not stupid. Now he has taken the initiative to recruit a large number of talents from all walks of life. When they settle down and get used to the safe and comfortable life in Daxia City, Beichen will start to harvest leeks gently. If you want to have a safe nest at night, then pay taxes. If you don't want to go out to collect resources, and are afraid of danger, that's fine. There are plenty of arable lands for rent. If you want water resources, you also need to pay for it. This is a mutually beneficial relationship. Beichen provides a safe haven, so it's normal for players to give out resources. At this point in the game, the players who survive should know that there is no free lunch in the world. With more people and more talents, production efficiency will be higher. After finishing these miscellaneous things, Beichen will be able to achieve personal freedom. At that time, he can be a city lord steadily, or drive to continue adventures. There are many choices. Chapter 108. Beichen and his daughter walked towards the direction of Daxia City. Although Bao Bao was puzzled as to why Beichen wanted to leave when he could fly, and there was no special effect and no cost. But he did not ask much. After all, he could tell from Beichen's expression that he was thinking about something. Suddenly, Gulyalu. Beichen turned his head, and saw Bao Bao scratching his head. A handful of delicious food and fruits appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Bao Bao. "Baby, you have done a great job today. Come, eat more and grow up quickly." "Hee, thank you, Dad." The baby took it and smiled happily. Beichen was very pleased to see the baby's well-behaved appearance. While walking, he switched his view to the main city construction page. Number 123271, player, Beichen. Owns the main city. Level 3, Daxia City. The main city can be expanded to 100,000 square meters, about 150 acres. Beichen's face was full of smiles. With the third-level main city, the foundation was already established. Host, choose the third-level Extreme City Lord Upgrade Mode reward. When the non-level Rammed Earth City is upgraded to the first-level Blue Brick Main City, the city owner can choose one of the first-level main city's supporting facilities from 3 options. The second-level main city is 6 out of 2, and the third-level main city is 9 out of 3 rewards. Before, Beichen had been burning with black flames to upgrade the Heavenly Demon Armor, and had no time to do these. Now the Heavenly Demon Armor has evolved to the final stage, and its form has changed. It can be said that it is more functional than before. After being free, he also chose the supporting rewards of the third-level main city as soon as possible. As soon as the voice fell, a selection list appeared in Beichen's vision. Extreme City Lord Mode, Level 3 Reward 9/3 selections are as follows. Option 1, Unlimited Reputation Value 50,000 points. Option 2, a large particle space war preparation warehouse, 5,000 cubic meters. Option 3, a Level 3 main city combat command room. Option 4, a Level 3 defense base armored vehicle. Option 5, 20 Katyusha 24 continuous 135mm caliber rocket launcher trucks. Option 6, 4 Level 3 ground-to-air thermal energy early warning laser towers. Option 7, 100 kilograms of Level 3 crop premium seeds. Option 8, a level 3 main city strong acid moat. Option 9-10 evolution crystals. Beichen was stunned when he saw this list. This is too difficult to choose. Faced with this list of good things, but only 3 can be chosen. But Beichen himself does not have a phobia of choice, and he quickly began to analyze. First, exclude the items that can be exchanged for unlimited reputation, such as the 3rd level combat command room, Katyusha 24-shot rocket launcher, 3rd level ground-to-earth thermal warning laser tower, and high-quality crop seeds, which can be bought at a high price in the reputation building mall. After careful consideration, Beichen chose 2, 8, 9 without hesitation. Why? First of all, Beichen had wanted to choose the large particle space war warehouse a long time ago, but he had to continue upgrading the main city, and was afraid of complications, so he gave it up. And the option for the 3rd level main city turned out to be a large particle war warehouse with 5,000 cubic meters. How could Beichen tolerate this? The second is option 8, the 3rd level main city has a strong acid moat. Beichen was quite shocked, he needed this thing too much. If there is such a terrible moat on the edge of the main city territory, then the territory will be more stable, and the defense will be greatly enhanced. Strong acid can corrode ordinary metals. When the time comes, exchange it for 4 suspension bridges, and a solid main city will be perfect. The last one was also chosen by Beichen after much hesitation. 10 evolution crystals. This is a good thing. You should know that Beichen's Sky Demon armor was only at the 1st stage when he got it, and 3 evolution crystals allowed the Sky Demon armor to evolve to the 3rd stage continuously. It can be said that the effect is really strong. Host, I choose 2, 8, 9. Confirm? Beichen did not hesitate, confirm. The selected reward has been issued. The city owner can place it on the main city crafting page, or take it out. Beichen smiled when he heard this and said, Host, receive all the rewards for Siege 1-star and 3-star. Congratulations to player Beichen, you have received it successfully and received 1-star difficulty reward, 20,000 unlimited reputation points. 2-star difficulty reward, main city page, sale/rental, store function. 3-star difficulty reward, unique crafting skill for the first clearance of the 3rd level main city, a world away. Thank you. As expected, Beichen had already seen the extra 20,000 reputation points on the game page. Adding the 10,000 reward for building the first level 3 main city, Beichen now has more than 30,000 reputation points to use. As for the more than 10,000 reputation points before building the main city, he had already squandered them by attacking the city 3 times in one night. At 6 in the morning, dawn was approaching, and a hint of fish belly white gradually appeared in the east. At this time, 3 agile black shadows appeared in the wilderness in the distance. Beichen looked closely, and found that they were 2 members of Yinglongwei led by Zhang Yichen. It was obvious that this was the person sent by Teng Baiwan, because he was worried about Beichen. Captain, are you alright? Zhang Yichen called out from a distance. Beichen waved his hand, and walked towards the 3 people. Seeing that Beichen was intact, the 3 people smiled. Now Beichen is not only the soul of Daxia City and Yinglongwei, but also the indispensable backbone. Everyone has worked hard tonight. No! The 3 people said loudly immediately. Let's go back together. Beichen then returned with his baby Zhang Yichen and the other 4. On the way, he also asked about the recruitment of Daxia cities. After learning that Teng Bailan was mainly responsible for the planning, Beichen also smiled and nodded. 15 minutes later, Yinglong Guard Station. Looking at the Yinglong Guard members, who were full of energy and carrying automatic firearms on their shoulders, Beichen smiled and nodded. Tonight, everyone has worked hard. From now on, we will no longer be threatened by the 90% unknown beasts in the game world. Upon hearing this, all the members of Yinglongwei had bright eyes, and immediately shouted, Not hard, not hard. Very good, after we disband, all of you go to the captain and vice-captain to get food supplies. No training today, everyone should have a good rest for a day. Everyone's face was filled with joy upon hearing this. Okay, disband now. At this time, Zhang Yichen said loudly, All members, come to me to get food resources. As 90% of the Yinglongwei soldiers went to get food, only the Teng Baiwan brothers and sisters were left at the scene. Looking at Teng Chu, although he looked tired and had dark circles under his eyes, he was in good condition overall. Beichen, you guys chat, I go prepare food, we still have yesterday's marble beef in stock. Thank you. Beichen nodded and smiled. Soon Teng Chu also left, leaving Beichen and Teng Baiwan alone. How is it? Beichen looked at Teng Baiwan. Teng Baiwan took out a piece of paper from his arms with a confident look. On the paper was not only a temporarily drafted bird's-eye view of the city, but also the layout of the city, which was comprehensive from the outline to the details. Beichen took a careful look and nodded with great satisfaction, reduced the number of city defense soldiers and early warning soldiers every day by half. Tung Baiwan was stunned. Why? This is a city covering an area of 150 acres. If someone sneaks in, it will be troublesome. Beichen smiled and waved his hand, and then told the reason. What? A strong acid moat, this? Tung Baiwan was stunned. There is such an operation. So, I will start to lay out the main city wall now. You can also refer to it at the side. Okay. Then Beichen's perspective immediately switched to the main city construction page. First, place the 4 walls at the edge of the territory, and then leave a 5-meter distance between the walls and the border. As Beichen clicked to zoom out, one of the 8-meter iron sand concrete walls in the surrounding tic-tac-toe shape instantly disappeared from the two people's vision. The interface Beichen clicked to operate was miniature, but the actual placement distance had already exceeded 100 miles. Soon, the 4-sided 8-meter wall enclosed a huge territory covering an area of 150 acres. After doing all this, Beichen directly clicked on a thin stream of still water on the interface. The water was clicked and dragged to the periphery of the 4 city walls, and then surrounded the entire Daxia city close to the main city. After confirming the placement, a clearly visible strong acid river suddenly appeared on the bird's-eye view of the interface. The Daxia city suddenly disappeared, which made Tung Baiwan a little slow to react. Beichen, is it done now? Don't worry, you will be able to see the visible range of our main city later. Tung Baiwan was stunned and scratched his head, wondering, the visible range of the city lord? What does that mean? Beichen smiled and didn't explain much, because Tung Baiwan didn't have his own main city, so he couldn't use another function of the game console, which was the city lord compatibility mode that appeared with the main city building function. This is a function that only the city lord can enter and operate, so Tung Baiwan didn't know. Are you talking about the city lord compatibility mode? As the think tank of Yinglongwei, Tung Baiwan had studied this function carefully a long time ago, but he didn't have the authority to enter this function, but he could guess a little. Well, the compatibility mode of the level 3 main city has 9 shared quotas. Once I set the authority, you can overlook the entire Daxia city within your field of vision. Hearing this, Tung Baiwan seemed to have discovered a new world. Awesome. Chapter 109. Beichen smiled when he heard Tung Baiwan say that he was awesome. In fact, City Lord compatibility mode has much more functions than this. Of course, for now, it is still necessary to give the shared bird's eye view rights to a few backbones. After all, no matter how awesome a person is, there is a limit, and Beichen can't stay in the city of Daxia forever to defend the territory. Forbidden Land Infinite Illusion comes out, and Beichen's long-lost adventurous spirit is revived again. The 3rd level Iron Sand Concrete main city seems solid, but it is only for ordinary beasts. If the beast tides in the future all have black flames or other strange energies, like the 3rd level Siege Beast Tide boss, then the Great Xia city will appear vulnerable. The perspective enters the City Lord compatible function page. Suddenly a list appears on the page. It is the number and names of players in the Great Xia city. These are all assumed by the Great Xia city as citizens of the city, and they can be directly granted recognition without any review. Beichen looked carefully and found that this list can also add major categories manually. In this way, the Yinglong Guard Armed Forces can be managed separately from other players who join. After clicking on Tung Baiwan's name, a list of optional operations immediately appeared. You can grant ordinary citizen status and elite citizen status respectively, and there are also official positions below. Beichen granted Tung Baiwan the position of Deputy City Lord without hesitation, so that Tung Baiwan can directly enter the City Lord compatible mode and manage various departments by category. However, at the moment, when Tung Baiwan was granted the position of Deputy City Lord, all members of the Yinglong Guard in the city of Daxia heard a prompt. 612, the 3rd level main city Daxia city successfully opened the City Lord compatibility mode, and passively opened the same city channel. Players in the main city can communicate in the same city channel. After granting Tung Baiwan the privilege of Deputy City Lord, Beichen did not hesitate to promote Zhang Yichen to the position of Deputy City Lord. These two are the heroes who opened the city of Daxia city. It can be said that without them, there would be no Yinglong Guard, let alone Daxia city. What's more, they have passed Beichen's loyalty test and are trustworthy comrades and friends. Beichen has always been a man who trusts people when he employs them, and never employs people he doubts. He is always decisive in doing things. After setting the two as Deputy City Lords, Beichen immediately exited the page. However, When he saw Tung Baiwan next to him again, Beichen was stunned. Isn't this Deputy City Lord label a bit obvious? Looking at the light red label on Tung Baiwan's head, there were 7 words written neatly on it. Not to mention that the overall look was very handsome. Deputy City Lord of Daxia City. What a good label for pretending to be cool. Beichen, you? Tung Baiwan was naturally prompted the first time he was set as the Deputy City Lord, but it was a little unbelievable. The Deputy City Lord has very broad authority. It can be said that except for not being able to manually change the placement of the main city, the first level upgrades of various types, other deployments, household registration, and manufacturing, he can almost take charge. Beichen knew what Tung Baiwan was thinking, and smiled and waved his hand. I never act on impulse. Brother Baiwan, I'm relieved to leave the Daxia City to you too. Beichen. Tung Baiwan was shocked, and with his eyes burning, he looked at Beichen word by word. Then I won't refuse, and I will live and die with the city of Daxia. Ha ha ha. Beichen laughed loudly, stepped forward and patted Tung Baiwan on the shoulder, saying, It's too heavy. This is not the end of the world. There is still hope after passing the game and returning to the real society. Everything we do now is to go back. Tung Baiwan nodded heavily. Most people would not cherish the harmonious society and safe living environment before the game, let alone miss it. However, after just 2 weeks in the survival world, in the day and night of hunger and cold, resisting every attack of wild beasts, every player dreams of returning to that familiar place all the time. Beichen saw Tung Baiwan's excitement, and took out a cigarette, and handed it to him. I have already notified Zhang Yichen. When he comes, we will divide the layout of Daxia City in detail. Okay. Gah! The two of them smoked the cigarettes, which were almost a luxury, and for a while they were thinking about how to make Daxia City quickly become stronger, and become a solid safe haven in the end times. Soon, Zhang Yichen came running over. As soon as he saw Beichen and the others, he wanted to say that he was not qualified for the position of Deputy City Lord, but was interrupted by Beichen before he finished speaking. Patting Zhang Yichen on the shoulder, Beichen looked at him firmly and said, I trust your abilities. Zhang Yichen was speechless for a moment, and then nodded heavily. The three of them hit it off. Soon, Beichen took out the layout sketch of Daxia City. After some careful consultation and thinking, Beichen began to place some things on the main city creation page. During this period, Beichen also told the two that Zhang Dabu and Pang Jinjia would become the armed forces of Yinglongwei. If Beichen agrees with someone, Zhang Yichen will naturally not doubt it. Soon, Beichen began to divide the area in the bird's-eye view of the miniature city. The third-level main city covers an area of about 150 acres. Beichen first used the reputation to build a mall to buy a 2-meter-high concrete wall, and enclosed an independent area of 10 acres in the center of Daxia City. This will serve as the inner city of Daxia City, or the City Lord's Internal Affairs Office. Its purpose is not to divide classes. It is to fully protect the City Lord and the core high-level security of Daxia City. The 10-acre area of course covers the source of Daxia City's wealth, that is, the well dubbed by Yinglongwei. After the core inner city is determined, the rest is much simpler. First of all, the East City District, with the City Lord's Mansion as the central dividing line, originally covered the low-lying area, and there was plenty of sunshine in the afternoon, so the East City was designated as a farming area. In addition to planting, no other activities are allowed in this area. Those who are found dancing in the square will be expelled directly. The area opposite the City Lord's Mansion was divided into Yinglong Guard's exclusive military camp and training ground. The rear of the City Lord's Mansion was temporarily allocated to Yinglong Guard's armed forces. However, the Yinglong Guard in the North City area occupies a very small part of the armed forces. The Yinglong Guard in the North City area must be the core armed force of Daxia City, because the residential area of the City Lord's Mansion needs absolute safety. Therefore, 80% of the North City area is still occupied by Daxia City residents. The remaining West City area is the gathering place for players who join Daxia City. Of course, some outstanding talents can be assigned to live in the North City. Classes exist in every world, but fairness? It doesn't exist. There is absolute fairness there. If that were the case, everyone would just want to share resources equally. If you want to live a better, more comfortable, and safer environment, then create it with your hard-working hands. Similarly, as long as you work hard enough, you can also become a member of Yinglong Guard. Because Zhang Yichen and Tung Baiwan are both deputy city lords, they can switch the main city's bird's-eye view at will. When I saw Beichen clearly divide the 4 cities of East, West, South, and North, I was also stunned. Beichen, isn't this a waste of resources? Tung Baiwan analyzed, according to what you said, after De Biao and Peng Jinjie come back, we will recruit some active or retired soldiers. Our armed forces will only be about 4,000. Is it too much to directly occupy the huge South City? Bai Chen knew what Teng Baiwan wanted to say, and waved his hand. Only by letting them see the absolute difference in treatment can their potential be aroused. Later, you can clearly type in the information column of the same city channel that as long as you are diligent, everything you want is in Daxia City. Teng Baiwan was a practical man, and immediately entered the local channel that was exclusive to Daxia City. However, the next second, Teng Baiwan exclaimed, "This? The function of buying and selling/renting stores?" Zhang Yichen was also surprised when he heard this, and also switched his perspective to the local channel. Sure enough, he also saw the buying and selling/renting function. The buying and selling and renting function that is unique to our Daxia City? Both of them looked at Bai Chen and asked. Bai Chen smiled and nodded slightly. This is the reward for choosing the 3-star Siege Beast Tide. Chapter 110. The two were immediately pleasantly surprised. The appearance of these three functions in the same city made it much easier to collect materials. These three functions are only the rewards for the 2-star difficulty of the Siege Beast Tide. The two were surprised and said at the same time, "What about the rewards for the 3-star difficulty?" Bai Chen smiled, "The only skill a world away." The two were confused. But when Bai Chen mentioned the positioning transmission, the two were shocked. Wow! In this way, as long as the Yinglong guards have a positioning symbol, even if all the armed forces go out of the city to explore, they can gather the troops as soon as possible when the main city is attacked? Zhang Yichen looked at Bai Chen expectantly. Teng Baiwan was also very nervous. This thing could already be called black technology. Once this thing is built, it will be awesome. Bai Chen nodded slightly, very thorough analysis, but its function is more than that. Bai Chen looked around and said, "Our main city covers an area of about 150 acres. If a large number of enemies or strange beasts suddenly invade, how can we deploy defenses in the 4 cities in the first place?" Bai Chen said, "It is not possible to transport it by car. As for having all the armed forces live on the city wall all the time, it is not realistic." Bai Chen's words shocked the two of them, and they further realized the importance of the locator symbol in combat. Manpower is sometimes limited, and invasion battles usually occur very suddenly. If a powerful main city fails to react in time, and is attacked by an enemy of equal strength, the possibility of breaking the city will be greatly increased. However, with the locator symbol, the armed forces can quickly gather and deploy on the city wall, which can greatly reduce the risk of breaking the city. The location where the three people stood was not far from the well, which was the core of the city lord's mansion. Baiwan, this is a war reserve warehouse with an internal space of about 5,000 cubic meters. In the future, the materials, weapons, and other supplies entering and leaving the warehouse must be strictly recorded. What? A 5,000 cubic meter war reserve warehouse? Teng Baiwan didn't know what to say. Also, the task of collecting and selling materials for the World Channel Cooperation is also given to you. Can you take care of it? Bai Chen looked at Teng Baiwan and said. While taking care of the internal affairs of the main city, he also had to take care of the World Channel Trade Cooperation. It must be said that the task is very arduous. But Teng Baiwan still agreed without hesitation. Leave it to me. Very good. Bai Chen then said to Zhang Yichen, your task is to supervise the army in all aspects and maintain order in the main city. There will be a large number of players joining the Great Xia City in the future. Guaranteed to complete the task. The general direction has been arranged. You can discuss the rest of the forging, leasing, planting, and recruitment. After speaking, Bai Chen seemed to have thought of something and said, I still have 30,000 reputations that can be used. If the tools, infrastructure, etc. needed in the main city are not available in the national channel, you can send me a list directly. I will exchange them and put them directly in the War Reserve warehouse. Okay. Yes. Bai Chen smiled and placed the selected large particle space arsenal on a flat ground 50 meters away from the well. At the same time, Bai Chen also set up the permission to freely open the War Reserve warehouse. At present, 3 people are tentatively set, Teng Baiwan, Zhang Yichen, and Teng Chu. Giving Teng Chu the privilege is not because she is Bai Chen's woman, but because Bai Chen wants to give Teng Chu a more important task. After all, Bai Chen's trust in Teng Chu is no less than that of the 2 deputy city lords. It would be a waste if we didn't entrust him with important tasks despite this relationship. After setting the access rights of the War Reserve warehouse, Bai Chen tried to take out a bottle of cocktail from the particle ring, and then put it in the War Reserve warehouse directly without paying attention to the distance through the City Lord compatible mode. Wow! Bachin exclaimed, wow, this is so damn convenient. It feels like it's really worth choosing a large particle space War Reserve warehouse. As Bachin explained many details, Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen began to prepare. For the two, the current Daxia city is like a small country that just survived the war, and everything is in ruins. And they are the designers who make this small country prosperous. The task is arduous and difficult. Watching the two leave with a cautious look on their faces, Bachin exhaled heavily and smiled. Okay. In 3 days, part of the skeleton of Daxia city will be formed. By then, we can be a hands-off city lord and go out to play tut-tut. The foundation is important, but the order is more important. For Bachin, he doesn't care about the order outside the city of Daxia, but as long as he becomes a citizen of Daxia, he must abide by the order and rules within the city of Daxia. At this time, there was a light sound of footsteps in my ears, and I turned around and saw that it was Tung Chu-Chu who was walking towards me with a plate of sweat on his face. Bachin, come here quickly, it's time to eat. As he said this, Tung Chu-Chu smiled confidently. Try the steak we fried this time. I promise, it will be so delicious that you will cry. To be honest, I experienced 3 waves of siege beasts in one night, and the last time I almost died in the burning of black flames. In addition, the foundation of the 3rd level main city Daxia city has been established, so I no longer have any pressure. When I saw such a person, who was only interested in me, Bachin couldn't help but feel a little excited. Oh, you took a bath? Bachin raised a charming arc at the corner of his mouth, looking up and down at Tung Chu-Chu's curvy and exquisite body. At the age of 19, she was in the period of youth and liveliness. After several irrigations, this flower became more and more beautiful. Humph, I've been using a heavy machine gun all night. Not to mention the dust, the exhaust from the bullets has made me smell like gunpowder, and my skin has become black. After several in-depth and simple exchanges, Tung Chu-Chu was obviously not so restrained in front of Bachin. Now she can naturally make some jokes when facing Bachin. Oh, my skin is blackened? Is it that serious? Bachin took the plate and put it into the particle space with his backhand. He took a step in front of Tung Chu-Chu. The height difference between the two was not much, and the two almost touched each other's noses. Ah! What are you thinking of doing? Tung Chu-Chu was so shocked that she almost stumbled and fell, but was immediately embraced by Bachin. Being embraced by this man again, Tung Chu-Chu hurriedly pushed Bachin. What are you doing? It's so early in the morning. What if other soldiers see you? How embarrassing. That's what she said, but after looking around and finding no one, Tung Chu-Chu naturally hugged Bachin's waist and enjoyed smelling Bachin's scent. Chu-Chu, didn't you just say that the bullet caps blackened your skin? Tung Chu-Chu didn't think much and said directly, yes, it was washed off with great difficulty. Bachin smiled and said, let's go to a quiet place, and I help you check again to see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net. Bachin bent down without waiting for a reply, and raised his hands slightly. Suddenly, a curvy body was picked up horizontally, light, tight, and youthful. Ah! Bachin, this is broad daylight, and there are members of the Yinglong Guard all around. Don't. I will be ashamed to see people, if I am discovered. Hee hee, we are the city lord now, so it's not enough to just use the right hand to avoid being discovered? As long as one order is given, no members of the Yinglong Guard will disturb us within 5 hours. Bachin raised Tung Chu-Chu's delicate chin and said, you bastard, you only know how to steal fish. Heh, but why do I feel like you are looking forward to it too? Bachin teased with a wicked smile on his face. Tung Chu-Chu covered her blushing face and said, you are talking nonsense, I didn't. Chapter 111. It was 5:30 in the morning, and the air should have been fresh and everything should have been revived. However, inside a red flag sedan in the core area of Yinglongwei, there was a warm atmosphere. Tung Chu-Chu looked at Bachin shyly. How about turning on the fan? Bachin raised his head and took a sip of strong liquor and nodded slightly. As long as you are happy, anything is fine. With more supplies, you don't care about this little gasoline anymore. Humph, you have a conscience. Turning the air conditioner to the maximum, Tung Chu-Chu took the initiative to hug Bachin. About 2 hours later, the two hugged each other tightly, recalling every detail of the past. The two came from the game all over the world, and then experienced life and death together. In the end, she had to separate from Bachin because she had to find her elder brother. At that time, she clearly remembered that when she left, Bachin gave her the Desert Eagle. To be honest, Tung Chu-Chu burst into tears more than once during the time she left Bachin. and her elder brother kept saying after learning about this that he had delayed his sister's happiness. Fortunately, the fate of the two has not ended. It turns out that the forces of Yinglongwei and the eldest brother were all created by Beichen. When she heard the news, Tung Chuchu was so happy that she even learned a lot of skills from the deputy captain of Yinglongwei. Beichen was also scared when he saw Tung Chuchu was so skilled, and couldn't help but think wildly. Ahem, that. Your skills have improved a lot since we separated? The light in the car was not very good. Beichen could only vaguely see Tung Chuchu's red cheeks. Can you tell me what happened? Beichen knew that in this world where games are everywhere, disc players are luxury goods. He didn't believe that Tung Chuchu had learned all these skills by herself. If it wasn't self-taught, then what? The screen immediately became weird, and Beichen swallowed. Humph, what are you thinking about? After I separated from you, I went straight to my elder brother. Although I encountered many people on the way to my elder brother, you gave me a pistol when we separated. Tung Chuchu hugged Beichen tightly and said softly, if it wasn't for that firearm, I might have fallen into the hands of those people, but when I took out the firearm, those people ran faster than each other. Ahem. So? Beichen coughed dryly. It's me. I'm looking for the only two girls in the team. Tung Chuchu was speechless when she saw Beichen was still serious. Huh? Is there such an experienced sister in the team? Beichen was shocked. Tung Chuchu blushed and said, Beichen, you are annoying. I am a virgin. Don't talk nonsense. A virgin teaches you this? Why don't I believe it? In fact, Beichen knew what Tung Chuchu meant, but the night was long, and he couldn't just do that here, right? Besides, she was a member of the Nanhai Guards before, and then she learned special agent skills, so she naturally has to deal with various occasions. Oh, if that's the case, doesn't it mean that she has already obtained a license before she has even seen the car? My sister is awesome. Beichen, be serious. Beichen smiled and said, I am very serious. Let's talk about something serious. Humph, you said I was afraid of you. Time passed, and several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 112. 3 hours later. A bloody battle ended with 2 high-decibel roars. The soul was soothed and the body was satisfied. Both of them closed their eyes and enjoyed the tranquility of this moment. I said, what's wrong with you wanting to kill someone? You almost tortured me to death. Tung Chuchu hugged Beichen's waist tightly and moaned. Hey, pay attention next time. As if thinking of something, Beichen asked, by the way, do you like to plow the land? Hearing this, Tung Chuchu's face turned red again, and she buried her head in Beichen's chest and whispered, I like to be plowed by you. Beichen. I feel like you are driving, but I have no evidence. Not this cultivated land, but cultivated land, agriculture, planting. Do you have experience? Tung Chuchu hit Beichen and said coquettishly, it's you who guided me, huh? But you said the cultivated land is the planting area in Dongcheng, right? Yes, I want to hand over that area to a close and trusted person to manage. Tung Chuchu's heart was filled with honey when she heard this. Close, trusted person. After careful consideration, Tung Chuchu decided to tell the truth. But I don't know anything about agricultural planting, and I'm afraid I delay your important work. Tung Chuchu's eyes were filled with self-blame. It's okay. If the planting area is not okay, there are other important positions. You can definitely handle this. Tung Chuchu's eyes lit up and said, what job is it? General Manager of Internal Affairs Data of the City Lord's Mansion. Tung Chuchu repeated in a low voice, General Manager of Internal Affairs Data of the City Lord's Mansion? What a long name. What does it do specifically? Mainly responsible for the data of the Great Xia City War Reserve. It's a civilian position. How about it? Instead of seeing Tung Chuchu happy, he felt a little disappointed. What's wrong? Do you like civilians? Beichen asked in confusion. Actually, I want to be a soldier. Beichen was stunned and gave Tung Chuchu a slap on the head. What soldier? Sit down as a civilian first. Fighting and killing is not what girls should do. Humph, I just want to carry a gun and fight. Beichen was stunned. Carry a gun. Fight, come on, I'm afraid of you. You? Woo-woo. 2 hours later, Tung Chuchu fell into a deep sleep, like a princess who had not woken up from a dream. During the battle, she had already given up the idea of being a soldier. Silly girl, be obedient and be a civilian. Being a soldier is too dangerous for you. He took out a thin blanket and covered Tung Chuchu with it. I won't allow you to have any accidents, just be obedient. Tung Chuchu hummed in a daze in response. After Beichen and Tung Chuchu separated, they returned to their wooling car. At this time, the baby was happily learning elementary school knowledge. Seeing Baichin coming back, he happily jumped into his arms. Hey, this smell? The baby sniffed the air, and then put his clever nose on Baichin's collar and sniffed. Dad, you smell like her perfume. Baichin was embarrassed. What? From the perspective of social hooligans, this thing should be called feminine fragrance, right? Baichin, what kind of messed up knowledge did you learn? Hee, humanities encyclopedia hooligans. Baichin's head was buzzing as he tried to recall. Baby, I have a low level of education, don't lie to me. Is there such a subject in my country sees 9-year compulsory education? Baby shook his head hurriedly. It's not the knowledge of the 9-year compulsory education, it's Vank. Vank has 10,000 subjects. Oh, that's how it is. Baichin suddenly felt that this Vank tutoring machine was not serious, so he might as well smash it. After some instructions and specific studies, Baichin got off the car and lit a cigarette. At this time, Tung Baiwan's private message notification came. Baichin opened the private message and replied with a surprised face. Is this thing serious? Is it real? It's real. Look at this prototype they built. Seeing this message, Baichin smiled and replied, trade the design drawings to me, and recruit talents in the field of architecture immediately. At this time, a prompt sounded. Your friend Tung Baiwan has sent you a trade request. Do you accept it? Accept. After the virtual trading bar was opened, a purple design appeared directly on the other party's trading bar. He carefully looked at the name of the design Normal 9 Small Building Design Drawings after the transaction was successful. A purple design drawing twice as large as a normal weapon design fell into his hands. Can it be amplified? Baichin smiled. This thing is really timely. Before, he was thinking that the main city had been built, how to build the infrastructure, and it would be too expensive to exchange reputation points for it. After the farmland was cultivated, buying seeds, fertilizers and miscellaneous tools would not be a small amount. And you want to build a city and recruit people to live in it, and you want to collect rent and taxes, but it doesn't make sense if you don't provide infrastructure. Detected one ordinary 9-story building design drawing, can be amplified. Do you want to amplify? Amplify. Baichin said directly. Congratulations to the host for successfully amplifying. The ordinary 9-story building design drawing is amplified to 12-story high-end insulation livable design drawings *50. Wow, the system is so powerful that it directly becomes 50 without amplification? Looking at the design drawings and the materials needed for construction, Baichin knew that it would be no easy task to build these 50 12-story livable buildings. Soon, Baichin traded another 50 blueprints to Tung Baiwan, and told him to leave the task of building the main city buildings to Shuihan, and the various ores needed for materials could be directly exchanged internationally. If Yinglongwei did not have an inexhaustible well, I am afraid that Baichin could only build one building with all his energy. Okay, I understand. Tung Baiwan had long been immune to the huge changes in the upgrade map. There were some things he only needed to know that Baichin could do it, and he didn't want to ask more about other things. Too much curiosity would kill people. Since this kind of blueprint has appeared, I should also work. Since the War Reserve warehouse was placed, Baichin has put most of the materials in the particle space ring into it. It is quite comfortable to be a hands-off manager, so naturally he has to get more materials, otherwise his subordinates will just watch and not be able to actually operate. I directly checked the Particle War Reserve warehouse through the City Lord compatible mode. Looking at the storage list, there are quite a lot of things that can be amplified. Click the quantity, and wait to sort from high to low. Baichin was quiet after seeing this. Before I knew it, the cities of Daxia had become so wealthy. The top 3 on the list are purified water, 20 tons. Ordinary gasoline, 3,500 gene can be amplified iron block. 320 blocks can be amplified steel. 198 blocks can be amplified copper. 100 blocks can be amplified silver. 60 blocks can be amplified bread. He sighed, feeling that his 2 deputy city lords were too awesome. With such deputy city lords, why worry about being a city lord? At this time, the system's voice also sounded in his mind. Detected that multiple materials can be amplified. Do you want to amplify them? After amplification, store them directly in the Particle War Reserve warehouse. Congratulations to the host for successfully amplifying. After the amplification was successful, wow, except for the water resources that could not be amplified, other resources almost increased by 100 times, and even the quality was greatly improved. Baichin smiled at the amplification data, and put dozens of hot weapons in stock into the War Reserve warehouse. Among them, there are 10 M416 assault rifles, and 10 SKS automatic rifles, 10 pistols, and nearly 20 plate rifles, 30 Mitsubishi bayonets, 30 mine knives, and a number of various bullets. These are almost all of Baichan's private collection of weapons. Now he believes that Tung Baiwan will maximize the value of them. However, Baichan still sent a private message to Tung Baiwan, saying that these guns can kill people, not those picked goods in the Reputation Mall that directly lead to unknown murderers. Awesome, Baichan, you actually have so many sophisticated weapons. Okay, I understand. I will discuss the unified deployment of weapons with Zhang Yichen after the organization is complete. Just after disconnecting the private message with Tung Baiwan, another host prompt sounded. Baichan was stunned, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Finally, you can't hold on? International private message prompt. Do you want to check? Yes, the one who sent the private message to Baichan was the Lord of Megwa Wuzue City, Ireland 4. Boss Baichan, my Megwa Wuzue City has surrendered. Help. If this continues, not to mention the innocent city, the entire Megwa war zone will become zombies. Almost at the same time, Tian Bin Saburo of the Jin Bin war zone. Quan Qingji of the Han Kingdom war zone also sent congratulatory messages, saying that if this continues, the clan will be exterminated. Baichan replied 3 times in a row, no way, you can't hold on before 10 hours have passed. Woo, Baichan, God, you know, our 3 kingdoms war zone is not very large, and the second largest Jin Bin and the third largest Han Kingdom are even smaller, so this wave of virus is spreading at a terrifying speed. Oh, is that so? Baichan smiled like a butcher and replied, but what does it have to do with me? Woo, come on, big brother Baichan, strictly speaking my ancestor was a prime minister of the Qin dynasty, yes, his name was Su Fu, in fact, we are also of the bloodline of Country C, you can't just stand by and watch us die. Yes, in fact, during the Warring States period, I was included in the territory of Country C, but later some unintentional emperors broke their promises, which led to this situation. In fact, I, Dahan, am also a member of Country C. Seeing this, Baichan almost vomited. Fuck, I thought I was shameless, but you are even more shameless than me. Don't talk nonsense, this trick doesn't work. I won't release the eagle until I see the rabbit. If you want me to take action, you have to take out the top 3 weapons in your war zone double list, otherwise you will be destroyed. The 3 Kingdoms Alliance was immediately grateful. As long as they can survive, the top 3 weapons on the double list are not important. After all, they are dead. Why should they be buried with the weapons on the list? The 3 Kingdoms Alliance. Trade immediately. Baichan smiled and reminded him, don't play tricks on me. I'm the think tank of Daxia City. I know the top 3 weapons in the 2 lists of your 3 Kingdoms Alliance. Yes, we know what to do. A sense of playfulness rose in his heart. Okay, tell me the names of the strongest cold weapons and hot weapons in your war zone? 3 Kingdoms Alliance. This test. This is definitely a test. Aw, I go first. The top 3 cold weapons in our country are Demon Sword Muramasa, Kusanagi Sword, Black Sword Dark Moon. And me, the top 3 cold weapons in our country are Slaughter Blade, Double Dragon Demon Shadow Sword, for Stars Demon Sword. How dare you? The boss of the 3 Kingdoms Alliance hasn't spoken yet. Why are you so anxious? Let me say it last. The cold weapon ranking of our Megwa is really awesome. The first one is the Demon Sword Apophis, the second one is Thor's Hammer, and the third one is Cruel Mercy. Baichan cursed after seeing these names. Are you guys kidding me? NDF and Marvel have all been prepared for me. Do you believe that I will pull out the 13,600 gene golden hoop and throw you to death? Chapter 113. Seeing this, Ireland 4, Quan Qingji, and Tian Bin Saburo all cried. F****ku, what the hell is that? I've never heard of it. Really, big brother Baichan, we are telling the truth. Yes, it's all the truth. Swear to God. Baichan. What? How is this possible? Wait for my news. After temporarily disconnecting the private message, he sent a private message to Tung Baiwan directly, asking, can you give me a list of the top 3 weapons on the double list of the 3 Kingdoms Alliance? Baichan said before that he knew the names of the weapons on the 3 Kingdoms double list, which was really bluffing. Okay, I've been preparing this information for a long time. Sure enough, a detailed list of weapons appeared in Baichan's vision. I looked at the data update date, and it was 5 o'clock this morning. It's exactly the same. Baichan didn't believe the words of the 3 Kingdoms Alliance, but Tung Baiwan was different. Baichan asked, do you know these weapons of Baiwan? Is there any source? Tung Baiwan seemed very busy, and said in a very concise way, which weapon is it? I don't know everything about it, but I know a little bit about it. Beichen replied directly. Please tell me the origin of this Kusanagi sword. Oh, this weapon is said to have been used by a character named Sasuke in the Eastern mythology system. The legend is quite mysterious. It is said that people with the talent of thunder can turn it into lightning and then increase its power after using it. Beichen stared. What the hell is this mythology system? What about this magic sword of Pobi's? Oh, this weapon is a magic weapon in the history of Megwa mythology. It is said that God got it by killing a centipede monster that lived for thousands of years in a forbidden place called the Sorrowful Cave. It is said that this thing is very evil and sucks the user's ant's blood. It is similar to Chiyo's Tiger Soul sword in our mythology. The Forbidden Sorrowful Cave, an evil holy weapon that God got by killing a centipede monster that lived for thousands of years 10,000 years ago. If it wasn't Tong Baiwan who said this, Beichen really wanted to slap him in the face. However, Beichen was really stunned. His worldview collapsed. He quickly replied that Baiwan, haven't you seen Naruto and Women's Federation series? What Naruto Women's Federation? Our main city doesn't need a director of the Women's Federation. There's no need to create so many empty positions. Oh, I see. Go ahead and do your work. Okay, if you have anything, just send me a private message. I'm on 24 hours a day. Beichen exploded on the spot. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck through his mind, knocking Beichen to the ground. I'm a time traveler? Beichen squatted on the ground with his hands on his head. The place where I have lived for 20 years is actually a parallel world of the Earth. How is it possible? What did Beichen suddenly think of? What happened during the 7 days of coma? I remember clearly that when I was 16 years old and practicing in the mountains with my master, I seemed to fall off a cliff thousands of feet high. I thought I was dead, but when I woke up, I found myself lying in my master Chufeng's room, and I was fine. At that time, Beichen thought that it was his master who cured him, but who would have thought that it was actually like this? No wonder there is no Naruto in this world, no Fu Lien series, and it has become a myth all over the world. No wonder I was chosen by the system. It turns out that I am a time traveler. After clearing away the mist and seeing the true face, all the doubts in my mind were explained. After the age of 15, Beichen basically said goodbye to games, and as for the highly addictive TV series, he had long since quit. After becoming a disciple, he either practiced Xingyiquan with his master or cultivated his character, which almost perfectly avoided the possibility of discovering a parallel world. The mood was slightly agitated, but the things in the past life were no longer important to Beichen now. He had a happy family in this life, and the memories of his family in the past life were very vague, and he couldn't remember them at all. Let's make the best of it now. Let's not worry about the Three Kingdoms Alliance for now. I have to light a cigarette to calm down. After all, the amount of information is a bit too much. By the way, if the Three Kingdoms Alliance brought out all the legendary weapons, why can't they even deal with a rare boss, the source of the Mother Body disaster? Reconnect the private message of the Three Kingdoms Alliance. I have investigated it clearly. You are right. It is quite true. What's going on? Who goes first and who goes second? The city lords of the Three Kingdoms Alliance were so excited that they cried when they saw Beichen's reply. In just a short while, hundreds of thousands of people died in their Three Kingdoms war zone. We go first, we go first. God Beichen, your credibility is still guaranteed. Suddenly, a prompt rang in my ears. The city lord of the innocent city in the Megwa war zone, Ireland 4, has initiated a trade request with you. Do you accept it? Accept. After the virtual trading bar was opened, 6 pieces of equipment were placed on it. Beichen's attention was all on the 3 cold weapons, and he ignored the 3 good hot weapons. The first thing he saw was the famous magic sword Apophis. Magic sword Apophis rank, excellent. Unlocked. Features, the only excellent feature, unknown. Introduction. The holy weapon obtained by God from killing the 10,000-year-old centipede in the Forbidden Land. But this weapon has a deep demonic root, and the owner will be continuously sucked blood by the magic sword Apophis for energy. Damn it! No wonder these bastards agreed so readily. It turns out it's not unblocked yet. Beichen was surprised at first that the Three Kingdoms Alliance was so willing to hand over the mythical weapon, but now he understands that it can't exert its power at the moment. Sure enough, after looking at Thor's hammer and Cruel Mercy dagger, they were also in a state of being unblocked. Seeing that the other party had already clicked the confirmation button for the transaction, Beichen was reluctant to trade. He replied to Ireland 4, "Damn it! No wonder you were so willing to hand over the weapon to me, I see. You have it. Well, if these holy weapons are all unsealed, I'm afraid I won't have to bother you, Boss Baichin, to solve the zombie virus. Haha, that makes sense. Baichin always does what he says. Since he has these weapons, it's normal to solve the rare bosses. In the mysterious exchange of the City Lord's reputation, the second-level rare boss assigned by the charm fruit is directly solved. Source of the Matrix disaster: stretch your legs and stare at the pills. It will take effect in 5 minutes, and the zombie virus in your place will be gone immediately. 5 minutes? Oh my god, you are worthy of being the god of Baichin. Then, the two countries, Han and Han, also traded their weapons on the double list. To Baichin's surprise, the two countries hesitated when trading, just like cutting meat. But in the end, Saburo Tanimoto still chose to trade. As expected, there was a reward. It was the Kusanagi sword. It was not in the sealed state, but it could evolve with the same attribute as his heavenly demon armor. Legendary Kusanagi sword, Phase 1, rank, excellent. First stage evolutionary attribute, lightning attraction. Second stage evolutionary attribute, unknown. Third stage evolutionary attribute, unknown. Unique superior characteristic, unknown. Introduction. Long-term use of this sword to attract lightning and temper the body can improve lightning talent, and even control lightning talent. Oh, the Kusanagi sword also has this attribute? Baichin smiled and instantly lost interest in other messy weapons. After all, he had no idea how to unlock the superior weapons. In comparison, the Kusanagi sword, although its attributes are not very good, is fortunately at the same level as the Sky Demon armor, and both can be evolved. You should know that the original Sky Demon armor was of excellent quality. After the final stage of evolution, it became perfect quality directly. After that, it awakened its form and became Baichin's Black Flame Eternal Kaleidoscope. It can be said that any weapon that can be evolved is worth cultivating. After casually contacting the rare BOS sent to Hongwa, Baichin carefully played with the Kusanagi sword in his hand, with a smile on his face. The Kusanagi sword can't actually be called a sword, but a straight and light knife without an arc. One sword in one sheath, the handle abandons the traditional handguard, but a very clean and neat single handle. After the Cambridge is integrated, from the outside, it is just a relatively long black ruler. Enter the main city construction interface, click the last box on the side of the interface to take it out directly. Do you want to take out the 9 choose 3 reward? 10 evolution crystals? Yes. The evolution crystals appeared in front of Baichin like 10 dazzling diamonds. Is it really not possible to increase it? However, after hearing the prompt in his ear, Baichin's mouth corners rose. It is detected that the excellent cold weapon Kusanagi sword can be evolved. Do you want to consume an evolution crystal to evolve to the second stage? Chapter 114. Detected that the superior cold weapon Kusanagi sword can evolve. Do you want to consume an evolution crystal to evolve to the second stage? Baichin was about to say yes, but immediately held back. Thinking about the pain and physical and mental damage caused to him by the continuous evolution of the armor Timal Yalwan last time. That was terrifying. He put the Kusanagi sword into the particle space ring in a flash. In this way, even if the Kusanagi sword evolves to the ultimate stage, Baichin will not be afraid even if it really attracts the thunder. It is detected that the excellent cold weapon Kusanagi sword can evolve. Do you want to consume an evolution crystal to evolve to the second stage? Yes. Congratulations on your excellent cold weapon Kusanagi sword evolving to the second stage, unlocking new abilities. It is detected that the excellent cold weapon Kusanagi sword can evolve. Do you want to consume 2 evolution crystals to evolve to the third stage? It is the same if you release one sheep or a group of sheep. Then let them evolve together. Yes. Congratulations on your excellent cold weapon Kusanagi sword evolving to the final stage, unlocking new abilities. Hurry, and take out Kusanagi sword again. The appearance has not changed. Baichin was surprised when he took it in his hand, and he felt a little numb. Lightning-inducing body tempering? Baichin took a deep breath after looking at the attributes. Legendary Kusanagi sword, final stage, grade, excellent. First stage evolution attribute, lightning-inducing. Second stage evolution attribute, change in lightning properties. Third stage evolution attribute, lightning Kirin rune. The only excellent feature, lightning Kirin rune, will increase the damage to monsters such as evil demons by 1 times. Introduction. Long-term use of this sword to induct lightning and temper the body can improve lightning talent, and even control lightning talent. I just finished reading the evolutionary properties of Kusanagi sword. The sound of the game console rang in my ears. Kusanagi sword successfully evolved in the final stage. Should I use the Thunder Kirin rune to possess it? Possession? Baichin asked in confusion, Does it mean that Kusunagi's sword directly turned into the Thunder Kirin rune, just like the first stage of Warframe's demonic chaos, similar to the Black Dragon tattoo? Yes, but this process may be more exciting than the Black Dragon tattoo possession. Baichen. Of course, after the Thunder Qilin rune is completed, the user's genetic talent basic value will be greatly improved, and at the same time, the lightning attribute talent can be controlled. Gudong. Baichen swallowed his throat and cursed in a low voice. Why, you have to take a knife anyway. Yes, there is no shortcut to becoming stronger. Baichen didn't dare to have too much expectation of the genetic talent basic value being greatly improved. That's right, it was because he was cheated by the game console many times. Cut the perspective to the genetic talent page of the game function. I want to see how bad this basic genetic talent improvement is. Since the successful defense of the 3rd level Siege Beast Tide, Baichen has studied this function more than once. Personal genetic talent attribute panel player, Baichen gene value, strength, 18. Agility, 19. Spirit, 17. Endurance, 21. Concentration, 11. Ordinary player basic value, 5. Special profession bonus, 10. Personal limit, 30. Talent, 1. Black Flame Eternal Kaleidoscope. Talent 2. Amaterasu Black Flame. Genetic ability, none. Note, ultimate equipment possession type characteristics are all considered talent abilities. If the external equipment abilities are excluded, Baichen can fight 3 with this genetic value. But if all equipment abilities are fully unleashed, fighting 20 is just a matter of moving hands. But Baichen still paid attention to the details. By the way, host, I want to ask about the cost effectiveness of this Thunder Qilin possession. Is it more practical than actual weapons? Originally, I just bought a course of treatment with a triad attitude. Who knew the game console would answer directly? Isn't that nonsense? The Thunder Kirin rune is the ultimate extreme of evolution. Ahem. Okay, thank you. Baichen was hit hard. The Kusanagi sword successfully evolved in the final stage. Do you want to accept the Thunder Kirin rune? After hearing the prompt, Baichen quickly summoned the Black Flame Susanoo and flew quickly to the grove in the distance. After carefully observing that there was no one around, Baichen gritted his teeth and said, "Accept the Thunder Kirin rune." The Thunder Kirin possession begins, and the process lasts about 10 minutes. If the user dies or falls into a coma during the process, the possession will fail. After failure, the final stage of Kusunagi's sword will return to the 2nd stage of evolution. Baichen was shocked when he heard this. This is not a ranked game. Why is it still downgraded? It's okay to fail due to death, but not even coma. Because the process of thunder possession is to induce thunder to temper the body, and then the thunder pattern will burn the Kirin rune on the body. The whole process requires the user to guide the engraving, so coma means that it cannot be guided, and it will fail. That makes sense. Please prepare. After 30 seconds, please raise the Kusanagi sword. This is the first step to attract lightning. Wait a minute. I want to ask how many thunderbolts will I be struck by? 9 if I'm lucky. 47 if I'm unlucky. Fuck, you're making it seem like I'm going through a tribulation? Is it real lightning? The Qilin rune of lightning and thunder is engraved, which is equivalent to going through a tribulation in Eastern mythology. If you can't get through it, you die. If you get through it, you be one step closer to turning into ashes. Woo woo. You're screwing me again. He hurriedly said on the Yinglongwei channel that no matter what noise he heard, he was not allowed to approach. Of course, no one disobeyed Baichen's order, but they were all curious about what the city lord was going to do. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. He grasped the Kusanagi sword with his right hand, and the tip of the blade, which was shining and emitting lightning, pointed directly at Qintian. He roared, "I'm going to pierce this sky, the 19th Thunder Tribulation. Come on, ha!" Since he got the heavenly demon armor, Baichen would fall into madness from time to time, and he was completely different from the low-key and wise young man he used to be. It was because of the heavenly demon armor that Baichen's concentration dropped sharply. It seemed that the sky was provoked and angry. The sky, which was originally cloudless, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. It was not raining, because a dark cloud appeared. That's right, it gathered above Baichen's head. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva. The feeling in the dark could not be wrong. This was a reminder of death. The oppression of the sky was so real that Baichen could hardly breathe. Sizzle, crackle. The sparks of lightning were so bright that Baichen could almost cry with the naked eye. Now he is in a dilemma, and there is no place to retreat. Have you ever seen a pig run before? Every sea countryman knows that in fantasy novels, the lightning that strikes you is locked. Unless you turn into ash, you will become a human lightning rod. So Beichen did not run, but gritted his teeth and raised his sword, just to see what the thunder would do. As for summoning the black flame Susanoo to resist the lightning, isn't that just a joke? If you block the lightning, won't you get struck in vain? The game console said very clearly that you need to lead the lightning into the body, and then guide it to carve the lightning unicorn tattoo, so as to achieve the effect of possession. How can you possess me when I'm blocked outside? The dark clouds in the sky rolled more and more violently, and got lower and lower, which meant that the thickness increased. The sense of oppression caused Beichen's heart to beat slower. Suddenly, there was a swish in the sky, and a white light appeared, so bright that people couldn't look directly at it. In an instant, the white light appeared and disappeared. Then came the sound of the atomic bomb explosion in Hiroshima. Crackle. Boom. Crash. The pure white lightning visible to the naked eye, like cracked tempered glass, formed a large lightning net in the sky. The thickest lightning seemed to have its own ideas, and swept straight towards the grove where Beichen was. I. The moment the lightning entered his body, Beichen's brain went blank, and he felt as excited as the first kiss of his first love. Then all the hair on his body stood up, as if all of them were sprayed with hair gel. Before he could roar, the second lightning, the third. How overbearing is the majesty of the sky? The movement here immediately attracted the attention of players within hundreds of miles. The national and regional channels immediately exploded. Temporary meeting room at Yinglongwei Station. Shuihan was looking at the design drawing of the 12-story thermal insulation elegant residence in her hand with worry. Suddenly, thunder and lightning not far away startled her. Zhang Yichen, who was setting up a detailed training-level security plan, was also startled. And Tung Chu-Chu, who was doing statistics with paper and pen, exclaimed. Only Tung Baiwan's face changed and looked at the place where the thunder and lightning exploded. Haha, if this wasn't a game world, I would have thought it was some scumbag who swore to the sky and got his retribution? Yeah. Yes, if he is a scumbag, he must be the kind of scumbag who cheats both in love and money, otherwise how could God strike the same place 18 times in a row? Tung Chu-Chu smiled and said, feeling sweet in her heart, fortunately, my man is very loyal and not fickle he. Just then, Tung Baiwan exclaimed, put down the international order in his hand, and rushed towards the grove swept by lightning. Silly girl, hurry up, that's Beichen, don't you guys watch the team channel? Ah! Tung Chu-Chu was so shocked that she almost didn't react. No way, that's Beichen. Pooh, just treat what I said just now as bullshit, children speak without restraint. Shuihan was also anxious and hurried to make amends. Humph, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and drive. Zhang Yichen shouted directly. Everyone in the temporary meeting room scattered like birds and beasts, and rushed towards Beichen's location. Chapter 115. Half an hour later. When Tung Baiwan, Zhang Yichen and the other three drove to the place struck by lightning, the dark clouds in the sky had already disappeared. Beichen. City Lord. Where are you, Beichen? Tung Chu-Chu ignored the withered trees in front of him and rushed over without hesitation. Be careful. Tung Baiwan also rushed with the others. After searching carefully for nearly 5 minutes. When Ting Chu-Chu rushed to the edge of a huge sunken pit on the top of the mountain, he burst into tears. Shuihan and the others also changed their expressions when they heard the sad cry. Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen were even more shocked. If Beichen got into trouble, the city of Daxiao would be finished, and all plans would be forced to end. In a pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters, Beichen was lying naked in it with smoke coming out of his body. There was nothing around him, and his clothes were turned to ash by lightning. However, Tung Chu-Chu, who was familiar with Beichen's chest, immediately saw a majestic unicorn bred in lightning, which was vividly attached to Beichen's chest. Without hesitation, he took off his coat and covered Beichen with it, then checked his breath. After his fingers clearly felt the heat, Tung Chu-Chu's heart finally relaxed. Beichen, how are you? How could this happen? At this time, several people behind him also rushed down the pit. How is Beichen? Tung Baiwan first looked around to see if Beichen had any obvious external injuries. Zhang Yichen carefully checked the surrounding environment and used anti-reconnaissance skills to see if Beichen had been attacked. Shuihan was immediately attracted by the thunder and lightning unicorn on Beichen's chest. How is he, Chen? Tung Baiwan looked at Zhang Yichen and said, the environment is fine. Okay, come and help get Beichen back. Half an hour later. Only Beichen, who was in a coma and covered in dirt, was in the Hongqi car. Tung Chu-Chu carefully wiped the dirt and dust off Beichen's body over and over again. Beichen slowly opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing Tung Chuchu's eyes slightly red, quietly helping him put on his clothes, Beichen felt that it was a bit reckless to choose to possess the thunder and lightning unicorn rune this time. Chuchu. Tung Chuchu was shocked when she heard this. Beichen, you scared me to death. Tears welled up, and she threw herself into Beichen's arms. Beichen hugged Tung Chuchu and smiled bitterly to comfort her. It's okay, I'm fine, right? Don't cry. What were you doing just now? When we got there, you were smoking. The only person who could make Tung Chuchu show this attitude, besides Tung Baiwan, was Beichen. A girl who has never been in love, when she gives everything to the man she loves, her personality in front of this man must be very different from before, only for those who pursue him. After receiving the true teachings of Zhang Dabiao, Beichen made up for his low emotional intelligence. After a while, he made Tung Chuchu giggle. Humph, I don't care. If you dare to do this again, I will be angry. Beichen's heart softened. A hug and a kiss, I promise. Outside the car, all the soldiers of Yinglongwei were waiting anxiously. However, as Tung Chuchu cried, Beichen's voice also sounded. Suddenly, all the Yinglongwei cheered, and a big stone in their hearts fell to the ground. You take a rest first. I go tell my brother and the others to put their minds at ease. Beichen nodded slightly. Soon, Tung Chuchu wiped the tears from her eyes and got off the car. While Beichen closed his eyes to rest, he was not idle. Without hesitation, he switched his view to the genetic talent page. When he saw the genetic attributes after receiving the Thunder Qilin rune, Beichen felt that the 18 lightning bolts were not in vain. Player, Beichen gene stats, Strength, 28. Agility, 29. Spirit, 27. Endurance, 31. Concentration, 21. Basic stats for ordinary players, 5. Special profession bonus, 10. Personal limit, 30. Talent 1, Black Flame Eternal Kaleidoscope. Talent 2, Amaterasu Black Flame. Talent 3, Thunder Kirin Rune. Genetic ability, Thunder and Lightning Control. Note, ultimate equipment possession type characteristics are all considered talent abilities. A smile of expectation appeared on the corner of his mouth, and as soon as his mind moved, a stream of strange power in his body gathered towards the palm of his right hand. Because Beichen has the ability to control thunder and lightning, and the second stage of the evolution of the Kusanagi sword is to control the nature of thunder and lightning. So now the thunder and lightning are in Beichen's hands, like a pet, allowing him to knead it. Thunder escaped Chidori. Buzz, sizzle, sizzle. Before the words fell, strands of white lightning continued to appear in Beichen's palm. Suddenly, the whole car was filled with the sound of 1,000 birds singing. At the same time, the flashing light of lightning illuminated the interior of the red flag, making it as bright as day. Awesome, there is no need to make a seal. Just a thought can make lightning into the desired shape. Because it is the ability to control lightning. So even if a ball of lightning appeared directly in Beichen's palm, there was no burning pain of electric shock. Because he was in Tung Chuchu's car, Beichen couldn't use the car to test the power of the Thunderbird. A thought came to his mind, and the hissing lightning gradually disappeared until Beichen's palm was exposed after it completely disappeared. He clenched his fist, and at this moment, Beichen felt full of strength. It seemed that the use of the bird completely awakened his basic attribute panel. Not bad, 18 lightning tempering bodies directly made my gene values reach the peak of ordinary people. Beichen was very satisfied with the feeling now. With such genetic attributes, it should be safe to enter the forbidden area, right? At this time, a reminder sounded in my ears. Your friend Zhang Dabiao sent you a private message. Has the Chinese medicine doctor arrived? A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As long as the two teams of Zhang Dabiao and Pang Jinjie arrived. Then he basically realized the freedom of being the city lord. Open the private message to see. City Lord, Lao Pang and I have reunited, and the two teams have merged into one. How many people are there in total? A total of more than 1,000 people, all of whom are retired old comrades in the 4 surrounding areas, who are currently serving or in the same unit. Very good. How far are you from Dashia City? The coordinates of Dashia City were sent to the two when Beichen called the team back. There are still about 2 hours to go. I really want to see the power of the 3rd level main city. Beichen smiled and said, the current Dashia City is just an empty shell, waiting for you all to come back and build it. Okay, it's a good thing we made it in time, otherwise, as the head of the Xuanzi Corps, Lao Pang and I would not be at peace. That's right. According to Tang Baiwan's idea, Dashia City temporarily established 4 armed forces, and the level-specific codes were all selected. Zhang Yichen is in charge of the Tianzi Corps, Shui Han is in charge of the Dizzy Corps, After Zhang Dabu and Pang Jinjia return, they will be in charge of the Xuanzi and Huangzi Corps respectively. The entire corps is temporarily set at 4,000 people. After the two disconnected the private message, Beichen immediately sent a private message to Teng Baiwan and Zhang Yichen. 2 hours later, Yinglongwei Xuanzi and Huangzi Corps will return with about 1,000 people to prepare. So fast, okay, I get it. Teng Baiwan was also very excited. The current Daxia city is very large, but it is seriously short of manpower. As soon as the news spread, more than 20 members of the Yinglong Guard in the main city cheered directly. The joy of meeting old comrades is only one of the reasons. The key is that a large number of people are working together to cultivate the land, and it is fast. At noon, Beichen still did not get up, but lay down and rested peacefully. Because he knew that when the Xianhuang army came back, he would be busy again. Eat well and don't be dazed. Teng Chu handed a piece of 80% rare black truffle veal to Beichen's mouth and reminded him. Thank you for your hard work. Then eat well, I still have to send food to the baby later. Chapter 116. Listening to Teng Chu's words, Beichen smiled and nodded. Soon the carefully cooked black truffle veal was finished, and Teng Chu left with the baby's meal. Beichen looked at Teng Chu's serious face, and couldn't help but smile. Unconsciously, he had a different concern for Daxia City and Teng Chu. People are not plants, who can be heartless? Beichen used to think that marriage was just to continue human reproduction. Talking about feelings? It's a waste of time, and it's easy to fail. But now? Beichen doesn't think so. There are still 2 hours before the two teams of Zhang Dabu and Pang Jinjia arrive. Beichen still has enough time to study the area to be explored next. Forbidden Land Infinite Fantasy. The perspective cuts into this page again, and Beichen still feels incredible. There is nothing else on this page, just a dark map like an abyss. Beichen is not sure if it is a map of the current world. And the eye-catching red dot in the middle of the map undoubtedly indicates the location of the Forbidden Land. Beichen once asked the host how to find the forbidden area along this map mark. The answer he got was that as long as he accepted the Forbidden Area Exploration mission, the route would be revealed. A mission from 1 to 9 stars? What rewards will I get for completing these missions? Beichen frowned and muttered in thought, is it the materials for upgrading the 4th level main city, or more powerful weapons and equipment? Or is this just a pre-map for the catastrophe? That's right. In the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode, after upgrading the main city to level 3, you can no longer directly upgrade the main city to level 4 through this mode. Because of the special nature of the 4th level main city, Beichen also agreed. After all, the 4th level main city not only covers 10 times the area of the 3rd level main city, but can also build black technology, particle teleportation arrays, and even has 2 upgrade routes to choose from for the 4th level main city. The emergence of the 4th level main city made Beichen feel that there would be even more terrifying waves coming in this survival world, but the time has not come yet. That's why he said that the Forbidden Infinite Illusion is a pre-task before the catastrophe. Perhaps, the necessary materials for building a 4th level main city meteorite jade and essence of demon are in the Forbidden Mission. With Beichen's current equipment and basic genetic values, even if a more terrifying beast tide or a catastrophe swept over, Daxia City would be able to protect itself. However, he also has his own ties in this world, such as his daughter's baby, Teng Chu who came together by accident, his capable General Teng Baiwan, Zhang Yichen, Shui Han, etc. Therefore, he must move forward with a heavy burden, constantly exploring the secret of passing the game and returning to reality. Looking down at the lightning unicorn tattoo on his chest, Beichen smiled. Is an ultimate weapon of evolution and natural ability? It seems that this wave of blackmailing the Three Kingdoms Alliance is right. At the same time, the Three Kingdoms Alliance channel seemed a little depressed. Fuck, I am sure, I will definitely tell you that the zombie virus that swept our war zone was caused by Beichen. Oh my god, he also blackmailed the 3 holy artifacts of my Megwa war zone. This revenge must be avenged. Ireland 4 was almost crazy. The emergence of the zombie virus this time directly led to the failure of his ambition to unify the Western countries. What's more hateful is that the magic sword Apophis, which represents the symbol of power and status, has changed hands. Quan Qingji said with a guilty conscience, Boss, Beichen is now a 3rd level city lord, and there is a 3rd level main city to protect us. Even if we are not afraid of retaliation, there is nothing we can do. Tian bin Saburo is also an extremely crazy person. The Kusanagi sword is the only legendary artifact in the unsealed state in the Nishimoto war zone. He had been obsessed with the legends of that mythical world since he was a child, and that sword was what he had dreamed of since he was a child. No matter what the cost, revenge must be taken. Kusagi sword, Kusagi sword. The leaders of the Three Kingdoms Alliance were able to unify their war zones. So naturally they were not mentally retarded, and they knew that they could not confront the Great Xia City head-on. Soon the three of them agreed on a plan, and they placed all their hopes on exploring the Forbidden Land. Second brother, third brother, take the mission, and meet at the entrance of the Forbidden Land in 3 days. Okay. Hi. The three leaders immediately accepted the mission to explore the Forbidden Land, and the sound of the game console rang in their ears. Because it is the city lord who accepted, and went to the Forbidden Land to explore the infinite fantasy, the main city will be protected during the city lord's exploration, and will not be attacked by the assigned boss. What? Is there such a thing? Search Dai Sinai, ha ha ha. God is really helping me. Kill as many as you can. The trip to the Forbidden Land will surely make the players of Country C bleed into a river. At the same time, the three of them became even more angry, because the host's prompt indicated that they had already determined that the zombie virus was the boss assigned by Bachin in the city lord's mysterious exchange shop. It was too cruel. In less than 10 hours, the Three Countries Alliance had almost killed 3 million players. 2 hours later, in the city of Dashia, with the city lord Bachin and more than 20 people, the whole city was celebrating. Every Yinglongwei soldier stood at the main city gun head, holding an automatic rifle, and squinting through the high-powered scope, looking at the end of the field of vision. That's right. It's the Xuanzi and Huangzi Corps of the Great Xia City that have returned. After Bachin climbed the city, he saw a group of soldiers using automatic assault rifles M416, or even automatic rifles SKS to peer at them, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems that the soldiers work on the land every day, which is quite boring. At the end of the field of vision right in front of the south gate, a large cloud of dust was rising. That's right, it was the effect of 200 cars speeding, a dark mass. Zhang Dabu and Pang Jinjia sat in the back seat of a Hummer and closed their eyes to rest. 5 consecutive days of day and night travel also made them mentally exhausted. At this time, the co-pilot's observer was shocked when he saw the scene in the high-power telescope. 2 commanders, there is a situation. Zhang Dabu and Pang Jinjia suddenly opened their eyes and subconsciously reached for their guns. What's wrong? Someone is actually committing a crime at our doorstep. No, that commander, look at that. The observer didn't know how to explain, and hurriedly handed the telescope to Zhang Dabu. Oh! Zhang Dabu and Pang Jinjia looked at each other, and then took the telescope. This look. Come on, they are all sophisticated automatic firearms equipped with high-power scopes. What's going on? Pang Jinjia asked in confusion. That Bachin boss probably thought we were here to rob the city, so he laid out all his weapons. Take a look. Pang Jinjia took the telescope and took a look, and gasped. Isn't this the T-90 City Defense Heavy Machine Gun and the 35mm anti-aircraft gun? Oh my god. Because of the defense position and the angle, they could only see the 2 heavy machine guns and the 35mm anti-aircraft gun deployed at the left and right corners of Dashia City. In fact, the defense of Dashia City is 6 all-weather, fully automatic, surface-to-air honeycomb system automatic interception 35mm anti-aircraft guns, and 4 T-90 City Defense Heavy Machine Guns. This city defense heavy weapon is awesome. He is worthy of being a godlike man in the Sea Country War Zone. Zhang Dabu immediately spoke in the personal team channel. Our Dashia City is ahead, everyone, be alert and don't make trouble. Yes, Captain. Plus 1008.6. As time passed, the convoy got closer and closer to Dashia City. When they saw the well-equipped soldiers in the main city, and the heavy weapons with a terrifying caliber, they didn't need to be told, and they were very honest. Just like the son-in-law who just came to the door. Just when the soldiers of the 2 teams thought that the main city was only this strong. The next second, the appearance of that man made everyone's heart twitch. It was a black flame demon god with a body full of burning black flames, 3 meters tall, with a pair of black flame wings on its back, and a huge sword scabbard on its waist also burning with that kind of black flame. Just standing on the top of the main city without moving, it has brought an indelible shock to the soldiers of the 2 legions. Suddenly, the huge body of the black flame demon god shook violently, and a pair of dark green eyes shot out from the gap of the helmet. Walala. The black flame demon god dived slightly, and then the black flame wings behind him shook violently, and he flew directly into the air, and the kettle flew towards this side at a very fast speed. Seeing this scene, all the Xuanzi and Huangzi Corps soldiers turned pale. My god, what is this thing? It's oppressing me, and I can't breathe. Captain, Please give instructions. Should I shoot? Hold steady. Listen to my orders. Zhang Dabyu gave the order directly, and no one was allowed to act without authorization. In less than 10 breaths, the black flame devil descended from the sky and landed heavily in front of the convoy less than 100 meters away. Yes, it was Beichen. Although the Xuanzi and Huangzi Corps were Zhang Dabyu and Pang Xinjia's teams, this deterrence was still necessary. Although he trusted Zhang Dabyu and Pang Xinjia, there were inevitably people with terrible ambitions among the 1,000 people. After all, there were no clear rules in this world. Strength was the standard for measuring everything. Beichen wanted to plant a seed of his invincibility in all the Yinglongwei warriors, so as to dispel the fantasy of some people with ulterior motives. Wow! The moment the giant sword was unsheathed, it brought a wave of heat. Clang! The giant sword slashed at the ground without hesitation, and suddenly a rumble sounded, and smoke rose. When the smoke cleared, all the Xian and Huang troops gasped. A gully 3 meters deep and more than 10 meters long appeared in the place where the black flame demon god had slashed before. Some bushes, weeds and trees on both sides of the gully were all attached to the black flames and burned slowly. With a thought, Beichen put away the black flame Susanoo and revealed his true form. He waved his hand at the Hummer at the head of the convoy and said, "Why are you standing there? Go home." At this moment, a seed took root in everyone's heart. That is, this man is invincible. This kind of method is not only the first time for the Xuanzi Huangzi Corps to see it, but even the more than 20 members of the Yinglong Guard on the main city wall have seen it for the first time. They were really stunned. In the previous Extreme City Lord upgrade mode, although Beichen used the Sky Demon to display the external form, it was after all the size of a normal person, and it was still in the dark night. Everyone knew that Beichen had obtained an incredible equipment, but no one could see it so clearly. My God, is that the ability or talent of the City Lord? This method. TSK. Zhang Yichen didn't know what to say, and he made a sound of astonishment for the first time. Tung Baiwan's expression was not fearful, but only surprised and relieved, because her sister and Beichen were in love. Shui Han's eyes were full of little stars, as if she had thought of something, and grabbed Ting Chu, who was smiling triumphantly beside her, and said with a smile, "Sister, can I ask you something?" Tung Chu was stunned and said, "Sister Han, just say it directly. We have a relationship as strong as steel. There is no need to be so shy." That is. Does Beichen mind having 2 girlfriends? What did you say? Tung Chu kept his face unchanged and picked his ears. "Sister Han, I suddenly became deaf and have no idea what you were talking about." Hee. Shui Han's mouth twitched. "Our relationship as strong as steel is definitely made of paper." "Humph, I just said it casually, and you took it casually, and you took it seriously?" That's singlism." "Oh, singlism is good, Sister Han, you have to keep it." Tung Chu seemed to have recovered from her deafness after taking the stretching pills. "Oh, a woman who doesn't know how to share." Shui Han pretended to be calm, turned her head, and continued to look at Beichen, swallowing her throat inadvertently. In her heart, she strongly condemned Tung Chu. The good cabbage was taken. Chapter 117. When this happened, Tung Chu seemed calm, but in fact, she was panicking. Beichen was too good. It seemed that this situation had been expected, but she didn't expect Shui Han to be the first one to appear. She didn't have any hostility toward Shui Han, but she felt uncomfortable. She has always been carefree. If it was something else, she might share it with her friends without hesitation. But Beichen was the only one who was different. To be honest, in this world environment, let alone Beichen taking 1 or 2 women. With his current status and strength, if he wants, he can create a harem of 3,000 beauties. So Tung Chu could only pretend not to hear, because she didn't know Beichen's thoughts, and couldn't make her own decisions. Looking down at the man who was talking and laughing in the front of more than 1,000 people not far away, Tung Chu was proud and relieved. "Salute!" Zhang Yichen, the head of the Tianzi Corps, shouted loudly on the city wall. Immediately, more than 20 members of the Yinglong Guard on the city wall raised their heads and chests, and saluted in a standard military salute. "Welcome Xian Huang back." For the comrades in the future United Front, the members of Yinglong Guard gave Zhang Dabyu and Pang Xinjia enough face. Zhang Dabyu and Pang Xinjia were overwhelmed by the scene. They did not participate in the construction of Daxia City and the resistance against the siege beasts. Before returning, many brothers in the group said that they would definitely be controlled by the old Yinglong Guard after returning to Daxia City. Unexpectedly, Beichen also smiled and nodded to the people on the city wall. More than 1,000 armed forces entered Dashia City in such a mighty manner. Afterwards, Beichen focused on introducing the core members of Yinglong Guard to Zhang Dabio and Pang Jinjie. From the introduction, it was not difficult for Zhang Dabio and Pang Jinjie to see that Beichen valued Teng Baiwan, Zhang Yichen, and Shui Han very much. Soon, more than 1,000 newcomers got their own exclusive city lord household registration books, of which more than 500 people were assigned to the Xian Corps by Teng Baiwan, and the other more than 500 people were assigned to the Huang Corps by Pang Jinjie. After a night of revelry, Beichen sat alone in the Hongqi car. I said in my heart, the system detects that cold weapons and hot weapons can be amplified. 687 plate rifles, 109 old-style pistols, 326 daggers, and 124 machetes have been detected. Can they be amplified? That's right. The first thing to do before the carnival is to collect the weapons of the Xianhuang and Huang forces. Amplification is essential. You should know that after amplification, the quality of the weapons will not only be greatly improved, but the number will also increase if you are lucky. There are plate rifles, which are old single-shot guns from the anti-Japanese war. Not only are they poor in mobility, but their ammunition capacity is also terribly low. Amplify. Congratulations to the host for the successful amplification. Obtained 568 silenced AK-47 assault rifles. Obtained 487 fully equipped Mauser 98K sniper rifles. Obtained 510 QSG-92 pistols. Obtained 1,234 multifunctional sabers. Obtained. Hearing the quality and quantity after the amplification, Beichen smiled immediately. It turns out that great efforts can bring miracles. Amplifying hundreds of weapons together can always give some surprises. A brand new fully equipped Mauser 98K sniper rifle appeared in his hand. 8-fold scope, leather stock silencer. Great stuff. With these weapons, the Yinglong Guard members in the Great Xia City have temporarily solved the problem of old weapons, and each of them has a certain combat effectiveness. Although the 98K is good, Beichen just took a look and said something casually. Compared to the Black Dragon HAL 10 arrow armor-piercing cannon, these are all younger brothers. However, as the game progresses, genes and talents appear, hot weapons have become weak. Beichen, the third-level siege beast Tide, has already seen this problem. After Beichen transferred this batch of new weapons to the Particle Space War Preparation Warehouse, he also put his light machine gun, pineapple, and other unused hot weapons into it. Beichen only kept a Black Dragon Roar and various 12.7 caliber bullets for the Black Dragon Roar as individual hot weapons. As soon as these war preparation materials were put into the War Preparation Warehouse, Teng Baiwan was shocked and sent a letter to ask, this. Beichen, you have a lot of weapons and equipment? Beichen smiled and didn't explain much. I just got it. Now I can change the weapons with the black and yellow characters, right? More than enough, these are all excellent equipment. Beichen hesitated for a moment and directly initiated a trade request to Teng Baiwan. What do you want to give me? Why not just put it in the War Reserve Warehouse? Beichen did not keep it a secret and directly put the Morphological Particle Ammunition Depot on the trading column. Baiwan, this thing is a heavy weapon for the current Yinglong Guard Corps, and the news must not be leaked. When Teng Baiwan saw the amazing function of the Morphological Particle Ammunition Depot, his heart was beating wildly. With this thing, the members of Yinglong Guard will no longer have to be stingy and afraid to fire live ammunition. As long as they get enough materials, the bullets of Dashia City will be produced continuously. At the same time, Teng Baiwan was shocked and moved. Beichen actually gave this important weapon related to the combat power of Dashia City to him for safekeeping. What does this mean? Leave it to me. When the combat power of Yinglong Guard is stable, it will be the day I leave. Dashia City will eventually be handed over to you and Zhang Yichen. Beichen replied slowly, although this thing is precious, ordinary hot weapons are no longer a big threat to me, so you can just go ahead and do it. Okay. The transaction with Teng Baiwan has just been completed. At this time, Teng Chuchu has just returned from the temporary meeting room of Yinglongwei. Now there are a lot of import and export resources in the Dashia City, and this period is also her busiest time. Hey, why are you here? Seeing that Teng Chuchu was a little tired, Beichen said directly, waiting for you. Oh! Teng Chuchu felt a little disappointed, knowing that Beichen might have told her when to leave. What's wrong? Beichen was puzzled and took Teng Chuchu into his arms. The Xianhuang Corps has returned. Are you leaving? Beichen didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Feeling Teng Chuchu's hug become stronger, Bei-chin patted her shoulder. People who have no worries far away will have troubles near. Temporary separation is just for a better reunion in the future. Tung Chu-Chu buried her head in Bei-chin's chest, trying to smell the unique scent of Bei-chin, as if she wanted to remember this scent forever in her heart. I understand. So just leave the great Xia city to us. I have no other requirements for you. I just hope you can take good care of yourself. Hearing this, Bei-chin smiled and joked, that's all? Nothing else? Yeah. Aren't you afraid that I have affairs outside? Tung Chu-Chu would have been fine if she hadn't mentioned this, but as soon as she mentioned it, she immediately remembered what happened to Shui-Han today. You have never belonged to me alone. I did want to monopolize you in the past, but now? As long as you like it, I have no problem. This was said openly, but Bei-chin still heard a little grievance and resignation. Ha ha ha. Bei-chin laughed, yeah. Okay, you are really trying to be the best in the world. Humph, I don't have such big ambitions, as long as I can occupy a corner in your heart. Bei-chin felt something was wrong. Why was the tone of the speech wrong? What's wrong? Did something happen? Tung Chu-Chu was frank in her heart, and didn't think about hiding anything. She told Bei-chin what happened to Shui-Han today. Bei-chin was shocked and asked, is there such a thing? I'd lie to you if I lied to you. Tung Chu-Chu muttered, I expected this day, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Bei-chin felt funny and joked, what do you mean? What do I mean? You can do it if you want, I don't care. Oh! Not jealous? Bei-chin smirked. Jealous? Not really, just a little weird feeling. You are so outstanding, it's normal to be coveted by other outstanding women. Sister Ihan is pretty good, and I'm familiar with her. Bei-chin sealed Tung Chu-Chu's lips before he could finish his little grievance. 2 hours later. Chu-Chu, give me your dragon scale armor. Chapter 118. Tung Chu-Chu panted softly, while handing Bei-chin a heavy bulletproof vest from the corner of the car. I didn't know what Bei-chin was going to do, so I didn't ask. Bei-chin took the dragon scale armor bulletproof vest and smiled, go to sleep first. I give you a precious gift tomorrow. Tung Chu-Chu smiled sweetly, supported her tired body, and kissed Bei-chin on the cheek, don't be too late. Bei-chin, I don't want to be a burden to you. As long as you want to do something, I will support you really. Bei-chin didn't understand what he meant. After a deep kiss, he leaned over to Tung Chu-Chu's ear and said, don't be silly. You are the only one in my heart. Humph, I believe you? What about your ideal type? Tung Chu-Chu said this, but she felt sweet in her heart. Hee, you took it seriously. You have been with me for so long. Don't you understand my temper? Tung Chu-Chu? Without love as a foundation, even if we get together, we are just passing by and there is no meaning. Yeah. Tung Chu-Chu didn't say anything more, and just hummed obediently. Soon Bei-chin got off the Hongqi car, and got back on the Wuling car. As expected, the baby was having fun by himself. That's right, learning is just playing for the baby now. Wow, Dad, you are finally back. I thought you forgot about the baby. Bei-chin felt something was wrong when he heard this. He was obviously jealous. Hee, what are you talking about, silly girl? We can forget about anyone but the baby. Show me what you have learned by yourself. Hearing this, the baby proudly handed the Vank tutoring machine to Bei-chin. When Bei-chin saw the course on the Vank tutoring machine, he was shocked. No wonder the baby's tone of voice was different. It turned out that he had learned the course by himself until the first grade of junior high school. Dad, one of the cultural courses in the first grade of junior high school is biology. There is a course that the teacher explained very carefully, but I still don't understand. Oh! Bei-chin smiled and said, find it out, let me see. Okay. Baby knew the confusion in no time. First grade biology class, the secret of reproduction, the fundamental difference between men and women. Ahem, baby, when Dad taught this lesson, he had diarrhea and went to the hospital, so he didn't listen, so he couldn't give you direct guidance. Hearing this, the baby was obviously a little frustrated. Bei-chin knew that this class was very important, but as a man, he couldn't bring himself to talk to his daughter about things between men and women. Well, tomorrow you can take the tutoring machine to find Sister Chu-Chu or Sister Ihan and let them answer your questions. Oh, okay. Hearing that someone would teach this class, the baby immediately became excited. Dad, didn't you miss this class because you had diarrhea? How about I take you with me tomorrow, and let's listen to Sister Chu-Chu's talk about this class together? Bei-chin blushed and said directly, I will have diarrhea tomorrow too. I can't go. Oh, okay then. As the baby fell asleep, Bei-chin sat in the driver's seat and took out the dragon scale armor and an evolution crystal. At this time, the voice of the game console sounded. The dragon scale armor can be evolved. Do you want to consume an evolution crystal to evolve? As expected, the evolution crystal can evolve ordinary equipment. Because I have to leave the city of Dashia and explore the Forbidden Land, it is necessary to give my woman a piece of protective equipment before leaving. Yes, Baichen said directly. Congratulations, the dragon scale armor has evolved successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the excellent equipment black armor suit. As the sound of the game console fell, a set of black, soft clothes with almost no weight was obtained. The material was hard to tell, but it had a very textured feel. Black armor. Why does it look so familiar? Baichen recalled it after a while. Isn't this the black armor suit in the Super God Academy? Looking at the all-round protection properties of the black armor, there is no doubt about it. After unfolding it and looking at the design, I have to say it is really cool. With the parting gift, Baichen was greatly relieved. Suddenly, Baichen seemed to think of something and asked the host in his mind, "Can pets go to that forbidden area?" "No, except players." "What?" Baichen was stunned and turned to look at the sleeping baby. How should I tell the baby? The members of Yinglongwei have an independent intelligence department, and a large amount of international information is collected almost every day. Among them, there is not only little information about the forbidden land of infinite fantasy, but most of it is the player's imagination. Baichen thought that few people had actually entered the forbidden area to explore. After all, the city lords of the most powerful countries did not say much about when they would organize people to explore the forbidden area. So many players were waiting for the top news to spread. After all, life is only once. It can only be like this. Baichen sighed, and could only find an excuse to guard the main city, and leave the baby in the city of Dashia. After studying, he could also guard the city of Dashia. However, even Baichen could not guarantee whether the baby would agree. After all, he and the baby had not been separated for more than 24 hours. Unexpectedly, an opportunity perfectly resolved Baichen's embarrassment. 3 days later, 20 miles outside the south gate of Dashia City, a Wuling and a Hongqi were parked side by side under a tree. "Here, this is specially prepared for you." Baichen took out the black armor suit. With this thing, Tung Chuchu can deal with it even if he encounters a sudden crisis. Tung Chuchu took the black soft clothes and held them in his arms, his eyes full of reluctance. "Don't worry, I will take good care of the baby. As long as I am alive, I will not let anyone interrupt her evolution." Baichen nodded slightly, walked forward and hugged Tung Chuchu. "Wait for me to come back." After saying that, he got on the Wuling without looking back, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Even if Tung Chuchu had thousands of words to say, she couldn't say them at this moment, and there was only a wish in her heart. "I will wait for you to come back." Watching the Wuling get on the asphalt road in the distance, and then disappear at the end of the field of vision, Tung Chuchu wiped her tears and returned to the car. She was going back, because she had to be with the baby at all times during the third evolution, and there must be no mistakes. Baichen turned and left, never looking back, not even in the rearview mirror. Because it would only add to the worry, and it would be uncomfortable for both parties instead of himself. In 3 days, Baichen almost used up most of his accumulated reputation. Among them, the excellent seeds alone cost 10,000 reputation, and other things such as infrastructure that could not be rewarded were all exchanged for reputation. After accepting the task of exploring the Forbidden Land, the Infinite Fantasy function has appeared a separate route to guide Baichen. Looking at the empty back compartment, Baichen could no longer see the cute little kid. To be honest, he felt a little empty inside. But Baichen had no better choice. If Baby couldn't go into the Forbidden Land with him, Baby would have to wait outside alone. It would not only be boring, but he would have to take care of himself. It was not suitable for Dashia City at all. Fortunately, Baby's third evolution came, which saved the father and daughter from the pain of parting. Rolled down the window and light a cigarette. Baichen looked ahead. He could not see the end of the familiar asphalt road, but this time, he had a clear destination. The Forbidden Land is infinite and illusory. I, Baichen, am here. Chapter 119. After Dashia City upgraded to the third level main city overnight, and the game console passively activated the gene talent function, the entire game world also entered hell mode. However, Baichen drove along the asphalt road according to the coordinates given by the forbidden area, and did not find anything unusual along the way. If I had to say, I drove for 2 hours, and did not see a resource box on the roadside. In the past, there were only endless wilderness and forests on both sides of the asphalt road, but now there is a clear difference. Baichen does not know how to describe it. He took out the Black Dragon Roar, and looked through the 15x scope to the end of the wilderness on the left. As expected, the dark fog appeared in the scope. These black fog areas are not only far away from the asphalt road, but also unevenly distributed, revealing weirdness everywhere. What? Is the hell mode the refresh location of the resource box, which is even farther away from the asphalt road? Bei-Chen was very confused, because the wilderness around the asphalt road was uneven, and some places were even rocky, and the car couldn't even drive normally after leaving the road. Moreover, once you get off the car to explore the black fog area, you may encounter a lurking beast, and ordinary players may not be able to escape in time. However, Bei-Chen didn't care at all, because the black flame eternal kaleidoscope and the Thunder Kirin's mastery of the power of lightning were the basis of his absolute confidence. He drove for another half an hour. When he saw a huge black fog area on the left side of the asphalt road, Bei-Chen chose to stop the car. I haven't been out for a long time. I want to see what is hidden in the black fog. Because Wuling was decorated with a system and had its own biological lock, Bei-Chen was not afraid of the car being stolen while he was away. After locking the car door, Bei-Chen got out of the car and walked slowly towards a huge black fog area on the left side of the asphalt road. Because the black flame Susanoo can be summoned with a thought, Bei-Chen got out of the car with nothing in his hands. Pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, Bei-Chen was like a manor owner touring his back garden. Although the black flame Susanoo has the ability to fly, the strange energy that supports the black flame Susanoo is not inexhaustible. High steel is used on the blade, and it is not worth it to waste the energy of the black flame Susanoo for no reason when it is just a matter of taking 2 steps. After all, Bei-Chen does not know what he can gain from exploring the black fog area this time. Now the black flame Susanoo is his biggest reliance for physical protection. He does not want to use it wantonly without replenishing enough black flame energy. As he passed the wilderness of the previous chaotic world, Bei-Chen saw a low-lying valley area. The black fog area almost covered the entire low-lying area, and many green bushes were exposed in the edge of the area that was not covered by the black fog. Suddenly, a whispering sound came from under a hidden boulder below. Looking closely, Bei-Chen found that they were 2 men wearing similar handmade green polar suits. From their body shapes, Bei-Chen could tell that these 2 people should be high-end players in the game world. One was tall and strong, and the other looked thin, but his muscles were clearly defined and not at all frivolous. From the beginning of the highway survival game to now, some players, who were unable to take care of themselves, had long been eliminated, while some players, who had not given up hope, were also struggling to hold on. Apart from the above, the players who can still maintain a strong body are all masters of special skills, either with survival experience, top personal strength, or ruthless. Anyway, except for the European Emperor, the players who survive in the game world are all elite. In order not to stand out so much that people are suspicious, Bei-Chen symbolically took out the fish scale saber. Holding his old friend, Bei-Chen sighed in his heart. Since he got the shadowless sword, he rarely used it. Hey, 2 brothers down there, what are you planning? Is there water ahead? Look, the water vapor has created such a huge black fog. Bei-Chen's sudden voice exploded directly in the area, without any intention of hiding. The voice fell into the ears of the 2 men in disguise, and lurking below, which was no less than detonating a nuclear bomb. The 2 men's faces changed, and they cursed loudly, and immediately rushed out of the bushes behind the boulder, running away as if they didn't care about their lives. It was as if there was a sleeping demon in the black fog, and if they ran slower, they would be dragged into the bottomless abyss. Fuck! The second brother, get out of here! That thing is coming out! The thin man looked up and saw Bei-Chen, who looked innocent, and cursed. You are such a disaster. How dare you make a loud noise in the black fog area? If you want to die, don't hurt us, brothers. Bei-Chen, what's wrong with me? What happened? But soon, Bei-Chen knew what happened. Ziwa. An extremely sharp and piercing sound came directly from the black fog in the valley below, and Bei-Chen was shocked. Walala, it seemed that something was rapidly passing through the bushes in the black fog, and the sound of the rushing was getting closer and closer to the 2 people who were fleeing for their lives. The 2 people's faces changed when they heard the movement behind them, knowing that the King of Hell came to call their names. Glancing at Bei-Chen, who looked confused, they took out their weapons in a flash. A dagger and a kitchen knife. The 2 knew that once this kind of monster was alarmed, it would be too late to run, and facing it head-on might still have a glimmer of hope. Walala. Bei-Chen saw the scene clearly. The black fog at the edge of the valley below was surging violently, as if something big was about to be squeezed out. Roar! Suddenly, a huge fanged beast suddenly jumped out of the black fog. It looked like a tiger, with stripes all over its body, but it was not yellow, but eye-catching blue stripes. Seeing that it was just a tiger, Beichen didn't care at all. This creature was just a matter of moving his fingers in front of him. However, when Beichen saw the tail of this thing, he overturned the idea that it was a tiger. Hiss. Fuck, hack your tiger, how come the tail is a green python? When the two brothers saw the true face of the big guy hiding in the black fog up close, they wanted to cry. Brother, didn't you say that there was only an ordinary tiger hiding in this black fog area? This is a fucking tiger. The sturdy man was also confused and immediately cursed, fuck, that grandson dared to cheat me. Hiss. Roar. The tiger python didn't give the two a chance to escape. There was a coldness in its azure eyes without any emotion. With a leap, the sharp claws hidden in the tiger's paws stretched out and grabbed the two directly in midair. The power of this leap was too scary. Looking at the expressions of the two, I don't know if they were stunned or didn't react. They didn't even raise their weapons to resist. There were many secrets in the fog that Beichen didn't know. From the conversation, Beichen heard that the two seemed to know a lot about the fog. He didn't hesitate and took out the Black Dragon Roar 10-arrow armor-piercing cannon. A single shot was fired at the tiger python that was attacking from the air. The large-caliber heavy sniper rifle could make a sound that could shake people's bodies 10 miles away when it was fired. The whistling sound of the bullets that cut through the air was so deafening. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive 12.7 caliber armor-piercing bullets directly hit the head of the tiger python that was waving its claws in the air. The huge impact of the bullets directly deviated the trajectory of the tiger python's attack from the air. You can imagine how terrible the power of the black dragon's roar is. The tiger python let out a mournful cry and then fell heavily into the bushes on the side, and there was no sound anymore. The scene was silent. You could hear a pin drop. Oh my god, this mutant tiger just died like that? Brother, give me a slap and see if we have reached the underworld? Pa! The thin man was slapped by the strong man, and tears came out immediately. Second brother, this is not a dream. My hand hurts. The two looked back at the smiling young man on the hillside in shock, and seemed to understand something. Brother, we have met a big boss. Chapter 120. 2 shots in midair killed the tiger python, and the black dragon howl was immediately put away by Beichen. At this time, Beichen stood on the hillside with a smile, overlooking the two people below, and seemed not surprised by the easy solution of the mutant beast. Come to think of it, it makes sense. You know, this tiger python is just a beast that appeared in a random black fog area on the road after the hell mode was turned on. What is the Black Dragon Howl 10-arrow sniper armor-piercing gun? That is the #1 weapon in the hot weapon ranking list of the Sea Country War Zone. If the 2 bullets of the Black Dragon Howl cannot kill the tiger python instantly, then it can be said that other players have no room to survive. After all, Beichen and the so-called elite players are not in the same dimension at all. Of course, it can also be understood that the so-called hell mode of the survival world is only for those players who have a hard time. Beichen is at the top of the food chain in this world and is not subject to this restriction. But the 2 people below are not bad. From the scolding of Beichen just now, we can guess a little. This is very much like Wusong fighting a tiger. From the beginning to the end, the 2 people relied on a dagger and a kitchen knife. With this equipment, he dared to catch the attention of an ordinary tiger. It's intriguing. At this time, the sturdy man below said carefully along his throat, "Thank you for your help." Yes, it's us brothers who didn't recognize you just now. Please forgive me." Hearing this, Beichen smiled and said nothing more. His current gene value is 3 or 4 times that of an ordinary player. He jumped down the 3 or 4 meter high slope without hesitation. See Beichen spread his wings in the air and land steadily. Both men were stunned. This guy is definitely a ruthless person. Beichen looked at the 2 men with a half smile, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, saying, "What's going on with this black fog area? What's hidden inside?" After being questioned, the 2 men finally knew why they were rescued. It turned out that they were still useful. "Boss, don't you know the secret of the black fog area?" Both of them suspected that the boss in front of them was fooling them. The hell mode has been turned on for almost a week. It would be fine if no one knew about the opening of the hell mode a few days ago, but now there are still big guys who don't know. Hee. I was busy before and didn't study this thing. Beichen smiled and said, "Why? You don't know either?" His tone was slightly cold. The 2 of them shuddered. If they didn't speak out this feeling, they would be in big trouble. "I know, don't worry, big guy." Yes. Listen to our brother's detailed explanation. The two of them quickly put away their weapons, and smiled as they explained everything to Beit-shin. 5 minutes later. Oh, you mean, since the start of the hell mode, not only have most of the resource boxes on both sides of the road disappeared, but the quality of the resource boxes has also dropped significantly? Yes. Beit-shin frowned and nodded and continued, and the high-level resource boxes are hidden deep in the wilderness on both sides of the road. That is, the Black Fog area? Seeing the two nodding like chickens pecking at rice, Beit-shin seemed to understand something. This is indeed a hell mode for ordinary players, because players can no longer rely on luck to find high-level resource boxes. Even if they find them, it is impossible to hunt down the beasts guarding high-level resource boxes. Haha, interesting, let me ask you. Beit-shin looked at the two and said, since the hell mode of the game world is turned on, has the fighting in the game world become more and more fierce? Wow, it's more than fierce, everyone is killing people. That's right, if you encounter someone who only robs resources, it's fine, but if you encounter an extremely vicious one, not only will your resources be plundered, but your life will also be taken away. 2 days ago, we were living comfortably, each with a pistol, but unfortunately we ran into the leader of the Wancheng faction, Wang Yiri. Oh, Wancheng? Wang Yiri? Is he very strong? In the past few days, hundreds of factions have formed their main cities in war zones around the world. Although Tong Baiwan has collected information, because of the large number, Beit-shin did not pay much attention to it. After all, with the opening of the hell mode, in order to compensate all players, the game console will issue 300 reputation points to each person. A first-level rammed Earth city can be built with only 300 reputation. The two were shocked when they heard Beit-shin's doubts. It was unbelievable that there were still players on the edge of this area who didn't know about the King's City. Boss, are you really a player? How come you don't even know about the King's City? Yes, boss, the King's City is not only strong, but also brutal and extremely domineering. You should know that the Wang family was the top tycoon in the Magic City before the game. The sturdy man looked around and cursed, damn, our brother's guns and supplies were robbed by them on the way. Another thin man also agreed, those materials were originally our capital to join Dashia City. Otherwise, how could we dare to fight the tiger with daggers and kitchen knives? Beit-shin frowned slightly when he heard this. It turned out that the two of them listened to the call of Dashia City and rushed to join him from other areas. This is very interesting. Haha, they have such a big order? You said you want to join Dashia City, and you dare to stop it? The two looked at Beit-shin as if he was a fool. However, considering Beit-shin's strength, he still explained. My brother, you. Of course they know about it. Not only do they know about it, they also set up checkpoints on the road to intercept players who want to join Dashia City. That's right. The first wave of players, who confidently join the third-level main city Dashia City, are all absolute elites. How could Wancheng miss this opportunity to intercept and eat fat meat? As for the Lord of Dashia City Beit-shin, don't say you don't know. Even if you know, you can't reach him. The sturdy man got angry when he said that. Alas, now that there are no large amounts of supplies, many players who want to join Dashia Qingyu are taking risks to explore the Black Fog area. Beit-shin finally understood that such a thing actually happened. As the three talked, the black fog in the valley not far away gradually dissipated, as if the black fog was closely related to the tiger python. Hey brother, look, the black fog has disappeared. The resource box guarded by the mutant tiger python is definitely above the gold grade. The two of them became interested, as if they could judge the grade of the resource box in the black fog area by the guardian beast. Oh, there is such a thing? Beit-shin called the two to walk towards the gradually fading black fog area. Seeing that Beit-shin agreed to explore with them, the two immediately became excited. Seeing that Beit-shin seemed to be unfamiliar with the rules of the black fog area, the two patiently explained along the way. Soon Beit-shin knew what was going on. Now, many of the black fogs that appeared in the depths of the wilderness on both sides of the road represent a good resource box. The more abnormal the guardian beast hidden in the black fog area is, the higher the grade of the resource box inside. On the contrary, if it is an ordinary guardian beast, it means that the resource box is of lower quality. However, the lowest resource box guarded by fierce beasts in the Blackfish area is also a silver-grade resource box. The three walked slowly, and Beit-shin smiled slightly, and it was getting more and more interesting. Wow, big brother, look, you guessed it right, it's a gold-grade resource box. Woo-woo. What a sin, second brother, don't forget that our hammer is only of silver quality. As they spoke, the two of them placed their hopes on Beit-shin. Beichen smiled, took out a golden hammer with his backhand, and threw it directly to the two of them, saying, "Go, take the things in the box." Although Beichen was protected by the Black Flame Susanoo, he was not afraid of any potential threats in the gold resource box after the Hell mode was activated, but there were others who could do it for him, so Beichen did not want to take risks. As the saying goes, if a friend dies, I will live. Of course, after getting the supplies in the gold resource box, Beichen would also symbolically share some benefits with the two. After all, the information about the Black Fog area this time was learned from the two people. "Wow, please accept my knees, golden hammer." "Awesome. Boss, are you still missing a pendant on your leg?" Beichen smiled and waved his hand to indicate that he was going to get down to business. "Okay." The two of them excitedly ran towards the gold resource box not far away. It was obvious that it was their first time to smash the gold resource box. As soon as the two rushed to the gold resource box, the strong man was about to swing his arm and smash it down. But at this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out on the low hillside on the other side of the valley. Bang! Beichen squinted his eyes and looked over. On the opposite hillside, a team of 12 people appeared one after another, looking at this side from a distance. Although the two sides were 3,400 meters apart. But Beichen's eyesight was amazing now, and he could still see the whole picture of this team with his naked eyes at this distance. Fuck! It's the Prince of the Royal City! Damn! Damn! This is a mantis catching a cicada, and the Oriole is behind. I got tricked. Hearing this, Beichen sneered and whispered, "Mantis? Oriole? Interesting." Chapter 121. Beichen sat on a rock and smoked a cigarette. He looked calm, even looking forward to the arrival of the team on the other side of the valley. The two brothers felt uncomfortable holding Beichen's golden hammer. They wanted to smash the gold resource box in front of them, take the resources and run away. Seeing that Wang Yuri's guns were all aimed at this side, they were also powerless. The two looked at Beichen with a calm face and asked anxiously, "What should we do if the boss is intercepted?" "Yes, the last time Wancheng robbed us, they let us go because we had a pistol. This time we didn't get any valuable resources. If they blocked us, we would definitely be captured and taken back as slaves." Hearing this, Beichen smiled and said, "Don't panic, act when you see the chicken." The two brothers felt relieved when they saw Beichen sitting on the Diaoyu Island without panic. Subconsciously, they thought that Beichen should have a lot of high-quality resources, and could use them to escape. Soon, more than a dozen people came down from the opposite hillside and surrounded this side. 6 black pistols were staring at the two people holding the golden hammer. In their opinion, if the two dared to escape, they would immediately become dead. But Beichen was directly ignored by them, because judging from his face, he was really too young, and he was empty-handed, and there was no threat. "Ha ha ha, the two brothers of the two family? We meet again?" As the 12-man team completely surrounded the two brothers of the two family, a gloomy young man in the lead sneered at them holding the golden hammer. It was obvious from their words that this was not the first time they had dealt with each other. Hee, what I said was right. These two brothers are really brave enough to explore this Black Fog area with kitchen knives. A short and ugly man standing next to Wang Yuri said proudly. "Damn, Wang Matzi, you are so immoral. Not only did you sell us fake news, but you also did such a stupid thing." The head of the two family was immediately furious when he saw Wang Matzi, because it was this person who said that the guardian beast of this Black Fog area was just an ordinary tiger. In order to get this detailed information, they paid all their food resources. Unexpectedly, they ended up using it as a wedding dress for others. Wang Matzi looked at the head of the two family with contempt and said proudly, "Tu Shan, Tu Tian, I can only say that you two are idiots. You can believe such news." At this time, the leader, Wang Yuri, looked at the two of them impatiently and gestured. "Don't beep, quickly smash the gold resource box. If there are good supplies in this resource box, I will let you two go." As the prince looked up, he saw Beichen with a faint smile on his face. "Oh, you two are good. You can't protect yourself in the survival game, and you have to bring a burden." Everyone looked at a young man not far away. "Prince, you see this man is probably a fool. Look at him, he has no reaction at all when he sees such a gun," Wang Matzi said without hiding anything. Hearing this, Wang Yuri agreed. He had set up checkpoints to intercept those passing players before. When he saw their hot weapons, he was scared and his face turned pale. This doesn't look very smart at first glance. No one would buy this kind of person even if he was brought back to the royal city as a slave. Soon everyone lost interest in Beichen and focused on watching the two brothers of the two family smash the gold resource box. The two brothers of the two family remained silent when they saw that Buimo was silent, and did not show any anger, let alone any intention of attacking. They also secretly felt bitter. There was no other way. Tushan could only bite the bullet and swing his arms to smash the resource box. Although Tian felt aggrieved, he was stronger than others. With several pistols pointed at him and others, he had no chance of winning even if he wanted to fight. They can only pray that there will be materials that satisfy the prince in the gold resources, otherwise the two brothers will be unlucky this time. However, just when Tushan was about to smash the golden hammer, a faint voice sounded at an inopportune time. "Wait! Let me do it!" Everyone was shocked and looked back. Wasn't it the young man who was defined as a fool by everyone? Tushan and his younger brother Tian looked at each other, wondering what tricks the boss was going to play. But they both knew Beichen's methods, and it was difficult to get off the tiger. After all, it was the second Master Wang who asked them to smash the gold resource box. The two could only look at Master Wang and ask, "Ha ha ha. Okay, give him the hammer and let him do it." The dozen people around burst into laughter when they heard this, as if they understood what their Master Wang was planning. Beichen didn't care at all. He walked towards this side slowly, and there seemed to be something interesting between his eyebrows. Beichen took the golden hammer from Tushan and said to the two, "Stand back, don't splash blood on your body." Suddenly, there was laughter all around, and everyone looked at Beichen as if they were watching a fool playing with firecrackers. Big brother. Tushan thought Beichen deliberately helped them out, and took the risk to smash the gold resource box. I was immediately touched. After all, smashing the resource box will produce a beast, and there will be no more chestnuts of time bombs. As the two retreated to the edge, Beichen was the only one left in the field. Beichen glanced at the crowd slowly pushing away and smiled. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and used the chaotic cloak hammer method. Ding ding ding. Gold resource box 1/20th. 2/20ths. 3/20ths. Crack. The 20th hammer smashed down, and the gold resource box shattered. Seeing the gold resource box shattered, the people around nervously raised their guns. At the same time, a prompt sounded in Beichen's mind. It is detected that the energy can be absorbed by the black flame eternal kaleidoscope. Do you want to absorb it? Beichen was startled and looked closely, and saw that in the shattered gold resource box, there was a thing emitting a faint purple halo like amethyst. It can be said to be extremely eye-catching. The moment this thing appeared, the people around him exclaimed. Before Beichen could take the energy crystal, the prince next to him said in great joy, "Energy crystal." Hearing this, Beichen stopped his plan to take the energy crystal. The meaning of this was clear. This so-called Wang Yiri seemed to know about energy crystals. Seeing that Beichen was sensible, and did not fight for the supplies in the gold resource box, Wang Yiri snorted coldly, and went forward to pick up the energy crystal with a purple halo. The two brothers of the two family next to him cursed inwardly, and exclaimed that it was a pity. If they can get this thing, then joining the great Xia city will be a lot safer. Ha ha ha. Finally, my royal city found another one. With the two that my eldest brother spent a lot of money to get before, the pet egg should be able to hatch after absorbing it, right? As long as that thing is hatched, my eldest brother said that even if the third-level main city Great Xia City attacks, they can be killed without leaving a single piece of armor. The prince laughed and waved to the two brothers of the two family and Beichen. I'm in a good mood today, you guys go away. Hearing this, the two brothers of the two family were overjoyed. But Beichen frowned and said, "Take me to the royal city." Hearing Beichen's words, the two brothers of the two family turned pale. Why did they take the initiative to jump into the fire pit? "Oh, you, a fool, want to join our royal city?" Ha ha ha. The people around also laughed out loud, because such players without valuable resources will end up as servants and slaves even if they join the royal city. Beichen smiled and nodded. "Yes, I heard that the royal city is very arrogant and crazy, and I like crazy city lords." "Oh, so you're not stupid." Eri Wang thought Beichen was flattering his elder brother with disdain, and immediately sneered to show his disdain. The hierarchy in the royal city is strict, and even if this person is good at boasting, he can't escape the fate of being a slave. You asked for this, kid, don't regret it when you get to the royal city. Eri Wang looked at Beichen with a smile. I have to say that you look pretty good. Even if you become a slave in the royal city, you can be bought back as a male concubine by a rich woman. Hearing this, Beichen smiled and said, "Is there such a thing? I actually have a little expectation." That's right, Beichen wants to go to this royal city in person. He heard clearly what the prince said to himself after getting the energy crystal. In addition to the other two energy crystals, there seems to be an incredible pet egg. It can actively absorb energy crystals before hatching. What level of pet egg is this? To be honest, if he hadn't heard this news. This so-called second prince and his group of armed forces would have been dead long ago. Royal City, I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 122. Seeing that Baichen was determined to go to the Royal City as a prisoner and a slave to be bought and sold, Tushan and Tutian were extremely anxious. After all, Baichen was their savior. Seeing that his benefactor was unable to jump into the fire pit and could not help, it was hard to let go of his conscience. Brother, why don't we just go it alone? The three of us will work together to break the iron. When we get good resources, we can join the Royal City. It won't be too late, right? Because Wang Yuri and others were around, Tushan didn't dare to say directly that the Royal City was a place where people were eaten without leaving any bones. Hearing this, Baichen smiled and shook his head slightly. It's okay, I leave soon, I won't stay for too long. Seeing the two still reminding themselves in this situation, Baichen had to say that he admired them a little. Leave soon? What do you think our Wancheng is? You can go whenever you want, and leave whenever you want? Wang Yuri didn't say anything, and Wang Matzi next to him couldn't help but mocked him. If you two don't plan to visit Wancheng, then get out now. Don't wait for me to change my mind, otherwise you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Hearing this, the two brothers turned pale, and dared not say anything more. They could only keep reminding Baichen with their eyes. However, they were still disappointed. At this time, Wang Matzi looked at Baichen proudly and said, Let's go, come with us to the Royal City to be the boss? Ha ha. Thinking of his willing car, Baichen said, My car is still over there. Damn, our Royal City guards ride Hummers. What car do you have? Give it up. You won't need a car anymore when you get to the Royal City. Baichen thought it made sense, and turned to the prince and said, I have a few words to tell the two brothers before leaving. Don't go too fast, wait for me. Everyone laughed when they heard this, and the prince said directly, Well, it's good to give you time to tell your last wishes, but kid, if you dare to play tricks, be careful of your head. Baichen laughed and nodded. Watching everyone slowly walk forward and leave, the two brothers couldn't help it anymore. Boss, aren't you walking into a trap? The Royal City is hell for players without supplies. Yes, boss. Why don't we run and wait for them to go further away? Baichen saw that the two were quite brave and smiled. Hell, in my opinion, Wancheng is a pig almost ready for slaughter. What? Wancheng is a pig? The two were stunned. Do you want to go? If you do, here are the keys to my willing car. When I eat meat, I will give you a sip of soup. Baichen said this calmly, as if Wancheng was just a fat black pig with white spots in his eyes. The two brothers were not ordinary people either. Although this sounded absurd, the incident of Baichen killing the tiger python with 2 shots in midair was still vivid in their minds, although the two did not find where Baichen hid the gun from beginning to end. Boss, my brothers in the two family are not ungrateful, but we have an old mother at home who has no one to take care of her. There is only one question. If you can point it out, we brothers will die for it. Oh, what's the question? Baichen became interested. These two not only have a bottom line in the survival world, but are also bold and careful. They are good seedlings. Tian looked at Baichen and asked, Please tell me your name, boss. After the words fell, a faint voice lingered in their ears. Your name is the same as your surname, Baichen. Ah, you are? Okay, we brothers will follow you. Tian stretched out his shaking hand and took the car keys from Baichen. Baichen smiled and thought, the system grants driving authority. Authorization successful. Before leaving, Baichen said, You just need to follow them slowly, and I will arrange the rest. Yes, City Lord. The two of them came here across the region just to join the strongest main city in the Sea Country War Zone, Daxia City. Although they encountered some accidents on the way, and their supplies were taken away, who would have thought that they would meet the godlike man by chance? This is an opportunity, and a good fortune. How can they not cherish it? Baichen laughed. What he likes most is plastic talents. Otherwise, how can he be a comfortable city lord of a third-level main city? Then the three of them added each other as friends, which made it easier to contact. After the explanation, Baichen turned around and left, following the armed team of the royal city, who deliberately walked slowly to wait for him. Looking at the team in front of him that was marching in formation, Baichen smiled and thought, I never thought that I, the lord of the great Xia city, would do such a thing as infiltrating the enemy. But it's quite interesting. 3 energy crystals and a pet egg of high grade are worth it. Yes, it was the armed forces of the royal city that made Baichen so cautious. A non-grade rammed Earth city was like clay in his eyes. But the energy crystal was related to his biggest trump card, and it was related to the use time of the Black Flame Eternal Kaleidoscope and Black Flame Susanoo, so he had to be careful. After all, human players in this world have separate game pages and lists. Besides, the non-level rammed Ura city can also set the main city household registration. Even if he can kill 12 people instantly, he will definitely be discovered by the King City Lord. Smart and cautious people can immediately think of the terrifying strength of the enemy, who can kill 12 people instantly. This is easy to alert the enemy, and it is possible that the King City Lord will abandon the city and flee with the energy crystal and pet eggs. The game world is so vast that even if Bachin has great power, it is difficult to find a person who is determined to hide in such a world. Besides, his purpose was very clear, which was the energy crystal and the pet egg in the hands of the Lord of the Royal City. For Bachin, the process of this action was not important, but the result. Soon, Bachin followed more than 10 people up the hillside and got on the Hummer 120 belonging to Wang Matzi. A young man drove, and Bachin and Wang Matzi sat in the back seat. Wang Matzi had a very distinctive look. This was not a face full of pockmarks, but basically a face on pockmarks. Haha, pretty boy, when you get to the royal city, those rich ladies and special enthusiasts will definitely like you. Wang Matzi patted Bachin's shoulder provocatively. Bachin turned back slowly and said coldly, "If your hand touches me again, it will no longer exist." At the moment, when Wang Matzi's hand touched Bachin's shoulder, a hair-like arc of electricity went directly into his body along Wang Matzi's hand. It was really dangerous for Bachin, who controlled lightning, to be touched without permission. "How dare you talk to Master Ma like that? Don't want to live, right?" Wang Matzi's face sank, and before he could speak, the young man in the front driver's seat jumped out. "Haha, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Since you don't let me touch you, I touch you and show you." As he spoke, Wang Matzi took out a pistol, and then his other hand hit Bachin's shoulder again. The young man driving the car was also watching the show. However, just when Wang Matzi's hand was about to touch Bachin's shoulder again, suddenly, Wang Matzi froze, retracted his hand and whispered, "Humph, you're lucky, I deal with you after I finish my business. Mr. Ma said that there is a student girl you like in the business car in front, and you can choose one." The young man in the driver's seat said flatteringly, "Hee, is it another player passing through our territory to join Daxia City? Hee, it must be right. Aren't all the people we met during this period going to join Daxia City?" Hearing this, Wang Matzi pouted, "Xiao San, you stay here and watch this kid. I picked the youngest and tenderest one. When I feel comfortable, I let you taste it." Hearing this, the young driver was overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Ma. By the way, Brother Ma, Second Master just said that some of these women are still middle school students. You have to choose carefully." "Ha ha ha. You don't know my experience yet?" Then the dark clouds on Wang Matzi's face disappeared, replaced by a look of expectation and strange excitement. Bachin looked in the direction of Wang Matzi, and found that the car that was blocked was a Jinbei car. Judging from the weight of the tires, there might be a lot of people and supplies in the car. "Why, you guys often do this? Don't you just rob passing players of their resources?" Bachin asked casually, but he actually wanted to use this question to determine whether the entire city should be destroyed or the backbone should be destroyed. Stupid, hear the world where the bigger fist is the rule. Robbing supplies and letting people go is because those people are useless, and Xue Ling is a young woman. Ha ha. Bachin nodded slightly. "You are very honest. I believe your city lord will be grateful to you." Chapter 123. Hearing the words of the young licking dog driver Zhang Yang, Bachin nodded and instantly sentenced this so-called Wang Cheng to death. He is not a saint, but Wang Cheng's actions have touched his original intention of establishing Yinglongwei. Even if a villain is fierce, he can only harm dozens or hundreds of people around him. But if this person becomes the lord of the main city of the region, he will be able to poison a large area. He has never forgotten the purpose of the establishment of Yinglongwei. One is to gather scattered retired active military personnel and prevent them from going against the trend and joining these forces. The second is to strategically retain the elite players of Country C. As the saying goes, without a country, how can you be a home? Throughout the game, those who can live safely are all elite players of Country C. These people are capable, visionary, and professional enough to join the Great Xia City. If these Country C players are slaughtered, it will be a threat and hidden danger to the future of the motherland. What's more, the robbery of the royal city this time is not only by elite players, but also by middle school students. Students are the future and hope of a country. Although Bachin was also very curious about how these powerless students survived until now. That's why Bachin asked this question. At this time, not far from the car, A Jinbei car was surrounded by 7 or 8 big men. These people seemed to see the people in the Jinbei car, and every one of them showed a hungry look. Beichen shook his head slightly. Plans can never keep up with changes. I wanted to let you live a little longer. At the same time, sobbing broke out in the Jinbei car. 5 innocent little girls in their prime, all wearing knee-length skirts and school uniforms. They all looked at teacher Yue, whose face was getting paler and paler in the driver's seat. Woo, I'm sorry, teacher. I clearly predicted that this road would not be dangerous, but... One of the 5 little girls, a delicate little girl with eye-catching silver-white hair over her shoulders, cried. Yes, teacher, Yuanqi has never had any problems predicting danger, but why this time? Woo. Teacher, the eyes of those people outside are so scary. Hearing the crying of the students beside her, Yue's face turned pale. She knew that this time it might not end well. As an art teacher of a group of children, even if she has awakened her genes and her talent for great strength, she is powerless in the face of the black muzzle of a gun. It seems that she has made a decision. Yue flipped her hand and took out a crystal stone emitting a faint white halo from her pocket and handed it to the little girl with silver-white long hair. Yuanqi, use this energy crystal stone first. It will make your talent break through. Yuanqi took the crystal stone from Lao Shi's hand blankly. But teacher, isn't this a precious material for us to join the great Xia city? You were injured for this crystal stone. Yue looked at this sensible child and encouraged him. Listen to the teacher. If your prediction ability is further improved, you can predict the danger we are in this time. If... Yue never said the second half of the sentence. If Yuanqi predicted that they would be bullied, then she would not hesitate to take the 5 students to the underworld. She would not let her 5 blank students fall into the hands of the devil. Several other classmates also encouraged Yuanqi. Because if it were not for Yuanqi's prediction ability, and the teacher's careful care along the way, they would have died here. Yes, teacher, I will try my best. Soon the girl with long silver hair held the energy crystal, and began to absorb it with her eyes closed. Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Listening to the sound of knocking on the glass on both sides, she gritted her teeth and said to the others, You all protect Yuanqi. Don't worry, the teacher is here, everything will be fine. I will negotiate with them. Even though she said that, Yue was not sure at all. In addition to the energy crystal, she had other supplies, and there were quite a lot of them. If the supplies were gone, she could collect them again. What she was afraid of was that these people had no bottom line, and wanted both people and finances. At this time, the 4 girls in the car protected Yuanqi in the middle, and they looked like frightened little lambs huddled together. Yue breathed a sigh of relief, and slowly rolled down the car window. Fuck, those who know what's good for you come out, otherwise, don't blame me, Master Ma, for being cruel and merciless. Wang Matsu's thieving eyes had long spotted the 5 little lambs in the Jinbei car, and a heat rose immediately. He loved these tender little girls the most. However, as the game progressed, Wang Matsu also knew that this kind of situation could not be forced in advance, and could only be persuaded step by step, otherwise it would be a pity if they committed suicide. Seeing the glass of the driver's seat roll down a crack, Wang Matsu and others smiled. Because although the woman driving the car was not very pretty, her temperament was enough to defeat most women. Hey, little sister, we are the royal guards of the royal city. We blocked your car just for routine inspection. Please cooperate. Seeing that his proud subordinate was so good at pretending, Wang Yuri couldn't help but smiled and kicked him and cursed, Hack all the nonsense, just tell her directly, I want all the supplies, cars, and women. If you don't surrender, you will die. If he hadn't obtained the energy crystal, Wang Yuri might have wanted to tease a few women. After all, the process of taming human nature is very exciting. But now, he doesn't have much patience, because his elder brother Wang Chung is urging him to go back quickly. After hearing this, Wang Matsu secretly thought it was a pity. He was really afraid that this woman and a group of little lowly would commit suicide. But Wang Yuri said he didn't dare to disobey. He could only whisper to the woman, You also heard what our Wang Yuri said, right? If you surrender, you will be a servant in the royal city. If you resist, you will die. After hearing Wang Matsu's words, the 7 or 8 big men around him also laughed strangely. Yue's face was solemn, and her eyes were no longer gentle as she was to her students, but cold. We can give you all the supplies in the car, but please let us go after you get them. The unique temperament and good looks immediately attracted Wang Yuri's interest. Okay, as long as you call out the supplies and become my woman, I will let them go. Although Yue was only in her early 20s, she was not a good man. This man kept looking at her while talking, with an evil look on his face. Don't trust me. I am a person with natural abilities. Please give me enough respect. This was Yui's last bargaining chip besides Yuanxi. I hope the power behind this man cherishes talent and values her as a person with abilities. However, it would have been better if this sentence hadn't been said. As soon as it came out, the leading man became more eager. At the same time, everyone around her changed their expressions and raised their guns, pointing them at her and the Jinbei car. Obviously, everyone present knew how terrifying the ability users were. Oh, you are actually an ability user? Very good, ha ha. The prince felt that he was really lucky today. Not only did he accidentally get a special energy crystal, but he also helped his eldest brother find a female ability user. Seeing that Wang Matzi was still trying to persuade the woman with kindness and power, the prince directly knocked him on the head and cursed, "This woman is an ability user. Big brother needs it. The rest? We talk about it later." After the prince finished speaking, he said to Yue indifferently, "Since you are an ability user, then I, the prince, will give you face. But you all have to get off the car and change to our car, and your car will be temporarily controlled by our people." Hearing this, Yui's expression somewhat eased. The energy crystal and her own abilities were the capital that allowed her to bring 4 ordinary people to join the great Xia city. But she didn't expect to encounter such a thing on the way. Yue was about to agree when she heard Yuan Shi's voice in the car. "Honestly, my ability is stronger." Yuan Shi's face flushed. Yue was very surprised and immediately whispered, "How is it? Can you see the danger we are about to face next?" Hearing the teacher's words, Yuan Shi slowly closed her clear eyes and opened them again in less than 5 seconds. Then Yuan Shi pointed to a Hummer in the middle of the convoy with her white and slender finger and said solemnly, "The teacher's prediction suggests that as long as we take that car, we will be fine." Yue looked in the direction of Yuan Shi's finger. It was a Hummer 120, which was not much different from the other vehicles of these bad guys. But now she didn't have much choice. She could only nod and say to the man in the lead outside the car, "I can agree to your request to get out of the car, but which car should all of us take?" The prince, Wang Matzi, and the others all looked curiously. Wasn't it the car Wang Matzi was riding in? "Hey girl, you know your stuff. That's your grandfather's car." Wang Matzi was already swaying at this moment. He would have a good time when he got in the car. The prince also smiled and said, "Very good. There happened to be someone who looked like you in that car." Seeing that the leading man agreed, Yue continued with an unchanged expression, "You can't touch us after we get off the car." Hearing this, Wang Yi and Wang Matzi both laughed. When they got to Wancheng, these people were all fish on the chopping board. They could do whatever they wanted. "Ha ha, I agree. I swear on behalf of Wang Eri that if you disobey, you will be struck by lightning." Ha ha ha. Hearing the words of the ugly man under the car, Yuanxi pouted and said, "You lied." When Beichen heard Wang Matzi's oath in the Hummer 120, he also laughed. Is there such a thing? Chapter 124. Beichen laughed when he heard Wang Matzi's oath. What a good person. I was about to reveal my identity and start a killing spree. I didn't expect this guy to suddenly assist and directly say that the oath would be struck by lightning. In this world, oaths are not even as good as farts, and farts can still stink people. Beichen watched the development of the situation quietly, sitting on the Diaoyu Island. As expected, after seeing a few little girls get off the car, Wang Matzi made a move. At this time, Yue got off the Jinbei car with 5 students in a vigilant manner. 5 petite and youthful girls, with dodging eyes, held on to their companions and followed the teacher forward. Being watched by the crowd around them, not only the 5 little girls were scared, but even a grown man was scared. Especially the strangely excited eyes. Watching the group slowly passing by, the prince winked at Wang Matzi. Wang Matzi was immediately overjoyed, and while the leading woman was not paying attention, he pulled a little silver-white girl away from the team. "Aw, teacher. Help me." That's right, it was the little girl Yuan Shi who had awakened her abilities. Yuan Shi was terrified because this person looked so scary. She was struggling while she was terrified. "You guys. Yuan Shi, you bad guys, let Yuan Shi go." Yue and the other 4 little girls were immediately anxious. They shouted at Wang Matzi and Wang Yi. Hearing this, Wang Matzi laughed, "Big-breasted and brainless woman, do you believe in Ma Ye's oath?" As he said this, he proudly sniffed the hair of the struggling little girl in his arms. It tastes very mellow and fragrant." Yuan Shi was even more frightened, and in a hurry, he bit the man's arm. Even if Wang Matzi was an adult, he couldn't stand this bite. The severe pain made him let go subconsciously. Yuan Shi took advantage of this opportunity to break free from the man's control and ran towards the teacher and classmates. "Fuck, you little bitch dared to bite me." Click. the sound of a pistol in the classroom. Wang Matzi was so angry that he took out the pistol in his arms and pointed it directly at the running little girl. The prince did not stop him. A 15 or 16-year-old girl, even if brought back to the royal city, would not have much effect except venting, and she would be dead if she died. "No, please!" Yue Wei exclaimed and rushed towards Yuan, she regardless of the danger. She's dead. Wang Matzi's eyes were cold and scary, and he was about to pull the trigger. However, what happened in the next second was unforgettable for everyone present. A white lightning suddenly fell from the sky without any sign, and landed accurately on Wang Matzi's head. Wang Matzi's head was split open on the spot, and his clothes were also on fire, and the skin exposed to the outside of his body was charred. This grandson is cooked. It seems slow, but it is actually a moment. The lightning fell instantly, and Wang Matzi was split open and died. It happened in an instant. After Wang Matzi fell to the ground, the thunder and lightning sound that represents the majesty of heaven and earth came slowly. Snap! After all, the speed of light cannot be caught up by sound. Fuck! The prince next to Wang Matzi jumped far away after realizing it, his face pale with fear. It was too scary. Because he was standing close to Wang Matzi, he could clearly feel the hairs on his body standing up when the lightning struck. Fuck, it came true? God struck him. Fuck, how is this possible? Now no one dared to move. They would never forget the scene of Wang Matzi being struck by lightning. Yue Wei hugged Yuan Shi, who rushed over, and while comforting him, she looked at the cooked body of Wang Matzi with cold eyes. You deserve it. Looking at the man who led the group, Yue Wei said coldly, please have your people show some respect to us next. Humph. The little interest that the prince had just developed in Yue Wei was also completely destroyed by a bolt of lightning. Get in the car! We leave immediately! The second master Wang roared, and the whole team immediately organized in an orderly manner. One man got on the Jibei car directly. The others held guns and threatened Yue Wei and others to get in the car. In the selected Hummer 120, the young driver could no longer sit still, and got out of the car and said to the prince, Second master, the idiot behind can also drive, let it drive, otherwise there is not enough space. Wang Yi knew that the boy was scared, so he nodded slightly. These brothers followed him, because they were like-minded. Wang Matzi was dead, and the remaining brothers could not take any more risks. Who knew if the lightning just now was caused by a woman? Seeing Yi nodded, the young driver hurriedly said to Bei Chen in the back seat, come over and drive. At this time, an arc flashed in Bei Chen's eyes, and then disappeared. Hearing this, he nodded slightly. The power of lightning is so strange. If Wang Matzi hadn't suddenly patted Bei Chen would have really disdained to drive a lightning wedge into Wang Matzi's body. However, the whole thing was so dramatic that he could help several people out without revealing his identity. Teacher. A group of 6 people came to the side of the Hummer where Bei Chen was. Yue Wei held Yuanqi and said to the other 4 people, you sit in the back seat, and Yuanqi and I will sit in the passenger seat. Yeah. The 4 little girls were very well behaved. They opened the car door without any objection and filed in. Then Yue Wei also carried the tearful Yuan Shi to the passenger seat. She looked at Bei Chen cautiously. Although she knew that the driver was also a captive, she no longer trusted these people. Bei Chen did not even turn his head, and drove to catch up when he saw the car in front start. When the convoy left, only a half-cooked corpse was left. Wang Matzi's sudden death had no value, and the prince would not let people waste time burying him, so his body could only be left in the wilderness. Soon the convoy accelerated forward. It must be said that the off-road Hummer is really different from the Wuling. Because the decision had been made, Bei Chen did not hesitate to send a letter to Teng Baiwan of Daxia City and briefly explain the matter. What? There is such a thing? Damn it! Teng Baiwan was very angry. No wonder there were not many players joining Daxia City these days. It turned out that they were all intercepted by other forces. Bei Chen, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Teng Baiwan already understood the whole matter, but he needed the order of the decision-maker Bei Chen. Bei Chen replied while driving, it's time for Yinglongwei to show its edge. Baiwan, select 400 elite soldiers from the Xianwang Corps, led by Shui Han, and set out at night to attack the royal city. Okay, leave it to me. As if thinking of something, Bei Chen continued, do you have any information about the location of the royal city? I'd let Chu Chu check it out right away. After a while, Teng Baiwan replied again, the location of the royal city was given by De Biao and the others, but it's just an approximate location, not accurate. Very good, act according to the original plan, let Shui Han take 400 Yinglong guards and move in the general direction first. When I confirm the location of the royal city, I will send her the coordinates. Okay. The purpose of dispatching the Huangzi Corps is to hone practical experience. The second is to escort the rescued elite players back to Daxia City. Beichen has his own goals for this trip, so he can only resort to this strategy. And he knows that the game world has been reorganized after the hell mode is turned on. As expected, through the information in the regional chat square, Beichen has determined that his current location is no longer in the Daxia City area. I didn't expect the game world map to shrink even more this time, Beichen thought. Yue was holding Yuan Qi and felt uneasy. Now they were already in the car. But there was nothing in the car except a young man, who was also a captive. How to escape the clutches of the royal city? Yue couldn't help but whispered, Yuan Qi, now we are in the car, has the danger been lifted? Will there be any more hints later? Although the voice was small, Beichen's current gene value was so powerful that his hearing was several times that of ordinary people. A person with special abilities. Or someone who can avoid danger and seek good fortune? Beichen couldn't help but turn his head, and glanced at the little girl with long silver hair in the woman's arms. Hearing this, Yuanqi shook his head helplessly, and said to Yue, Teacher, my ability has been strongly interfered with, and I can't see the next prompt. Yue touched Yuanqi's head with understanding, and said softly, Yuanqi is already great, and we can only take it one step at a time. Hearing the little girl calling the woman teacher, Beichen couldn't help but look sideways, and said the first sentence. Are you their teacher? Chapter 125. Yue did not speak when she heard the young man asking questions. Talking too much will lead to mistakes, as Yuanqi's kidnapping just now is an example. However, Yue did not speak, and Yuanqi in her arms did not seem to be afraid of the big brother driving. And she felt that the big brother in front of her was not a bad person. Of course, this was not intuition. It was her ability to avoid danger and seek good fortune. Yeah, big brother, this is our art teacher Yue. Although the voice was a little small, Beichen still heard it. Beichen also smiled at the little girl. Why, are you also players who want to join Daxia City? Speaking of Daxia City, Yue looked at Beichen and asked cautiously, Do you know Daxia City? She led 5 students to travel through mountains and rivers and experience many dangers just to join Daxia City. She was so determined to join Daxia City because Daxia City was famous and her brother was in the area where Daxia City was located. Although her brother failed to join Daxia City. But she had heard so many stories about the Lord of Daxia City, Beichen, from her brother that her ears were covered with calluses. Beichen nodded slightly. I know a little bit. Have you ever seen Daxia City, a level 3 main city? Beichen's words of knowing a little bit immediately aroused Yue's curiosity and hope. Yeah. Seeing Beichen's extremely calm face, Yue seemed to have thought of something and said, You should be a player who is not qualified to join Daxia City, right? Otherwise, why did you fall to this point? Beichen laughed. Do you have any misunderstandings about Daxia City? Supplies are not the only conditions for joining Daxia City. Ability and character are. As if she had thought of something, Yue said with a little expectation, So you are a citizen of Daxia City? Hearing this, Yuanqi and the other 4 little girls in the back seat looked at Beichen curiously. They had heard their teacher tell them more than once that as long as they could successfully join Daxia City, they would not have to worry anymore. And the big brother in front of them had not only seen Daxia City. He might also be a person in Daxia City, which made the 5 little girls focus their attention on Beichen. Big brother, do you really live in Daxia City? Are the people there nice? Yes, big brother, are the people there fierce? Yue also looked at Beichen and asked. Beichen was slightly stunned. When did his city become so popular? But seeing the pure and clear eyes of the 5 little girls, Beichen did not intend to deceive them. Yes, I live in Daxia City. Really? Yue had a fantasy in her heart when she heard this, but she was also worried that Daxia City would be another royal city. After all, there are no rules in this world. It can be said that Daxia City is their last hope. Since the baby accompanied them all the way, Beichen would show his gentle side from time to time even when he met the children for the first time. During the conversation, Yue slowly discovered Beichen's extraordinariness. Since he brought 5 students to the road survival world, he met many people. However, when those people knew that she brought 5 little girls, they would show strange eyes at the first time, which was a kind of throbbing of possession. However, the young man in front of them always looked at them with a calm look. Gradually, Yue's vigilance against Beichen was reduced unconsciously. But because of the reputation of the royal city, she was still worried about this trip. In her opinion, Beichen might not have a high status even if he was a citizen of the great Xia city. This time, He was captured by the royal city, most likely because he came out to search for supplies. Of course, the 5 children would not think so much. They were relatively naive, and had no idea what was waiting for them in the place they were going to. "Ah, Brother Bacon, you actually have a daughter? Wow, you look so young, but you actually have an 8-year-old daughter." Bacon was unusually relaxed along the way. He liked little girls very much, and he thought of Bao Bao unconsciously during the conversation. Yue Wei was also very shocked by the news. Because Bacon looked like he was only in his early 20s, how could he have an 8-year-old daughter? And the rules of the game in this world don't allow the elderly and children to participate. Seeing Yue Wei's surprised look, Bacon smiled and said, "I'm not married yet." Hearing this, Yue Wei's favorable impression of Bacon increased a lot, and she seemed to have thought of something. They continued along the way, and soon it was night. Seeing the convoy in front stop and intend to set up camp, Bacon reminded Yue Wei, "It's best not to get off the car if it's not necessary." After an afternoon of contact, Yue Wei trusted Bacon very much. But soon Bacon frowned, because the 3 armed men of the prince were already walking towards the side. As the saying goes, when you are full and warm, you will think of lust. Once these people are full, they may have evil thoughts. Yue Wei was a little nervous. If she didn't have to take 5 children with her, she could have escaped from the clutches of the devil alone. Bacon looked at the people coming towards him with a calm face, with disdain in his eyes. If he didn't want to kill them all at once, and not let any fish in Wangchun escape, he might have started a massacre with his strength. "Hey, everyone get out of the car." Bacon rolled down the window and asked, "What's the matter?" "Damn, why are you talking so much nonsense? If I tell you to get out of the car, get out. If you keep talking nonsense, I kill you." As soon as this sentence came out, the man was startled, and the hair on his body stood up. "I advise you to be kind." Bacon was not in a hurry, but his attitude did not show the awareness of being a prisoner. Today, Wang Matzi was struck to death by thunder, which left an indelible impression on their hearts. After an afternoon of fermentation, they were more or less afraid of Bacon and his group. "Humph," Mr. Wang said to set up camp here and let them get off the car to collect firewood and help cook. In the end, the man who led the 3 reluctantly stated his purpose. Bacon nodded slightly, glanced at Yue Wei, and got off the bus. Seeing Bacon get off the bus, Yue Wei gritted her teeth and told the 5 students not to leave her too far. Although the girls were timid, they rarely got off the bus since they appeared in this world with their teachers and classmates, especially at night. Although they were afraid of darkness and bad people in their hearts, they were actually very happy to get off the bus at night. Children are like this, unhappy things can be forgotten quickly. After a while, the girls no longer had that depressed look, as if they had returned to the harmonious motherland they longed for. Bacon did not do hard labor, but found a stone to sit on, watching Yue Wei and 5 little girls collecting firewood not far away. Wang Yuri did not say much about Bacon's behavior. After all, in his eyes, he was just a fool. Why would he compete with a fool? Soon Yue Wei and a few students finished their work and returned to Bacon. The children looked at the barbecue on the bonfire not far away, with desire in their eyes. They didn't eat barbecue often. Along the way, the teacher took them to join the great Xia city in order to store more supplies, and sometimes only ate 1 meal a day. "Teacher, I'm hungry." The youngest girl couldn't help but grab the teacher's hand, and said agreeably. Chapter 126. Children of Yuanqi, and the other 4 were at home before playing. Who wouldn't hold something in their hands for fear of dropping it, or put it in their mouths for fear of melting it? When have you ever been hungry? When one said he was hungry, the others, including Yuanqi, also had red eyes. That's right, they missed home and the delicious food their mother cooked for them. Seeing that the prince didn't show any reaction, Bacon shook his head slightly, and said to Yue Wei, "Let's go back to the car." As night fell, Bacon flipped his hand, and took something out of the particle ring, without being noticed by others. "That's right, it's Snickers." Zhang Dabia gave this thing to Tung Chu Chu and Shui Han after he came back. Tung Chu Chu couldn't bear to eat it, so she gave it to Bacon. After the increase, Bacon got 100 pieces of this thing. He handed a piece of Snickers to Yuanqi, and then Bacon said in a low voice, "Wow, thank you, Brother Bacon." Yuanqi's eyes lit up when he saw the Snickers, and he couldn't help but whisper thanks. The 5 little girls were happy when they each got 1 piece. Although Yue Wei didn't know where Bacon got this thing, the gratitude in her eyes was obvious. 2 bonfires were crackling and burning. The prince sneered when he saw the group returning to the car. "When we get to the royal city, I take away your superpowers and let you be tortured." The younger brothers beside the prince smiled when they heard this. Because Wang Yuri would never touch a woman again after playing with her, They could also have a share. Bätchen turned off the lights in the Hummer after returning to the car. Snickers might be just a snack worth a few dollars before the game, but here it is a luxury. Only with Bätchen's ability could he easily take it out and share it with 5 little girls. The children peeled the Snickers, but didn't take a bite. Instead, they handed it to themselves and Yue. Teacher Yue, Brother Bätchen, you guys eat first. Bätchen couldn't help rubbing Yuanqi's little head when he saw the Snickers handed to him. Brother is not hungry, you guys eat it. Yue also smiled and said that she was not hungry. Seeing the children reluctant to eat it, Bätchen sighed. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart. It is imperative to turn the city of Daxia into an impregnable safe haven in the war zone of Country C. As a person with a strong red gene, he felt this more strongly. Soon, the temporary camp fell into silence as the prince and his team ate and drank. Outside the car, everything was silent. The 5 children in the car also fell asleep lightly, and only Yue was still alert to the surroundings. Bätchen closed his eyes and began to communicate with Shui Ihan in private messages. Ihan, where are you? The close-range silenced AK-47 and the long-range 8X Mauser 98K can be said to be the best equipment of the 2 major corps of Xinhuang. Of course, Zhang Yichen and Shui Han's Tianzi and Dizzy Corps, in total, only have more than 20 people. And they are all founding heroes of Daxia City, destined to hold important positions in Daxia City in the future. On the contrary, Zhang Dabyu and Pang Jinjia's corps are the 2 strong troops under Bätchen's command. This is also Xuanhuang's first mission, and Bätchen also wants to see how well the 400 new members of Yinglongwei can execute orders when the leaders are not Zhang Dabyu and Pang Jinjia. City Lord, we will travel day and night, and will be out of the local area in about 3 hours. Very good, you go straight to the royal city as planned. I'm just setting up camp here to rest. You will be able to catch up with us tomorrow. Yes, City Lord. Ihan, I want you to lead the 400 Yinglong guards of the Xinhuang Corps. Do you understand my intention? Ihan understands. Very good, if you find the location of the royal city first, don't act rashly to surround the royal city from the outside. There may be people with gifted abilities in the royal city. Yes, sir. Bätchen explained the general plan to Shui Han, and then disconnected the private message. At this time, another private message came. Bätchen looked puzzled and saw that it was from Shui Han. Seeing this message, Bätchen smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't know how to reply and could only pretend that he didn't see it. Bätchen, you should be careful when you are alone outside. I am telling you on behalf of Chu Chu. No, I don't mean anything else. After closing the private message. At this time, the 2 brothers Tushan and Tutian, who followed the convoy all the way, also sent a message. Bätchen, City Lord, we didn't dare to follow too closely. How are you doing? Following your convoy, we found Wang Matsu's half-cooked body. Bätchen replied, it's okay, just follow the original plan. After finishing the trivial matters, Bätchen opened his eyes and looked at Yue, who looked a little haggard, and said, if you are sleepy, go to sleep first. Yue forced herself to be energetic and said, well, how about you guard the first half of the night, and I will take over the second half. Bätchen didn't say anything but nodded slightly. Taking care of 5 children alone, Bätchen could imagine the hardship Yue had along the way. At the same time, I admired this woman. Not to mention that Yue and the kids were only students and teachers, even brothers could turn against each other and fight at any time. If it were someone selfish, I'm afraid that 5 girls in their prime would be sold as goods. It seemed that Yue fell asleep soon after the 2 made an agreement, as she was tired from the continuous journey. However, at this time, 3 people came over here again. Humph, since you are looking for death, don't blame me. Bätchen knew the purpose of the people coming, and he did not hesitate to gently press his hand on the iron sheet of the car door. Immediately, a trace of electricity passed through Bätchen's palm and was transmitted to the car body. I said that the second master couldn't help it, right? It's normal. When the second master was in the royal city, he was the groom every day and changed the bride every night. He was used to it. You only have such a big piece of barbecue. Would the woman be willing to change it to a little lowly? Several people had all kinds of crooked thoughts in their minds. Fell asleep? Shujo, go. At this time, a wretched man went to slap the car door. However, as soon as his hand touched the Hummer door, his hand suddenly felt numb, and he quickly retracted his hand and cursed. Damn, there is electricity? Hearing this, the other 2 people directly scolded him for being useless. Damn, you are not scared to death, right? It may be static electricity, let me try. Another one touched the car door and felt that his hand was hit by electricity, although it was very slight but real. Hey, that's strange. Is it a battery leak? Bachin was afraid that the few people would wake up Yue and the others, so he rolled down the car window and asked, "What's the matter?" Seeing Bachin wake up, the leading man waved the roasted meat and said, "You must be hungry. Go and tell that woman to send a little girl out to give our second master a back massage, and the meat will be given to them." Yue subconsciously reminded herself not to sleep too deeply, and she woke up immediately when the few people talked. When she heard the man's words, she was immediately angry. "Get out. Don't even think about it." Hearing this, the three men's faces also sank, and they were about to scold him for not knowing what was good for them. At this time, Bachin said calmly, "Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for doing such a thing?" "Ha ha ha. You are so funny. I didn't swear to the sky. Mayu was just an accident. In this world without rules, do you really think there is still heaven? Damn it, stop talking nonsense. Let a little lowly get off the car quickly, otherwise we will be rude to you." Soft threats don't work, so they directly use hard threats. Bachin snorted coldly. "If that's the case, then go to hell." A flash of lightning flashed in his eyes, and through his clothes, you can vaguely see the lightning unicorn light on Bachin's chest. Thunder. Because the three of them touched the Hummer, the lightning wedges in their bodies immediately became the target of the thunder. As soon as Bachin finished speaking, suddenly, the scene reappeared. Boom! Sizzle! Ah! No! Oh my god, don't! I was wrong! Bachin slowly closed the car window without any intention of watching. Seeing that Yuanqi and the other four children were awakened, he also felt a little angry in his heart. But for the sake of the overall situation, he could only hold back this impulse. If he acted without regard for the consequences now, it would be very likely that the King's city would find out. If one of the bad apples escaped, it would be a big harm. And impulsiveness would cause Shuihan and others to make a wasted trip. As a leader, it is the basic quality to consider the overall situation and act after planning. Bachin has long passed the age of impulsiveness. And in his opinion, before the main city building function was enabled on the game console, the intrigues and life and death vendettas between players are just the law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest. However, when the main city construction function came out, this rule was almost instantly broken. This was also his original intention to build a great Xia city. This? Thunder and lightning again? Yue couldn't help but exclaimed. "Teacher, didn't you say that there are no gods in the world? But what is this phenomenon?" Hearing this, Yue could only smile bitterly. "Maybe there are no gods in our original world, but there are in this world. Look, the evildoers are still punished." Hearing this, Bachin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was too easy for him to be a god. Chapter 127. 3 people were struck to death by thunder again. Bachin thought that the prince would not swallow his anger this time. However, to Bachin and Yue's surprise, the 3 people who died outside the car did not seem to be the armed forces of the royal city. There was no movement. After half an hour, Yue finally couldn't help but asked, "Bachin, they just watched their teammates die?" Bachin sneered. "It seems that the second prince of the royal city is not a fool." "What do you mean?" "To test your ability." Yue's face changed when she heard this. At the same time, in another Hummer in the camp, the prince listened to his subordinate's report with a serious face. One has the talent of great strength, and the other has the talent of controlling lightning? Is it one of the 5 little girls? As he spoke, the prince's eyes burst into strong interest. The younger brother who heard the report was shocked. "Second master, are you saying that Master Ma's death was not an accident, but someone manipulated it?" The prince nodded slightly. "It's impossible. If they can really control lightning, wouldn't we have been struck to death long ago?" Hearing this, the prince frowned even deeper, and after thinking for a while he said, "I'm afraid it's not easy to control lightning. There should be many restrictions." The younger brother beside him also nodded, otherwise it would be completely unexplainable. "Second master, what should we do next?" Treat this matter as something that can't be discussed, as usual." "Yes, second master." Then the younger brother left, and the prince couldn't help but send a private message to his elder brother, who was in charge of the royal city. "Brother, I really encountered a treasure this time when I went out hunting. First, I found a piece of energy crystal stone, and then I caught a person who controls huge power, and a person who controls lightning." Sure enough, as soon as the message was sent, the other party immediately replied, "Very good, second brother, bring them back as soon as possible." The prince smiled and replied, "Big brother, when the pet is hatched, we can help the third brother to get revenge, right?" "That's right, If the royal city wants to rise in the Sea Country War Zone, it must eradicate the Daxia city and the enemy who killed the third brother, Baitian. Okay, I will do my best to hurry tomorrow. After disconnecting the private message, the prince showed a cold smile. The last hope of the Sea Country War Zone, the last paradise of the Sea Country players, all will be destroyed in front of our royal city. Time passed, and it was already the early morning of the next day. As expected by Baitian and others, the 3 people who went to die last night were directly ignored by the strength of the royal city. The convoy set off again, and Yue looked worried. Baitian was eager for the convoy to move quickly. It seemed that Baitian's appearance gave the 5 little girls in the car enough sense of security. Along the way, Yuanqi and the other 5 were not as reserved as yesterday, and asked Baitian about places they had not been to from time to time. A day was spent on the road. Except for refueling the Hummer on the way, the team hardly rested. In the evening, with a private message from Shuihan, Baitian's mouth was completely smiling. City Lord, we met a player in distress in this area on the way, and finally found the location of the royal city. It's just, the scene here is really... Baitian frowned slightly when he saw Shuihan's private message. How cruel is the scene that can make a female soldier king so hesitant and indescribable? Very good, occupy the advantageous terrain first and wait on the spot. And what did you see? Shuihan seemed to be organizing her words, and replied after 3 seconds, they are ruthlessly exploiting the labor of civilians. When I saw this scene through the high-powered telescope, I thought I had traveled to the feudal dynasty world. Just a few simple sentences. Baitian has learned about the current situation of the royal city through Shuihan's intelligence. At the same time, the desire to destroy the royal city became stronger. The royal city is just a non-level rammed earth city. Except for the 2-meter-high walls on all 4 sides, the inner city can be said to have no infrastructure. However, in order to absorb more armed forces, the infrastructure must be continuously improved. Building houses and digging moats have undoubtedly become reasons for exploiting the so-called prisoners. Yue saw Baitian's face was slightly gloomy, and asked, what's wrong? It's okay, we will reach the royal city in half an hour, and you will stay in the car when we get there. If anything happens, you can drive back and meet up with a willing car behind us. Seeing Baitian's ugly face, Yue didn't dare to ask more questions, and just nodded. The Hummer convoy seemed to be reaching its destination soon, and the speed of the leading vehicle did not increase. Half an hour later, as the convoy passed through a rocky and barren hill, a simple city with a khaki color, and a 2-meter wall covering an area of about the size of a World Cup football field came into view. From a distance, Baitian could see a large number of men and women carrying thorny baskets in front of the main gate of the rammed earth city. They were struggling to move forward, and they looked as if they were withered, like a small boat on the rough sea. Some of them really didn't have the strength to do this kind of high-intensity labor, and when they fell to the ground, a middle-aged man with a whip in his hand whipped them. Other workers nearby seemed to be accustomed to it, and no one dared to stop or help. This kind of scene had only appeared in costume TV dramas before. However, it was actually presented in front of them at this time, and several little girls huddled together in fear. The teachers are so miserable. The uncle obviously had no strength, but the man still whipped him with a whip. Even though Yue was the teacher of several people, this was the first time she had seen such a scene, and she didn't know how to explain it. Only Baitian said calmly, Wang Cheng, Wang Yi, Wang Quan. What a great Wang family 3 brothers. Baitian still remembered Wang Quan. When they were fighting for the regional airdrop self-selected resource box, he shot the younger brother of the Wang family Chable in the head with a Black Dragon Roar 10 sniper armor-piercing cannon. But Baitian didn't expect that Wang Quan's 2 brothers were even more crazy and directly implemented the imperial slave system. The convoy was still moving forward, and soon stopped less than 100 meters away from the main gate of the royal city. Seeing the workers digging the moat on both sides up close, the little girls were so scared that they dared not speak. Even Yuedao's face turned pale. It was really too miserable. In the deep ditches on both sides of the main gate of the city, there were a large number of people. Some of these people were holding simple tools, and some did not even have the right tools to dig the river, and could only dig with their bare hands. Except for the supervisors with greasy faces holding whips, all the workers were pale and thin, with dull eyes, as if their hope for the future had long been wiped out. At this time, a girl who was about the same age as Yuanqi fell down because of her weak body, and the basket she was carrying was too heavy, and the dirt spilled out. A sloppy long-haired woman beside the girl hurriedly lay on the girl and protected her under her body. She seemed to know what would happen next. Fuck, waste, I give you 1 meal a day, but you only do this little work every day, and you are still lazy. A sturdy man, with a face full of flesh, cursed and waved the whip in his hand. The whip suddenly made a sound. Snap! Pa! The loud bang. Brother, we don't dare to do it anymore. Shirshin is still too young. We won't do it next time. Seeing this, Baichan's eyes were cold, and he sent a private message to Shuihan. Deal with all the supervisors outside the royal city within 3 minutes. At the same time as this private message was sent, the whip of the supervisor with a face full of flesh not far away was raised high towards the mother and daughter. The woman begged with tears on her face, and the little girl protected by the woman kept crying, "Don't hit my mother." However, the supervisor was not moved at all, and even had a hint of pleasure in his eyes. This feeling of easily controlling other people's life and death is really wonderful. Huh, the whip was waving in the air, making a whimpering sound. You can imagine how powerful this whip is. The workers around him closed their eyes slightly when they saw this scene, because they didn't want to see the miserable state of the mother and daughter. While avoiding the bloody and cruel scene, they were also avoiding their own cowardice. The supervisor's whip had already fallen, and it would hit the mother and daughter in less than half a second. Suddenly, a sharp whistle that cut through the air sounded. Snap! The workers around him opened their eyes and screamed. Dead, he's dead. The whip-wielding supervisor looked down at a fist-sized bloody hole in his heart in disbelief. This shot should have hit his head. But the supervisor was surrounded by other workers. The penetration of the 9.8K was too strong, and Shuihan was worried that it would hurt the surrounding workers. Fuck! You dare to attack our royal city guards. You're dead. Another supervisor not far away was shocked and then furious when he saw this scene. Because the sniper's position was far enough, and the silencer installed on the 98K, the surrounding workers could only vaguely hear the sound of the air being cut, and they didn't know who fired the gun. After a bullet killed a supervisor, then the real terror began to erupt among the guards outside the royal city. Woo woo woo. Pa pa pa. Every time a scream sounded, a supervisor in the royal city was immediately killed. Woo woo. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The guards on the top of the royal city sounded the alarm. All the armed forces in the royal city quickly assembled. After instructing Yue to retreat and reunite with the willing car, Baichan got off the car. The bloodthirsty killing intent gradually affected by the sky demon armor slowly rushed into his mind. I saw that Baichan's originally dark eyes suddenly changed. They were scarlet eyes, like a pair of 6 diamond kaleidoscopes. Chapter 128. The shocking scene happened too quickly. Many enslaved players didn't react for a while. If they hadn't seen the supervisor who was shot and fell to the ground, they would have thought it was a dream they had every day. I don't know who cried with joy among the workers. God, please open your eyes, run, quick! All the workers were shocked when the voice fell. The pair of dim eyes finally had a glimmer of light. Run, run, get out of this hell. Mom, the supervisors have been killed, let's run too. The poor mother and daughter only reacted now. The little girl hurriedly got up to help her mother unload the heavy backpack, while holding her mother's hand and following the large group to escape. If this scene is not controlled, I'm afraid all the workers will run away. Fuck, stop right there. Bang. Wang Yuri got off the car directly, grabbed a worker who was running away, protected him in front of him, roared, took out a gun, and shot at the sky. Hearing the familiar gunshots and voices, many exhausted workers dared not run anymore. They had little strength, and they were only given 1 meal a day, so they couldn't run far even if they ran. After all, their vehicles were controlled by the people in the royal city. Oh my God, you left us no chance to survive. We are all players from Country C. Why do they treat us like this? Hope was shattered, and many people who couldn't hold on began to kneel on the ground and cry. Baichan looked at the arrogant and domineering appearance of the prince, and said softly to Yue, just retreat, and remind the surrounding workers together, leave this to me. After knocking on the door of the Hummer, Baichan turned into a shadow and rushed towards the prince. Baichan's current gene value is more than 3 times that of an elite player, and his speed is even more terrifying because he controls lightning. Zheng! A black fish scale saber appeared in his hand, and the black knife instantly merged into the rapidly moving black shadow. The prince's attention was all on the snipers lurking around, and only a small part of his energy was focused on the workers running around. Who would have thought that someone would attack him at this time? However, the laborer who was held by him saw a black shadow coming. Xingyiquan, white crane spreads wings. Xingyiquan, coiled snake spits out tongue. Swish! A black light hidden in the night first swept across the prince's right arm, and then directly hit the gap between the prince's kidneys. The prince's right arm was almost cut off at the shoulder, and the laborer was freed. Because Baichen's 2 knives were too fast, the laborer escaped from the clamp, and the prince reacted. Suddenly, the heart-wrenching howl resounded through the sky. Ah, my right arm, my right arm. When an arm or an important part of the body is cut off by a sharp weapon, it will not hurt at first, but numb. After the numbness comes the intense pain. At this time, Baichen's fish-scale saber is still inserted into the prince's body. Ugh! It's you! It's you! When the prince saw that it was Baichen who made the move, he screamed in shock, and the hatred in his eyes had become real. If it wasn't for finding the location of the royal city, do you think you could live this long? As he spoke, Baichen's saber slowly turned, and the prince roared again, with a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes that looked like a bloodthirsty monster. Ah, you are not a human, you are a ghost. I don't know when, Baichen began to like this bloodthirsty pleasure. This strong feeling made Baichen wake up, and at the same time scared. The prince dared not move now, and his armed forces counted as one. As long as they got off the car, they would be shot in the head and killed. Ihan, don't interfere in this matter for the time being. Quickly organize people to gather the scattered laborers around. Yes, Baichen, be careful. Who are you? Why did you sneak to the royal city? The prince was really scared now. He was afraid that the snipers hidden around were the power of this person. Listening to the prince's words, Baichen smiled coldly. Who am I? I am someone you can never touch. If he hadn't been worried about the safety of the workers around him, Baichen would have killed the prince with a knife. Because he was not sure whether there were mortars, grenades, and other weapons in the royal city, once the prince died, the soldiers guarding the city would have no worries, and might kill the players who were escaping. Seeing that the terrible second in command of the royal city was controlled, the surrounding laborers immediately fled again. Everyone follow me. I also want to join the great Xia city. It was Yue's voice, and at the same time, several little girls were shouting loudly to run away with him. At this moment, Pa, woo! A bright beam of light like a small sun suddenly rose in the royal city. Is it a flare? At the same time, a fierce man covered in black mist on the wall of the royal city roared at Baichen, release the prince, and I will spare your life. Bang! It can be said that the top of the city wall and the open area below the city are now controlled by Yinglongwei. As soon as the man spoke, a 7.62 sniper bullet was fired. However, an amazing scene appeared. I saw a sniper bullet hit the man firmly, but the black mist on his body was as soft as a finger and actually blocked the 7.62 bullet. It must be said that the Yinglongwei sniper who fired this shot almost cursed. Oh! Baichen looked up slightly and sneered. Are you saying that I should let him live? Will you spare my life? Let him go. The man on the top of the city wall continued confidently. Ha ha ha. Wang Quan, prince. You are the lord of this royal city, right? As soon as Baichen finished speaking, the prince endured the severe pain and said resentfully, Do you know our third brother? Your third brother? Yes, I killed him. You are Baichen. Baichen was not interested in answering a dead man's question, and turned to look at the royal city on the top of the city wall. I sent your third brother off, and now I will send your second brother off, and it will be your turn later? Wang Chung suddenly roared in anger, You dare. You will regret it. Big brother, save me. However, a black knife had slowly pierced into the prince's heart, and no matter how the prince begged and struggled, he could not break free. Ah! Damn it. Second brother, I want you to die, I want you to die. Wang Chung went crazy watching his second brother slowly collapse with a dead look in his eyes. After the third brother died in an accident, the second brother was his most trusted and capable assistant, but now he died in front of him. Stop yelling, you have to thank me. I've already shown some mercy by not cutting you into pieces for what you did. Looking at Wang Chung who jumped directly from the city wall, Baichen walked step by step with a wicked smile on his face. You are a person with special abilities, and I also know that you have a good pet egg. How do you know? Hearing this, the black fog on Wang Cheng's body became more and more intense, and the monstrous murderous intent could no longer be suppressed. Haha, you have to thank your brother. If it weren't for him, I might not have known that you, Wang Chung, had the ambition to become emperor. I want you dead. Wang Chung roared and made a strange movement. Then his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears suddenly gushed out black mist. Suddenly his entire body was covered by the black mist, and then a 2-meter-tall, narrow eyes, and a ferocious phantom with a mouth full of fine fangs appeared directly behind him. Evil God Phantom. The moment the evil God Phantom was summoned, the temperature around it changed, as if it had gone from a desert to an extremely cold place. As if they were worried about being sniped, the armed forces in Wangcheng did not go out in full force, but people kept firing flares into the sky. Ah, the lord of the royal city is a devil, a devil. The fleeing laborers, who saw this scene, were immediately frightened and screamed, and they were even more afraid of the royal city. Everyone gather here, we Yinglong guards are here to rescue you. Although Shui Han is a woman, she looks heroic in her combat uniform. The fleeing laborers now think that as long as they don't return to the royal city, they can go anywhere. After all, they don't have a vehicle, and they can't run far with just a pair of legs. Although Shui Han was extremely confident in Beichen's strength, when she saw the strange phantom of the evil god of the King City Lord, she was secretly worried about Beichen. Captain, do you want to help the Lord? Many members of the Yinglong Guard immediately agreed. No! Didn't you see the Lord's strength on the first day you came? Going there will only distract the Lord from protecting you, and will drag him down. Yes. At this time, Beichen still walked towards the King's city, which had already exploded with all his strength. Looking at the ferocious evil god formed by the black fog on the surface of the King's city, he couldn't help but laugh. What a rough evil god phantom. Isn't this your confidence in opening the imperial slavery system? Roar! Seemingly affected by the evil god phantom, Wangcheng didn't speak. Instead, the 2-meter-tall evil god phantom roared at him. Heh, it's quite fierce. Beichen wiped the fish scale saber clean, and put it into the particle ring. Then he looked at the evil god phantom that had already rushed over and said lightly, Since you like to transform so much, I accompany you to transform. Let's see whose transformation is more evil. Chapter 129. Looking at the phantom of the evil god attached to the back of the royal city, he rushed forward to kill himself. Beichen smiled excitedly. Ever since the heavenly demon armor unexpectedly evolved, he has never had a hearty battle. I hope you can please me. A cold and evil gust of wind blew in his face. Beichen's pair of scarlet black flame eternal kaleidoscope eyes spun rapidly. Suddenly, black flames appeared on Beichen's body, and in an instant, Beichen was like a demon god nurtured in black flames. As the Amaterasu flame appeared, waves of heat swept around. It formed a strong contrast with the coldness formed around the evil god's phantom. Roar! In an instant, a nearly 3-meter-tall demon god with wings on his back, a huge black flame sword on his waist, and black flames burning all over his body appeared. It seemed that it was affected by the operator Beichen, and the moment the black flame Susano appeared, it actually roared to the sky. The sound waves rolled, and it was breathtaking. This abrupt scene appeared, and the evil god's phantom that was rushing towards Beichen was shocked and stopped immediately, and his evil narrow eyes were full of fear. Impossible. The evil god's phantom suddenly burst out with a voice of disbelief, unwillingness and anger. Yes, it was Wangcheng. Beichen stood suspended in the air on the chest of the black flame Susano, looking at the ferocious phantom only 2 meters away with a bloodthirsty face, and said lightly, If you can please me, I can consider giving you a quick death, otherwise. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Wangcheng also laughed, as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. He was absolutely confident in his evil god's phantom, because he got this ability from an evil blade. That is the Cieli Dao in the ancient legend of Country C. And this phantom of the evil god is the incarnation of the evil god of the Qiyu people. Both sides showed their cards and took action immediately. In Wangcheng's opinion, the master's fighting is fatal. Since this person has the same means as himself, he must be treated equally, and not be careless at all. At this moment, Beichen is like a handsome guy who has washed himself, and is waiting for his online girlfriend to come to the hotel. He is in a good mood to appreciate and wait. After all, such an opponent is hard to come by. It would be a real disappointment if it ended too quickly. 2 methods beyond human cognition descended in front of the city of King City. It seemed that both sides were wary of each other, and wanted to guess the opponent's weaknesses through visual observation. For a moment, the air in this world became extremely oppressive. In the hills in the distance, hundreds of liberated labor players have joined the Yinglong Guard. Knowing that these forces are helping them, they cried with joy and survived. However, the shocking scene at the gate of King City fell into their eyes. Suddenly, the players who had been tense all the time could no longer hold back. Ah, another devil. Don't you want to give us a chance to live? When Yue saw the giant with black flames all over his body, her face turned pale. Other labor players might not know, but she knew who it was. Teacher, what happened to the big brother? Why did he become so scary? Wow, why did the teacher big brother become like this? Yuan Shi's prediction ability seemed to no longer work since he met Beichen. Beichen had taken good care of them along the way, and was obviously very worried about Beichen's safety at this moment. Seeing the crowd in a commotion, Shui Han, the leader of this forced march, said loudly, "Yes, that black flame demon god is our city lord, your savior." As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the workers who had just escaped from the clutches of the devil changed, and their eyes returned to their dull look again. For them, this was like escaping from a wolf pack and entering a tiger's den again. And this time, the force may be stronger than the royal city. It can kill more than 100 supervisors in the royal city at once. The soldiers of the Xianhuang Corps holding brand new AK-47s were silent. They did not explain too much because they believed that the leader would solve this matter. Listening to the crying and whispering in the crowd, the heroic Shui Yihan smiled bitterly and said, "I say, are you too pessimistic? With the strength of our main city, we are still unwilling to exploit and squeeze other players." As soon as the words came out, hundreds of people around looked at this young and beautiful woman. "Excuse me, miss, which main city force in the Sea Country War Zone are you from?" A man with a dirty face and a shabby suit couldn't help asking. Shui Yihan glanced at everyone with a smile. "Level 3 main city, Dashia City." As soon as these words came out, hundreds of labor players stood there in a daze. Happiness came too fast, and the brain couldn't react for a while after suffering for a long time. Is it Dashia City, which is known as the last safe haven of Sea Country? Is it Dashia City, which still openly challenged the Lord of Baichen City in the face of suppression by the Three Kingdoms Alliance? When the Great Xia City was first established, it caused a sensation in war zones all over the world. Baichen upgraded a non-level rammed city to a level 3 iron sand concrete main city overnight, which has been passed down as a legend in the Sea Country War Zone. Shui Han saw that these people were so yearning for the Great Xia City, and suddenly a sense of honor and pride rose in his heart. Under the gaze of everyone, Shui Han said loudly, "Yes, it is the Great Xia City of Baichen City Lord." This time, the city lord himself ordered 400 Yinglong guards to come to the royal city to rescue everyone. What? Did the Lord of Baichen City give the order himself? The Lord of Baichen City is busy with all kinds of things. How could he know us? The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. When the name Baichen came out of Shui Han's mouth, Yu Wei was shocked and looked at the man who showed his extraordinary means in disbelief. He is not a Baichen with the same name. Is he the real Baichen? As soon as Yu Wei murmured this sentence, heart-wrenching shouts broke out around her. It was a cry from the soul that was reborn and had hope for the future. The one with black flames burning all over his body. Is the Lord of Baichen City? After suffering for a long time, these people's reactions obviously couldn't keep up with the speed. Shui Han said that the demon god was the lord of the city, and then said that they belonged to the city of Dashia. Only now did they react. "I'm saved. I didn't want to cross 3 regions thousands of miles just to join the city of Dashia, but I was intercepted by the king's city and suffered. I didn't expect that I would be rescued by the Lord of Baichen City in person in the end. Woo, I'm just like you. I saved money and stored supplies almost every day to qualify for joining the Great Xia City. I just wanted to find a place to live. I didn't expect to go through such a catastrophe." The humiliation that had been suppressed for many days finally broke out at this moment. Crying and sobbing continued. Although some men didn't cry loudly, they couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of their eyes. Shui Han was also shocked when she heard the experiences of these people. At the same time, her eyes turned cold as she looked at the city in the distance. Don't worry, according to the city lord's consistent style, Wancheng will no longer exist after today. At this time, 2 private message prompts came. Shui Han saw that they were sent by Baichen and hurried to check. "Yihan, leave 100 people and the kitchen team to set up pots and cook immediately, and the rest of the people are ready to enter the city to wipe out the remaining armed forces in Wancheng." Shui Yihan's eyes were sharp, and he immediately issued an order, and then mobilized 300 Yinglongwei soldiers to be ready at all times. At the same time, the confrontation between Baichen and Wancheng in the distance finally ended. Wancheng's patience had been exhausted. He roared, and the 2-meter-tall evil god's phantom roared as well. "Kill my 3rd and 2nd brothers. Today I will make you wish you were dead or alive." As soon as he said this, the demon god with black flames burning all over his body became even more excited. The pair of dark green eyes under the demon god's helmet seemed to be more lively. "Ha ha ha, come on, pleasure me to your heart's content." When Baichen heard Wang Cheng's conceited words, the bloodthirstiness that had long been suppressed in his body broke out. It was the desire for blood and the thirst for battle from the depths of his soul. Chapter 130. Baichen is now almost integrated with Black Flame Susano. He laughs wildly, and Black Flame Susano's huge body roars to the sky. "Listen, If you don't know, you will think he is a madman. Wang Chung can no longer hold back and roars, and rushes to kill. The phantom of the evil god attached to Wang Cheng's body immediately reveals his ferocious claws. His claws are 1/3 the size of his body. Every time he swings them, the surrounding area is filled with coldness, leaving black mist in the air that lasts for a long time. This powerful attack was so powerful that it was astonishing. However, Beichen had no intention of pulling out the long sword of the black flame Susanoo's eye. He watched the shadow of the evil god pounce forward, and a pair of ferocious claws came to grab him. Beichen sneered, and his body made a posture of a lion fighting a rabbit. Swish! Tiger crane double form. Beichen saw the 5 fingers of one hand formed into tiger claws, and the 5 fingers of the other hand pinched together like a dancing crane. The tiger crane double form is a combination of domineering and agility, which can be said to be a combination of hardness and softness, and the complementarity of yin and yang. Zila! Bang bang! Beichen's black flame Susanoo took 3 steps back after taking the 2 charged grabs from the evil god's phantom, while the evil god's phantom took 1 step back. Ha ha ha! Good strength, keep going! Beichen laughed wildly, and finally felt a little pressure after taking the opponent's charged attack. Seeing Beichen's arrogant laughter through the black flames, Wang Chung was shocked. The attack just now could be said to be his greatest advantage, but he didn't expect the black flame demon in front of him to take it easily. After a fight, Wang Chung immediately found that the evil god phantom, which was stronger than himself, was no match for the Beichen demon god. However, Wang Chung did not show disappointment, because his evil god phantom's biggest trump card was not brute force. You will die with this move. It seemed that using this move was very costly, and Wang Chung sprayed blood directly on the black mist on his body. Suddenly, the whole person became extremely weak, and there was no trace of blood on his face. Infused with Wang Cheng's blood, the entire evil god phantom suddenly shook and screamed to the sky, and the body that was originally just black mist turned into blood red. Oh, you actually have such a move? Wow! Beichen's heart was pounding with excitement. Fortunately, he didn't kill him in the first fight, otherwise, he wouldn't have seen such a novel move. Beichen could feel the change of the evil god's shadow, and slowly put away his contempt. I saw Black Flame Susanoo slowly draw out the Black Flame Giant's sword from his waist. You have such a blood mist ability. Among those who have fought with me, you are the best. I, Beichen, will temporarily call you the strongest. After drawing out the Black Flame Giant's sword, Beichen seemed to be unable to suppress his bloodlust any longer. His pair of Black Flame Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan really emitted blood light like a demon god. Ugh, die! After the black mist on the surface of the evil god's phantom turned into blood mist, the speed increased significantly. Wang Chung just saw this sentence and immediately launched an attack. The moves were not much different from before, but the difference was that this pair of claws was constantly filled with creepy blood mist. Swish! Block! The Black Flame Giant sword easily grabbed it, and the huge force was transmitted through the giant sword. Beichen's face also changed slightly. I didn't expect the evil god's phantom to be so powerful now. Beichen, it's over. After Wang Chung spat out blood at the evil god's phantom, he became extremely weak. Seeing Beichen close at hand, he couldn't help laughing wildly at this moment. I don't hesitate to use my blood as a price to overdraw the evil god's power just for this one blow. Without waiting for Beichen to react, the evil god's phantom's left claw was as fast as lightning, and it immediately grabbed the heart of the Black Flame Susanoo. Soul-breaking claw. Beichen listened to Wang Cheng's extremely confident words, and did not comment. However, after Wang Cheng's soul-splitting claw was used, he was really surprised. Interesting, a move that directly affects the mind? Bang! While the Black Flame Susanoo's chest was hit hard, it also pierced the heart of the evil god's phantom with a sword. Suddenly, a piercing howl resounded through the sky. Beichen was fine, because Susanoo's defense was not something that a mere phantom could break. On the other hand, the evil god's phantom was originally an evil method, and the black flame was a very young and strong flame, which was naturally resistant to such things. A sword pierced through the heart of the evil god phantom. Beichen did not hold back, and suddenly pulled out the Black Flame Giant sword. Then the Black Flame Susanoo kneed the evil god phantom, and immediately imitated the evil god phantom to stagger and retreat. Beichen's playful mood was gone, and he raised his hand and swung another sword. The huge black flame sword blade directly cut off the evil god phantom's claws. Wang Chung fell to the ground with the evil god phantom with incomplete limbs. Tell me, where is the pet egg? A huge sword was directly aimed at Wang Chung, and Beichen asked about another purpose this time. Unexpectedly, Wang Chung showed no fear at all. Instead, he stared at Bachin with ferocious features and laughed. "You are dead. The soul-splitting claw will torture your soul until you are completely crazy, and then it will disappear." "Ha ha ha." Bachin sneered when he heard it. "Of course I know that the move just now was not directly aimed at the body, but a mental attack. However, it is ridiculous to want to influence my mind with such a small trick," Bachin said confidently, and suddenly his chest flashed with electric sparks as his faith moved. The Thunder Kirin was activated, and at the same time, the 3-meter-tall black flame Susano's chest was also filled with lightning. After a while, a huge Thunder Kirin tattoo surrounded by lightning appeared on the right chest of Black Flame Susano. Impossible. Wang Chung was so angry that he trembled all over when he saw this scene. Why did this person have two kinds of extremely young and extremely strong forces added to his body? If it was just black flames, then he was confident that the soul-splitting claw could severely damage Bachin's spirit, but he was not sure about the black flame plus lightning. "I ask you one last time, where is that pet egg?" As soon as the words fell, lightning bolts directly wrapped around the black flame Susano's chest towards the black flame giant sword. In the blink of an eye, the originally black giant sword burning with flames suddenly became dazzling. It was the product of the combination of flames and lightning. Its appearance instantly became the protagonist of this world. Wang Chung seemed to know that he would die today, and he didn't want to give in when he saw Bachin's divine means. "Dream on, you will never get that pet egg." Puff! Bachin killed without hesitation, because it was his last chance. It was a pity that he didn't seize it. After killing Wang Chung, Bachin turned his head and looked at the 2-meter-high rammed earth city not far away, and a sense of irritation slowly rose in his heart. Killing only Wang Yi, Wang Chung and the other two didn't seem to be satisfied. "Since Wang Chung refused to tell me where he was, then you will die with him to punish him." I saw Black Flame Susano bowed slightly, then kicked the ground with his legs, without using the power of the wings behind him. He jumped onto the top of the city wall of Wang Chung. The wall of the non-level rammed earth city is only 2 meters, while Bachin's Black Flame Susano is nearly 3 meters. Such a monster that looks like a demon god appeared directly on the top of the city, and immediately scared the armed forces in the city. "Free shooting! Kill him!" When the 200 armed soldiers saw Bachin appear, they shouted loudly. Bullets immediately hit Bachin like water drops. However, Bachin, who activated the Black Flame Susano, was not afraid of even the shadow of the evil god. Ordinary bullets. Joke. Die! Bachin wanted to search for the whereabouts of the pet through the system detection. I didn't expect that these blind people would dare to attack him. He waved the giant black flame lightning sword in his hand. Suddenly, a flame of more than 10 meters long was tilted towards the armed forces in the city. Amaterasu's black flame can even burn ordinary flames. If it sticks to the human body, it will not go out until it is burned out. At this time, Shuihan led 300 Yinglong guards and entered the royal city through the main gate. Everyone narrowly saw the scene of Bachin's attack just now. It can be said that the means were too brutal. That was an armed force of 200 people, and most of them were killed in one move. Ihan, except for the labor players in the city, all the local forces of the king's city will be killed without mercy. Shuihan was shocked when she received the private message, but she also knew that what the king's city did should have ended like this. In the game, before the active and retired soldiers of Country C died out, claiming to be king and emperor and enslaving compatriots was the biggest provocation to the soldiers of Country C. Bachin slammed down the top of the city with 1 foot, and the huge wings vibrated and fell straight to the tallest building in the city. At the same time, dense gunshots and unwilling pleas for mercy broke out in the city. Chapter 131. Boom. The 3-meter-tall black flame demon god seemed to fall from the sky, and landed heavily in front of the main gate of the city lord's mansion. Ah, it's the devil shooting! Hurry! As the important place of the city lord's mansion, it is naturally heavily guarded. It can be said that ordinary people are not allowed to enter the city lord's mansion without the summons of the king's city. Duh. From the 4 submachine guns guarding, it is not difficult to see that the king's city values the city lord's mansion. You have to know that most of the nearly 200 armed men he killed just now were holding pistols or plate rifles. There is no such automatic firearm. As a non-level rammed earth city, the 3 brothers in the royal city were able to gather such a large number of armed forces and weapons in a short time. If they are not eradicated today, they will become a big problem in the future. Bachin ignored the 4 submachine guns and raised his hand to raise his sword to the city lord's mansion in front of him. The huge black flame sword light of more than 10 meters directly split the 3 large conference rooms, and warehouses in front of him in the middle. Even if the power of such a sword spread a little, the 4 guards would be dead. Watching the 4 submachine guns slowly burning in the black flames of Amaterasu, Baichin just took a look and had no intention of attacking. Perhaps in his opinion, hot weapons were no longer worth attacking. Looking at the houses and buildings in front of him that were split by his sword. One should be a food warehouse or something like that. The other warehouse was split in half by a sword, and many materials were scattered directly. The last one was the place where the king city held meetings and lived. Ah, devil, where is the king brother? The 2 beautiful women in Cheongsam screamed in fear. Seeing the 2 women, Baichin smiled evilly. With a thought, he collected the black flame Susanoo and returned to his original form. The tattoo of the Kirin with fire and lightning on his right chest was so eye-catching that it was hard to look directly at. After all, it was the enemy's lair, so Baichin did not dare to be careless. The black flame Susanoo was too big to search for it. Although he did not have the all-round protection of the black flame Susanoo, activating the Kirin with lightning tattoo could greatly increase his speed, and he could also easily release the power of lightning, which was enough to explore the enemy's lair. Baichin swaggered through the huge sword scar at the main gate and walked towards the residence of the king's city. Seeing the strange shirtless man, he walked directly towards him and others. The 2 women with delicate makeup and bright and beautiful clothes turned pale. The 2 were no more than 18 years old. Although they were dressed more maturely, their childishness could not escape Baichin's eyes. Please spare us, our king. We were forced to sell our bodies. That's right, our king. We are sisters. As long as you don't hurt us, we can do anything you ask us to do. The 2 women were young and delicate, and with the leg-revealing cheongsams they were wearing, they might have guessed Wang Cheng's fate. As she spoke, she slowly unbuttoned her cheongsams, and her slender, white neck made people imagine. Baichin looked at the 2, with a pair of blood-red black flame eternal kaleidoscopes, and a wicked smile rose slightly at the corners of his mouth. Oh, your man died because he didn't please me, what? You want to try it too? After confirming that Wang Cheng was dead, the 2 women's faces suddenly changed, and a trace of resentment inadvertently flashed through the depths of their eyes, but it was quickly covered up. Ha ha, Wang Cheng died for good. If it weren't for him, we sisters wouldn't have fallen to this point. The woman with a more mature appearance took off her cheongsam and looked at Baichin affectionately with her watery eyes. Her soft voice was like a spring breeze, making people feel comfortable both physically and mentally. Tell me, where is the most precious thing in Wang Cheng? Baichin was not interested at all, and spoke directly. The woman was very confident before. She thought that this man would definitely fall at her feet. However, Baichin's words made her slightly stunned the next second. Oh, see what you said, the most precious treasure in the royal city is naturally us sisters. The woman giggled, and was full of temptation. Another sister of hers also echoed, that's right, we are the most precious treasures in the royal city. Hearing this, Baichin's evil smile became even brighter. Baichin slowly raised his right hand, and his mind moved, and the whole open-air house suddenly shone with white light, and at the same time, there was a crackling sound of thunder and lightning. When Chidori appeared in his right hand, Baichin took a step forward like a ghost, and a stab pierced the heart of the woman in front of him in the flash of lightning. Looking at the unbelievable expression and fearful eyes of the woman in front of him, Baichin said calmly, I have given you a chance to live, but you don't know how to cherish it. Slowly pulling out his bloody hand, Baichin helped the woman who was gradually losing her life, and wiped it on her body. After wiping the blood off his hand, the woman fell to the ground and died. At this time, only Baichin and the last woman were left in the open-air house. Seeing her sister die like this, as a younger sister, there was no resentment or hatred in her eyes, but endless fear and pleading. Have you figured it out now? Where is the most precious collection in the royal city? The voice was still calm, as if the person who just died was not a living person, but a chicken. The woman was already scared out of her wits, and nodded mechanically, I know. But the secret door has a password, and I have never been in there, and don't know the password. Hearing this, Baichin smiled and said, take me there. The woman agreed, but because of the bloody scene, her legs were weak and she couldn't walk. Seeing this, Baichin said coldly, if you keep dawdling, you won't have to lead the way. Yes. Hearing this, the beautiful woman trembled all over and almost fell down. She quickly cheered up and led the way. Baichin followed the woman all the way to the inner room, and indeed saw a basement entrance similar to a secret door under a big bed. After the woman took Baichin to the place, she was very careful. It's this secret room. I don't know how to enter. When I was with Wang Cheng before, he would chase us away when he entered. Baichin smiled coldly, How do you know you can't do it if you don't try? Go ahead, you are much better than your sister, you have to believe in yourself. The Cheongsam woman was about to cry. It looked like she would fail if she couldn't open it. Beichen watched the woman in the royal city try to turn the rotary combination lock again and again. Once, twice, 3 times. Ding ding. The moment the alarm sounded, a short sword exuded a strong bloody aura and pierced the woman's heart directly. You are so useless, you should go on the road with your sister. Beichen slowly drew out the shadowless sword, glanced at the woman with desperate eyes, and ignored her. From what the 2 women had just heard about Wang Chung being killed, although there was a hint of resentment in their eyes, Beichen still noticed it. Then they can't stay. Such a woman who knows how to use her body capital and her mind to go to Daxia City will definitely bring disaster to the area. And Beichen didn't know what the relationship between the 2 and Wang Chung was. If they were really forced, why did they look cold and resentful when they heard about Wang Cheng's death, instead of excitement and relief? Of course, Beichen was not interested in understanding this matter, since the loyalty is not up to standard, and there is an unclear relationship with the enemy. After thinking about it, there is only one word: kill. Chapter 132. Walking to the door of the underground darkroom, Beichen smiled slightly. How could such an ordinary iron door withstand the sharpness of the shadowless sword? It was just like cutting tofu. The reason why he asked the woman to decipher the code was just to have an excuse to kill her. After all, the Cheongsam woman still led the way for him. He kicked the iron door of the darkroom away and walked in. He was not worried about any traps in the darkroom. The black flame kaleidoscope was always open. If he encountered danger, Beichen could use the black flame Susano with just a thought. But Beichen obviously worried too much. Walking into a dark room of about 15 square meters, there was a wooden table in front of him. Several cold weapons were hung on the left wall, and several automatic firearms were hung on the right wall. But none of these caught Beichen's eye. What attracted him was a basin on the table, which was full of sand. And in the middle of the flat sand, there was an egg with half of the sand exposed. This egg was about the size of a goose egg, but there were red spots on the surface. Although the egg was still in the sand, Beichen's perception was so sharp that he knew the egg was about to hatch after just one touch. And he didn't see the words "can be amplified" on the egg, which made Beichen slightly disappointed. Perhaps it was because the egg already had life, or because of other reasons that it couldn't be amplified. However, as Beichen was watching, the egg suddenly changed. The blood spots on the surface were obviously much darker. At this time, the system's voice also rang in Beichen's ears. It is detected that the rare purple flame snake pet egg can be amplified. Do you want to amplify it? Rare purple flame snake? It sounds familiar. Beichen was surprised and asked subconsciously, why didn't the system detect that it can be amplified just now? Because the blood mark on this pet egg has not completely disappeared. Hearing this, Beichen nodded slightly, as if he understood something. Recalling that when he got the baby, he also dripped blood first and then hatched it. The owner of this pet egg that dripped blood to hatch must be Wang Chung. Now that Wang Chung is dead, the pet egg naturally stops hatching. Rare pet eggs are detected to be amplified. Do you want to amplify? Beichen smiled and said, amplify, after hearing the system prompt again. Congratulations to the host for successfully amplifying the rare purple flame snake pet egg, the amplified excellent 7-color swallowing python pet egg. To be honest, when Beichen heard this name, he was stunned. 7-color swallowing python? Isn't this the name of the body of the wife of Lao Shao in a certain novel, Queen Medusa, after her evolution? Is that system and its name serious? Answered the host, very serious. At this time, he looked at the pet egg in his hand again. The appearance was very different from before. Before, the surface of the egg was white with blood spots, but now it was blue with white spots. Medusa? The queen's body? Ahem. This. Beichen is also a man, and he also has normal male fantasies and fantasies. A woman like Medusa. Which man doesn't want to conquer? System, after this thing is hatched, is there a chance that it will evolve into Queen Medusa? Answer the host. Everything is possible. Beichen immediately chuckled like Lord De. However, what Beichen never expected was that since he had the idea of conquering Medusa, an evil will deep in his heart was instantly magnified countless times and broke into his brain. Instantly, Beichen's eyes were filled with extremely terrifying evil charm and scarlet. Not good. Is this the trick left by the evil god's phantom? When Beichen found that there were many more obscene images in his mind, he secretly said that it was too late. The soul-splitting claw was performed by Wang Chung at the cost of blood. Although Beichen had revealed the 2 trump cards of Amaterasu Black Flame and Thunder Kirin, He had already neutralized 90% of the so-called sinister means. But the remaining 10%, once triggered, would be infinitely magnified. After all, the ability of Wang Cheng's evil god Phantom also came from an excellent evil blade, and the only excellent attribute was not easily resolved. Feeling his will gradually replaced by desire, Beichen was anxious, and was about to turn around and seal the door of the dark room. However, when he turned around, Beichen saw Shuihan, who was wearing a battle suit and looked as heroic as the two women he had killed before. The two looked at each other, and Shuihan saw the strange light in Beichen's eyes, and she was startled and rushed towards Beichen subconsciously. She instinctively thought that Beichen was injured or poisoned. At this moment, Beichen was suppressing the desire in his mind with all his heart and soul, and dared not move, let alone tell her not to come over. Originally, the two forces in his body were equal, and Beichen believed that as long as he persisted, he would be fine. But the terrible thing came. As Shuihan rushed forward nervously, the virgin fragrance of a woman was instantly amplified in Beichen's nose. At this moment, the desire that Beichen had suppressed with all his strength swept through his mind like a wild horse. Beichen, are you injured? Are you okay? Shuihan looked worried, and took out a scented handkerchief to wipe the sweat off Beichen's head. However, when she just stretched out her hand, she didn't even touch Beichen's face. She was immediately embraced by the man in front of her. The incident happened too quickly, and Shuihan didn't react at all. She just came back to her senses and wanted to say something, but her mouth was sealed again, and at the same time, the big hands kept tearing at her battle clothes. Swish. Swish. Chapter 133. The sound of tearing and ripping was heard. The whole back, which was as smooth as a jade disc, felt cold, and Shuihan finally reacted from the short circuit in her brain. Although she was the fighting champion of the new recruits camp and had a strong will, she spent a lot of energy studying social buzzwords and online slang for her dream of becoming an agent. But she was still a virgin. The system of the female barracks in the Sea Country Army was strict. Not to mention the affairs between men and women, it was difficult for male soldiers to even look at them except for the instructors. So although Shuihan usually looked like an old driver, she was also very flustered when she went to the battlefield with real guns and live ammunition. At this moment, her whole body was tightly embraced by Beichen, who was taller than her. When he was kissing her, his strong arms only exerted a little force to lift her feet off the ground. Now she couldn't use any strength even if she struggled, unless she used the killing skills learned in the army to subdue Beichen. However, in Beichen's current state, he only knew how to take, and he would definitely be seriously injured without any defense. Besides, this man who was praised as a god in the war zone of Country C, she had admired for a long time. The whole nasal cavity was filled with the smell of Beichen's male hormones, and Shuihan hesitated for a moment. However, at this moment of hesitation, as Beichen's hand swept across that place, Shuihan could no longer hold back and groaned. A feeling she had never experienced before suddenly filled her central nervous system, causing her mind to almost stop and unable to think normally. Swish. The battle suit on her back had been ripped off, revealing her smooth back, but Beichen did not stop there. With just one force, Shuihan turned her back to Beichen as she exclaimed. At this moment, Beichen had no sympathy for women at all. He tore off the half of Shuihan's battle suit on the front, and threw it into the corner of the dark room. Beichen, don't be here. Ah. Shuihan's voice was no longer cold and indifferent to Yinglongwei. Her voice was trembling and full of endless worry. After a cry of surprise, Shuihan felt her body tilt and fell into Beichen's arms. She was lifted up by Beichen as soon as her body became lighter. Seeing that Beichen wanted to take her out of the dark room and go to the room above, Shuihan became anxious. If she was seen by the Yinglongwei soldiers who were sweeping, how could she lead the Dizzy Corps in the future? You should know that when Beichen came here, he split the 3 houses of the city lord's mansion with one sword. Now the houses in the royal city are open to the sky. However, Beichen seemed not to hear Shuihan's anxiety. After walking out of the dark room, he threw Shuihan directly onto the big bed in the royal city. Beichen, don't want to be here. Yinglongwei will come here soon. Swish, however, when she saw Beichen tearing her clothes without hesitation, Shuihan stood there in a daze. This was the first time she had seen a perfect man with 36 abdominal muscles at such a close distance. I didn't know what to say for a moment. My face, ears, and neck were so red that they were about to bleed. Seeing Beichen's evil smile and his eyes glowing with strange light, Shuihan immediately made a decision. All members of Yinglong Guard are not allowed to enter the City Lord's mansion without permission without receiving a notice from me and the City Lord. Violators will be expelled from Dashia City. As soon as this order was issued in the temporary team channel, before Shuihan could issue the next order, a strong body rushed over. At the same time, outside the City Lord's mansion, 3 teams of well-equipped Yinglong Guards had already wiped out the remaining armed forces in the royal city according to the City Lord's order. They were about to step into the ruined City Lord's mansion. Suddenly, the team leader Shuihan suddenly issued an order. Anyone who disobeys the order will be expelled from the Great Xia City. What a serious consequence. All the Yinglong Guards, who wanted to join the City Lord, and the team leader were so scared that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. If the team leader was 1 minute later, I'm afraid they would have directly broken into the City Lord's mansion to check. Hey, do you think the City Lord got some incredible treasure in there? Hee, is there any need to think about that? Otherwise, the leader would never have issued such a serious order. Maybe the City Lord is in seclusion. Maybe he got some treasure that can improve his genetic talent here? Everyone was very curious, but no one dared to disobey the order. Everyone was talking. Suddenly, the painful and suppressed groan came from the City Lord's mansion. The 3 leading Yinglong Guards looked at each other with strange expressions. As if thinking of something, they immediately turned around and shouted at the large group that was still gathering. All members, retreat 20 meters from the City Lord's mansion. The moment they heard that voice, the 3 team leaders immediately knew what had happened. No wonder the leader gave such an order. The large group that was gathering in the distance also heard the orders of the 3 team leaders. Seeing the solemn and majestic faces of the 3 team leaders, they thought there was some danger in the City Lord's mansion. Without hesitation, he immediately responded with a bright look. Yes! Swish! Suddenly, 300 Yinglong Guards formed 3 columns and quickly formed an encirclement 20 meters away from the City Lord's mansion. In front of the main gate of the City Lord's mansion, only 3 squad leaders were left. Standing at their distance, you can vaguely hear the uncontrollable voice coming from inside. Ahem. Well, everyone who heard about this, keep it to yourself. The speaker was obviously an old soldier. After retiring, he gradually understood the social etiquette. Now the head of the Dizzy Corps has become the woman of the City Lord. Anyone who touches her brow is seeking death. Well, we are not stupid. The commander of the Dizzy Corps is a ruthless man. Anyone who dares to leak the news will be expelled from Dashia City. At that time, I am afraid that even Captain Zhang and Captain Pang will not be able to protect us. The other 2 captains also hurriedly echoed. Okay, let's go back to our respective teams. Keep your mouths shut. Yes. After the 3 left, the voices coming from inside did not stop at all, and they seemed to be getting more and more intense. About 3 hours later, a hearty roar came from a house in the City Lord's mansion. The whole world suddenly fell into silence. 5 minutes passed. A low murmur sounded slowly. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Yes, it was Beichen's voice. After his consciousness returned to the dominant position, he only felt that his entire abdominal muscles and lumbar spine were a little sore. The kidneys were even more terrible, and felt a little weak. When we fought with the King City before, it was already dusk. And 3 hours have passed. At this time, the sky has fallen into night, because there is no moon and stars at night in the game world, so the night is pitch black, and you can't see your hand in front of you. Beichen patted his head, and tried to recall what happened before. Huh? I remember that I was attacked before? The intermittent memories gradually returned, and Beichen was suddenly startled. Because a cold and smooth arm suddenly grabbed his arm. After 3 hours of crazy passive endurance, Shuihan, even though he was a soldier king, felt like his whole body was falling apart, and he couldn't use any strength. The whole person was like floating in the clouds. Sizzle! Beichen's heart was in his throat, and finally he fell into a crazy memory. He saw himself tearing Shuihan's clothes madly. The lightning of Chidori flashed a dazzling white light in an instant. Looking through the lightning, Shuihan seemed to have been drained of strength, pale, sweating, and lying quietly beside him. The eyes that used to be as sharp as a knife and cold now looked at him like autumn water. Seeing Beichen's shocked expression, Shuihan said weakly and disappointedly, I didn't know what happened to you at the time, and I didn't expect it would be like this. Beichen looked at Shuihan, whose face was pale, and eyes were gradually aggrieved, and didn't know how to speak for a while. If you feel sorry for Choo Choo, then just treat this as a dream. I will forget what happened tonight. After saying this, even if Shuihan was strong, she couldn't help but shed tears. At this moment, Shuihan's heart seemed to be falling from the sky to the abyss of hell. But before Shui Yan's heart fell to the bottom of the valley, her limp body was once again picked up horizontally. That's right. It was the man she had admired for a long time, but she didn't dare to show her true feelings. Beichen held Shui Yan in his arms and kissed her forehead gently. After a kiss, Beichen's whispering voice sounded in Shui Yan's ears. Why didn't you kill me with your skills at that time? Shui Yan's body was stiff and her mind was blank. She thought it was a dream, not real. But as her lips were bitten, a stream of salty blood came out, and she knew. This was not a dream, it was real. Chidori disappeared, and darkness surrounded the two again. Even at this distance, Beichen could only see Shui Yan's general outline, which somewhat reduced the embarrassment of both parties. Seeing Shui Yan didn't speak, her whole body was stiff. Beichen kept stroking her hair wet with sweat, as if to comfort her. He must have no mercy when he fell into madness just now, and he secretly blamed himself in his heart. I can't bear to hit you hard. Shui Yan's gentle voice sounded in the darkness. This sentence was her most real thought at the time. That choo-choo. After all, stealing someone else's boyfriend is something that Shui Yan despises. However, before she could say the rest, her mouth was sealed again. That girl. I recommended you to me a long time ago. Chapter 134. Hearing Beichen say that he had been recommended by Tung Choo-choo. This made Shui Yan stunned, but in an instant, she was overwhelmed with joy. Really? You didn't lie to me? Of course, she said that the night before I left Dashia City. Beichen recalled, yes, it seems to be the night when the Xianhuang Corps returned. Speaking of this, Beichen leaned close to Shui Yan's ear and said, does it still hurt now? After all, Shui Yan is a soldier king, so this pain is bearable for her, but she doesn't want to lie to Beichen. The two were surrounded by pitch-black darkness, and neither could see the other's expression, which greatly reduced their embarrassment. I have a magic medicine for swelling here. Would you like to try it? It's very effective. Beichen vowed. Shui Yan instinctively thought of anti-inflammatory drugs or other swelling and pain-relieving potions. It's very effective? Have you tried it? Beichen smiled and took out a black jade paste that was rolled into a ball from the particle ring. It was flattened in 2 strokes. That's a must. Choo-choo said it's good after using it. Come, I apply it on you and guarantee that you can walk normally tomorrow. Shui Yan was shocked when she heard this. What kind of medicine must it be to be able to walk normally tomorrow? But Beichen said so she must believe it. Why don't I do it after all? What Shui Yan wanted to say was that after all, that place was too private. Beichen was stunned and smiled, then gave the flattened medicine to Shui Yan. I forgot that this was a female soldier king. At the beginning, he did it for her because Tung Choo-choo was overwhelmed and was limp after a battle. On the other hand, Shui Yan's foundation is much better, and she can obviously do it herself. That? Just apply it. Oh! Shui Yan was very embarrassed, you know, the two of them were naked and facing each other. Not to mention that after applying it, I just felt a cool and comfortable feeling, and the swelling has subsided a lot. The effect of the medicine can be said to be immediate. Beichen, our clothes were torn by you. That. Shui Yan hesitated and finally said it. Clothes? Let me see if there are any in the warehouse. Beichen is the mayor of Dashia City. He can directly connect to the Particle War warehouse of Dashia City through the mayor-compatible mode. He took a look and found that there were only men's combat uniforms, so he could only make do with them. However, Beichen hesitated and only took out 1 set. After getting out of the mayor-compatible mode, he sent a letter to Tung Choo-choo directly and told him the general situation. I thought Tung Choo-choo would be angry, or at least angry. However, to Beichen's surprise, Tung Choo-choo was surprised and then overjoyed. Knowing that Shui Yan's clothes were torn, she actually took the initiative to trade her own skirt to Beichen. No. You let me do this? Beichen asked with a guilty conscience. She will come sooner or later anyway. It would be best if it's Sister Han. We are very familiar with each other. This. Beichen couldn't do it anymore. This made it seem like he was always in the middle. By the way, I heard from my brother that something happened to you. How did you deal with it? Beichen immediately told the general situation here. Well, it's good that you are fine. You are alone outside, you must take good care of yourself, and leave the baby to me. Beichen smiled with relief. Thank you for your hard work. I will be extra careful in the forbidden area. Soon the two disconnected the private messages, and Beichen also got a set of Tung Choo-choo's dress. This dress was looted by Zhang Dabu when he confirmed his relationship with Tung Choo-choo. Here, put it on, Choo-choo's dress. She already knows? Shui Han exclaimed, a little choked, how can I face her when I go back? Hey, don't be nervous. She would like to raise her hands and feet to agree to it when she heard that you became my woman. Is there such a thing? The two chatted for a while, and as Shui Han gave another order, the 300 Yinglong guards guarding the outer periphery of the city lord's mansion withdrew from the city in an orderly manner. I have to say that the Black Jade intermittent ointment is really amazing. In less than half an hour, Shui Han's swollen part was no longer painful, and she could leave. After putting on new clothes, Beichen held Shui Han's hand all the way. These hands had obvious calluses, because they often held guns in the army. Although they were not so soft, they were firm enough. Beichen, these two warehouses should be the supplies looted from the royal city, right? Beichen nodded slightly, and strode towards the food warehouse. After taking a look at the food reserves on the shelves, Beichen waved his hand without hesitation, and put them all into the particle ring. There were quite a few canned bread, ham, pickled meat, etc., and the rest were some not-so-good food, but Beichen still didn't let them go. Because he has an amplification system, even junk materials can be amplified. Then the two entered the fodder warehouse again. Looking around, there are really a lot of materials here. I'm afraid that the materials that Tianwang City robbed and joined the players in Daxia City are all here. They are all taken away as well. As for the weapons and equipment in the dark room of the royal city, Beichen can't go back and get them. He said to Shui Han, after dinner, send a team of soldiers to search the royal city thoroughly, and take away everything that is useful. Maybe it was the change of mentality, plus wearing Tung Chuchu's skirt. Shui Han at this moment was really the embodiment of personality and beauty. Okay. Because all the Yinglong guards had returned to the camp, the only ones who could breathe in the royal city at this time were Beichen and Shui Han. The two walked towards the main gate of the city hand in hand at a leisurely pace, and the atmosphere was indescribably relaxed. Shui Han knew that Beichen was a hero who never forgot his original intention, and she also wanted to help Beichen with her own abilities. The two chatted about the purpose of this trip while walking. Afterwards, Beichen did not shy away from telling his plan. In the late Eastern Han dynasty, Dongjua controlled the government and used the emperor to control the princes. After Dongjua's death, there was a tripartite situation. When Cao Cao led his 400,000 troops into the dilapidated ancient capital of Luoyang, he used a bowl of meat soup to make Emperor Xian of Han and all the civil and military officials of the Han dynasty obey and move the capital to Xucheng. A bowl of ordinary meat soup could make a hungry and cold emperor willingly move the capital and become Cao Cao's puppet. You can imagine the power of the 20 big pots of mutton head soup boiling in the temporary station of Yinglongwei at this time. The players enslaved by the royal city, except for those who died because they couldn't stand the oppression, the rest of the survivors were all emaciated. Among the 100 station soldiers, half of them were busy cooking. It's not because of these laborers, but because the city lord and the leader will be back soon. A large group of about 400 laborers gathered not far away. When they smelled the refreshing aroma of the broth, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Mom, what is this smell? It smells so good. The poor mother and daughter were also waiting in the crowd, and the little girl was holding her mother's hand and looking at Yinglongwei, her eyes full of desire. Xiao Xian, this is the taste of mutton soup. When your mother took you to eat it before, you refused to eat it because you thought it was smelly. The woman touched her daughter's hair and looked at Yinglongwei with gratitude. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, and all the workers looked towards the direction of the royal city. Look, it's the Lord Beichen who is back. Suddenly, the 3 captains of the Yinglongwei march and 400 workers looked over. Under the awe-inspiring gaze of the crowd naturally made way, and Beichen walked through the crowd calmly holding Shui Han's hand. Beichen City Lord. Thank you Beichen City Lord for saving us. Brother Beichen. Meet the City Lord and the City Lord's wife. Beichen smiled when he heard this, while Shui Han blushed. Looking at the expressions of the 3 captains of Yinglong Guard and the soldiers around them, it was obvious that the previous matter had been exposed. However, Shui Han was not worried. After all, Beichen and Tung Chuchu both accepted her, and they could be together legitimately in the future. It didn't matter what others thought of her. Chapter 135. Beichen held Shui Han's hand and walked through the crowd of laborers and Yinglong Guards' enthusiastic gazes. When they arrived in front of the 300 Yinglong Guards, suddenly, all the Yinglong Guards saluted and shouted to Beichen and the others, "Meet the City Lord." When all the Yinglong Guards saw Beichen up close, not only were their voices loud, but their eyes were filled with enthusiasm and conviction. This is the City Lord of the 3rd-level main city in the Sea Country War Zone, the Great Xia City. Their nominal leader, After the 300 Yinglong guards came back, all the oppressed laborers knew that the royal city had been annihilated. In their eyes, the royal city was an invincible existence, and it was also the devil they cursed at midnight. Unexpectedly, it was annihilated by Beichen's men today. The joy of watching the former enemy being annihilated was indescribable. Beichen, Beichen, Beichen. Influenced by the 400 Yinglong guards, many laborers also shouted. Beichen smiled and turned to the crowd, pressing one hand, and then said in a deep voice, "You have come from afar to join my great Xia city, but you didn't expect to encounter such a thing." Looking at the pale and thin elite players of Country C, Beichen said coldly, "Wangcheng is definitely not the first city to be wiped out by Yinglong guards, nor will it be the last." What confidence, what domineering! Shuihan stood beside Beichen, looking up at Beichen's profile, and was stunned for a moment. The whole audience cheered again, even those pale and thin players were extremely excited. At this moment, they knew that they had finally found someone to follow. After the cheers, the whole world fell into deathly silence again. Everyone looked at Beichen enthusiastically. Beichen looked at the enthusiastic eyes of these people, and nodded slightly. According to Tushan and Tutian, these people basically came from other regions to join the great Xia city, which means that they were fully prepared when they came. After wiping out the remnants of the royal city, the two large warehouses of the city lord's mansion were plundered by him. Therefore, these people have actually been recognized by Beichen in name. From today on, you are the first batch of citizens to settle in Daxia City. Beichen said again without waiting for the crowd to react. When you go to Daxia City, as long as you work hard, not only will your safety be fully guaranteed, but you can also enjoy the comfortable life before the game as long as you want, but you just need to work hard to get it. At this time, Shuihan also said, "That's right, the armed forces of Daxia City will never exploit any player, but everything needs to be created by yourself, and you can even join the armed forces of Daxia City through hard work." Yinglong Guard. Beichen and Shuihan's words were as powerful as the explosion of 3 Hiroshima atomic bombs. What? Such good treatment, not only providing security, but also getting the life they want through their own efforts? These people have been oppressed by the royal city for too long, and have forgotten what it means to be treated equally by their peers. After all, they, the slaves of the royal city, are only slightly higher in status than cattle and sheep. If Beichen hadn't said this himself, many people wouldn't have believed it. You have to know that this world has no rules at all. The strong crush the weak, and don't treat the weak as human beings. They have experienced this for a long time. I, Beichen, never break my promises. Someone finally reacted, and immediately covered their faces and cried. This immediately caused a chain reaction, and the crowd burst into sobs and tears. Finally, we are freed from the status of slaves and sheep. Seeing this scene, Beichen was also very sad. Why are we so anxious to fight each other when we are of the same roots? The compatriots of a country are all of the same bloodline, and the strong should not oppress the weak. Shuihan was also slightly moved when she saw this scene. How long have they been suppressed? A group of grown men covered their faces and cried. In her opinion, perhaps these men, in order to survive and return to their original society to see their wives and children, can understandably act like grandchildren and dogs in front of the strong. But who doesn't want to treat themselves as human beings in their hearts? No matter how arrogant and insolent a person is when he is young, he still has many concerns after he grows up. Not far away, a Wuling and a Hummer were parked side by side. Yue, holding a student in one hand, also had tears in her eyes when she saw this scene. The 5 little girls couldn't help crying. After all, they were still young and had never experienced anything difficult to understand. They were just unable to control themselves due to the sadness. The 2 brothers Tushan and Tutian also sighed. There are many scum like Wancheng in the Sea Country War Zone, but they are not so blatant. Tutian said angrily. Yes, otherwise the Lord of Beichen City would not have noticed it. The 2 looked at each other and nodded slightly, as if they had made a decision. They listened to Beichen's words with their ears perked up, not missing a single word. As long as they reach the city of Daxia, they will definitely make a career, and it would be best if they could join Yinglong Guard and become Beichen's armed forces. The sky was filled with sadness at this moment. However, after Beichen announced the start of the meal, the sadness gradually faded and disappeared. Many workers took out their own survival tools. That is, the bowls they dug out of wood. They lined up in an orderly manner, with the youngest at the front. Looking at the entire Sea Country War Zone, the food of Yinglongwei's kitchen team is probably second to none. White rice, steamed buns, and fresh and thick white mutton soup. You have to know that this is a survival world. I don't know how many people haven't eaten hot meals for a long time. Beichen and Shui Han did not stay in the crowd for long, but got on Shui Han's vehicle. Beichen, husband. It may be a bit awkward to change the words for the first time, but Shui Han still called him that. Are you going to leave after this is over? It must be said that Shui Han is a few years older than Tung Chu Chu for a reason. Tung Chu Chu never dared to call him husband directly. Beichen smiled and nodded. If it weren't for the delay in the royal city, I'm afraid we would have almost reached the edge of the forbidden area now. Women's minds are actually very strange. In the city of Daxia, Shui Han, the head of the Dizzy Corps, is famous for keeping strangers away except for official business, and his eyes are as sharp as a knife. However, since she got together with Beichen by accident, her personality seems to have changed drastically. Of course, it may only be aimed at Beichen. The two of them sat in the car and chatted casually about the future planning of Daxia City. Soon they ran out of topics, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. As if thinking of something, Beichen took out a weapon that represented his identity. It was pitch black, with a blade more than 9 inches long, and fish scales all over the blade. Shui Han was a female soldier king, so she naturally knew that this was Beichen's personal weapon at this time, a T1 level fish scale saber, which was also one of the symbols of Beichen's identity. It's yours now. Beichen played with his old friend in his hand and said, this knife has drunk the blood of at least 30 people. I like it very much. Seeing the shock in Shui Han's eyes, Beichen smiled and said, don't refuse. I also gave Chu Chu a set of black armor when I came here. Although this knife is not as high grade as the black armor, it is also my favorite weapon. Indeed, with the appearance of the shadowless sword, the black flame kaleidoscope, and the thunder Kirin rune, he used the fish scale saber less and less. He didn't want to keep this weapon in the dust, so it was most suitable to give it to his woman as a token. Shui Han slowly took the fish scale saber from Beichen's hand, only feeling that it exuded a faint warmth, and a feeling filled her heart. This was not a matter of grade, but the first gift Beichen gave her after the two confirmed their relationship. Thank you, Beichen. Unconsciously, Shui Han leaned her head on Beichen's shoulder, with endless warmth in her heart. Perhaps the luckiest thing in life is to be with the person you admire legitimately. Chapter 136. Shui Han leaned her head on Beichen's shoulder in the car, and the two of them looked out the window at the harmonious scene reflected by the bonfires in the camp. At this time, the rescued players in the temporary camp had already had the most satisfying dinner since entering the game. Under the arrangement of the 3 captains of the Rapid March, everyone including the Yinglong guards began to set up camp on the spot. According to Beichen's idea, they would rest and recuperate tonight, and let the Yinglong guards escort this group of people back to the city of Daxia early tomorrow morning. Although the walls and armaments of the current Daxia city are top-notch, the infrastructure in the city is still too weak and needs a lot of manpower to supplement it. Apart from other things, the 50-12-story Yuyuan manufacturing drawings in Shui Han's hand alone are a huge amount of work, and the planting area in the east district of Daxia City also needs a lot of manpower. Only when these are handled well can Daxia City have the most basic self-sufficiency, and there is no need to risk going out of the city to search for resource boxes and explore the foggy area. As if thinking of something, Beichen said to Shui Han calmly, I introduce you to 2 good candidates later. Shui Han was puzzled, but she didn't ask any more questions. If Beichen recognized them, their character should be good. Yeah. Shui Han hummed in a low voice, and unconsciously put her right arm around Beichen's arm. She knew that they would be separated at dawn tomorrow, and she wanted to take advantage of this time to be more affectionate. After a while 2 men, one strong and one thin, came over. They were the brothers Tushan and Tutian. After receiving Beichen's private message, the 2 of them ignored their jobs and came here directly. Brother, do you think the city lord wants us to come over to investigate the crime of offending him before? Listening to his second brother's words, Tutian also smiled bitterly. Don't think too much. At the level of the city lord, his thoughts are not something we can guess. Although they did not see the destruction of Wancheng with their own eyes, they have long experienced the reputation of the 3 brothers of Wancheng, and they are well aware that Wancheng is a local snake here. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake, but the Great Xia City in another area only dispatched a team of 400 people to completely destroy the royal city. With this strength, the 2 had long regarded Beichen as a godlike man. The 2 walked towards Beichen's vehicle nervously. Soon they arrived in front of a car. After asking around, they knew that this low-key big red flag was the vehicle of Shui Han, the commander of the Yinglong Guard's Dizzy Corps. The 2 approached, their faces solemn, their bodies like javelins, and they did not dare to knock on the car window directly, but just stood quietly by the car door and waited. Shui Han in the car also saw the two. Are these two people? Beichen nodded. I met them when I came out. After some tests, they are worthy of training. They are bold and careful, brave and resourceful. Before this trip, I promised that when I eat meat in the royal city, I will give them a mouthful of soup. Shui Han knew the weight of Beichen's promise, and nodded slightly. It just so happens that Zhang Yichen and I's Tianzi Dizzy Corps also need to absorb some new soldiers. Since they have been recommended by you, I will absorb them into the Dizzy Corps. It must be said that Shui Han does have the foundation to become an agent. She can almost guess Beichen's intention from his intention. Hearing this, Beichen smiled and turned to look at Shui Han with a serious face, and said, You really understand me very well. Shui Han was thinking about what means to use after absorbing the two into the Earth Core to test their loyalty, and was suddenly made red by Beichen's words. Shui Han spit and whispered softly, If it was before, I would say this is my job, but now? It's natural for me to share your burden. Only Beichen could be so coquettish and shy, telling strangers not to enter. At this time, Beichen lifted Shui Han's chin with one finger, looked at Shui Han's blushing cheeks, and said, Chu Chu is indeed a lucky charm for her husband. The person she recommended to me is indeed extraordinary. Humph, you are so ungrateful. Shui Han did not dare to meet Beichen's eyes. After a while, Beichen slowly rolled down the window, and the two Tian brothers, who were standing quietly waiting, said in a deep voice, Tu Shan, Tu Tian, meet the city lord. Beichen looked at the two with interest and said, You brothers have passed my test. The two were obviously surprised. From now on, I will assign you to the D Corps. Beichen looked at Shui Han beside him, and said, And this woman is not only my Beichen's woman, but also the commander of the D Corps of Dashia City. As soon as Beichen said this, the two looked at Shui Han in awe and immediately said respectfully, I meet the Corps commander. Beichen was beside Shui Han, but she didn't say anything, just nodded symbolically. Hearing that Shui Han, a woman, was actually the head of the Dizzy Corps in Dashia City, the two of them did not show contempt, but their attitude became more correct, which made Beichen nod slightly. Now the Tianzi and Dizzy Corps add up to only about 20 people. If you work hard, there will be a lot of room for promotion. Yes, City Lord, we will definitely live up to your mission. Beichen then waved his hand and said, Go, communicate with the Yinglong Guard soldiers first, and learn the most basic rules of the Yinglong Guard. Yes. The two immediately saluted Beichen and the others and left. After dinner, the 5 little girls in the Hummer fell asleep, and only Yu Wei was still standing outside the Hummer in a daze. If Beichen's identity had not been exposed before, if they had not arrived in the royal city, then the person she was waiting for must be Beichen. However, at this moment, Beichen came back holding Shui Han's hand in the spotlight, and she knew that the man who needed her to look up to would never come back to this Hummer again. I don't know if I feel lost or something, I always feel empty. At this time, in the temporary camp of Yinglong Guard, except for the soldiers who were on night watch, everyone else was resting. In the reflection of the bonfire light, she vaguely saw the outline of a big red flag. Alas, what happened to me? It's really inexplicable. Yu Wei sighed and returned to the Hummer. Time passed, and it was the next morning in a blink of an eye. As 400 players drove their own vehicles in the royal city, the mighty convoy immediately set off with Yinglong Guard towards the place they had dreamed of, the Great Xia City. At this time, there was still a Wuling and a red flag in the camp, and they had not left. In the Wuling car, Shui Han was lying on the waterbed in Beichen's compartment, covered with only a thin blanket. Looking at the face of the man next to her, she couldn't help but kiss him on the face, knowing that they would be separated today. Because Shui Han was seriously injured in the accident last night, Beichen still didn't touch Shui Han even though they were facing each other nakedly. Feeling the heat on his cheeks, Beichen's tightly closed eyes jumped and slowly opened. After what happened last night, Beichen didn't even look at Shui Han carefully when he returned to the base. But on this sunny morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Shui Han's delicate face, watery eyes, and snow-white skin. Did you sleep well last night? Beichen asked with a smile on his face. However, before he could finish his words, his lips were sealed by 2 pieces of warmth. As Beichen hugged this fair, flexible, and firm body tightly, a hot spring feeling gradually spread throughout the carriage. It must be said that the effect of the black jade ointment in treating injuries is really good. This time, Shui Han did not make that painful sound again. In addition, Beichen started to be particularly gentle this time, and gradually exerted his strength after she got used to it. There was no one around in the wilderness, and Shui Han did not restrain herself this time. Suddenly, The scratching sound kept echoing. Chapter 137. At noon. Beichen carried Shuihan horizontally out of the car. At this time, Shuihan tightly wrapped her arms around Beichen's neck, and her beautiful eyes looked up at Beichen's cheek from this angle. She knew that after this separation, it would take a long time before they met again. A wish grew in her heart. She wished Beichen could go back with her. But reason told her that Beichen had more important things to deal with, so she could only go back to help him protect the city of Daxia and wait for his triumphant return. Beichen, you have to be very careful when you go alone. Yes. If there is a danger to life in the forbidden area. I hope you can. Shuihan didn't say the rest of the words, but just looked expectantly. Don't worry, I'm not a reckless person. I not only have you and Chuchu now, but also many comrades, brothers and friends in Daxia City. Beichen seemed to be talking to himself. Not only that, but also my parents and grandfather in the real world. I will take you back after completing the game. Well, I believe you can do it. Looking at Beichen's resolute and confident face, Shuihan chose to believe that this confidence came from the charm and strength of this man. Beichen was actually walking very slowly while holding Shuihan, but no matter how far the journey was, it would eventually come to an end. Putting Shuihan in the driver's cabin of the Red Flag, he gently stroked her hair and said, "Be careful on the way, and send me a private message to let me know you're safe when you return to Daxia City." Well, I remember that. The four looked at each other in silence. After saying 1,000 words, there was always a parting. Finally, Shuihan showed the temperament of a female soldier king. She immediately started the car, looked forward and said, "Take care." She immediately stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out like an arrow. She didn't want Beichen to see her weak appearance. Even if she cried, she had to do it in a place where no one was around. Beichen looked at this woman and smiled bitterly in his heart. My two women seem to have strong personalities, she said lightly, and turned to the wheeling car. The driver was an old friend. Before leaving, he glanced at the old site of the royal city that had turned into a wilderness. Beichen became more determined to complete the game. As the last wheeling left, the area was no longer alive, as if the notorious and prosperous royal city had never appeared. Time passed silently. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Beichen kept looking for the coordinates given by the forbidden area and headed towards the destination. On the way, he saw a large area of fog on both sides of the road and got off the car to explore. Since a super energy crystal appeared, Beichen paid special attention to this. Because the super energy crystal was not only needed by him, but also by his newly obtained 7-colored sky-swallowing python pet egg. Because Wang Chung died, the pet eggs were forced to stop hatching, and after the system's amplification, Beichen was equivalent to hatching the pet eggs again. Although Shuihan intended to block the news that Wang Chung was completely destroyed 10 days ago, this news still swept the entire Sea Country war zone like a raging wave on the third day after Beichen left. This news can be said to have caused 1,000 waves. Those city lords of the non-level rammed Earth City, who wanted to imitate Wang Chung before suddenly became honest. However, the matter did not end there. On that day, the Deputy City Lord Tang Baiwan of Daxia City drafted a message and sent it 3 times in a row, not only on the World Channel, but also on the National Channel. It stated that the Great Xia City Yinglong Guard would never allow the city lords to follow the example of the royal city and start the feudal slavery system. Once discovered, there would be no exceptions, and the royal city would end up like this. This news directly shocked players all over the world. Some Western players, who were being oppressed and exploited, cried with envy. One by one, they all shouted that they wanted to immigrate to the Sea Country war zone and join the Great Xia City. However, the Great Xia City stated that this equal protection was only for players from Sea Country. Instantly, countless people were extremely disappointed and secretly hated themselves for being born in the wrong family. In 10 days, Beichen also made a unified plan for the people with special abilities in the game world. In the end, it was decided to assign the people with special abilities to the Tianzi Corps and directly manage them by Zhang Yichen. Since he and Shuihan established their relationship, the two girls said good night and good morning to him on time every day. In the wilderness, fog deep in the road. With a giant sword burning with black flames, a mutant lion was killed with one sword, and the surrounding fog slowly dissipated. Coming to the side of the gold resource box in the fog, Beichen took out the golden hammer with his backhand and hit it 20 times in a row. The gold resource box shattered. Hey, I'm lucky this time. I actually got 2 energy crystals. A smile appeared on Beichen's face. Today, he swept through 7 foggy areas in a row, and only this foggy resource box had energy crystals. There are still 10 left. As long as I get 10 more 7-colored sky-swallowing python pet eggs, I can absorb enough energy to hatch. Baichin couldn't help but look forward to it, and then turn around and return the same way. Back in the car, Baichin simply ate some food, and then drove wheeling again. Baichin glanced at the coordinates of the forbidden area and whispered, "We will be there tomorrow." "I, Baichin, am here to visit the forbidden area." The car started driving on the wide road. Whenever he encountered a large foggy area, Baichin would get off the car to sweep it. But without the company of Tung Chu Chu, the European emperor, Baichin's luck in smashing resource boxes was not very good. He only got 2 in a day. At night, he found a sheltered place to set up camp. Baichin could handle breakfast and lunch, but he was very particular about this meal in the evening. Take out the grill, various spices, and a piece of alpine veal weighing almost 2 kilograms, and start the most basic marinating. If the meat is not marinated, it is difficult to taste good. It is necessary to spend some time for deliciousness. Get some ice from the Particle War Reserve warehouse, and take out a bottle of red wine from the particle ring. After a while, a faint meaty aroma came from the grill. As AC countryman, Baichin is not used to eating steaks that are 50% or 60% rare. The lowest must be 80%. Sipping the cold red wine, and eating the freshly baked alpine veal, Baichin felt a little comfortable at this moment. In his spare time, Baichin would occasionally open the national channel and the world channel to check the information. Since the establishment of the Great Xia City, Baichin has never been idle. As soon as his vision switched to the national channel, Baichin's face slightly wrinkled as he saw the curses and angry information. Didn't the Three Kingdoms Alliance fall down long ago? How come it's rising again? Looking at the continuous information sent out by the national channel, Baichin soon knew what happened. Forbidden Land. Sniping the players in the Sea Country War Zone? Interesting. Baichin had a sneer on his face. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you leave the main city and are protected by the host? As the city lord, Baichin naturally knew the hint that appeared after he accepted the forbidden mission. That is, during the time when the city lord is away from the main city, except for the beast-tide attack, he will not be attacked by other bosses assigned by the city lord. However, I am very curious, where do you 3 defeated generals get the courage and confidence? Just when he was about to switch his vision to the world channel, the news from Teng Baiwan also came. After opening it, Baichin immediately knew the cause of the whole thing. "Baichin, I guess you know about this, right?" Baichin said truthfully. "What happened specifically? Who gave the 3 countries the confidence?" It was during the trip to the Forbidden Land that the 3 people of Ireland forgot good weapons and equipment, and Quan Qingji may have become a capable person. So, seeing this news, Baichin immediately became interested. "Baichin, according to the personal experience, the 3 forces have set up a siege around the Forbidden Land." Baichin sneered. "Why? You just want to stop the players in our Sea Country War Zone from entering the Forbidden Area to explore the secrets?" "That's right." "Baichin, do you want me to send long guards to reinforce you?" "That's not necessary. Your current task is to build the infrastructure of Dashia City and agricultural planting. The rest? I am enough." "Okay, don't worry about that." The 2 immediately disconnected the private message. This matter did not affect Baichin's mood at all. He drank red wine and ate barbecue by himself, with a smile on his lips from time to time. Chapter 138. Since the Hell mode was activated, the entire game world has shrunk again. Baichin has only been traveling for 18 days, and has crossed 9 regions to the border of the Sea Country War Zone. Looking at the coordinates given on the forbidden map on his personal page, Baichin whispered, "According to this distance, we should be there tomorrow. Because there are no rules here, it is normal to sip wine while driving." Baichin held the steering wheel with one hand, and a bottle of cocktail with the other hand. Because the wheeling car has all the functions, his favorite songs are playing in the car at this time. Baichin was in a good mood, as he watched a forest slowly appear at the end of his vision. He had rarely seen such a large forest in the past 10 days. The closer to the border, the greater the chance of encountering players. At the same time, players from cross-country war zones were also often encountered. However, since they didn't know each other's strength, they just glanced at each other coldly, and no conflict broke out. Baichin drove on his own, and didn't care about the players he encountered on the road. Turning his head inadvertently, Baichin took a breath. Blood mist area, this. He stepped on the accelerator, and the wheeling rushed out. Baichin had been sweeping the black fog area deep in the highway for a long time, and he had roughly figured out some rules. The thicker the fog, the greater the chance of high-level resource boxes. This time, It turned out to be a blood fog area that he had never seen before. It immediately aroused his interest. Sure enough, the players who still live in the game world now also know this rule. As soon as he arrived at the edge of the blood fog area, Baichin found 7 or 8 scrapped cars. Judging from the damaged and dismantled cars, they must have been parked here for quite some time. Baichin didn't care about that, and got out of the car. He closed the car door, took out a cigarette and lit it, and walked towards the area where the blood mist was gathering. The road was not far from the blood mist, but it was about 700 to 800 meters. After smoking 2 cigarettes, Baichin walked to the place without any effort. When he got closer, and saw the scene in front of him, Baichin frowned slightly. It was also a low-lying valley, but unlike the previous black fog area, there were dead bones scattered around the edge of the blood fog. Judging from the degree of weathering, Baichin concluded that these people should have died not long ago. But the flesh on their bodies had been eaten away, and there was not even a trace of flesh in the cracks between their bones. What a powerful mutant beast! You like to eat people so much, I want to see what you are. With a thought, Baichin opened the black flame eternal Mangekyo, and with an expectant look on his face, he did not rush to summon the black flame Susanoo, and walked directly into the blood fog. I thought the blood mist would be pungent, but to Baichin's surprise, there was no pungent smell of blood here, but it smelled a bit fragrant. Oh, what an interesting place! This smell is so familiar. Baichin couldn't think of where he smelled this smell for a while, so he didn't think about it anymore. As he continued to go deeper into the blood mist area, he could vaguely feel the surging fog in front of him. Do you sense my presence? The shadowless sword appeared in his hand, and the bloodthirsty power was transmitted into his body along the shadowless sword. At this moment, every cell in Baichin was beating, as if he had taken stimulants. After entering the bloodthirsty mode, Baichin could easily kill the former king city even without using the black flame Susanoo. During the exploration of the black fog area these days, Baichin would not use the black flame Susanoo unless it was really necessary. His fighting skills were honed through life and death, and with the help of Baichin's lightning ability, Baichin has become very terrifying now. Baichin held a sword in one hand, and walked towards the deepest part without slowing down, as if the blood fog in front of him did not exist. Hiss! Swish! Suddenly, a strong wind came from the blood mist above. Baichin looked up, and saw a huge inverted triangle head, spitting out tongue and rushing towards him. The bloody mouth could clearly see 2 fangs like rhinoceros horns. Oh, a python? Baichin tapped the ground with his toes, and retreated 3 or 4 meters, easily avoiding the attack. The python hidden in the blood mist, seeing that the attack was fruitless, immediately made a cold hissing sound and quickly spun around Baichin, as if trying to surround Baichin in the middle of its body. Wow, the blood mist surged wildly. In front and behind, strong winds came at the same time. A huge tail with blood-red scales, and a huge and ferocious snake head. Oh, are you angry? That's exactly what I want. Baichin smiled. What he had to do was to provoke the giant python as much as possible, otherwise he really couldn't arouse his desire to fight. Sizzle! Lightning filled his chest. The bloodthirsty mode of the shadowless sword was originally to increase the potential of the human body. With the lightning ability, facing the 2 lightning-fast attacks, Baichin suddenly bent down and jumped high. He not only avoided the whip of the snake's tail, but also used the force to stand directly on the snake head of the giant python. There was no trace of mercy in his eyes. The end of the sword stabbed fiercely into the head of the giant python. Baichin knew that this giant python had strong vitality, and just wanted to pull out the shadowless sword and stab a few more times, but a sudden strong wind came from the left side, forcing him to give up temporarily. He knew that this should be the whip of the python's tail. The python hissed and screamed, and Baichin easily dodged the sweeping attack. Because the visibility in the blood mist was low, even if Baichin's gene value exceeded that of ordinary people, he could only see about 5 meters away here. So until now, Baichin has not seen the overall appearance of this python. After dodging several blows easily, the giant python saw that it could not do anything to this human, and immediately the snake head made a shrill hissing sound. After dodging the giant python's blows for the last time, Baichin found that this python could not please him. Forget it. It turns out that the blood mist area is just like this. Since you are so useless, then die. At this time, Baichin was still in the air and slowly landed. Because he had dodged several attacks from the snake's tail and head on the left side, he did not pay attention to the right area at all. Just when Baichin was about to land, suddenly, a dragon roar suddenly erupted from the blood mist on the right. Ong! The dragon roar contained no trace of holiness and majesty, but was filled with an extremely strong bloody smell. Baichin was so strong then he almost vomited because of the sudden bloody smell. What? Beichen turned around suddenly, and saw a huge creature with 2 horns, as big as a tricycle, suddenly appear in the blood mist. It had a pair of scarlet vertical pupils, and a mouth full of sharp fangs, with all the characteristics of a dragon. The only thing that lacks the sacredness and majesty that a divine dragon should have. When this thing, which Beichen didn't know whether it was a dragon or a jiao, poked its head out once, he immediately knew how terrifying it was. Aside from the nauseating evil spirit, the speed of poking its head out was already many times faster than that of the giant python. This jiaolong seemed to know that Beichen was a good tonic, and when it was about to bite Beichen, its pair of scarlet vertical pupils also had a hint of excitement. However, just when the huge bloody mouth was about to bite Beichen. At this time, Beichen's pupil suddenly rotated. Black Flame Eternal Mangekyo Black Flame Susanoo. Black Flame Susanoo was summoned instantly, and he had no time to draw out his giant sword. He just crossed his arms in front of his chest. Bang! Black Flame Susanoo took the dragon's attack and stepped back several meters. At the moment when Black Flame Susanoo was summoned out of thin air, the dragon's eyes changed drastically, but it would not give up the best attack and still rush forward. Ha ha ha. It feels so good. Dragon and snake in one body. This blood mist is really you are fishing. Interesting. That's right. From the beginning, Beichen walked into the blood mist and found that this blood mist was not gathered by a large amount of blood, and found something strange. After the dragon appeared, he immediately found out what was going on. Sure enough, he found that the attack was fruitless, and the dragon opened its mouth and absorbed all the blood mist around it. At this time, the full picture of the big guy in front of him finally appeared in front of him. Come on, please me as much as you can, otherwise your body will be mine. Beichen will go crazy whenever he encounters an opponent of equal strength. The bloodthirsty fighting desire hidden in his heart makes him extremely excited. Looking at the dragon and snake sharing a body in front of him, and the palm-sized dragon scales, Beichen's eyes turned red. This thing is a natural forging material. Not to mention dragon scales, even dragon tendons, dragon meat, dragon blood, dragon kidneys. Those are all legendary things. Even if it is just a dragon. Chapter 139. As the blood mist around lost its scarlet color, it gradually turned dark black. At this time, coiled in front of Beichen was a huge snake with dark red scales. No, it should be said that a dragon and a python coexisted in one body. Summoning the black flame Susanoo, Beichen's bloodthirstiness was constantly magnified, which was the desire for battle hidden in his heart. The dragon and the snake looked at the creature burning with black flames in front of them, and did not take the initiative to attack for a while. After all, they are a dragon and snake coexisting together, and obviously very intelligent. The fact that this dragon knows how to use its ability to change the color of the fog to catch humans shows a clue. Hiss hiss hiss. Ong, the python with a triangular head stared at Beichen and kept hissing threats. The dragon's pair of scarlet vertical pupils were full of bloodthirstiness, and it seemed to know that it could go further if it ate the creature in front of it. The air in the entire area almost froze when the two sides confronted each other. What? Are you waiting for me before you make a move? Beichen floated in the air inside the black flame Susanoo, looking at the dragon and the snake opposite and sneered. Slowly pulling out the black flame giant sword in front of black flame Susanoo, the momentum of the entire black flame Susanoo surged again. In that case, I won't be polite. The huge body of the black flame Susanoo holding the sword leaned forward slightly, and suddenly roared and kicked the ground, and turned into a black flame and swept towards the dragon and snake opposite. Awing! Hiss hiss! Almost at the same time, the dragon and snake also launched a charge. Both sides showed their skills, and Beichen was shocked. He thought that the dragon and snake were one body, so their speed would be limited. Unexpectedly, their swimming speed was no worse than his. The two sides almost touched each other instantly. The giant python, with the dragon as the auxiliary, cooperated very well. The giant python even gave up the attack directly, and turned into a soft finger, wrapping around the black flame Susanoo. Beichen couldn't let the giant python wrap around him, so he immediately charged his strength and chopped the giant python with a sword. However, after a fight, the fighting skills of the dragon and snake cooperated with each other and shocked Beichen again. Beichen's sword carried the power of destroying the heavens and the earth. If it hit the giant python, the head of the giant python would be torn apart. However, just when the black flame giant sword was about to chop the giant python's head, half of the giant python's body suddenly moved back against physics, narrowly avoiding Beichen's fatal sword. Turning his head to look at Beichen, he sighed. Interesting, I didn't expect you to be so smart, and you also know that killing the giant python is not good for you. As if it was said, the dragon's scarlet eyes suddenly burst into a trace of blood. Suddenly, the legendary scene appeared. I saw a dragon and a snake entangled with each other. Suddenly, an ancient beast that looked like a combined monster appeared in front of Beichen. Haha, you know I can't let you entangle, so you gave up the feint attack? You really gave me too many surprises. Beichen seemed to be talking to himself, but he was actually provoking. Sure enough, even if the mutant monsters were born with wisdom, they were still a world away from humans. Ong! The dragon was furious, and suddenly opened its mouth full of fangs, and suddenly spit out the red blood mist around again. This blood mist is different from the previous one, because the fragrance has disappeared, replaced by a pungent corrosive smell. The smoke is like air that penetrates everywhere. The interior of the black flame Susano is not a vacuum. When Beichen feels the change of the blood mist this time, his eyes can't help but become more serious. The blood mist is all around. If Beichen could see 5 meters with his naked eyes before, he can't even see 1 meter now. It's too thick. Is this your trump card? With a thought, the wings behind Black Flame Susano spread out. Why Beichen is still calm now is because of his strength. If that's all, then you will die. Black Flame Susano took a step forward, and a pair of nearly 5 meter long wings behind him fluttered wildly in all directions. At the same time, the Black Flame giant sword in Black Flame Susano's hand also kept waving in all directions, and suddenly a series of more than 10 meter long black sword energy began to whistle. Bang bang. This is the first time Beichen has used a range move. It must be said that if this move is used in a city, then unless it is a 3rd level main city, it will be a crushing blow. Multiple Black Flame sword energies were released simultaneously, and the dragon snake's body was not small, so it was impossible to completely avoid it. Sure enough, after hearing the low roar from the left, Beichen immediately controlled the Black Flame Susano and raised the sword to kill. Die! The wings vibrated and fanned out a gust of wind, directly blowing away the thick blood mist in front of him, revealing a huge silhouette of a hurried escape. Still want to run? It's too late. The Black Flame Susano, with the blessing of 2 wings, is equivalent to giving the king of beasts a pair of wings, and the combat power is sword. ZZ. As lightning surrounded the chest of the nearly 3 meter tall Black Flame Susano, the entire Black Flame giant sword gradually extended. Suddenly, Beichen's momentum rose again. Die! This sword almost blocked all the retreat routes of the dragon snake. If the dragon snake had no more trump cards, then this sword would definitely kill it. Ong! The dragon snake seemed to have sensed the crisis of death, and it did not run away at this time. Its scarlet eyes were full of resentment. It roared wildly, turned its head, and bit off the head of the giant python next to it, and swallowed it directly. Beichen sneered and ignored it, still slashing down fiercely with his sword in the air. However, when the Black Flame giant sword was about to fall on the top of the dragon's head, the dragon, which seemed to have given up struggling, suddenly opened its scarlet eyes, and opened its mouth wide at the Black Flame Susano that was slashing down in the sky. Suddenly, a ball as big as a billiard ball, with an amazing bloodlight, was ejected directly from it. It was so fast that it flew in front of the Black Flame Susano in an instant. Seeing this, even Beichen couldn't help but exclaim, "The inner elixir of the dragon? What a good thing!" Beichen sneered as he watched the bloody inner elixir smash towards the head of the Black Flame Susano. He was the core of the entire Black Flame Susano. As long as he was not dead, even if the Black Flame Susano was shattered in an instant, he could summon it with a thought. Bang! Boom! After offering the inner elixir, the dragon was very weak at this time. However, when he saw the creature in the sky, he did not return to defend. Suddenly, the dragon's vertical pupils exuded a strong fear. However, with the inner elixir out of the body, it is now only 1/10 of its strength. When it saw the creature's head blown away, but its body still holding the giant sword, it was desperate. This was its last desperate move. Zila, swish, a giant sword with black flames and lightning swept past, and the huge head of the dragon was chopped off. At the moment of the dragon's death, the bloody inner elixir that was about to fly back fell directly to the ground. Yin Yang collected the Amaterasu black flames on the dragon's neck wound. This dragon corpse was full of treasures. Although Beichen was rich, he didn't want to watch it being burned by the Amaterasu flames. After a while, the blood mist around slowly dissipated. Beichen also released the black flame Susano, bent down, and picked up a scarlet inner pill emitting blood light. The moment he got the inner pill of the dragon, Bätchen felt that this trip to the forbidden area had been fruitful. Wow, if this thing is absorbed by the seven-colored swallowing sky python, how far will she evolve? Thinking of the pet, he couldn't help but think of the baby who was still evolving in the great Xia city. Bätchen immediately decided that it would be better to leave the inner pill of the dragon to the baby. After all, she was his daughter, and the seven-colored sky-swallowing python had not yet hatched, so the two did not have any deep feelings. Because they were killed in the wild, the words "can be amplified" generally did not appear on these materials. However, Bätchen did not care. It was already a great luck to get one, and Bätchen had never thought about amplifying mass production. Slowly walking towards the dead dragon snake corpse, he tore off a piece of dragon scale, and looked at it carefully, and Bätchen felt very satisfied. The dragon scale looked rosy and transparent in the sun, and it could not be broken even if it was pulled hard. In addition to the dragon head, Bätchen directly put its huge body into the particle space grass warehouse of Daxia City through the City Lord compatible mode. This thing appeared in the war preparation warehouse, and Teng Baiwan and Zhang Yichen would not move it without being told. Looking at the dragon head, whose head had been separated, Bätchen smiled and waved his hand and put it directly into the particle ring. Chapter 140. After taking the dragon head, Bätchen was in a good mood. After all, dragons in Country C are really full of treasures. Although it is just a snake-transformed dragon, it is not as good as a real dragon, but it is also very rare. Apart from other things, if I take it back to the real world, make it into a specimen and open an exhibition hall, I can make a lot of money just by collecting tickets every day. Bätchen had just cleaned up the battlefield, and had not yet walked towards the resource box in the Blood Mist Center. At this time, a team of more than 30 armed forces actually rushed down from the opposite hillside first. They all wore cowboy hats, held double-barreled shotguns, had pistols on their waists, and had daggers and other knives tied to their calves. Oh my god, there is a platinum resource box here. It's not that they didn't see Bätchen, who was alone, but they just ignored him. This blood mist area has been on the minds of these cowboys for a long time. Just before they arrived here, they saw that the blood mist that was originally rising into the sky disappeared. They thought that the treasure had been taken away by someone, but when they rushed to the front, they didn't see the mutant beast guarding the blood mist, but a young sea countryman looking for something. If you haven't seen it, fear doesn't exist. To the weapons in their hands, humans are just fish on the chopping board, and they are at the mercy of others. Seeing this scene, Bätchen smiled ferociously. This is really wonderful. How do they know that I haven't had enough killing? A shadowless sword appeared in his right hand, and a burning power suddenly poured into his body. Bätchen smiled, and walked towards the crowd harmlessly. Seeing the young man from Country C in the distance walking straight over, several cowboys on guard laughed. With a look that didn't know whether to live or die, he looked at Bätchen with pity. Bätchen walked on his own, with a trace of lightning looming on the right side of his chest. Suddenly, when Bätchen saw the dazzling hammers in the hands of the cowboys, he slowed down. Platinum hammer? I have to say you are lucky. Bätchen wanted to wait for them to open the platinum resource box before walking over. However, who would have thought that the bearded leader of the cowboys on the opposite side actually waved at Bätchen as if he was asking for death? Bätchen pointed at himself. Fuck, get over here. The golden-haired bearded man roared angrily. There were no laws here, and they had enough firepower. Unless they encountered a City Lord level force, they would not take any small force seriously. Seeing this, Bätchen smiled and nodded, and went to the crowd again. I don't know if it was God's fault, but a dark cloud appeared above Bätchen's head. As soon as it appeared, it almost covered the world. As Bätchen took a step, the dark cloud in the sky seemed to be his favorite, and it continued to extend forward. This scene was like Bätchen walking with dark clouds covering the sky. Although cowboys do not believe in the existence of devils and gods in this world, this game world is different. At this time, a bald man next to the bearded leader said, Chief, this sea countryman exudes evil spirit everywhere, so just shoot him directly. The golden-haired bearded man also changed color slightly. After all, this scene was too oppressive. Just as he was about to nod, the sea countryman who was strolling in the garden suddenly disappeared. When the two came to their senses, they saw a person standing next to them like a ghost. This scene scared the golden-haired sister-in-law so much that she exclaimed and hurriedly took out the double-barreled pistol in her hand. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, the familiar explosion sound did not appear. Snap! The barrel made of fine steel was cut off from the middle, and the firing pin was cut in half. Quick! Kill him! The bearded man kept retreating and yelling at the same time. At this time, the other cowboys also raised their double-barreled shotguns and aimed at Bätchen. However, Beichen showed a wicked smile. Although I am not proficient in this move, it is enough to use your blood to consecrate it. With a thought, Beichen was immediately wrapped in white lightning. The shadowless sword in his hand emitted dazzling lightning. Chidori sharp spear. Wow, sizzle. Suddenly, a thin lightning blade that was visible to the naked eye and almost materialized instantly extended from the shadowless sword. Wow, Beichen only turned around in place, and the Chidori sharp spear swept across the bodies of more than 30 people present. Suddenly, there was no other sound in the area except the crackling sound of the Chidori sharp gun. Beichen acted too quickly. Even now, there are still people who want to pull the trigger to shoot Beichen. However, he was horrified to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the trigger that was easily pulled. Gradually, the cowboys around him looked at the ground one by one, and they didn't know who they had offended until they died. After killing more than 30 people at a time, Beichen didn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, a smile appeared on his lips. Looking at the shrunken Chidori sharp gun in his hand, he was very satisfied. He simply collected the weapons and equipment on the ground and put them directly in the warehouse of Daxia City. After Beichen left, there was a dead silence here, except for more than 30 bodies cut in half, as if nothing had ever existed. Back in Wuling, Beichen did not stay for long but started the car again and rushed towards the coordinates of the forbidden area. He held the steering wheel with one hand and looked at the dragon ball of the dragon in his hand. Does this thing really work on pets? He shook his head and put the dragon ball away. Another hexagonal crystal appeared in his hand. Unlocked raw stone? Yes, it was the loot obtained from the platinum resource box in the blood mist area. Seeing the words can be amplified, Beichen smiled. The system is working. It is detected that the unsealed raw stone can be amplified. Do you want to amplify it? Yes. Congratulations to the host for successfully amplifying. Unlocked raw stone * 1 piece will amplify. Unlocked raw stone * 10 pieces. Beichen frowned when he heard this, but didn't say much. This time the increase only increased the quantity, but the quality did not improve. Looking at the 10 hexagonal raw stones in his hand, Beichen fell into deep thought. A decision grew in his heart. With the 5 unused evolution crystals in the particle ring, and these 10 unsealed raw stones, it's time to reward several capable people. Along the way, if it weren't for the personal support of Teng Baiwan, Zhang Yichen, Shui Han, Teng Chuchu and others, even if the Daxia city was established, he, the city lord, would never be able to be a hands-off city lord. Beichen had seen the efforts of the few people for so long, and had wanted to reward them for a long time. However, although he had several top weapons, the bad thing was that except for the Kusanagi sword, the rest were banned weapons. Now, he got 10 unsealed stones at once, and the matter in his mind could finally be settled. He took out Thor's hammer, an unsealed stone, and an evolution crystal. Then he took the initiative to make a trade request to Teng Baiwan. Beichen, what's the matter? What do you want to give me? Teng Baiwan looked confused. He was discussing a big deal with other big guys in the war zone, when he suddenly received a trade request from Beichen. Beichen didn't say much, and put the 3 items directly into the trading column. This is incredible. Teng Baiwan was shocked and quickly refused. Aren't these the 3 magical artifacts of the charm fruit? And this is the unsealed raw stone? What are you going to give it to me? You should have it. Take it. After so long, I still have to thank you for your contribution to the great Xia city and Yinglong guard. The other party was silent for a long time, and finally just hummed and accepted the deal. Then the 4 stars slaying evil sword and 2 crystals were traded to the head of the heaven and earth army, Zhang Yichen. The name of this sword is very similar to you. Take it. After all, you are the leader of the ability users. The army does not look at the title but the strength. After getting the ability of this weapon, you will definitely be able to crush them. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhang Yichen is just a proud and unapproachable existence with a nose on his head, and he is only like a normal person in front of Beichen. Yes. Then he traded the black knife Dark Moon and 2 materials to Shui Han in person. Ihan, this slender and sharp black knife suits your temperament very well. Don't let it get dusty. Wow, thank you husband, Mua. I have been looking forward to a top weapon for a long time. My husband is so good to me, he. Sure enough, the IQ of a woman who falls in love has a significant decline. Then the 2 major core leaders of Xinhuang, Zhang Dabio and Pang Jinjie, respectively got the Slaughter Blade and the Dragon Twin Shadow Sword. The weapon that Beichen finally gave to his beloved woman, Teng Chuchu, was also his favorite. That was the famous demon sword Muramasa. Chuchu, I like this demon sword very much, but I like you more, so it's yours. I thought Tung Chu would be as surprised as Shui Han. Unexpectedly, Tung Chu was moved to tears. Woo, husband, I am satisfied with your words. I don't want this sword. I work in the city lord's mansion of Dashia City. There are 4 corps protecting me. I don't need such a top weapon. Really? You only have one chance? Beichen said with interest. Really? Even if this weapon is exchanged for a lot of resources, it is better than sitting on the bench in my hands. Well, you are worthy of being my Beichen's woman. In that case, I will give you something else. What? Forget about weapons, I don't want it. Soon, Beichen put a thin, sharp, crescent-shaped thing on the trading column. Honey, what is this? I have never seen it before. Beichen smiled and replied, This is the dragon tooth on the east side of the dragon's mouth. It is like your position in my heart. The east side represents the East Palace, which is the main palace. Tung Chu understood the meaning of this sentence immediately. Tung Chu covered her mouth and read Beichen's words word by word. Her eyes were red. Thank you, Beichen, I know, I will keep it well. Finally, Tung Chu clicked the transaction. After doing all this, Beichen was relieved. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 2 weapons appeared in his hand. Looking at the hideous-looking magic sword of Phibos, and the short weapon that looked like a delicate cane, cruel mercy. Beichen hesitated again, and then picked up the magic sword. At this time, the voice of the game console came. Do you want to consume an unlocking stone to unlock the perfect level weapon, the magic sword of Phibos? Yes. Chapter 141. On a wide road of several dozen meters, a wooling car was driving fast. The originally calm road surface was suddenly filled with a cold and evil aura that erupted from the wooling car. All creatures within a radius of 10 kilometers were frightened and crawled on the ground, trembling. The source of this extremely evil force was right beside Beichen. Feeling the giant sword that exuded a tremendous momentum beside him, Beichen subconsciously activated the Thunder Qilin rune in order to act safely. This is easy. If the magic sword before it was unsealed was just a giant sword with a strange shape, then now it is worthy of the name of the magic sword. Looking at the black and purple halo emanating from the entire sword, Beichen mastered the 2 great Yan abilities, and could immediately discover the evil aura of this sword. My goodness, is this the magic sword used by Jesus in the legend? Beichen was not afraid of it infecting himself with lightning around his right hand. As soon as he touched the magic sword Apophis, Beichen's face changed slightly. This must be at least 100 pounds, right? It is indeed a giant sword. As soon as he grabbed the hideous skull hilt of the magic sword, an evil will instantly surged into Beichen's mind. Such a powerful sword, it actually wants to devour its master? At this time, the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. It is detected that the breath of the magic sword can be absorbed by the black rock kaleidoscope. Do you want to absorb it? Beichen was stunned when he heard it. What? The magic sword can be absorbed by the black flame kaleidoscope. Absorb it? Just by grabbing the magic sword with his hand, Beichen immediately knew that this weapon was not suitable for him at all. He had to contend with the evil will of the magic sword at all times, which was also troublesome in the battle. Okay, then absorb it? As soon as the words fell, the originally fierce magic sword suddenly became like an eggplant hit by frost, and its momentum suddenly changed. Even the black and purple evil aura that was constantly emanating from the sword was constantly pouring into Beichen. Eyes. Beichen didn't expect that the thing he absorbed would directly affect his eyes, and he was not prepared at all before. At this time, he only felt that his eyes seemed to be surrounded by some energy, and his eyeballs were constantly absorbing some kind of energy. Absorption progress 10%. Absorption progress 30%. Absorption progress 60. Congratulations to the host's Black Flame Eternal Kaleidoscope for successfully absorbing the magic sword Apophis. The Black Flame Susanoo automatically adds a second weapon, the energy-transformed magic sword Apophis. At the same time, the heavy giant sword in Beichen's hand slowly turned into a puff of dust and disappeared. What? The second weapon of the Black Flame Susanoo? Beichen was very surprised and hurriedly stopped the wooling car. After getting off the car, Beichen summoned the Black Flame Susanoo without hesitation. As soon as the 3-meter-tall Black Flame Susanoo with wings on its back was summoned, Beichen saw a giant sword on the left. From the shape, length, and hilt, it was simply an enlarged version of the magic sword Apophis. Beichen manipulated the Black Flame Susanoo and slowly drew out 2 giant swords. Oh my god, this is too magical, right? Can you play like this? This is because I gave rewards to my subordinates, and all the evolution crystals were gone, but there were still some unsealed original stones left, so I didn't think much about it, and tried to unseal the magic sword to see its properties. Who could have thought that this would happen? The current Black Flame Susanoo held the Black Flame Giant sword in one hand, and the enlarged energy-based magic sword in the other hand, which was really domineering. Cut! Baichin also wanted to know the power of this sword, so he immediately chopped it at a boulder on the side of the road. As soon as the giant sword swung out a trajectory, a black and purple sword energy that was 4 or 5 meters long shot into the boulder. Suddenly, the surroundings exploded as if the sky and the earth were collapsing. Boom! Seeing such power, Baichin couldn't help but show surprise. Haha, needles don't rub. He removed the Black Flame Susanoo with a thought and returned to the car. Baichin was in a good mood and drove the Willing towards the destination that was close at hand. Just after passing through a hilly area, dozens of dilapidated cars suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Baichin frowned and looked at the road that was completely blocked. A trace of joy in his heart was replaced by a faint chill. Driving the car closer, Baichin's Willing stopped, and he didn't rush to get out of the car. Although he knew that the intersections of the major war zones were chaotic, he didn't expect it to be so chaotic. It had only been a short time since he encountered 2 waves of malicious forces in a row. Baichin took out a cigarette and lit it, waiting for the robber to appear. If it's a player from country C, there's still a way out. If it's a robber from another country, hee. Sure enough, the robbers saw that Baichin didn't get out of the car, and they couldn't help but rush out from all the hidden corners. Don't move. Raise your hands. Haha, with this one, it's just 20. Now the city lord can use it after he comes out of the illusion. Be careful, don't kill him. The city lord needs to be energetic. Yes. A dozen people holding firearms. At first glance, these people seem to be no different from sea countrymen, but it is still very obvious if you look closely. Oh, Han countrymen, caught alive, in high spirits? Baichin smoked a cigarette and murmured in a low voice. A cold murderous intent emerged in his heart. Tung Baiwan had exchanged information with him before. It is said that the mayor of Xinji City, Quan Xingji, seems to have gained power. A dozen big men outside the Willing car kept hitting Baichin's car, threatening him to get out of the car, with a fierce look on their faces, or they would be happy, and so on, which was very noisy. Humph! Baichin snorted coldly, and touched the iron sheet of the car door with one hand. Suddenly, the visible electric current filled the whole car. Baichin didn't want to waste time this time, so the power of the lightning was very terrifying. All the people who were still touching the Willing car rolled their eyes and convulsed. Only the 3 people who were keeping watch were fine. However, when they saw this weird scene, the 3 people were so scared that they forgot to run for their lives. They threw the guns in their hands to the ground and knelt on their knees to beg for mercy. This is a person with special abilities, just like their city lord. Facing this person with special abilities, ordinary people have been instilled with the idea of being invincible by Quan Xingji. Otherwise, 3 guns and 3 people would still dare to fight. Baichin sneered and got out of the car and walked in front of the 3 people. Listen to my question. Which war zone are you players from? No one spoke. Puff. Chidori's sharp gun directly killed a short-haired man. Who is your city lord, which force? The 2 hesitated slightly, and a little yellow-haired boy spoke first. Hanwha War Zone, Xinji City Armed Forces. After confirming, Baichin killed the player who spoke later without hesitation. The reason why he died, not you, is because you spoke before him. At this time, the little yellow-haired boy was already scared. He killed 2 people during the conversation. What kind of devil is this? Spare my life, spare me, I was also forced. Baichin sneered. Didn't you say just now that with me, there are exactly 20 people? Which war zone are the other prisoners from? Hearing this, the little yellow-haired boy was shocked, but he still told the truth under the pressure of Baichin's means. Because it is closer to the Sea Country War Zone, so all the players are from the Sea Country War Zone to explore the forbidden area. Baichin nodded indifferently. Take me there. Yes, yes. Just as he was about to turn around and return to the car, the little yellow-haired boy behind him said, That road is blocked, I can't get out by myself. Baichin slowly turned his head and looked indifferently at the scrapped car lying in the middle of the road. Waste. Before he finished speaking, the little yellow-haired boy saw a residual image passing by him. Suddenly, a shocking sound erupted from behind, and the noise was no less than that of a truck collision. Looking back mechanically, the little yellow-haired boy almost wet his pants. At this time, he really had no explosive power, and he actually kicked away 3 or 2 cars with one foot. Get in the car. Baichin took out a cigarette and said indifferently, when he passed by the little yellow-haired boy. Chapter 142. Yes, yes. The little yellow-haired boy quickly agreed, and then followed carefully behind him. The car passed the roadblock, and suddenly 9 mountains of different heights and colors were vaguely visible in the distance. This is... Baichin came to this place for the first time, and had never seen such a wonder, so he said subconsciously, "Boss, those 9 peaks are the area of the forbidden land of infinite illusion." The little yellow-haired boy said immediately, "Oh, how much do you know about the forbidden land?" Baichin glanced at the little yellow-haired man with his cold eyes. The little yellow-haired man immediately told him all the confidential information about the forbidden land. About 10 minutes later, "Boss, this is all the information I have, really all of it." Hearing this, Baichin smiled and nodded. "You are very smart as a prisoner." Baichin said this lightly, and did not speak again. However, he was shocked in his heart, and looked forward to the forbidden land. According to what the little yellow-haired man said, as long as the player enters the infinite fantasy range of the forbidden land, the game console will give the player 9 choices, that is, independent fantasy in 9 different colored mountains. If you can pass the illusion missions in the first 3 peaks, even if the mission fails, the player will not be lost. However, even if you pass the illusion missions, the rewards are very ordinary, and sometimes even worse than the resource boxes in the foggy areas on both sides of the road. If you choose the missions of the 4th to 6th peaks, there is a high probability that you will be punished for not completing the mission or getting lost and dying, but the rewards for completing the mission are also generous. According to Xiao Huamao, Quan Qingji accidentally obtained the mental shock ability by passing the mission of the 5th peak. If you choose the missions from the 7th to the 9th peak, you will die if you fail or get lost. This is also the fate of many people who explore the forbidden area first. As for the reward for completing the mission of the 9th peak, it is still a mystery. Some people say that there is a mission on how to complete the game and return to the real world. However, in Baichin's opinion, it is just a rumor, because everyone who chose the 9th peak died. As if thinking of something, Baichin said lightly, "I heard before I came here that the 3 Kingdoms Alliance set up a siege outside the forbidden area. It can't be you, right?" "No, of course not. We were just ordered to capture some players in the Sea Country War Zone." "I see. That, boss, the grove in front is the base of our armed team, and there are more than a dozen armed people in the base." When saying this, the little yellow-haired boy really didn't hesitate at all. It seems that selling out teammates is nothing to him. "Haha, you did a good job." As a Wuling appeared in the field of vision, 4 men with pistols suddenly rushed out of the grove. "Damn it, Huang Mao, why are you back? Who is this person? Where are the others?" A team leader looked at Huang Mao and Baichin vigilantly. "They are all on the road." As the car window rolled down, the Chidori's sharp gun suddenly thrust continuously. The 4 people did not react at all, staring at the lightning in Baichin's hand with wide eyes. "No. Impossible." The 4 people were in panic, and they didn't even have the chance to pull the trigger of their 4 guns. After all, the brain was pierced by severe lightning, and the central nervous system was damaged. It was a miracle that they could say a word before dying. The yellow-haired boy exclaimed, "What? That guy is also a user of special abilities. Why is he so weak in front of you?" Baichin started the car again and said lightly, "I should say that I am too strong." The 4 camps were dealt with instantly, and Baichin entered the armed camp of Shinji City smoothly. Needless to say, the result can be described as a one-sided massacre. Baichin couldn't use the Black Flame Susanoo in the face of such trash. Just physical fitness, plus Chidori thrust, the battle was resolved within 10 seconds. The little yellow-haired man knelt on the ground, and looked at the bodies lying in front of him. His face turned pale with fear. He knew that this was the time to decide whether he would live or die. Baichin glanced at the little yellow-haired man kneeling in front of him and said, "Go away. Killing people like you will only dirty my hands." Hearing this, the little yellow-haired man kowtowed to Baichin as if he had been pardoned. Watching the little yellow-haired man get up and turn around to leave, Baichin took out a cigarette. At this time, one of the 19 Sea Country players, who were rescued around him, hurriedly took out a lighter and handed it over. "Boss, thank you for saving me." "I won't say thank you. I just tell you if you have any problem in the future. I do whatever it takes." The other dozen men and women also looked at Baichin with awe. They saw the one-sided massacre clearly. Baichin lit up a cigarette and took a puff. He glanced at the man and said lightly, "It's just a matter of convenience." After that, Baichin stood up and walked towards Wuling. At this time, the voice of the man behind him came. "Boss, can you leave your name so that I can repay you in the future?" Baichin walked on his own without stopping. "Baichin is the name you always keep. Baichin is the surname you always keep." When the players who were rescued just now heard that it was Baichin himself, They immediately regretted it. Why didn't they take the initiative to make some friends? I'm afraid I never catch up with this kind of person in my lifetime. The man watched Willing drive away quickly towards the forbidden area and said secretly, Dagong, are we still going to the forbidden area? A woman looked at Fong Dagong worriedly. After hesitating for a moment, Fong Dagong said firmly, Go, why not? Baichen City Lord is in front now. Yes, follow Baichen City Lord, at least you can have a sip of soup. Fong Dagong nodded and looked at the guns on the corpses around him. What kind of strength do you have that you don't even bother to bend down to pick up a pistol? Chapter 143. Fong Dagong asked everyone to take away all the weapons and equipment left in the camp, and asked a few people to pick up the car. Soon, this group of Sea Country players, who were prisoners before organized temporarily. It must be said that the elite players, who can live safely up to now in the game process, are all elite players. When they heard Fong Dagong say to follow Baichen into the forbidden area, they did not object. Soon the team was formed, and everyone was allocated weapons and equipment. Let's go, hurry up and follow. Woohoo! 9 SUVs rushed out of the grove one after another, and onto the wide asphalt road. After a while, the team vaguely saw the Willing magic car in front. Brother gang, we followed without saying hello. The Lord of Baichen City won't blame us, right? Hearing this, Fong Dagong's face was also a little solemn, but he firmly believed that this outstanding person, who was able to build a third-level main city overnight, should not be so narrow-minded. Don't ask so many questions. At the level of the Lord of Baichen City, he would not bother to kill us at all. Well, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Apart from anything else, it's enough to follow Baichen into the forbidden area. Fong Dagong quickly entered the temporary team and said, Everyone follow the instructions, and don't mess around. Hee, brother gang, you are redundant. Baichen just killed more than a dozen people in a few breaths. Who dares to mess around? Humph, it's better to remind them, so that there won't be any trouble. Baichen was naturally noticed by 9 cars following him, but he just smiled, and didn't care too much. After driving fast for about half an hour, Baichen couldn't help but admire the huge outline that gradually became real in front of his vision. It's really a work of God. This game console is amazing. Baichen could see the whole picture of the 9 peaks at a glance from such a distance. It can only be said that it rises to the sky like a pillar of heaven, breaking through the clouds. Is it full of infinite possibilities? The 9th peak? Baichen looked expectant. If there was a game strategy for the 9th peak, he must get it. As time passed, about 10 minutes later, an artificial isolation belt slowly emerged in front, and a large number of scrapped cars were overturned on both sides of the road. Oh, as expected, this is the so-called encirclement set up by the Three Kingdoms Alliance, right? Sure enough, after Baichen's car approached, many people rushed out from the isolation belt in the distance, holding weapons. Sure enough, it is the armed forces of the Three Kingdoms Alliance. Looking at the East-West combined team in front, Baichen sneered. Stepping on the accelerator to the bottom, Willing rushed forward like a sharp sword. Just when Willing's speed reached the limit, Baichen inadvertently pressed the green button in the middle of the steering wheel. The Willing car suddenly became as if it had received a shot of chicken blood, and its speed increased again. The short-distance sprint of the second-level car, this function has never been used since Baichen got it. Looking at the people in front, Baichen had no intention of getting off the car, but rushed over directly. The 9 cars following behind would kill these guards if nothing unexpected happened. Fuck. What kind of car is this? Why is it faster than F1? Oh my god, get out of the way. They didn't even have the chance to shoot. They could only watch the car break through the isolation belt and enter the forbidden area. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, several people reacted and fired at Baichen's Willing car that had disappeared. After breaking through the isolation belt, the view in front of him suddenly opened up. There was no outer wilderness here, only the road, which extended all the way to the forbidden area. Interesting, is this the forbidden area? The closer he got to the 9 peaks, the stronger Baichen's desire became. He vaguely felt that there might be a surprise waiting for him in the forbidden area this time. As the Willing car and the 9 mountains got closer, Baichen found parking spaces marked on the road. He didn't believe that this was done by the Three Kingdoms Alliance. If not, Baichen stopped the car immediately. Then he got out of the car. There were only a few cars around, and the cars were still empty. Are you all going to the forbidden area? Baichen also walked forward. Baichen didn't take the targeting of the Three Kingdoms Alliance to heart at all. Just as Baichen was about to walk to the nearest mountain, dozens of people rushed out from the surrounding area. Oh, is this the forbidden area? Who are you? Take out the pass of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, otherwise we will shoot. A man with a philtrum beard said coldly. You don't have a pass to the forbidden area. Do you want a pass to the King of Hell? Beichen glanced at the dozens of people in front of him with a sneer. Dare to trespass in the forbidden area. Shoot. Bang bang bang. Dozens of guns opened fire instantly. However, the expected begging for mercy, desperate screams, and blood splashing did not appear, but instead, everyone on the side cried out in surprise. What? Impossible. What is this? Free fire. Shoot him to death. Duh. Summoning the black flame Susanoo with a thought, Beichen's eyes were filled with indifference. Amid everyone's horror, Beichen slowly drew out the magic sword Apophis. Die! Swish. Ah, God, why does he have this ability? It's even more terrifying than our city lord's ability. Spare us. Spare my life. After the second round of shooting, everyone saw that the automatic firearms could not cause substantial damage to the demon in front of them, and suddenly they all despaired and realized that they might have hit a wall this time. Beichen's eyes were indifferent, and he swung his sword 3 times without hesitation. Suddenly, the huge black and purple sword energy swept the members of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, who wanted to escape in the blink of an eye. Desperate voices, begging for mercy, and angry curses suddenly resounded in this area. However, Beichen ignored them, and dealt with these minions in 3 pieces, and was too lazy to remove the black flame Susanoo, and stepped into the core area of the forbidden area. When one of the black flame Susanoo's feet passed over the core of the forbidden land, Beichen suddenly saw a prompt from the game console in his mind. After completing the journey to the forbidden land, do you want to start selecting the forbidden land mission? After entering the option, the player will not be attacked by other players. Yes. Confirm success. Please select the difficulty, 1 to 9. Seeing the 9 color options appearing in front of him, Beichen hesitated and said, the third illusion mountain. After saying this, the scene around Beichen suddenly changed dramatically. He was under 9 mountains before, but now he seemed to be standing in an independent small space. Is the third peak purple? I wonder what tasks will be refreshed. Even though Beichen is strong, he dare not challenge the 9th peak directly. Out of caution, he chose the 3rd peak, where he would not get lost even if the task failed. As the choice was successful, 3 task lists suddenly appeared in front of Beichen. Oh, the tasks here are really divided into star levels. Looking at the 3 tasks of different colors, Beichen chose the 3-star difficulty without hesitation. Do you accept the 3rd forbidden area, 3-star task? Yes. As the voice fell, the sound of the game console appeared again. Congratulations to player Beichen for successfully accepting the 3-star mission. Please defeat 10 ancient Roman gladiators in a row in the next scene. After 10 wins and 10 battles, players can get a reward of 5 energy crystals. Beichen was not given a chance to ask back. The surrounding scene changed. He appeared in a huge coliseum surrounded by huge rocks and rows of stands on both sides. What a magical illusion, just like the real thing. As Beichen appeared, the arena and the illusion suddenly erupted with thunderous shouts. 5 energy crystals? Not bad, maybe I can hatch the 7-colored sky-swallowing python today. Beichen was talking to himself, while curiously looking around. However, as a 2-meter-tall, burly man carrying a giant hammer came out from the opposite side, the entire arena instantly boiled. The giant hammer man looked at Beichen with a ferocious look, and showed a hint of disdain. He couldn't even start, and he swung the giant hammer, and smashed it hard at Beichen. Heh, what a direct guy. As Beichen spoke, his right hand instantly turned into a claw and white lightning filled the air. Wow, sizzle, sizzle. Easily avoiding the hammer that was coming at him, Beichen stomped the ground hard, and rushed straight towards the giant. Chidori. Puff. Half of his arm went straight into the giant's chest. Slowly pulling it out, the scene instantly boiled as the giant hammer fell to the ground. Looking at the audience around the Colosseum, Beichen suddenly moved. If all these audiences are killed, what will happen to the mission? As Beichen smiled, the black flame Susanoo holding 2 swords appeared in the center of the Colosseum. Chapter 144. Beichen stood proudly in the center of the arena, with a dazzling lightning bird flashing in one hand. Looking at the audience who were gradually going crazy, Beichen smiled grimly and said, what if I kill all these audiences? Beichen kept thinking about this possibility. When I accepted the mission, the game console didn't say that I couldn't attack the audience in the stands. Only by breaking the rules can we see the true face of this forbidden land. However, Beichen's next opponent was no longer a human, but an adult male lion with golden mane. Lion? The pupils of his eyes instantly turned into black flame eternal kaleidoscopes, with a thought. Black Flame Susano. Facing the 3-meter-tall Black Flame Susano that looked like a demon, the male lion that had just been released screamed and tucked its tail between its legs and kept shrinking towards the exit. However, the audience around the arena did not feel threatened or frightened at this scene, but cheered and shouted even louder. Kill it, kill it. Almost a morbid killing echoed throughout the arena. Looking at the audiences around him wearing ancient leather clothes, Baichen's killing intent surged even more. He glanced at the frightened golden lion, and saw the Black Flame Susano, who looked like a demon, suddenly stepped on the huge stone ground of the arena, and immediately flew onto a huge stone pillar around. At this time, the crazy audiences around the arena thought that Baichen was going to perform a high-altitude flying attack, and their shouts became louder. When they were looking forward to the good show, they never thought that the huge creature like a god of war would rush towards them. Clang! At this time, both swords worn by Black Flame Susano were drawn out. When the two swords closed, both swords were filled with dazzling lightning. Die! As Baichen shouted die. Suddenly, a huge black lightning sword energy roared in every corner of the arena. Black Flame Susano just kept changing 8 huge stone pillars, and wielding 2 huge swords. The huge black and purple sword energy filled with lightning, and the sword energy burning with black lightning swept across the entire ancient Roman arena. Suddenly, panic and screams resounded throughout the world. In less than 10 breaths, the entire huge arena was left with only a golden lion trembling in the corner, not daring to roar. Baichen looked back at the golden lion and said, "Since the game console didn't prompt, then it's because of you?" He suddenly raised the black flame giant sword and shot it directly at the golden lion. Congratulations, player Baichen has achieved a perfect 3-star mission and received 10 energy crystals as a mission reward. Baichen found that the surrounding environment had changed. He returned to the independent small space before. There were 10 crystals floating in front of him, and Baichen smiled. He was very familiar with this thing. It can be said that since he got the egg of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, he has been exploring the foggy areas on both sides of the road. Unfortunately, it was not until today that he had enough energy crystals to hatch the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. He put the 10 energy crystals into the particle ring, and the voice of the game console sounded again. Do you want to continue to choose the illusion mission? No need. As soon as he said this, the scene around Baichen changed again, and the place where the members of the 3 Kingdoms Alliance were killed before appeared. Baichen was not sure whether he could hatch the 7-colored sky-swallowing python in an independent small space, so for safety reasons, he decided to return. As soon as he came out, Baichen found that there were many people around. After a quick glance, Baichen stopped his eyes on a very coquettish man. Looking at the people around him, Baichen knew that this person was probably Quan Qingji, the lord of Xinji City in Han Country, who he had dealt with more than once. Seeing so many people, he was the only one who showed no fear, but looked calm, which made Quan Qingji, who had just gained the ability, feel uncomfortable. Since he got the ability unexpectedly, his status in the 3 Kingdoms Alliance is no lower than that of Ireland 4. Are you a player in the Sea Country War Zone? Quan Qingji looked at Baichen coldly. As long as this person is a player in the Sea Country War Zone, he must die. The hatred for the Sea Country War Zone can only be washed away with blood. The 3 top weapons in the Han Country War Zone, and so many supplies were looted by the Great Xia City. Hearing this, Baichen said calmly, "What? Do you have any opinions about the Sea Country War Zone?" Haha. At this time, Quan Qingji also stood up and walked towards Baichen, looking as if Baichen's life was in his hands. If you are a player in the Sea Country War Zone, then you must die. If you are a player of our 3 Kingdoms Alliance, I can leave you a whole body. After all, you killed dozens of our members. Seeing a smile on Baichen's lips, Quan Qingji felt that this person must have a problem with his brain. Baichen was pointing dozens of guns at him, and he could still laugh. What else could he be but a fool? Remember, the one who killed you was Baichen, the lord of the 3rd-level main city, Baichen. Oh, Baichen, why did he steal your wife or kill your father? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere around them instantly dropped to freezing point. But the lord of the city, Quan Qingji, did not speak, and their armed forces did not dare to take the initiative to shoot. The lord of the city killed him, cut him into pieces. Yes, kill him, even if he is a madman, he deserves to die 100 times for daring to insult you like this. However, who would have thought that Quan Qingji, who should have been furious, did not get angry but laughed instead. However, when his subordinates heard his laughter, their faces turned pale, as if it was not a human laugh, but the grin of the devil from hell. At this time, Many people were whispering, "This sea country player is finished, now he can't even wish to die. Alas, I still can't forget that torture, it's too cruel." Only then did Quan Qingji burst into laughter. While laughing, he looked at Beichen and said, "Before, there was also a sea country player who insulted me like this, but it's a pity that in the end, he couldn't even wish to die." Hearing this, Beichen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Why, do you like to torture people?" "Haha, I like you sea country players." Beichen also smiled and said, "That's good, you are very honest. After today, the armed forces of Daxia City will have an additional mission, that is to destroy Xinji City." "Ahahaha, is this person joking? A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Besides, who are you? What qualifications do you have to say this?" Looking at the faces of the crowd, Beichen said, as black flames slowly burned around his body, "Because I am the Beichen you miss day and night." As the black flame Susano appeared in front of everyone, lightning and fire roared. Blood, broken arms, screams, and begging for mercy continued to sound. Quan Qingji, whose legs were cut off, looked at the ferocious demon god nearly 3 meters in front of him with a pale face and trembling. "Why, I am also a capable person, why am I so vulnerable in front of you?" At this time, in addition to Quan Qingji, there were 3 people alive, including the younger brother, who had whispered before that he had seen how Quan Qingji tortured people. In addition to Quan Qingji, whose legs were cut off, the 3 younger brothers all knelt on the ground and trembled. "Do you 3 want to live?" Beichen said calmly, "Think about it. Very good, use this sword to remove the bones and flesh of your city lord, and don't let him die before the end, otherwise." The shadowless sword was thrown directly to the 3 people, and Beichen said coldly, "If he dies early, then you will die with him." The 3 people's teeth trembled when they heard it, and they could only nod and agree in Quan Qingji's despair. "You dare! Fight him!" Quan Qingji waited for the 3 brothers to roar. "Damn it! Shut up! You want to take us 3 with you when you die? We have long been fed up with your beastly behavior." Soon the 3 of them found the tools and wooden frame that Quan Qingji used before and tied him to it. At this time, Beichen sat on the sofa where Quan Qingji sat before, smoking huazi and drinking strong liquor with a look of enjoyment. After all, the shadowless sword is a divine weapon, and its sharpness can easily cut through iron plates, not to mention cutting meat. And Quan Qingji's blood will not be wasted, the shadowless sword passively absorbs his blood. As Quan Qingji screamed, Beichen also took out the pet egg of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. Because he had obtained enough energy crystals, the moment the pet egg was taken out, the prompt of the game console sounded. 10 energy crystals have been collected, and the 7-colored sky-swallowing python pet egg can be absorbed and hatched. Do you want to hatch it? Yes. Chapter 145. Completing the 3-star mission of the Forbidden Land of Infinite Fantasy for the first time, Beichen was in a good mood after getting 10 energy crystals. Although he met Quan Qingji and others when he just came out, Beichen thought that these people appeared in front of him just to show off, and it didn't affect his mood at all. 10 energy crystals have been collected, and the 7-colored swallowing sky python pet egg can be absorbed and hatched. Do you want to hatch it? Yes. Beichen answered directly. After saying that, he saw that each of the 10 energy crystals in his hand suddenly emitted a faint halo, and this halo was slowly pouring into a pet egg on the side. The whole process lasted only about 3 minutes. As all the energy crystals lost their light and became dim like stone, Beichen heard a prompt from the game console. Congratulations to player Beichen for successfully hatching the excellent pet egg 7-colored sky-swallowing python. As soon as the prompt sounded, Beichen felt the pet egg in his hand tremble slightly but very clearly. It seemed that the little guy in the egg couldn't wait to come out. Da-da-da. Gotcha. A clear cracking sound was heard, and Beichen looked at the fine crack in the middle of the pet egg and smiled. Little guy, I'm really looking forward to seeing you. Listening to the screams of Quan Qingji being tortured, Beichen didn't care at all. Perhaps to save their lives, Quan Qingji's 3 minions worked very hard, fearing that the city lord would die if they cut him. However, the minion who performed the operation obviously had similar experience in dissection, and it must be said that this job is really not something that ordinary people can do. Beichen glanced coldly at Quan Qingji, who was being tortured, without any mercy in his eyes. In the 2 previous interception levels on the road, those sea country players, who were captured in the grove must have had a miserable end. So Beichen felt no burden in his heart when he watched and listened to Quan Qingji screaming and wailing. Crack! Crack! The movement in his hand became louder and louder, which made Beichen focus all his attention on the pet egg in his hand. As the eggshells fell off piece by piece, A milky white film gradually appeared inside. Although it was not very thick, it was very tough. At this distance, Beichen could even see the little guy inside constantly pushing the thin film with his head. Beichen just watched and had no intention of helping, because he knew that the little guy had to face this level by himself. Sure enough, under Beichen's gaze, after a while, the little guy's strength became stronger, and the tough film on the surface of the eggshell was pushed higher and higher. Beichen was a little anxious watching, and he was really worried that the seven-colored swallowing python would be suffocated by himself. Just when Beichen couldn't help but intervene, a slight hissing sound suddenly sounded, and finally the thin membrane was broken by the little guy's efforts. Suddenly, a smooth, white little head with lightly colored scales poked out for the first time. The pair of black eyes met Beichen's eyes, and the little tongue hissed continuously. Hiss. The impact of the first side of the egg made the seven-colored sky-swallowing python know that the one in front of him should be his relative. After all, the first step for pets to hatch eggs is to drip blood. The little guy looked around, and his pair of black eyes looked at Beichen and Quan Xingji, who was still being tortured. Slowly, his body also got out of the egg, and he was not afraid of Beichen's threat. He climbed directly to his shoulder along Beichen's arm. Beichen did not move, but turned his head to look at his shoulder. Looking at the smart and bright eyes, Beichen was secretly surprised that this thing was not only of a ridiculously high grade, but also used a lot of his energy crystals to hatch it. It showed extraordinary wisdom at birth. What a cute little guy, it looks exactly like the little snake in Dolua. After hearing Beichen's voice, the little thing finally recognized Beichen, slowly spitting out its tongue and rubbing its head against Beichen's cheek. Beichen wanted to reach out and touch the little guy's head, but the little guy was very active and wrapped around Beichen's left hand. Hee, is wrapping around a way of intimacy for snakes? It's really different from birds. Recalling the scene of hatching the baby, at that time, because the baby was just a low-grade bird, it ate and slept when it was born. It was only after the gene amplification that the baby took on a human form. Thinking of this, Beichen smiled and said, "What name should I give you?" When thinking, Beichen saw the white scales of the seven-colored sky-swallowing python with a slight glow, and he had an idea. How about Bailong, or Belan, or Bailey? The dragon is a more majestic totem in Country C. Giving a snake this name is really a bit arrogant. After thinking for a while, he couldn't make up his mind, and finally let the little guy choose it himself. Beichen raised 3 fingers and said to the little guy, "Choose from left to right." I didn't expect the little guy to understand this casual nonsense. The seven-colored sky-swallowing python immediately wrapped around Beichen's 3rd finger. Bailey? Not bad either. Beichen stroked Bailey's head and said, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" Then Beichen took out a lot of things from the particle ring. Of course, these things included the dragon ball left for the baby. Soon Bailey stopped his head on a drop of blood and didn't move. "Oh, is it the blood of a dragon? Do you want this?" Bailey is not only of high rank, but also very intelligent, and he kept nodding eagerly. "Okay, I didn't expect you needed this thing." Luckily, Beichen had been careful before, and collected a lot of its blood after killing the dragon. Beichen took out a small stainless steel basin, and the bright red blood in it immediately attracted Bailey's full attention. Bailey immediately fell to the ground along Beichen's arm, crawled to the stainless steel basin on the ground, raised his head, opened his mouth, and started to smoke like smoking a cigar. Beichen was also secretly surprised when he saw Bailey eating. Strictly speaking, the dragon blood in the basin did not actually enter Bailey's mouth. However, the streams of bright red gas were so real. Good guy, a good foundation means fast growth. It seems that it won't take long for Bailey to catch up with the baby, right? After a while, the dragon blood in the basin was consumed. Now there was only a splash of filthy stuff like pot washing water in the basin. Did it suck out all the essence of the blood? It is indeed the sky-swallowing python. After sucking the essence of the dragon's blood, Bailey looked satisfied, hissing and spitting out his tongue, and then coiled up to Beichen's shoulder again. At this time, the sky gradually became dark. Beichen did not stop exploring the forbidden area, but he wanted to put Bailey on the willing car before exploring the forbidden area. It is said that although Bailey and Bao Bao are both Beichen's pets, the treatment of the two is really different. You know, Bao Bao had never left Beichen for more than 10 hours before he arrived at the Yinglongwei stronghold. He ignored the players from Han Country, who were still picking bones and cleaning meat. Quan Xingji would not live for 10 hours even if he was rescued. He walked to the side of the willing car, took out the key and pressed the car lock. After eating something and drinking some champagne, Beichen gave another order to Teng Baiwan, who was thousands of miles away in the city of Daxia. That was to destroy Shinji City. At this time, Bai Li was sitting in the passenger seat, feeling very sleepy. He knocked on Bai Li's head and said, "Little guy, look at this." Bai Chen said, "I have to go to work later, and can't take you with me. You can sleep in the car. If you are hungry, eat the food in the back, and your favorite dragon blood." Hearing that Bai Chen was leaving him, Bai Li was somewhat frustrated but still nodded slightly. "Also, if anyone has bad intentions towards this car, you kill him." Then Bai Chen took out the car key and told Bai Li how to roll down the window automatically. I thought it would be difficult for Bai Li to understand this, but who would have thought that after 3 attempts, Bai Li used his little head to press the button to open the window. Even for fear that Bai Chen would be worried, Bai Li jumped out of the window after opening the window glass and fell to the ground, then coiled up and bounced back into the car like a spring. Awesome, Bai Li, your intelligence is a bit scary. Chapter 146. Hearing Bai Chen's praise, Bai Li was obviously slightly proud, but she was destined to be treated worse than the baby. After the explanation, Bai Bian got out of the car and locked the door. The night sky in the game world has never changed. It is pitch black. It is pitch black. But when Bai Chen got out of the car, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. It was just that it had been a long time since he had seen such a gorgeous night sky since he entered the game, and Bai Chen himself didn't know. It's so beautiful. Is this the original color of the 9 peaks in the forbidden area? I couldn't help but take out a cigarette and smoked it one by one just to appreciate the 9-color light emitted by the 9 peaks. As he looked at the 9 highest peaks, Bai Chen also whispered, "I hope there is a strategy to pass the game." After smoking a cigarette, Bai Chen walked directly to the forbidden area without hesitation. The familiar prompt of the game console sounded in his ears again, and suddenly there appeared a selection of peaks from 1 to 9. Last time, Bai Chen chose the 3rd peak, thinking that the 3-star mission in the forbidden area would be difficult, but looking at the 6th peak with golden light, Bai Chen chose it without hesitation. "Are you sure you want to choose the 6th peak?" "Yes." Wow, the scene suddenly changed and Bai Chen came to the independent space again. 6 tasks were refreshed in a list in front of him. Most of these tasks were 1-star and 2-star tasks, and the top 2 tasks were 2. One was 4-star, and the other was 5-star. Seeing this, Bai Chen frowned slightly and said, "The highest is only 5 stars? Choose without hesitation. Do you want to choose the 6th peak, a 5-star task?" "Yes." "Congratulations on your successful selection. Mission: please kill all the first-level monsters in the scene within 24 hours. After completing the task, the player can get a rare self-selected blind box. Note: if the task fails, the player has an 80% chance of being lost forever." Seeing the note of retreating from the task, Bai Chen frowned and asked in confusion, "What will happen to me if I get lost? Is it going to die directly?" Remind the player that if the task fails, the spirit of the player, that is, the soul, will be trapped in the fantasy mission forever. The player's body will not have self-consciousness, and all functions will be exhausted. Physically, the player can be said to be dead. What? In fact, I only died physically, and my soul will forever sink into the illusion. No, if your body dies, your soul will become part of the illusion. Bai Chen's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he felt that this punishment was a bit heavy. Confirm again, does the player Bai Chen accept the task? Yes. As Bai Chen finished speaking, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. There was hard stone under his feet, and he looked around and found that he was already on a rocky mountain. After walking a few steps to the cliff and looking out, there was a dark black sea surface that stretched as far as the eye could see. The dark black sea surface was enough to prove the depth of the surrounding sea area. Walala. Less than 10 breaths after appearing on this island in the sea, Bai Chen clearly found that the surrounding sea surface seemed to be no longer calm. A breeze gradually turned into a strong wind, and even had a tendency to evolve into a gale. Kill all the creatures? In the sea? What could it be? First, ordinary creatures such as sharks were ruled out. After all, the game console just said it clearly, a level 1 mutant monster. Bai Chen couldn't be sure what kind of monster it was, since it could be identified as a level 1 monster by the game console. At the slightest moment. Suddenly, a thunderclap suddenly appeared in the distant sky. This lightning was like Pangu's axe that split the sky in half. As the lightning continued to flash, the surrounding sea surface became like boiling water, and a large amount of water mist began to spread, and gradually Bai Chen's vision began to be restricted. Wow, this appearance is indeed a level 1 mutant monster. If he didn't know that this was just a highly realistic illusion, Bai Chen would have thought that he had come to a fantasy world, a sacred place for leaping over the dragon gate. Come on, the excellent self-selected blind box, I'm looking forward to it very much. Baichen's eyes, which were originally dark and bottomless, suddenly spun rapidly. After all, this is a 5-star mission on the 6th mountain. If it fails, the soul will be trapped here forever. At that time, a soul body will find it difficult to commit suicide, let alone kill people. That would be really uncomfortable. Black Flame, Susanoo. As the sea water around the isolated island continued to surge, Baichen did not hesitate to activate the Black Flame Susanoo. On! On! A familiar cry suddenly entered his ears, and Baichen was shocked. No way? Could it be a mutated dragon snake? Thinking of the previous battle in the Bloody Fog area, Baichen still remembered it vividly. Although the mutated dragon snake was not very powerful, the last move of the inner elixir attack could instantly shatter the Black Flame Susanoo. I hope there won't be too many. As soon as this sentence came out, the sound of a low dragon roar came from all directions of the island. He had heard this sound a lot in the fairy dramas before playing the game, but Baichen knew that the ones in the TV series were all electronic synthesized sounds. The real one was more than 10 times more domineering and fierce than the voiceover in the TV series. It was a bloodthirsty and crazy roar. Baichen's face changed slightly, but at this time he stretched out his Black Flame Susanoo and didn't worry for the time being. He had read a lot of fantasy novels before playing the game, and he concluded that the desperate moves of the dragon and snake that used their own inner elixir would only be used when they had no other choice. Here it comes! Zheng, Buzz! A giant black flame sword, an ethereal magic sword Apophis, the Black Flame Susanoo that Baichen had just pulled out. Suddenly, waves of sword chants erupted around. Compared to the endless roars of the dragons around, these two sword chants were not weaker at all. Come on, ha! After feeling the pressure, Baichen's bloodlust erupted again without knowing it. Get out of the fog, demon, show me your true form. With a low roar, the wings behind the Black Flame Susanoo were shaking violently. Whoosh whoosh. The nearly 3-meter-long Black Flame Susanoo, when its wings are fully spread out, is nearly 6 meters long. Such a desperate vibration immediately caused a gust of strong wind, with Baichen as the center. When the strong wind blew away the thick mist around, he vaguely saw the target of this mission. Those palm-sized green scales were enough to prove that even if this thing was not a dragon snake, it was definitely related to a dragon. Die! Baichen's fighting spirit became stronger, his whole body slightly arched, and then the wings behind him shook violently. Suddenly, the nearly 3-meter-long body of Black Flame Susanoo flew into the air. After the bloodthirsty killing intent in his heart was aroused, Baichen fought like a madman. He was impatient, and took the initiative to control Black Flame Susanoo to rush into the thick water mist around him. Open! The dark green eyes under the helmet of Black Flame Susanoo emitted a fascinating light, as if it was the current incarnation of Baichen. Baichen roared, and it roared with him. The magic sword Apophis slashed at the thick water mist in front of him. Suddenly, the black and purple sword energy, which was more than 10 meters long, split the fog in front of him. Not only that, as the black and purple sword energy slashed into the water mist, Baichen clearly felt that the sword energy should have hit something. Baichen clearly heard an angry and fierce roar from the depths of the water mist. Good guy, it really has something to do with the dragon, but looking at this color, this kind of defense should not be as strong as dragons and snakes. After throwing a stone to test the water, Baichen's mouth suddenly showed a grim smile. In this case, I will start a killing spree. Thunder Kirin, appear. Sizzle. As a dazzling Thunder Kirin totem appeared on the chests of Baichen and Hein Susanoo, lightning immediately began to spread in all directions through the thick water mist. Ah! After releasing so many lightning talents at once, Baichen clearly felt that his power was constantly fading. This battle must be decided quickly. Looking around the surrounding water mist, the area can only be described as large. Since obtaining the Thunder Kirin ability, Baichen has never felt this obvious loss of power every time he uses it. However, this large-scale use of lightning power was not a gain. Because the pure power of lightning was great enough, after one use, the surrounding mist began to fade. Baichen knew that it was the lightning that had taken effect. Without the annoying mist, Baichen suddenly felt his horizons broadened. After the thick mist disappeared, Baichen looked around and saw huge creatures with green scales winding around. He immediately raised his head and howled. Ha ha ha. It's just a unicorn. It's not a dragon or snake. If we follow the ancient legends of Country C, a snake that is cultivated for 100 years will have a single horn on its head, and it will become a Shah snake. After cultivating for another 500 years, the horn will fork, and the body will turn into a four-legged dragon, condensing the inner elixir. The dragon will cultivate for another 1,000 years, and if it successfully overcomes the tribulation, it will turn into a real dragon. If it fails, it will grow wings on its back and turn into a long, and will never have the chance to become a dragon again. Looking at the hundreds of jaw snakes lurking in all directions, Beichen smiled coldly and took the initiative to hold 2 swords, shaking his wings and killing the pile of jaw snakes. Hunting time. Chapter 147. When Beichen transformed into Black Flame Susano, holding 2 swords, he vibrated his wings and rushed towards the surrounding jaw snakes. Suddenly, a war was about to break out. The jaw snakes in the illusion seemed to know that they could only survive by killing the huge creatures in front of them. Suddenly, the jaw snakes that had been coiled together like springs rushed towards Beichen without regard for their lives. However, the 2 sides had their first direct contact. Although Black Flame Susano killed 5 or 6 jaw snakes with 3 swords, he was completely surrounded by jaw snakes from all directions. The Jasha seemed to have sensed the horror of the creature in front of him. After sacrificing 7 or 8 of their own kind, they all entangled with the Black Flame Susano, who was constantly swinging his sword. But the armor of the Black Flame Susano was itself formed by the flames of Amaterasu. Doing this for dozens of days was tantamount to suicide. As expected, seeing this situation, Beichen just sneered. He didn't even pay attention to the blue-scaled Zashas that were madly entangled on the legs and arms of the Black Flame Susano, and took advantage of this gap to madly kill more than a dozen of them. A little snake that doesn't even have an inner elixir wants to attack me by relying on numbers? The Black Flame Susano vibrated its wings, and proudly looked down from the sky, where there were many yellow vertical pupils of the Jasa. On. Tear. The blue-scaled Jasa went crazy and began to spit out the emerald green water sword desperately. Beichen didn't expect that these first-level mutant monsters of Jasa could have such a method, and was also shocked and didn't dare to take it directly. I saw the Black Flame Susano constantly vibrating its wings and retreating to distance himself, while the giant swords in both hands quickly slashed out sword energy, trying to block the attack of the emerald green water sword in this way. But there were too many emerald water swords spit out by dozens of snakes below. Although Beichen tried very hard to block every water sword, more than a dozen of them still hit the Black Flame Susano directly. Beichen didn't know what these emerald water swords were made of, but it was reasonable that they should be highly toxic. Sure enough, after the emerald water swords hit the Black Flame Susano, they began to emit white smoke. Obviously, this was not only highly toxic, but also more corrosive. As expected of a 100-year-old snake, it still has some trump cards. Beichen saw that the poisonous water sword did not seem to cause any substantial damage to the Black Flame Susano, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, this little trick is still not enough in front of me. After a burst of laughter, the Black Flame Susano in the sky suddenly flapped its wings and dived directly from the sky. The giant swords held in both hands made bloodthirsty sword chants at this moment. Hiss! On! The dozens of snakes that had been fighting desperately below suddenly shot from the water surface towards Beichen, who was diving down from the sky. Although Beichen consumed a lot of energy in this battle, he had never fought so hard from beginning to end. About half an hour passed. Beichen lay on the island in the sea, and the Black Flame Susano had been taken away by him. After a battle, Beichen felt an inexplicable comfort while enjoying the cool breeze on the sea. Because he had killed all the first-level mutant monsters in the scene, Beichen could leave this illusion and return to reality as long as he opened his mouth. It was just that he hadn't seen such a blue scene surrounded by the sea for a long time, so he wanted to appreciate it briefly. About 10 minutes later. At this time, Beichen said in his heart, "Host, the mission is completed, please send me out." As soon as the voice fell, the voice of the game console came to his ears. Congratulations to player Beichen for completing the 6th 5-star hell-level environment mission for the first time and killing 100 snakes. Congratulations on getting the excellent blind box. The scene changed and Beichen returned to the independent small space again. At this time, an exquisite box was floating in front of him, and the material seemed to be made of purple crystal. Reach out to take the excellence level blind box and examine it carefully. Host, I am confused. The 5-star mission of the 6th peak is so difficult. How did ordinary players, such as Quanxingji, pass the 6th peak mission? This is also what Beichen has been puzzled about. Just now, his illusion mission, not to mention Quanxingji, before he got the so-called mental shock ability, even after getting the ability, it is impossible to complete such a mission. However, 3 minutes later, Beichen understood everything. It turns out that each player has to deal with different illusions when accepting the mission. Baichen's 2 missions are battles, and he subconsciously thinks that all players need to fight to get rewards. Actually, it is not the case. According to the game console, there are many ways to play this Forbidden Land fantasy. Some are brain-burning intelligence previews, and some are more difficult tests of willpower. I see, that's right. If the only criterion for clearing the mission is strength, then I feel that 90% of the players who come to explore the Forbidden Land will die here. Do you want to continue accepting the mission? Listening to the prompts of the game console, Baichen was not panicked. He wanted to see what would be in the excellent blind box first. If it is ordinary garbage, then continue. If it is useful, it will not be too late to go back and rest tonight. After checking, Baichen found a button on the Excellence blind box. After pressing it, a multifunction option suddenly appeared in front of Baichen. Oh my! No wonder Quan Qingji can get the ability item, that's it. The screen in front of him showed hot weapons, cold weapons, vehicles, city defense weapons, reputation, crystals, talents, basic functions. Seeing this option, Baichen couldn't help asking, if I choose the talent category, will I get the talent? Choose a talent blind box. The probability of getting a talent is 0.9%. Baichen smiled bitterly after hearing this, and stopped talking about talent. Hot weapons are useless to Baichen now. He has no shortage of cold weapons now, and he doesn't need vehicles since he already has a second-level vehicle. Reputation points have little use except for improving the infrastructure of the main city or exchanging weapons, so they are discarded. Finally, Baichen set his sights on crystals and basic functions. Crystals? Also, what are basic functions? At present, Baichen has obtained and used about 10 types of crystals. If he can choose all of them, he will lose a lot of crystals that he can't use. Then let's choose the functional type. Baichen didn't hesitate after making the decision and clicked directly. As soon as he selected the functional type blind box, the box was automatically opened. At this time, the prompt of the game console sounded again. Congratulations on opening the excellent functional blind box and getting 2 particle transmission arrays. What? Is it a particle teleportation array that can only be built in a level 4 main city? Yes. I didn't expect to get some accumulated infrastructure design drawings or large-scale processing machinery. But who could have thought that this Forbidden Area 5-star mission would be so powerful? Baichen actually got to experience the functions that only level 4 main cities have in advance. Particle teleportation array, as the name suggests, is obviously different from particle rings and particle war preparation warehouses. If the former two are used to store goods and resources, then particle teleportation array is a truly amazing function. With these 2 teleportation arrays, as long as Baichen builds one in Daxia City and one in the Forbidden Area, after the 2 are connected, the army and people of Daxia City can use the teleportation array to explore the Forbidden Area. After all, there is strength in numbers. Baichen believes that as long as the 4 armies of Daxia City, plus many residents, complete the most basic Forbidden Area mission once a day, Daxia City can collect a large amount of rare materials in a short time. In that case, building a 4th-level main city is not a dream. Thinking of this, Baichen couldn't help laughing, and then said in his heart, "Host, send me out first." After speaking, the scene changed, and Baichen appeared outside the Forbidden Area. Chapter 148. As soon as Baichen returned to the outskirts of the Forbidden Area, he found that there were more than a dozen off-road vehicles in the place where he had parked before. When he saw that the passenger window of the wheeling car was open, Baichen frowned slightly, but was not worried. Although he didn't know what the ability of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python was. But as Bai Li, who had absorbed so many energy crystals to hatch, if she couldn't deal with a few ordinary people, then she would not be qualified to be his pet. He looked sideways at a few passing cars, and as expected, they were all empty. As the wheeling car approached him, Baichen seemed to smell blood. As soon as he approached, Baichen was stunned. He saw a white snake as thick as an adult's arm on the back of the wheeling car, tightly entwining a blonde and blue-eyed man holding a weapon. Looking at the man's twisted body, Baichen knew that the man's spine should have been broken. Bai Li? Baichen walked closer with curiosity, and carefully looked at Bai Li, who had not been seen for only an hour. Bai Li had already noticed someone coming. But when she heard Baichen calling her name, she immediately ignored the prey she had already caught and rushed to Baichen, raising her palm-sized head with a pair of big black eyes. "Heh, it's only been more than an hour, and you've killed so many people?" Baichen looked in the direction of the bloody smell coming from afar, and immediately found the bodies vaguely exposed on the isolation board at the edge of the Forbidden Area. "You can also hide bodies?" The word seemed to be a compliment, but also a blame. For a moment, Bailey didn't know how to respond. In the end, he still felt that he should blame her, and he also felt guilty and hung his head. Are these people looking for trouble with me? Seeing that it was a blonde foreigner, Baichin had already thought of the players in the European war zone. Hearing Baichin's words, Bailey kept nodding his head, and even restored the previous scene himself for fear that Baichin would not believe it. Seeing Bailey working hard to recreate the previous scene, Baichin couldn't help but laugh. This little guy's IQ is really too high. Okay, no need. Baichin waved his hand, and Bailey excitedly coiled around Baichin's arm, raised his head, and rubbed Baichin's face. Baichin kicked the dead foreigner at his feet like a sandbag and kicked him far away. It's okay to kill the blonde and blue-eyed guy. It's not a big deal. Bailey was excited when he saw that his master not only did not blame him, but also encouraged him greatly. You know, he only absorbed the blood of more than a dozen people, and his body size increased several times. But only those who threaten you or have strong hostility towards me. We are not murderers. We won't kill if we don't provoke you. Do you understand? Bailey nodded, not quite understanding. By the way, how did you grow so big in just 1 hour? Bailey's dark eyes rolled around, and she immediately taught by example, opening her mouth wide and breathing in Baichin's face. Of course, she didn't use her innate ability. Baichin understood and said directly, you mean, you sucked the blood essence of more than a dozen people, which caused you to grow so fast? Bailey nodded continuously. Well, you've followed the right person by following me. I don't have anything else, but I have many enemies. After opening the door and placing Bailey on the water bed in the back compartment, Baichin gasped when he saw the empty back compartment. Did the food I left for you before dry up? Well, you don't grow fat for nothing. You grow faster if you eat more. There was no way that Baichin was only serious until now, having taken care of the baby since he was young. At the beginning, he only fed the baby 2 or 3 pounds of meat a day. Who would have thought that the excellent Bailey would have such a large appetite? Sitting in the main driver's seat, Baichin didn't rush to contact Tung Baiwan, but took out a cigarette and lit it. As if thinking of something, Baichin took out a scarlet round object from the particle ring. However, Baichin had just taken out the dragon inner pill before he spoke. Bailey, who was about to take a rest in the back compartment, stood up suddenly, staring at the object in Baichin's hand with a pair of big black eyes, full of desire. Hiss. The hissing sound was very rapid, but due to Baichin's majesty, she did not dare to go up and grab it directly, but used this eager sound for Baichin to hear. Seeing Bailey's whole body shaking, as if he was very excited, Baichin asked in confusion, Why? Is this thing very useful to you? Hiss. Want to eat? Hiss. Bailey was almost anxious. If she could speak, she really wanted to say that you were a layman. What does the inner elixir of the dragon mean to a snake? Baichin really doesn't know. But in Bailey's eyes, this thing is a treasure that can make her grow quickly, the most precious treasure. Looking at Bailey's eager eyes and the rapid hissing sound, Baichin guessed that this thing might really be of great help to snakes. Baby is a bird, how much will she improve with the Jialong inner core? After thinking about it, Baichin smiled bitterly and thought, am I really treating her with double standards? It's obvious that Bao Bailey needs this Jialong inner core more. Well, anyway, Baby hasn't evolved yet. After building the particle transmission array with the main city, this site will also need a powerful guard, so Baichin made up his mind, and threw the scarlet dragon inner pill in his hand to Bailey without hesitation. Happiness came too quickly. Seeing the good thing thrown to him, Bailey did not swallow it directly after catching it. Instead, he looked at Baichin with expectant eyes, as if waiting for Baichin to speak. It's yours. I hope you won't disappoint me. Hiss. Hearing this, Bailey tilted his neck and swallowed the dragon inner pill in his mouth in one gulp. Baichin smoked Wazi while watching Bailey's changes. After Bailey swallowed the inner elixir of the dragon, her eyes instantly became sharp, and her body, as thick as her arms, was tightly coiled together, as if she was enduring some great pain. During Baichin's observation, he found that Bailey's originally white scales with 7 colors gradually changed. If the 7 colors were only vague before, then now the 7 colors on her body began to flicker rhythmically. Those who didn't know would definitely think that Bailey was a revolving lantern. Hiss. Ong! Originally, the low dragon roar that only dragons could make, now Bailey's voice has changed slightly. Not only that, Bailey's body also slowly grew larger after swallowing the dragon's inner elixir. This was a visible increase in size and length. If Baichin hadn't been knowledgeable, he would have exclaimed in surprise. He was really worried that Bai Li would turn into a giant python. Too big would be bad. Bai Li's body size was roughly fixed at this point, with thick calves and an estimated length of about 7 or 8 meters. The rear compartment of the wheeling car was just enough to accommodate her body. Wow, not only did the color of her scales change, but her body size actually grew so much? Don't argue. You only look at Bai Li's curled body, not noticing that there are 2 natural white forked horns on Bai Li's originally smooth head. Fuck, is this? A white dragon horn. Bai Chen just said this in shock, and at this moment, Bai Li, who was curled up, suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, a pair of fascinating light red eyes appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. It's something, Bai Li you. Before he could finish the rest of the words, a colorful light suddenly appeared in the wheeling car, and the light was so dazzling that Bai Chen could only close his eyes. Fortunately, the light lasted only a breath before disappearing. However, when Bai Chen opened his eyes again, he could no longer hold back his emotions when he saw a woman with dragon horns on her head, cold and beautiful, and a pair of light red pupils appearing out of thin air on the water bed in the back compartment. Medusa? Bai Li, you? Bai Li didn't know what Medusa was. She was just very happy to show her abilities in front of her master. As a humanoid, she naturally had the ability to speak human words, and could obtain the essence of the dragon's inner elixir. It can be said that Bai Chen was not only her master, but also everything to her. At this moment, Bai Li stood up from the waterbed, revealing his breathtakingly tall and strong waist. He hugged Bai Chen's neck without hesitation, and rubbed his cheek against Bai Chen's cheek as intimately as before. Bai Chen's body was stiff, and his mind was blank. At this moment, a cold voice with a hint of excitement came to his ears. Bai Li, meet the master. Chapter 149. When the master's voice entered his ears, Bai Chen only felt a faint fragrance entering his nose. This smell undoubtedly detonated Bai Chen's 80 kilograms of TNN high explosives. Don't move, wait for me to come over. Bai Chen threw away Huazi, and pushed the door to get out of the car. Just kidding, Medusa accompanied him in the long night. What is Huazi? At least now Bai Chen didn't know what Huazi was. However, when Bai Chen lay on the water bed in the back compartment, he was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Bai Li's lower body still like a snake, Bai Chen was like being poured with a basin of cold water in the cold winter, and the flame that had just been ignited was directly extinguished. Obviously, although Bai Li in front of him is 90% similar to Medusa in the anime, they are obviously not the same person. At this time, Bai Li saw Bai Chen coming in front of him, and he couldn't help showing off his proud body, and then hugged Bai Chen again. Master, when Bai Li absorbs all the inner elixir of the dragon, he can maintain his human form for a long time. Bai Chen touched the smooth skin on Bai Li's back, and said disappointedly, can he grow legs like mine? After all, Bai Chen is the lord of Daxia City, and has absolute say in the war zone of Country C. I'm not greedy enough to take action against a human with a snake body. Isn't that the same as hugging a tree covered with scales? With his current status and reputation, as long as he says a word in the C Country war zone, women of all roles will take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. Hearing the master's words, Bai Li thought about it and nodded, okay, but I have to eat more, or get something good that can make me evolve. Hearing this, Bai Chen's eyes immediately lit up, and he said directly, eat? Something that can make you evolve? When they destroyed Quan Qingji's team before, the 3 brothers turned over all of Quan Qingji's private collection in order to please him. Although there are not many, there are still a few evolution crystals. Bai Chen took out 8 crystals with a halo in a blink of an eye. Are these enough for you to evolve? Bai Chen looked at Bai Li with excitement. If there are so many more, it will be enough. Bai Li looked at Bai Chen with excitement and said, Master, I can feel that there is pure energy in these stones. Do you really want to give them to me? Bai Chen smiled and said, for your evolution, this little bit of material is nothing, just take it. Woo woo. Thank you, Master. Taking the 8 evolution crystals from Bai Chen's hand, Bai Li's delicate little face flushed, and her big red eyes were watery. Without waiting for Bai Chen to speak again, she immediately hugged Bai Chen's neck and rubbed his face affectionately. Bai Chen was lying flat on the waterbed. When Bai Li pounced on him, he felt that a soft, boneless and cold body was so comfortable. Especially the pile of towering ones, pressing against Bai Chen's chest. These rekindled the flames that had been extinguished before. Feeling his cheek being rubbed, Bai Chen turned his head, and immediately caught Bai Li's red and smooth lips, and naturally held Bai Li's head with both hands. Woo! The unprecedented feeling of their lips touching each other immediately stimulated the nerves of Bai Li, who didn't know the world. She wanted to escape instinctively, But this feeling was really comfortable, and the person in front of her was her master. So half-heartedly, she gave up struggling. Seeing that Bai Li had no intention of struggling, Beichen gradually became dissatisfied, and let go of her head with both hands, and began to wander over her jade-like body. After kissing for only 1 minute, Beichen could clearly feel that Bai Li's body was still getting hotter and softer, and her mouth was making intriguing sounds from time to time. After all, Bai Li had never had such intimate contact with the opposite sex, and she didn't understand many things, so Beichen was not in a hurry. After 3 teachings, 3 practices, and 3 attempts, Beichen finally taught Bai Li the skills of kissing. Bai Li is 90% similar to Medusa, and the clothes after transformation are exactly the same. The only difference is probably the dragon horn on Bai Li's head. Because of the experience of having 2 women, Beichen has unknowingly untied the few clothes from the back. Suddenly, Beichen felt that he was not a person, but a ball of water, soft water. Bai Li had no idea what was happening now, why the master wanted to take off his snakeskin clothes. But an inexplicable thought in his heart hoped that the master would continue. Beichen really couldn't help it anymore, just when he reached down to undress. He immediately touched the scales that represented Bai Li's snake body. Beichen froze, and stopped moving, feeling cruel in his heart. It's just been a month or so, why is it so? Feeling Beichen's mood change, Bai Li also raised his head and asked in confusion, Master, what's wrong with you? Now Bai Li's whole cheek is like a ripe peach. The tone of the crystal red lips is even more attractive. Hearing the question, Beichen casually said, poisoned. However, this casual remark made Bai Li anxious. Poisoned? How could it be? Where is the wound? Looking at the delicate cheeks and rosy lips, an evil lightning bolt instantly struck Beichen's mind. The wound is here. Beichen has seen all kinds of scenes, and he said this without blushing. Chapter 150. A happy and satisfying roar came from the wheeling car, and there was no other sound. Beichen was stimulated and comfortable. But Bai Li was a little embarrassed at this time. Her mouth was numb after half an hour. Gudong. Anyway, he was a 7-colored swallowing python, which was immune to all poisons. Even absorbing stronger venom could accelerate her evolution. So she swallowed the strange-tasting venom in one go in Beichen's shock. Bai Li, you? Beichen stared at Bai Li with wide eyes, and said in disbelief. What's wrong? I'm not afraid of poison. Beichen said nothing more. This is really a treasure. By the way, Bai Li, this secret must not be told to outsiders. The fewer people know the better. After all, the master will often be poisoned like this. If the enemy knows, I will be in danger when I encounter the enemy at the critical moment of detoxification. Yeah, I remember, Master. This matter is only known by Bai Li and the master. Beichen smiled evilly and touched Bai Li's head. You are so good, the master loves you so much. Yeah, Bai Li likes the master too. Beichen then gave some instructions, and got off the car to do business. Looking at Beichen's departing back, Bai Li felt happy. Beichen felt refreshed after relaxing. He patrolled the edge of the forbidden area and found that this was a good location. The geographical location was a square, so it was easy to deploy defense. Looking at the time, it was still a long time before dawn. Beichen knew that Tung Baiwan was very busy during the day. He had to worry about the big and small things of thousands of people in Dashia City, so he didn't think of disturbing Tung Baiwan now. Turning around and walking towards the forbidden area, he recalled Bai Li's special method of expelling poisons in his heart. It must be said that it is very flexible. Since you have nothing to do, help Bai Li get some evolution crystals, so that I can achieve a small goal. Beichen is a responsible person. How can he just enjoy himself? Although he made up a little story, Beichen still wanted Bai Li to experience the joy of the fusion of water and fire. As soon as he stepped into the forbidden area, the sound of the game console rang in his ears again. Following the familiar process, Beichen still chose the 6th peak. This time he chose the task with a purpose. He refreshed the task twice, and finally received a 4-star task. As long as he completed it, he would get 10 evolution crystals. However, a 6-star task was placed in front of Beichen, and the evolution crystals were no longer attractive. In addition to the difficulty of choosing a star-level task this time, Beichen vaguely knew that the star-level task was not refreshed regularly, and it could be refreshed up to 10 times a day. If he wasted 10 opportunities, he would have to wait until the next day. 6-star mission? The success experience is still an excellent blind box? Am I accepting this 6-star mission for nothing? With a wry smile, he immediately agreed to accept the mission. The scene suddenly changed, and Beichen began his journey to the fantasy mission. The time limit for the 6-star mission is 2 days longer than that of the 5-star mission. However, with Baichen's current melee strength, let alone 3 days, he returned to the small space where he accepted the mission with a box in 3 hours. Last time, he opened an excellent blind box, and this time Baichen didn't say much nonsense, and directly pressed the button to select the material category. However, after selecting the material category, the blind box did not open directly, but a more detailed classification option. Seeing this, Baichen was confused and couldn't help asking Game Console, "Why didn't you say last time that there could be more detailed classification options?" Because the last blind box was only a 5-star task reward, there was no qualification for subdivision. Okay, there is such an operation. Baichen looked at the detailed classification on the blind box, and clicked on the evolution crystal without hesitation. Of course, in order to let Bailey evolve again and grow legs, it was only one aspect. On the other hand, he was preparing for the army of Dashia City. After all, he now has 2 particle teleportation arrays. When he goes out later, as long as he builds a teleportation array with the Dashia City, he can basically go back and forth freely. At that time, it can be said that the forbidden area will be the back garden of Yinglongwei and even Dashia City. As Baichen clicked on the evolution crystal, the blind box was opened immediately. It was a small pile of evolution crystals with a halo. Good guy, I gave you 30 directly. It's worthy of a 6-star task. Do you want to continue the task? No, go back. When Baichen returned to the game world, he found that the eastern sky was already turning pale. After getting 30 evolution crystals, he was returning to the willing car with a hint of anticipation. When he opened the car door, he saw Bailey curled up in a ball and sleeping soundly. However, Bailey was now a 7-colored swallowing sky python that could transform, and the movement around her made her open her eyes slightly. Baichen still had things to do, so he flipped his hand and took out 8 evolution crystals and placed them next to Bailey. Hey, we have enough evolution crystals. Let's use them to evolve. After the evolution is completed, I have an important task for you. Bailey, who was still sleepy, became alert after seeing the 8 evolution crystals. He raised his head and rubbed it on Baichen's face. Okay, master, I have something to do. This is your favorite dragon blood. Looking at Bailey's watery eyes, Baichen touched her head and closed the car door and went straight to the best location for the teleportation array. He looked at the sky. Based on his understanding of Tung Baiwan, he might have gotten up by now. He switched to the friend option and sent a private message to Tung Baiwan. Baiwan, are you up? Sure enough, Tung Baiwan replied within a second. Just got up. What do you want to talk to me about? By the way, how are you doing in the forbidden area? It's good here. The situation is under control. As Baichen told Tung Baiwan about his plan, the other party fell silent. Baichen, I will never interfere with your decision-making, but this time. The journey is too long. Not to mention the dangers of the road on the way back and forth. It will take a month for the troops to reach the forbidden area, not to mention the 4 unformed corps taking turns to explore the forbidden area. Baichen smiled and directly initiated a trade request to Tung Baiwan. Tung Baiwan didn't know what Baichen was going to give him, but he didn't ask much and directly agreed to the trade request. However, as Baichen put an advanced sci-fi instrument on the trading column, Tung Baiwan was stunned. Because the item is on the trading column, the name of the item, and its simple usage function will also appear with the transaction. When Tung Baiwan saw the particle transmission array, he exclaimed and shouted, what a pity. If we can get another one of this thing, we can directly connect the city of Dashia to the Forbidden Land. In that case, not to mention the 4 legions taking turns to explore the Forbidden Land, even a large number of people in the city can try their luck in treasure hunting. I didn't expect there would be such a heaven-defying thing, but it's a pity that there is only one. It would be great if there were 2. Baichen smiled when he saw the message and replied, if there was only one, I wouldn't have come to you so early in the morning. Without waiting for the other party to reply, Baichen sent a continuous message, wait, follow the instructions, and build the particle transmission array in the city lord's mansion. When you are done, reply to me. Tung Baiwan was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Okay, I got it. With this thing, no one can stop the rise of Dashia City. Baichen could feel Tung Baiwan's joy and excitement. When he thought of Tung Baiwan, he couldn't help but think of Tung Chu Chu. How is Chu Chu recently? Oh, she works very hard. When she has nothing to do, she stays in the city lord's mansion to take care of the baby in person. And she just stares blankly at the direction you left from time to time. Don't tell her this news yet. I will give her a surprise personally after the teleportation array is built. Okay. Obviously, Tung Baiwan knew that Baichen gave the dragon tooth, which represented the main wife, to Tung Chu Chu. This also made him, as a brother, work harder and more attentively for Dashia City. After all, Beichen would be his brother-in-law in the future. Although I don't know what the final outcome of this game will be. But as a brother, Tung Baiwan can only do his best for his sister, to let her live a happy and carefree life in this world, where the strong prey on the weak. And Beichen saw all this and kept it in mind. He will use his actions to prove Tung Chuchu's status, which cannot be replaced. Disconnect the private message. Beichen looked in the direction of Dashia City and whispered, "Do you often look in the direction I left? Chu-Chu, you have worked hard. Wait for me to go back. This time it will be quick." Chapter 151. After Beichen traded one of the particle teleportation arrays to Tung Baiwan. About half an hour later, Beichen received a private message that the teleportation array in Dashia City had been built, and was located at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Beichen smiled when he saw the message, and walked directly to the location he had chosen long ago, and instantly summoned the Black Flame Susano. With a clang, he pulled out the Black Flame giant sword, and the end of the sword pierced into the hard asphalt road. Twist and pull. Suddenly, a vertical hole with a diameter of 20 centimeters, and a depth of about 5 meters appeared under Beichen's feet. Looking around, there was no one else except himself and Bailey. Beichen released the Black Flame Susano, and a rope and a small exquisite tower full of futuristic technology appeared on the ground. After tying the rope to the top of the exquisite tower, Beichen carefully pressed a mechanical button on the top of the exquisite tower, and then lifted the small tower into the hole. According to the construction instructions of the particle teleportation array, if the two teleportation arrays want to be linked to each other, the burial depth must be kept consistent. Beichen carefully lowered the rope in his hand. Because he needed to constantly calibrate the position, his movements were extremely slow. As soon as he felt the exquisite little tower touching the bottom of the hole, the sound of the game console suddenly appeared in his mind. The particle teleportation array position was calibrated, the teleportation array was successfully built, and one energy crystal of various types was required every day to open the teleportation array. Hearing this, Beichen smiled and threw the rope in his hand into the hole, and then slowly covered it with soil. After restoring the surroundings of the hole to its original state, Beichen did not rush to test it, but returned to the place where Wuling parked. Soon the Wuling car was moved here, and placed next to the buried teleportation array. It was already bright at this time, and Bailey had already woken up. Seeing Beichen busy, she stayed quietly in the car. "Bailey, the master has given you an important task," Beichen said carefully. "What task?" "Bailey will definitely do it." Bailey's big eyes were full of energy. "No outsiders are allowed to approach the car within 10 meters, except for the person who appeared here with a light." Bailey nodded heavily. Although there was nothing on the ground where the master pointed, she firmly believed that if the master said there would be light here, then it would definitely be. "Yeah." Seeing Bailey being so obedient, Beichen couldn't help but give her a head pat. Then Beichen took out a lot of food from the particle ring, and put it in the trunk. Dragon meat and dragon blood accounted for most of it, and a small part was human food that Bailey had never eaten. "The master will go out to do something later. It will be a short half day, and a long day. You must be back. You must remember my arrangement." Although Bailey was reluctant to let Beichen leave, he also knew that he could not stop him. "Yeah." After the explanation, an evolution crystal appeared in Beichen's hand. The game console also said that the particle teleportation array needs one energy crystal of various types every day. He still has more than 20 evolution crystals in his particle ring, enough to return to Dashia City and bring people back. Host, turn on the particle teleportation array. Detect that the particle teleportation array meets the opening conditions, whether to consume an evolution crystal to open it. Yes. As the evolution crystal in Beichen's hand disappeared, Bailey was surprised to see that the place pointed by the master before suddenly lit up. Beichen also looked in surprise, and saw a lot of light quickly forming a door-like outline. Inside the door were various colored beams, and it was unclear what was inside. But Beichen was not worried, because the game console prompted that it had been successfully turned on. After getting off the car, before entering the particle transmission array, he sent a private message to Tung Baiwan. Then Beichen watched Bailey enter the transmission gate, and then disappeared. Disappeared? The master disappeared out of thin air? Bailey was a little worried, but thinking back to Beichen's instructions, she didn't dare to leave the willing car without permission. Beichen was like sleepwalking at this moment, as if his body had been broken down into particles, floating in space. Beichen had no concept of time here, but he felt that only a few breaths had passed. At this time, at the gate of the city lord's mansion of Dashya City, the only third-level main city in the Sea Country War Zone, there was no usual strict guard. As beams of light appeared, a person suddenly walked out of the door connected by the beams. As the person walked out, the light gate gradually disappeared. Baichen sighed as he looked at the changed city lord's mansion in Dashya City. Even during the time he was away, a lot of green plants were planted in the city lord's mansion. Compared with the three-level main city with only 4 walls, the current Dashya City is more like a solid city. Baichen saw that the city lord's mansion was silent and roughly guessed why. Stepping onto the hard bluestone steps, Baichen walked into the hall of the city lord's mansion. Sure enough, no one was working here. There was a housing area built specifically for Baichen in the city lord's mansion. Passing through the office area of the city lord's mansion, Baichen walked straight into the backyard, and what came into view was a simple but not simple 2-story villa. If the green plants in the city lord's mansion can be called exquisite, then the green plants in this private villa can only be said to be perfect. The moment Baichen entered the courtyard, he felt that this was not a game world full of killing and danger, but a private villa manor of a big money owner in his previous life. Passing through the green plant area of the villa manor, Baichen walked straight into the villa. I had talked to Teng Chu and others more than once before, and said that the baby was in a separate room on the 2nd floor of the villa. Baichen brought up the baby by himself, and they have a deep affection for each other. It has been almost 2 months since the baby entered the evolution, and Baichen also misses his daughter, who came from heaven very much. Going up to the 2nd floor of the villa, Baichen saw the room that belonged to the baby at first sight. From the layout of the door to the color matching, it can be said that children will definitely like it. Gently push open the door, and what comes into view is a cartoon table, and in the middle of the table is a large nest carefully woven with dry and soft branches. There is some soft cotton wool in the nest, and an egg about the size of an ostrich egg is lying quietly in it. Seeing that the baby was still evolving, Baichen began to look at the layout of the baby's room. When his eyes fell on the balcony, Baichen was stunned and whispered, "Why is Chu here?" When he walked to the balcony, Teng Chu had fallen asleep at this time, holding a parenting education book that he didn't know where he got from. Compared with the arrogant and flamboyant future policewoman Teng Chu, she is now much quieter and more well-behaved. He took out a soft blanket from the particle ring and covered Teng Chu with it. Yeah. At this time, Teng Chu's tightly closed eyes trembled slightly, and soon she woke up while rubbing her eyes. "Brother, how come you have time to come here to see the baby?" Baichen stood behind Teng Chu without saying a word. From the beginning to the end, Teng Chu didn't know that Baichen would come back today, and subconsciously thought that it was Teng Baiwan who came to see her. With a smile on his face, Baichen slowly reached out from behind and covered Teng Chu's eyes. "Ah, it turns out that it's not brother, that's not right. Sister Han, aren't you going to train the army today? How did you find the time to come here?" Baichen felt a warm current in his heart, and he walked lightly to Teng Chu. He kissed Teng Chu on the face. Teng Chu froze for a long time. "Is it a dream, Baichen?" "Baichen? Silly. I'm back." As Baichen let go, Teng Chu stood up and threw herself into Baichen's arms. "This is not a dream. This is not a dream, ah. I'm back." Baichen hugged Teng Chu and turned around in the room. Their eyes met with tenderness. Chapter 152. As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage. It has been nearly 2 months since the last time the two of them separated. Teng Chu lives in Dashya City every day and doesn't feel any changes, but for Baichen, this change is huge. The two hugged each other and walked around in the room. Baichen also closed his eyes and smelled the fragrance of Teng Chu's hair. At this moment, his heart was peaceful. Teng Chu landed gently, and her hands did not forget to hold Baichen's waist tightly. "How have you been doing in the 2 months I was away?" Baichen asked, lifting Teng Chu's chin. "Well, after you left, many people in the city soon joined us. After learning about the city rules of our Dashya City, they were all very happy, and said that our place is suitable for long-term residence." "Is that all?" "Of course not. My brother gave them land based on the number of people. He didn't ask for rent, but only 30% of the grain harvested each time." Baichen knew that there must be more details, but he didn't ask too much, so he nodded and smiled. This method is indeed good. Looking at the baby in the nest on the table, Baichen said, "No movement in 2 months. Well, maybe this evolution is very important to the baby, but I believe the baby's evolution should be completed soon." Teng Chu always had a smile on her face, since she came back from Baichen. "Why are you reading this kind of book?" Beichen took the parent-child education book next to him and flipped through it. Well, this? Tung Chu-Chu hesitated and didn't answer. Is it prepared for the baby? She has a high IQ and has learned high school education by herself. At this time, Tung Chu-Chu was very nervous and grabbed Beichen's hand and said, Beichen, I am pregnant. What's wrong? Beichen didn't come to his senses at all, and thought that Tung Chu-Chu had obtained something incredible. Tung Chu-Chu was very nervous. He was worried that Beichen would ask him to take it away after knowing it, so he never told anyone else in the past 2 months. What's wrong? Beichen looked at Tung Chu-Chu's solemn face, and couldn't help but smile. I am pregnant with your child 2 months ago. After saying this, Tung Chu-Chu obviously spilled out all the worries in the past 2 months. After all, the child's father is Beichen, and he has the right to know about this. As for whether the child should go or stay in the troubled times, she has to say no. Beichen will make the decision. As soon as these words came out, Beichen was stunned. It was like 1,000 thunders hitting him head-on. Shocked, confused, excited, happy, unbelievable. What did you say? Chu-Chu, say it again. Beichen stood up and directly supported Tung Chu-Chu's shoulders. I've been pregnant with your child for 2 months now. Really, 2 months? Seeing Beichen's expression of joy and surprise, Tung Chu-Chu was relieved. She was really afraid that Beichen would not admit it. I specifically asked Zhang W what Okamoto's 0.01 surprise version meant. Tung Chu-Chu blushed when she said this. What did he say? A flash of lightning flashed through Beichen's mind. However, Tung Chu-Chu's next move made Beichen crazy and speechless. Tung Chu-Chu took out a pen and drew a circle and 2 circles on a piece of paper. The circles gradually shrank until they reached the center point, and then they stopped. The two looked at each other and understood everything. Oh my god, so this is what Brother Okamoto meant by drawing a lollipop on the ground? Tung Chu-Chu blushed and said, that night, and the few times after that, did you use this kind of condom? Beichen touched his nose and nodded. Yes, I always thought that the ultra-thinness was its surprise. Who knew the surprise was actually here? Until now, Beichen has not reacted at all. Go out for a walk and become a father? Ha ha ha. I, Beichen, have guts. Beichen could no longer suppress his surprise, and directly hugged Tung Chu-Chu and kissed her. Tung Chu-Chu also had tears on her face, and hugged Beichen tightly. She had always been afraid that Beichen would ask her to get rid of the child. After all, Beichen was still young, and in the rising period of his career. Thank you, Beichen, for giving me the opportunity to be a mother. Silly, I have to thank you for letting me be a father. After gently placing Tung Chu-Chu on the soft bed, Beichen sat quietly beside her and watched Tung Chu-Chu. The two talked about a lot, most of which were about the future of the child and the future of Dashia City. Just take care of the baby and leave the rest to me. Well, Beichen, you are working hard outside alone. You must always remember that you have a home here. Neither the child nor I want anything to happen to you. Beichen walked to the baby, gently stroked the baby and said, Baby, when you evolve, you will have a playmate. At this time, several people were already waiting in the lobby on the first floor of the villa. At a glance, they were all the core high-level people of Dashia City. Only now did Zhang Yichen, Shui Yihan, Pang Jinjia, Zhang W, and others know that Beichen had returned. Among them, Shui Yihan was the happiest. When they were together, she had to escort the refugees from the royal city back because of the urgent mission. In total, she spent 1 night and 1 morning with Beichen. As the stairs on the second floor made a sound, everyone on the first floor straightened up. When Beichen walked down the stairs with a flushed face and walked in front of everyone, the 2 deputy city lords and 4 corps commanders in the hall all said loudly, City Lord. Beichen glanced at several people and nodded slightly. The first sentence he said shocked everyone present. I announced 2 events. Yes, City Lord. Beichen first looked at Tung Baiwan. From today, the Dizzy Corps, in addition to exercises and training, will select a group of 10 elite teams every day to closely guard this villa. Tung Baiwan looked at Beichen in confusion, very puzzled. During this period, I don't want Tung Chu-Chu and the baby in her belly to be harmed in the slightest. What? The child. Doesn't that mean the City Lord? Sister Chu-Chu is so quick. Beichen looked at the surprised people and hummed. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Beichen nodded slightly and looked at Shui Han. Come and accompany Chu-Chu more often when you have nothing to do. Yes. The second thing, from now on, the 4 corps commanders can select 20 soldiers from each corps. Starting tomorrow, I will take turns to lead the soldiers of each corps to the forbidden area to participate in the trial. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Dabu, Zhang Yichen, and Pang Xinjia's eyes lit up. They had wanted to go to the forbidden area for a long time, but they had no time to go because of their busy official duties and the long journey. Seeing everyone's excited look, Beichen said again, Ihan and Baiwan stay, the rest of you disband. Yes. Although he wanted to chat with Beichen, the city lord hurried back this time. After all, he had something important to discuss with the deputy city lord. As Zhang Yichen, Pang Xinjia, and Zhang Dabu left, only Teng Baiwan and Shui Yihan were left in the hall. Beichen walked up to Shui Yihan and touched her head, saying, Chu-Chu is upstairs, go and keep her company. Yes. Shui Yihan blushed and was a little shy. Teng Baiwan and Zhang Yichen were the only ones who knew about her and Beichen's relationship, but no one else knew. Shui Yihan went upstairs, looking back every step of the way. Beichen smiled at Teng Baiwan and said, Brother, come and sit here. According to traditional seniority, Beichen should call Teng Baiwan his brother, but now is the era, calling him brother is enough. Hearing the call of brother Beichen, Teng Baiwan just felt awkward, but he was really happy for his sister. He didn't expect that the two of them would actually come to this point. Beichen, I'm relieved to entrust Chu-Chu to you. Beichen flipped his hand and took out a bottle of 1982 Moutai from the particle ring. Because the facilities here are complete, they took out crystal glasses and filled them up for Teng Baiwan. Brother, I toast you. Come on, cheers. The two men smiled and nodded, and then drank it all. The next 3 hours of communication between the two of them, the main content of which was the trip to the Forbidden Land and the strategy of gathering elite players from Country C. In the end, the two hit it off, and soon Teng Baiwan received a message from the secretary saying that there was an international order that needed to be handled personally. The city lord secretary who came to deliver the message was none other than Yu Wei, an art teacher known to Beichen. Yu Wei was very surprised, but Beichen just nodded slightly. Chapter 153. Hearing the reminder from the full-time secretary, Teng Baiwan looked at Beichen and said, I'm going to be busy first. Please take some time to accompany Chu-Chu and the others. Beichen nodded, and the crystal of evolution appeared in his hand. This is the evolution crystal. One for each of the 5 of you. Improve your strength as soon as possible. Teng Baiwan hesitated and took it. Then I'm going to be busy. As Teng Baiwan left, Beichen was left alone in the hall. After pouring a glass of wine by himself, Beichen went upstairs. When Beichen came to the room, he found that the two women were discussing whether it was a boy or a girl, and what name the boy would be named, and what name the girl would be named. Beichen smiled and went downstairs. After 2 months of not strolling around Daxia City, Beichen finally understood what a safe haven in the end times was. Before, Beichen had no idea of this. Now the atmosphere in Daxia City is thriving, and everyone, whether Yinglongwei or ordinary residents, has a smile on their faces. After having enough of hunger and being oppressed, you realize that peaceful and stable days are extraordinary. Beichen walked around the city of Daxia, and it took an hour to return to the city lord's mansion. At this time, Zhang Dabu had already prepared and was anxious to send the 20 most elite soldiers in the corps. Beichen's name had long been resounding in the war zone of Country C. These 20 people were all soldiers of the Xuanzi Corps who followed Zhang Dabu, and naturally had the honor of meeting Beichen. When Beichen appeared at this time, they immediately held their heads high. Meet the city lord. Zhang Dabu said solemnly, report to the city lord. The 20 elite soldiers of the Xuanzi Corps have assembled and are ready to receive the city lord's instructions at any time. Beichen nodded and smiled, looking at the 20 energetic and fully armed soldiers, as if he had thought of something, and said, De Biao, take the soldiers and no one has received a day's rations. You will come back tomorrow afternoon and replace the Huangzi Corps. Yes. Beichen was really not in a hurry after finally coming back. When Zhang Dabu's 20-man team was ready, it was still afternoon, and Beichen returned to the villa to say goodbye to Teng Chu-Chu, Shui Han and others temporarily. At the same time, in the wheeling car in the forbidden area, Bai Li was bored and sucked the dragon blood left by Beichen. After all, it was an excellent pet, and its body was a 7-colored swallowing python. This little food was not enough for Bai Li to fill his teeth. Ah! When will the master come back? Bai Li is so hungry. Bai Li pouted and looked around. Suddenly, dozens of cars drove straight towards this side. Huh? Food, huh? Someone is coming. Bai Li's eyes lit up, but he remembered the master's order that he could not kill people unless he provoked her. Are they the master's enemies? Bai Li opened the sunroof of the wheeling car, and half of his body was out of the sunroof. Golden hair. Face like a knife? Really like the prey the master said? I wonder if they are the master's enemies. It would be great if they were the master's enemies. Bailey swallowed his throat with anticipation. Soon, dozens of Hummers surrounded the wheeling car. Bang bang. Soon, many hairy and rough men got out of the car. For Bailey, appearing on the outskirts of this rarely visited forbidden area, it was no different from a beautiful scenery. I can only say that it is too pleasing to the eyes, with tight and fair skin and a devilish figure, although the lower body is temporarily invisible in the car. But the upper body is enough to arouse the crazy secretion of male hormones. Oh my god, is this the fairy from the world of country? See? It's really beautiful. Fuck, this is obviously the most beautiful goddess of life. Oh my goddess. Ha ha ha. I want this woman. Goddess, please meet me. I will definitely be your most loyal servant. Looking at Bailey's spotless, clean and clear eyes, all these golden-haired men fell for him immediately. Seeing dozens of people approaching, Bailey's smile became more intense. Don't come over, or I get angry. Judging from her tone, Bailey is at most 17 or 18 years old, but her overly charming figure makes her look more mature. Wow, ha ha ha. This voice is really the sound of nature. I want this woman. I give her 100 submachine guns. Don't fight with me. Hee hee. I give you 3 6.0 cannons. Give me this woman. It seems that the three forces are going to fight for Bailey's ownership. At this time, a big golden-haired bearded man cursed, fuck, since no one wants to let go, then share this woman, one for one day. Okay. Okay, but the first night is mine. They hit it off immediately, and the three small forces immediately set their eager eyes on Bailey. I told you guys not to get any closer, or I get angry, okay? Bailey's words ignited the desires of dozens of big men without question. Ha ha, I like women when they're angry, especially a beautiful sea country woman like you. Ha ha ha. To be honest, I do too. Bailey sneered at the people approaching from all sides. She didn't dare forget what Baichin told her when he left. As long as you get within 10 meters, you be mine. Dozens of big men gradually approached, and soon they were in front of the wheeling car. 10 meters away, I'm angry, so you are all mine. After saying this, Bailey licked his lips greedily. Rip. Bailey's originally cute and delicate cheeks suddenly became extremely hideous. Now looking at Bailey's delicate cheeks, it was an abstract snake face. As Bailey screamed, his charming eyes suddenly shot out white light. Ah! Devil! Retreat! Bang, bang, bang. Many of the outsiders were not qualified to join the boss in catching such a beauty, but they still had the most basic defense. Seeing the devil on the side of the beauty, many people immediately opened fire. But something jaw-dropping happened. The originally indestructible bullet gradually turned white like lime after shooting against the white light. The three small leaders closest to Bailey exclaimed, as they looked at their gradually petrified hands, and watched the white color gradually spread all over their bodies. Medusa, Medusa. At this time, dozens of younger brothers on the periphery were also frightened and hurried to flee for their lives. However, they were all illuminated by the white light before. As they fled, they gradually found that their feet could not bend, followed by their entire lower body, and gradually their entire body. Less than a minute later, looking at the various human-shaped stone sculptures around, Bailey laughed out loud, as if celebrating the start of the feast. There is so much food, now I can have a full meal. Bailey suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Suddenly, the willful sculpture that was like a stone began to emit wisps of red blood. All these blood gathered in Bailey's mouth like a swallow returning to its nest. Just a smile, a glare, and a breath. In this way, dozens of armed people were all killed. After Bailey finished taking the medicine, he stood on the wheeling car and looked into the distance. Alas, is there nothing left? What a pity, otherwise I could have stored some for dinner while the master was away. Bailey said, as he transformed into his original form and landed on the ground, crawling towards dozens of human-shaped stone sculptures. Although these humans were dead, they still needed to be hidden in Bailey's eyes. However, just as Bailey rolled up a sculpture, a voice rang out behind him. Bailey, what are you playing? It was Baichin's voice. Chapter 154. Baichin had just led 20 members of the Xuanzi Corps back to the forbidden area through the particle teleportation array. However, as soon as he walked out of the teleportation array, he saw white human-shaped sculptures all around the wheeling car. He turned around in confusion and saw Bailey transformed into his original form, like a worker, using his body to roll up a sculpture and drag it away, which looked like a large-scale corpse destruction scene. Not only was Baichin confused, but the 20 Yinglongwei warriors who appeared behind him, including Zhang Dabu who followed him, were also shocked. Bailey, what are you playing with? Beichen couldn't help asking. Zhang Debiao's eyes widened, and he felt that this scene was familiar with a movie before the game. Why does the human sculpture look like it's petrified? Beichen glanced at Zhang Debiao and thought of something. The other members of Yinglongwei also looked at a white python in the distance with caution. Don't worry, this is my pet, her name is Bailey, and she will be the guardian of the Infinite Fantasy Camp in the future. Zhang Debiao and 20 Yinglongwei soldiers were very confused about how to give a snake a name. However, when Bailey's body trembled, he let go of the sculpture and turned into a beautiful woman with a snake body. Everyone except Beichen opened their mouths wide. My, Medusa in European mythology? It is said that Medusa is more beautiful than the goddess of life. I didn't believe it before, but this time, I believe it. At this time, Bailey came to Beichen with his head drooping and rubbed it, like a child who had done something bad and was found out. Master, they are all looking for revenge on you. And they approached the vehicle within 10 meters without your permission. Beichen looked at Bailey with no joy or sadness. Seeing Beichen like this, Bailey felt even more guilty and hurriedly explained, I reminded them not to get close twice. By the way, they also said they wanted to capture me and use me as a replacement for one day or something. The members of Yinglongwei were all shocked that Bailey could speak, but after hearing Bailey's next words, they were also very angry. Capture me, and use me as a replacement for one day. Damn it, good kill. Zhang Dabu couldn't help but praise Bailey. Really? Bailey's eyes curved into crescents when she heard this, and she looked at Zhang Dabu harmlessly, then secretly glanced at Beichen. So that's how it is. Forget it, just kill them, right? They are just foreigners. Beichen touched Bailey's head and said, Are you so hungry that you happen to meet someone who is looking for revenge on me? Bailey's cheeks were red. How come the master knew everything? If she wasn't hungry, she wouldn't have come out of the willing car, and if she didn't show her body, dozens of people wouldn't be able to find her. Seeing this, Beichen smiled bitterly and said, Debiao, you lead the team to gather over there first, I will come over later. Yes. Zhang Debiao and 20 Yinglongwei soldiers immediately responded in unison. Bailey, follow me, Beichen said, and turned to walk towards the willing car. Bailey thought Beichen was still angry, and followed him with a trembling mood. One man and one snake walked towards the willing car under the gaze of Zhang Debiao and others. Captain, do you think this girl is also the city lord's little woman? An old soldier grinned and asked in a low voice, and everyone else laughed. Zhang Dabu stood up straight and cursed in a low voice, Be careful of what you say. Yes. After being reminded by the leader, the members of Yinglongwei stopped talking. Beichen brought Bailey back to the carriage, and Bailey hugged Beichen's waist from behind, saying coquettishly, Master, you are finally back. Bailey is so bored alone. Beichen turned around and looked at Bailey, who was hugging him like a kitten, and couldn't help but smile. That's why the master wants to give you a reward. Wow, reward? Bailey didn't know what the reward was, but he closed his eyes subconsciously. Looking at Bailey's appearance of waiting for him to pick, Beichen felt a warm current passing through his lower abdomen. He scratched Bailey's delicate nose and said, You annoying little goblin, here is the food I made for you. Bailey felt a little pain, touched his nose aggrievedly, and looked at Beichen's hand curiously. Beichen turned his hand, and a large plastic bucket filled with red liquid appeared. This is all the blood of mutant monsters, and I'm offering it to you. When Bailey saw the 5 full buckets, he burst into tears, but the tears came from his cherry-like mouth. Oh, you're crying just because of this? What a shame. Master, you're so good to Bailey. How can I repay you? Bailey hugged Beichen's neck and rubbed his cheek affectionately. Alas! From what you said, the master did all this just to make your strength improve quickly and evolve again, so that you can become my right-hand man. What's the matter with repaying or not repaying? Everything will be discussed after your next evolution. Beichen said this with a serious face, and there was no trace of the old pervert's true evil thoughts. Next evolution? Bailey nodded in his heart. It seems that the master is very concerned about Bailey's next evolution. Beichen looked down from above, and suddenly saw the beautiful scenery of Bailey's chest. That's right, when you can have a complete human body like the master can take you to fly. Hearing this, Bailey's face flushed, with a face full of longing and fantasy. Fly? Fly in the sky, master? Hearing the innocent words, Beichen smiled brightly, and shook his head. The sky is too low, I take you to the clouds. Wow, flying in the clouds? Wouldn't Bailey really become a flying dragon? Yes, so Bailey must hurry up to improve his strength and evolve early. Bailey nodded and hummed. As if she thought of something, she looked at Beichen again and said, Master, after the end of last night, I feel very uncomfortable here. From the time Bailey hatched from the shell to having a half-human body, there were only changes, less than 3 days. It can be said that he was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. At this time, she was holding her erection with both hands, looking at Baichin for help. Swelling? Bailey, I suspect you are driving? Baichin said with a smile. What do you mean by driving? Aren't we in the car? Bailey continued to act coquettishly, with a puzzled look on his face. Master Bailey is swollen here, uncomfortable. Looking at Bailey's watery eyes, innocent cheeks, and soft begging voice, Baichin felt that he had done something wrong. He turned his eyes to the car not far away, and found that in order to avoid suspicion, Ing Longwei had his back to the willing car. Baichin could only sigh helplessly. It was so real, as if this incident would bring him a huge loss. Bailey, take off your shirt. I rub it for you to see if it can reduce the swelling. Okay. What is the highest level of a scumbag? It is that he obviously got a huge advantage, but he still felt like he suffered a great loss. Bailey was very grateful to him. With the appropriate weight of the new Lycian palm, the anger was like orchid, and the low cry. The temperature in the car slowly rose. Don't make a sound, otherwise the master will not help you reduce the swelling in the future. Yeah. Bailey only felt that Baichin's technique, sometimes light and sometimes heavy, was like magic, and could control her inner emotions. About 10 minutes later, the first thing Baichin did when he got off the car was to take a deep breath, a big deep breath. Damn, she is a fairy. If I take her flying once, how greedy will she be in the future? Chapter 155. As Baichin got off the car, the 20 Yinglong guards, who had been waiting in formation, were shocked and straightened their chests. Zhang Dabu looked at Baichin with envy. Ahem. Let me say a few words. Baichin glared at Zhang Dabu, then coughed and pointed at the yellow line not far ahead. As long as you cross that yellow line, you will completely enter the forbidden area. Yes. There are 9 levels of difficulty in the forbidden area. Baichin then told everyone his experience of the past few days, including some taboos, such as that even if you fail in the first to third environment tasks, you will not be lost forever, etc., and he spoke very carefully. This is why Baichin planned to send only a small number of Yinglong guards in the past few days. After all, it is a forbidden land exploration, full of infinite possibilities and dangers. He can't handle too many people. However, these people are excellent soldiers from the 4 major corps. Baichin believes that as long as he leads them once, and they experience the Forbidden Land Illusion mission in person, they will be able to tell other soldiers when they return to Daxia City. In this way, he will be able to be a hands-off city lord again soon, but the energy he should invest in the early stage is no less. Baichin talked about everything in detail for half an hour. His throat was smoking when he finished. But at this time, Zhang Dabu and his group were full of energy and spirit. Amazing, there is such a place, where talents and abilities may appear in the 4th to 6th peaks? Zhang Dabu's face turned red. Baichin whispered, for the first attempt, it is recommended to start from the first peak, and challenge higher difficulty after getting familiar with the rules. Yes! Everyone cheered in unison. Seeing this, Baichin waved his hand and said, Go ahead, I wait for you here. Yes, City Lord. You only have 1 life, choose carefully, and don't be reckless. Baichin said this mainly to Zhang Dabu. At this time, all the Yinglong guards were not thinking about getting any awesome guns from the forbidden area. What they had in their minds was the ability that Baichin displayed in front of them when they first arrived in Daxia City, which was like the arrival of a demon god. City Lord, I want to ask a question. An old soldier with a crew cut and fiery eyes looked at Baichin and said loudly. Oh, what question? Baichin answered with interest. If we can break through the forbidden area, can we become as powerful as the City Lord? Once this was said, the other soldiers were silent, and their expectant eyes stayed on Baichin. It was obvious that they had admired Baichin's strength for a long time. Baichin smiled and nodded slightly. It is very likely, but you have to explore and get it yourself. Hearing this, the 20 Yinglong guard shouted like ghosts and wolves. Zhang Dabu could not hide his excitement, and then shouted to his soldiers, Everyone turn right. Let's go. The target is the forbidden land of infinite illusion. Baichin crossed his arms, and watched the 20 people walk into the forbidden area one by one, and then disappear from his sight one by one. He knew that the soldiers should have entered the independent space. Looking up at the 9th mountain towering into the clouds, he murmured in a low voice, I wonder if you have a task to complete the game. If there is a task, what would it be? Baichin didn't feel anxious at all during the long wait. He knew that the Yinglong guards were all regular active duty soldiers, and it was a basic requirement for retired soldiers to obey orders. Moreover, this was the first time to enter the forbidden area to accept a mission, and no one would risk their lives to accept the mission of the sixth peak. After about 3 hours, Baichen's legs were weak from standing, but he didn't see even a single Long Guard soldier come out, and he couldn't help but get anxious. If it was just a mission for the first peak, even if it was a 5-star mission, there shouldn't be no one coming out. After getting to know Baichen for a few days, I know that the task levels refreshed in each person's independent space are different, so there is no reason for all 20 people to receive 5-star tasks. Another hour passed, and it was dark, but no one came back. Baichen really couldn't sit still. He also walked towards the forbidden area. However, before Baichen reached the edge of the forbidden area, a burly man appeared out of thin air beside him. Following that, 1, 2, 3. 20 people appeared beside Baichen at the first time. How did you come out together? Can you keep in touch during the mission? After the 20 soldiers came out, they were stunned for a few seconds before they reacted. When Zhang Dabu saw Baichen, he exclaimed, "This Forbidden Land fantasy mission is too exciting. When we entered together just now, the game console prompted us whether to accept the Legion mission. You didn't mention the Legion mission before." Zhang Dabu couldn't help but take out a password box, so I concluded that you, the city lord, didn't know about this mission mode, so I took my brothers to accept that mission. Hearing this, Baichen's face changed slightly. He had indeed entered the forbidden area several times before, but he had never entered with 2, 3, or even 20 people. He had never even thought that he could play like this. The unexpected thing made Baichen feel scared. If Zhang Dabu and others could not come back today, he would be heartbroken. These were all brave and combative core warriors of Long Guard. Then, have you completed the Legion mission? What is the Legion mission in the illusion? Baichen took the password box from Zhang Dabu curiously. Hearing Baichen's question, Zhang Dabu and the other 19 soldiers showed a very happy expression. In the Highland defense battle, a reinforced squad resisted the crazy attack of a battalion. As long as we block the enemy for 4 hours, and our teammates are not killed, and the Highland is not lost, it will be considered a success. Zhang Dabu said this happily. City Lord, you don't know, I was hit by a mortar stray bullet in the illusion just now. At that time, I felt like I was disintegrated. It was really the feeling of death. Yes, I was also shot. A whole magazine of bullets from the Type 38 rifle hit me. Soon, the other members also talked about their feelings in the illusion. Oh, then how many stars is your Legion mission this time? Baichen opened the password box, and saw that it was all A4 paper with various data recorded. There were groups of formulas and groups of chemical composition analysis charts on it, which made him dazzled. Oh, it seems to be the Legion's 3rd difficulty, 3-star mission. Zhang Dabu said, looking at the password box that had been opened curiously. City Lord, what is the design drawing of the 2-nanometer composite chip? Baichen also lowered his head, and took out the cover of the first layer of the password box to look at it. I don't know much about it either. Logically, this thing shouldn't appear in the game world. Baichen felt that this box of things should not be simple. He closed the password box, and looked carefully. Several Chinese characters clearly read 2-nanometer composite chip data package. 1/5. Baichen took a breath. Completing the Legion mission only got a data package a part of the 2-nanometer chip. This thing is not simple. Baichen's major in university is literature, and he is not an expert in information technology, but his instinct makes him feel that this thing is not simple. Baichen walked towards the willing car with the password box, and looked at Zhang Dabu and said, "You can move freely from now on, and have a good rest at night. There is no need to set up sentries. It is safe here with Bailey guarding." Hearing about free movement, Zhang Dabu and other soldiers cheered like children after school. The feeling of standing in the simulation just now made them feel the cruelty of war. Soldiers are ready to fight at any time from the moment they enter the barracks. Captain, do we want to have another Legion war? I didn't have enough fun firing my heavy machine gun just now. Yes, Captain, we can't sleep in this atmosphere. Let's have another one. Captain. Everyone looked at Zhang Dabu and asked for permission. Zhang Dabu was also itching to do it because of what the soldier said. He looked at the time and it was just 7:30, so he nodded and shouted, "Everyone, pay attention, the target is in the restricted area." Yes. Chapter 156. After a few casual words, Baichen returned to the willing car with the data password box. At this time, Bailey had already fallen asleep, but was about to wake up. After all, snakes are active at night to find food, and Bailey is also responsible for guarding the camp. Sitting in the car, Baichen immediately sent a private message to Teng Baiwan, asking what the value of this 2-nanometer composite chip technology is. Baiwan, let me show you something. Baichen knew that Tung Baiwan had not rested at this point, so he took the initiative to initiate a transaction request with him. Sure enough, after receiving the private message, Tung Baiwan immediately accepted the transaction request. Baichen traded a data manual and waited for less than a minute. At this time, Tung Baiwan's private messages came one after another, as if he didn't want money. Baichen, did you also get this thing in the forbidden area? Well, De Biao and his team accidentally triggered the officer illusion mission and got one of the data packets. How come this thing is useless? So that's it. If this thing is placed in the game world, it can be said to be useless, but if it is brought back to the real world, this thing is a priceless treasure, and even if the news is leaked, it may attract the attention of leaders from all over the world. Oh, so precious? Isn't it just a chip? Can't we make it ourselves in Country C? Make it ourselves? There are only two places that have the most advanced chip technology. One is Helan, and the other is Birthmark Electric in Taiwan province. After seeing this message, Baichen instantly lost interest in this 2-nanometer chip. The real world already has it, so why keep it? Yes, forget it. It seems that Zhang Dabu chose the wrong reward this time. However, as soon as Baichen sent this casual message, Tung Baiwan immediately replied, "It seems that you don't know anything about chips. The world's top chip companies can only make 5-nanometer chips, and our country's Birthmark Electronics can only independently produce 7-nanometer chips. Oh, so, is this thing valuable, or precious? Let me put it this way. Do you think space rockets are very high-tech? In fact, making chips is countless times more difficult than making space rockets. Even Helan, the world's most powerful chip manufacturing factory, also gathered patents from various fields from multiple countries before it was finally built." Tung Baiwan said, of course, these countries don't have Country C, so we import more than $200 billion worth of chips every year. What? More than 200 billion? Really? Well, and only a part of the chips imported by the country are 5-nanometer chips, and the other 6-nanometer and 7-nanometer chips are mainly used in mobile phones. Baichen thought for a while and said, so if we get all the design drawings and test data of the 2-nanometer composite chip, wouldn't it be the pinnacle of life if we tell others about it? Well, it's far from enough to describe it as the peak of life. It can only be said to be unimaginable. Baichen also had a plan in mind. However, Tung Baiwan came to the channel again and said, "Baichen, don't you think this is very strange? In the game world, whether it is smashing resource boxes or exploring foggy areas, the scattered supplies are useless, but still somewhat useful, and this time, it's just a manufacturing data and some design drawings." Baichen was shocked and thought of something. You mean? There is an ultimate task to clear the game in the forbidden area? Yes, this is an example. I suggest that we should prepare in advance, not only these drawings, but also cutting-edge engine design drawings, large bomber design drawings, aircraft carrier design drawings, etc. As long as our Country C is still blocked by technology, try to prepare in advance. Technology blockade is like your family clearly planted 10 acres of potatoes, but the chickens that ate them were bought back at the lowest price. They processed them into French fries, but sold them at several times or even dozens of times the purchase price. Very good, I also have this idea. You go and do this. Tomorrow let the remaining soldiers of the Huangzi and Xuanzi Corps bring enough food and come directly to the forbidden area. Okay, Tung Baiwan said, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart to return to reality. After all, Country C is home. Baichen also looked at the highest peak in the forbidden area. He had already made a decision in his heart, that is, to wait until the two major corps are all gathered tomorrow, and then try to enter the 9th peak after a brief explanation. After disconnecting the private message with Tung Baiwan, Bailey also woke up at this time. Bailey stretched and yawned. Nothing made her happier than seeing her master as soon as she opened her eyes. "Master, you are here too." Baichen touched Bailey's head and said, "From today on, you will be responsible for protecting the camp." "Yeah, I know, leave it to me." Baichen nodded and said, "Tomorrow there will be many people coming to the camp. You must not attack them casually, they are all our people." "A lot of people, yes, Bailey knows." "Go ahead, if you find any sneaky people trying to approach the camp, kill them directly." Hearing this, Bailey became alert. As Bailey transformed into his true form and got off the car, he quickly disappeared into the darkness. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. It would be the best if he could leave the game world, although he could be an absolute superior person in this world. But as Tung Chu became pregnant, Baichen missed his parents and grandfather even more. His parents had long wanted to have a grandson, Mom, Dad, and Grandpa, how are you doing now? I will definitely go out as long as I have the chance. Beichen swore secretly. At this moment, Beichen was already eager to go home. As for the Three Kingdoms alliance, he no longer cared. As long as they didn't provoke him, they could do whatever they wanted. Thinking about his family, Beichen gradually fell asleep in the driver's seat. Time passed, and on the second day, the soldiers of the Xianhuang Corps all rushed into the forbidden area. After a brief training for Zhang Dabia and Beichen, who had entered the forbidden area before, they all rushed to the forbidden area happily. According to the various types of cutting-edge technology sent by Teng Baiwan, Beichen also emphasized it to all soldiers during the conscious training. Because it was a purposeful choice, and they were all Legion tasks, on the first day, a group of soldiers from the Huangzi Corps got the 2mm composite chip data package too. On the second day, the team led by Zhang Dabio got a set of cutting-edge engine design drawings and test data. On the third day, even Shuihan, who led the Earth Corps, couldn't help but send a private message to Beichen saying that he wanted to go to the forbidden area. But he was rejected by Beichen. Beichen only had one task for Shuihan, which was to help him take care of Teng Chu Chu and the baby during this period. Finally, Zhang Yichen brought the Heaven Corps and the Earth Corps to the forbidden area through the particle transmission array. Weapons and ammunition are now the least lacking in Daxia City. Although most of the Yinglong guards were transferred to the forbidden area, the headquarters was still heavily guarded. That was the Yinglong Guard Reserve Army specially recruited by Teng Baiwan. The so-called raising soldiers for 1,000 days, and deploying them for a moment, that's the truth. As the Tianzi ability group arrived at the forbidden area, they immediately began to accept tasks like plundering. During this period, some people could not resist their curiosity and chose difficult tasks. After paying the price of their precious lives, no one dared to mess around. Chapter 157. About 6 days later. When Beichen counted the harvest of these days, he couldn't help but smile. Very good, the design drawings and test data of cutting-edge aircraft engines are in hand. The design drawings of 1-million-ton aircraft carriers are in hand. The other items were just minor things for Beichen, and he didn't pay much attention to them. It was just the design drawings of 2-nanometer composite chips, the last one, and 20 teams of more than 2,000 people didn't get it in a day. This made Beichen wonder if other players in other war zones got it in advance. Thinking of this, Beichen was about to send a private message to Teng Baiwan to find out the news. However, before his private message was sent out, Teng Baiwan shouted directly in the cadre channel of Daxia City, "Enemy invasion." Beichen's face changed immediately, and Zhang Yichen, Zhang Dabu and Pang Xinjia also looked solemn and did not speak, because they were waiting for Beichen's order. Beichen calmly sent a private message to Teng Baiwan, "How dare you invade my Daxia City?" Beichen was not panicking because he had absolute confidence. Although the core forces of Daxia City were all in the forbidden area, the people of Daxia City, who had experienced oppression and humiliation, were not vegetarians. Now the Yinglong guards are at the reserve level, with guns and high points. The wall of Daxia City is 8 meters high and made of iron sand concrete. Not to mention a bunch of scumbags, even 20 Katyushas would take a day to destroy the main gate of Daxia City. I saw from the shared vision of the city lord that they are Europeans, probably from Megua or the European war zone. Teng Baiwan saw that Beichen was not in a hurry, and seemed to have thought that Beichen wanted to take this opportunity to test the people of Daxia City. Ireland 4? He actually dared to cross the war zone to attack the city of Daxia. He must have something to rely on. So, don't panic, my Daxia City has nothing else, but dozens of weapons and people. Take out all the weapons in the war reserve warehouse, and at the same time send a message in the city saying that peaceful days need to be protected. The city lord and the 4 corps are not here, and those who want to become part of the city of Daxia should take up arms to resist the invasion. Beichen's words were very straightforward. He just wanted to see how many people were willing to stand up and protect the city of Daxia when it was attacked. As the deputy city lord of Daxia City and the top think tank, how could Teng Baiwan not think of Beichen's idea? He immediately replied, "Okay, I do it right away. Just do it. I send Bailey back later. If there is a life accident, let him take action and kill everyone." Yes. Teng Baiwan also knew about Beichen's new pet Bailey. After all, it was an excellent pet. After explaining, Beichen said to Zhang Yichen, "Don't worry about it. I will handle this matter. You act according to the plan. It's the city lord." Since Beichen said he would handle it personally, Zhang Yichen and others would not say more. After all, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow, and Beichen's strength has long been deeply imprinted in their minds. That is Bachin. Invincible. Bailey has hunted down peepers in war zones of other countries in the past few days, and he has lived a very comfortable life these days. He gently scratched Bailey's nose and said, Bailey, wake up. Master, you looking for me? Bachin rubbed Bailey's head and smiled. Didn't you always say you were hungry these days? Now, today I will send you to a place where you will be very likely to eat a lot. Wow, you are so cute, master. Where? Bailey's eyes lit up immediately. For the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, killing and absorbing the blood of dozens of people in one breath was just a drizzle. However, the premise is that you have to listen to someone. You can only take action if he tells you to, understand? Bailey asked curiously, Who is so bold as to order me? Don't make a fuss. This person is my good brother, remember his name, Tung Baiwan. When you go to the other end of the teleportation array, he will pick you up. Oh, okay then. When Bailey heard that Bachin was not going, she immediately lost interest. If she had to choose between eating and Bachin, she would choose to follow Bachin without hesitation. As Bachin waved his hand, a light suddenly lit up next to the wooling car, and then these lights formed a beam door. Go, he is waiting for you opposite the door. Oh then master, you have to wait for me to come back, you can't leave Bailey alone. Bailey looked at Bachin aggrievedly. Bachin smiled bitterly, don't worry, the master hasn't taken you flying yet. How could he leave you alone? Okay, my master Bailey is leaving. As Bailey walked into the teleportation array, the door formed by the beams of light disappeared. Irish 4? I'm a little curious. Who dared you to invade my Dashya city? At the same time, at the main entrance of the Dashya city lord's mansion. Thinking that Bachin would send reinforcements, Tung Baiwan and the head of the Dizzy army were there to greet him, but they only heard Zhang Dabu say that the city lord had just got a pet. But I have never seen it with my own eyes. Everyone was curious. When the light of the portal was lit, Bailey appeared with a white body and a faint colorful light. Suddenly, everyone present was stunned. It's not that they haven't seen pythons before, but it's hard to associate that kind of animal with elegance and beauty. It's just so outrageous. As Bailey was teleported to the main gate of the city lord's mansion in Dashya City, she immediately raised her head and looked at everyone with her tongue out. Wow, this is my husband's new pet. She is so beautiful and elegant. Shuihan was stunned. Tung Baiwan looked at Bailey and nodded. The eyes are full of spirituality. I'm afraid it's quite intelligent. Knowing that the white snake in front of him would not hurt him and others, Tung Baiwan stepped forward and said gently, I am Tung Baiwan. You are Bachin's new pet, right? Bailey looked at Tung Baiwan carefully. When she smelled the strange energy slowly emanating from Tung Baiwan and Shuihan, she subconsciously spit out her snake tongue, as if to say why there was no such human being before she ate it. However, Bailey did not answer, and crawled closer to Tung Baiwan. However, the cold shock just now made Tung Baiwan subconsciously take a step back. He was about to scold Bailey not to mess around, but the next second his mouth opened wide enough to fit a goose egg. Because, right in front of him, a white python slowly turned into a stunning half-human, half-snake beauty with 2 horns. Wow, a monster! Beware, it's a snake spirit. The city lord's mansion was naturally heavily guarded, and these were all experienced soldiers from the Earth Corps. Seeing this scene, more than a dozen sophisticated firearms were aimed at Bailey, who had already transformed. Tung Baiwan and Shuihan felt their worldviews collapse at this moment, because they saw it too clearly. Bailey felt a slight chill, and slowly turned his head. His pair of light red eyes swept over the members of the Yinglong Guard, who were pointing their hot weapons at him. Then he looked at Tung Baiwan and said calmly, The master said that if you send me here, I might be able to have a good meal. Is it them? Can I eat them? Chapter 158. This was said so naturally, without any reservations. Asking in front of others if you can eat? It was so direct, so straightforward. Tung Baiwan swallowed his throat. Bachin didn't send back a strong reinforcement. This was clearly an atomic bomb that attacked indiscriminately. This? Don't do it. Tung Baiwan smiled and looked at the dizzy Yinglongwei and said, All of you leave the city lord's mansion. You are not allowed to come in without being summoned. Tung Baiwan didn't mean to blame them. These Yinglongwei soldiers were all elite. It was their mission to protect the core backbone of Dashya City. Yes. As more than a dozen Yinglong guards left the city lord's mansion, the atmosphere here slowly relaxed. Shuihan looked at Bailey curiously, with envy and amazement in her eyes. The master said there is food here. Where is it? I'm just hungry. Because Bachin was not around, Bailey's natural arrogance and coldness were completely revealed. Tung Baiwan knew that this was a pet in shape, and it was probably amazing in combat. Just as he was about to take Bailey to the city wall defense area, a captain of the Yinglong Guard Reserve Army rushed directly into the city lord's mansion. As soon as he came in, he shouted, "Deputy City Lord, it's bad, we can't hold on any longer. Those people attacking the city outside, each of them has a natural ability, our bullets can't hurt them at all." Hearing this, Tung Baiwan's face changed, while Bai Li's eyes curved into crescents. Because Tung Baiwan was using the City Lord compatible mode, he could directly overlook the scope of Dashia City from a god's perspective, including the battle at the city wall. When he saw those long-haired and blue-eyed people with demon wings on their backs, Tung Baiwan was also shocked. Without time to explain, Tung Baiwan immediately ordered the Yinglong Guard Reserve Army to withdraw, because the next battle was not something that mortals could intervene in. Following Tung Baiwan, Shui Yihan took Bai Li to the gate of Dashia City, and suddenly what appeared in front of them was a hideous face, like 100 ghosts parading at night. If you insist, a layer of black shadows appeared on the surface of these people. Although the black shadows were not substantial, they were so real that the 7.62mm bullets were easily blocked. Because heavy city defense weapons only target siege beasts, human players are automatically excluded, so Tung Baiwan knows that these cannot be siege beasts. Tung Baiwan and Shui Han looked solemn, but when Bai Li saw the black demon shadows on the bodies of these people, tears of happiness immediately flowed from the corners of his mouth. As long as I absorb their energy, I can evolve again, so that the master can take me flying. Bai Li never hesitated or avoided suspicion when speaking, and of course Tung Baiwan and the others could hear clearly. Shui Han was also an experienced driver, and immediately thought of Beichen's possible recklessness. Tung Baiwan, who was usually very busy and conservative, naturally didn't understand what Bai Li meant by taking me flying. Instinctively, I thought Beichen summoned the devil and took Bai Li flying in the sky. At this time, because the reserve troops on the city wall had been evacuated, without the city defense soldiers, it only took a short while for many demon soldiers to climb onto the city wall. Bai Li, Yihan, take action! Tung Baiwan shouted coldly, and took out a white hammer that faintly emitted lightning from his arms. And Shui Han also suddenly pulled out the black long sword that she always wore on her waist, which was the black sword Dark Moon given to her by Beichen. Those who invade the cities of Dashia will die. A faint black mist also appeared on Shui Han's body. This black mist had a chill that could be clearly felt on the body's surface. It was the only attribute of the black blade Dark Moon. Killing intent was everywhere. Don't move, they are mine. However, no one expected that Bai Li would suddenly say this. A smile appeared on Bai Li's lips, and she immediately turned into her original form again. This time, because she had to kill the enemy and fight, her original form suddenly enlarged several times. Ong, a roar like a dragon's roar suddenly exploded in the ears of Tung Baiwan and the other two. When the two reacted, Bai Li had already disappeared. Looking up, they saw a white python as thick as a bucket swimming rapidly above the four walls of Dashia City. And those Megwa players, who had just climbed the top of the city, had not had time to get excited. Suddenly, a white light flashed by, and they saw the possessed demon, who was not afraid of bullets, howling loudly, and then, amid the exclamation of the soldier, his body slowly turned white, and in just 3 seconds, it completely turned into a stone sculpture. Hiss! Ah, it's Medusa from Greek mythology, Medusa after she transformed from a snake. Someone immediately recognized Bai Li's background, and many people backed off. The Megwa players, who had just climbed the 8-meter wall, wanted to jump off the wall to escape. However, a dragon roar sounded. Soon, white light came out from Bai Li's eyes, like a laser, and each white light hit the enemy who wanted to escape. In just a short while, Bai Li used his innate petrification ability to kill hundreds of people in succession. This scene on the city wall frightened the enemies, who were still climbing the city wall. Look for the king, only the king can kill him! The players in the Megwa war zone shouted one by one. However, the battle in front had reached this point, and Ireland IV, the most conspirator, finally revealed his true identity. A gust of wind was mixed with the whimpering of a devil. At this time, a huge shadow slowly enlarged above the main gate of Dashia City. Tung Baiwan's face changed drastically, and he looked up, and immediately exclaimed, "Impossible, how can you have the means of the city lord?" Shui Han's face also changed greatly. As Beichen's woman, she had seen the power of Beichen demon god more than once. He actually has similar methods to Beichen. Shui Han found the difference after a closer look. If the demon summoned by Beichen was burning with black flames, then the devil-like thing summoned by Ireland was surrounded by black light. Ha ha ha, Medusa. Is it Medusa whose appearance makes the goddess of life jealous? At this time, Ireland's eyes were full of evil. Baichen's concentration dropped significantly because of the demon armor, and Ireland's sequelae were more obvious. Looking up at the huge and ferocious black shadow of the demon in the sky, Bailey showed a solemn expression for the first time. If I can absorb the energy from him, I can evolve immediately. Great dangers are often accompanied by great gains. Bailey is Baichen's pet, and many of his styles are similar to He, that is, he can solve problems with force and never talk nonsense. Yeah! Bailey took the lead in launching the attack. Two huge beams of light suddenly shot out from Bailey's eyes as he raised his head. The speed of light was so fast that Ireland was hit by the white light with petrification ability before he could react. However, the expected stone sculpture did not appear, but instead, Ireland roared even crazier. Chapter 159. Bailey's biggest trump card at this stage is the petrified white light. Her close combat experience is all instinct. Seeing that her biggest reliance didn't work, she was a little surprised. It's over. It didn't work. How could this happen? Seeing Bailey's face change drastically, Ireland laughed even more wildly, and rushed to Bailey in an instant with a flap of his wings. The huge wing with black wind slapped Bailey away. You dare, stop it! The thunderbolt in Tang Baiwan's hand suddenly exploded with lightning, directly enveloping him. With the blessing of thunderbolt, Tang Baiwan suddenly became more confident. However, a scene that made people feel powerless appeared. The hammer full of dazzling thunderbolt hit the back of Ireland but it didn't hurt at all. Instead, Tang Baiwan stepped back more than 10 steps. Ihan quickly informed Baichen, the power is not on the same level. Shui Ihan had sent a private message to Baichen a long time ago, but Baichen has not replied yet. No, Baichen may have already accepted the task in the forbidden area. Ahahaha. Dashia City, a third-level main city? It's all mine. It doesn't matter if Baichen doesn't show up. If he does, I'd be the first to kill him. Ireland saw that the armed forces in Dashia City were not a threat to him at all, so he laughed heartily, and didn't sweep the whole place at the first time. You said you wanted to kill the master? Bailey's eyes became full of murderous intent, staring at Ireland. Yes, I will let you watch me kill Baichen with my own hands in front of you. Obviously, after Ireland got this ability, he gradually lost himself in his heart. His voice was loud and clear, but just when he was about to catch Bailey. In the core area of Dashia City, in the backyard of the city lord's mansion, a green light suddenly shot up into the sky. Cry! A cry, like the sound of the sky, elegant and cold at the same time. Bang! Wow! In the blink of an eye, a green light appeared in the sky, and it reached the battle site. When everyone looked up, they saw a bird with green flames burning all over its body, also flapping its wings in the sky. It just hovered in the air, and looked at the huge demon phantom below. You want to kill my dad? You actually spoke human language. Baby, you finally evolved, Shui Han said with a happy face. Tang Baiwan smiled. What did you say? Baichen is your dad, impossible. Irish looked up at the blue flame bird hovering in the sky, and his confidence suddenly disappeared. The oppression this bird gave him was too strong, so strong that he felt like he couldn't breathe. Let me ask you again, are you the one who just said he would kill Baichen? There was a hint of indifference in the ethereal air. Ireland, who dominated the Megwa war zone, had never been so humble before. He suddenly became angry and shouted, so what if I said it? Hearing this, the blue flames on the blue bird in the sky became more violent. Baichen is my father, and you dare to say to kill him in front of me. While talking, all the blue flames around the young man rushed into his eyes. You must die. Sizzle, two blue lights that were compressed to almost substance instantly pierced through Ireland's eyebrows. It was so fast that Tang Baiwan and Shui Han didn't see it. Only Bailey, who was quite strong, vaguely saw two green lights flashing by. How could you? Plop! The host died, and the demon that Ireland had nurtured at the cost of his soul, without the parasite, actually rushed towards Bailey, who was closest to him. However, Bailey still showed her true body at this moment. Seeing this scene, she really didn't react. She opened her mouth, and a delicious thing entered her mouth. This is true. I heard the story of waiting for the rabbit by the tree before, but I thought it was fake. It turns out it's true. Although he was happy, Bailey was still afraid of the young man in the sky, so he kept his original form. Because only the original form can guarantee the maximum combat power. However, the blue bird in the sky did not seem to pay attention to the white python at this time, but was hovering in the air looking for something. After finding that he did not find the target, the young man flew towards Tang Baiwan and others again. Before the blue bird landed, a burst of green light spread, and everyone looked up again. A girl wearing green feathers and long hair, about 13 to 14 years old, appeared in front of them. She seemed to be a creature from another world. If we only compare the appearance, the current Bao Bao is no worse than Bai Li, but Bao Bao has a kind of spotless temperament, which Bai Li does not have. So as long as the two stand together, all eyes will naturally fall on Bao Bao. Baby, you grown taller? Apart from Beichen, the people Baby is most familiar with are probably Teng Chu Chu and Shui Han. Seeing familiar people, Baby lost her cold attitude towards her enemies, and became a little girl, who was familiar, but a little strange to them. Auntie Han, where's my dad? After asking, Baby learned that Beichen had gone to the forbidden area. Because they had just experienced a battle, Teng Baiwan simply said a few words to Baby, and returned to the city lord's mansion. Shui Han carefully told Baby everything that had happened in the past 2 months. At this time, the baby looked at the white giant python that was chasing the enemy under the city and said, Auntie Han, why would this white python help us? Oh, this is your father's new pet, named Bai Li. As soon as this was said, the baby pouted, seeming a little unhappy. Shui Han certainly knew what the baby was thinking, and immediately explained, before, she was guarding the forbidden camp, and your father sent her back because of this attack. Because you have been evolving for a long time, Beichen also needs help, so it's not that he doesn't love you, but... I understand, Auntie. I'm not angry with Bai Li. I just miss my dad too much. Thinking of how Beichen had been taking care of her and protecting her since she was a child, Bao Bao wanted to see Beichen even more. By the way, Bao Bao Auntie has a good news for you. Shui Han knew that Bao Bao would be happy if she told him the news. What's the matter? Auntie, please tell me. Baby looked expectant. You will no longer be alone. Your Auntie Chu Chu has a little brother. He will meet you in 7 months. For the healthy growth of the baby, Beichen has put a lot of effort into cultural courses and all aspects of the humanities and history of country C. It can be said that now the baby is not only the body, but also a real C countryman. Naturally, she knows the word pregnancy. Wow, really? Aunt Chu Chu is pregnant with a little brother? I'm so happy that there is someone to play with the baby now. The baby's eyes suddenly curved into crescents, and the image of the little brother kept recreating in his mind. Chapter 160. In 5 minutes, Bai Li had already killed all the players who had invaded the charm fruit like lightning, sucking their blood and energy one by one. When Bai Li returned to the top of the city, with a satisfied look on his face, the baby looked over at him. Bai Li suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. However, what Bai Li didn't expect was that the girl in blue actually walked up to her, stretched out her hand and said, I am Daddy's first pet, and my name is Baby. I am happy to meet you. Handshaking is a basic etiquette that is normal for humans, but Bai Li has never accepted such a deal, watching the baby stretch out his hand in front of her. I thought this person was asking her for something delicious. No more, I'll eat. If you're hungry, I leave some for you next time. Baby, hungry? Shui Han was busy trying to smooth things over. Beichen probably hasn't taught her this knowledge yet. Baby immediately made a helpless gesture of okay. Then he waved to Bai Li, turned into his original form again, and rushed towards the city lord's mansion. She urgently needed to know Aunt Chu Chu now. Bai Li finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Baby leave. At the same time, in the Forbidden Land 9th Peak illusionary mission, Beichen was confused, climbing up a mountain with smoke in front of him. Is this the 9-star mission of the 9th Peak? Just a simple barehanded mountain climbing? It doesn't feel real enough? Thinking of this, Beichen was secretly shocked. Isn't it possible that I have sunk into the Forbidden Land illusionary? Thinking so in his heart, the feeling of climbing was so real. About an hour later, Beichen finally reached the top of the mountain. The highest level mission, I wonder what is waiting for me. Because this mission will be automatically blocked, all the player's abilities and weapons are equivalent to completing the 9th Peak 9-star mission with a mortal body. To be honest, even Beichen is scared. His biggest reliance is the Black Rock Kaleidoscope, Black Flame Susano, and Thunder Qilin Rune. Without these, his strength will drop by 99.99%. But the good thing is that he did not suffer any attacks after entering this illusion. After reaching the top of the mountain, Beichen discovered that there seemed to be someone living here, because there were obvious traces of people walking on the soil under his feet. They were human footprints, not beasts. Is the highest forbidden area mission to fight with humans? Continuing to walk forward, after passing through a forest and a clear stream, Beichen vaguely saw a thatched house on the edge of the rocky cliff. There was a white stone platform and an old pine tree at the door of the thatched house. and a young figure wearing a white robe and long hair over his shoulders immediately appeared clearly in front of him. Is there really someone there? But this outfit, this hair, this decoration, are they really a bit retro? As he got closer, Bachin also found a long sword on the white stone platform that looked like it was made of transparent crystal. At a glance, Bachin concluded that this sword was much higher in grade than the original shadowless sword. Being afraid of an ambush around, Bachin stopped 10 meters away from the thatched house, and said to the man in ancient costume with his back to him, "May I ask if you are the gatekeeper of the 9-star mission of the 9th peak?" I thought this person would turn around, but he was like a statue motionless, and just said one sentence lightly. "Since you are here, make the best of it. Please take a seat, young friend." Bachin couldn't understand what he said, but since he was in a fantasy, he could only bite the bullet and walk over and sit opposite him. As soon as he walked to the opposite of this person, he saw his appearance at a glance. He couldn't say he was handsome, but he could only say that he had clear eyebrows and eyes, red lips, and white teeth, and was probably about the same age as him. However, the temperament that emanated from this person's eyebrows, and the look of seeing through the world, really shocked Bachin. "Little friend, sit down." Bachin thanked him and also sat cross-legged like this person. However, before Bachin could ask curious questions, the next scene completely shocked Bachin. He just waved his hand, and 2 exquisite jade cups and a delicate and small wine pot with a pouring spout appeared out of thin air on the stone platform in front of him. Gurgle. The sticky and stringy white liquid was like jade liquid. Bachin swore that he had never smelled the taste of this wine before. After the aroma of wine entered his body through his nose, Bachin felt that the cells in his body were dancing and cheering. This wine. "Excuse me, do you also have a particle space ring?" Bachin was also familiar with the ability to change things at will, but the game console had blocked the mission to enter this illusion. "Particle ring? No. This is called a storage magic weapon." "Bachin, something is wrong with you." "Excuse me, senior, what is your name? How can I pass the game?" The young man in white looked at Bachin and smiled. "Dawa's name, Biming." Bachin was full of questions. "Dawa's name? What is it? Why do I feel it's a bit mysterious?" Dawa's name is a title that almost every cultivator has after entering the lobby. Of course, you will also be eligible to have your own Taoist name in the future. Biming looked at Bachin and explained slightly. Bachin was confused when he heard this. "Wait, let me sort it out. I was completing a mission in the illusion and met an immortal who tricked me into cultivating immortals. How come I want to worship you as my master? Does it mean that I have failed the mission and have completely sunk into despair?" Hearing this, Biming smiled and did not explain. He just stretched out his hand, which was as white as a baby's skin, and waved his belly, and the clouds in front of him. Suddenly, the clouds in front began to surge, and then quickly disappeared. "Ah, is this the top of the 9th mountain?" Biming smiled without saying anything, and waved his hand again, and the scene in front of Bachin suddenly changed. Dashya City. "Sucker, the baby has evolved?" Bachin couldn't help but be surprised, but he didn't completely believe what he saw in front of him. If he believed it all, and completely sank into the illusion, it would be troublesome. "You don't believe it?" Biming couldn't believe that this disciple he had chosen from hundreds of thousands of miles away would be so determined. "I believe it, why not? You are amazing." Bachin laughed and refused to admit it. "Well, it seems that I have to let you see what is true." Biming smiled and waved again, and the surrounding scene changed again. "Ah, this is Mom and Dad, Grandpa. Are you all right? The familiar house, the familiar taste of food, everything familiar is so real. Since the mutation, all the young people in the world have disappeared, and the entire blue star is immersed in sadness all the time." Looking at the food on the table, Bachin's father, Bachin's mother, and grandfather have no appetite. Suddenly, the air in the room shook violently, and the 3 of them slowly turned their heads to look. However, the next second, the 3 of them were in tears. Because their son is back, it is Bachin who is back. "Dad, Mom, Grandpa." Bachin rushed over and hugged the 3 of them. The closest person appeared, so real, so familiar. Even the words of concern were exactly the same. Although Bachin still maintained a trace of rationality, he couldn't help but shed tears when he saw his relatives so happy. Suddenly, the surrounding scene changed, and Bachin also rushed forward. At this time, the scene returned to the top of the 9th mountain. Chapter 161. Bachin just looked down at the tears on his sleeves. These were the tears of his loved ones, and they were warm. "It's true, it's true. How is it? Do you believe it now?" A faint voice came from behind. I believe it, I believe it. What should I do to return to the real world? Bei-Chen looked at the man in front of him who had all the means. It's very simple, become my 9th disciple. Bei-Chen was stunned. Take me as your disciple? Yes, in order to find a suitable disciple in this starfield of my hometown, I spent some time to create this game world. Starfield, hometown, creating this game world? Are you an immortal? Bei Ming looked at Bei-Chen and nodded slightly. It should be said that immortals can no longer measure me. Then why are you looking for disciples on Blue Star? Bei Ming's eyes dimmed slightly when he heard this, because I don't want to see my hometown disappear like this. Of course, at my level, I won't interfere even if a chaotic universe is destroyed. Bei-Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Are you saying that the Milky Way is going to be destroyed? How long? Bei Ming was in a good mood, because he had found a candidate for his ideal disciple. He said calmly, if the blue star is completely destroyed, it will probably be the expansion of the sun in 1 million years. Bei-Chen was relieved when he heard that it would be 1 million years later. However, with the current development of human beings and the reckless consumption of the life of the blue star, I am afraid that there will be no human beings on the blue star in 100 years, even without waiting for 1 million years. You mean global warming? Bei Ming nodded slightly. The reason why I refine magic weapons and absorb people from the blue star is to select fewer disciples and let you save yourself. As soon as these words came out, Bei-Chen suddenly understood. How about it? Are you willing to become my disciple? The various methods just now undoubtedly showed that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. It was probably true, as he said, that this game world was just some magic weapon he made to select disciples. Disciple Bei-Chen, I pay my respects to the master. 8 kowtows represent the most formal ceremony of becoming a disciple. Ha ha ha. Very good so far. I, the Supreme Bei Ming, have accepted 9 personal disciples. After saying this, Bei Ming looked at Bei-Chen and stated his requirements and taboos that he would never violate. There are only 2 rules for being my disciple. 1. You must not disobey. 2. You must not tell outsiders that you are my Bei Ming's disciple. If you violate the rules, I will kill you myself. Bei-Chen was shocked and said hurriedly, yes, I will remember it. Hearing this, Bei Ming smiled, my disciple, I will take you to the world of cultivation. When you come back next time, I am afraid that Lan Xing will not be able to threaten you with any strength. However, Bei-Chen hesitated, no, master, I can't leave for the time being. Oh, why? Bei Ming asked with a half smile. I'm sorry, master, I can't go with you now, because I still have parents and grandfather to take care of. My child is not yet born, and my promise to them has not yet been fulfilled. Eternal life has been pursued by humans from ancient times to the present, but even with such temptation, Bei-Chen still refused calmly. Tung Chu-Chu and Shui-Han need him to take care of them for the rest of their lives. Baby, Bai Li has a deep and complicated relationship with him. Not to mention his parents and grandfather are still waiting for him to go back in reality. How could he abandon these people and leave alone? Ha ha ha. You are indeed loyal and righteous, but in the world of immortal cultivation, loyalty and righteousness are often your weak points. You must always keep this in mind. Yes. Seeing that Bei-Chen was still determined and unwilling to leave, Bai Ming pointed a finger at Bei-Chen's forehead and then slowly withdrew it. Forget it. Since you still have many ties in the secular world, I will take you away after 100 years. At this time, Bei-Chen's mind was buzzing, because there was a huge amount of information surging in his mind. These immortal books were created by the master. During the decades you have been in the human world, you can start to condense your soul. The stronger your soul is, the easier it will be to walk on the road of immortal cultivation in the future. After receiving a large amount of information, Bei-Chen was immediately surprised. Thank you, master, for giving me the cultivation method. Go, since I have accepted it, this game world does not need to continue to exist. Bei Ming just waved his hand, and a colorful hill with a faint halo fell into his hand. Disciple, this is also a gift from the master to you. You can refine it with a drop of blood. After refining, you can enter and exit this game space in just a thought. Bei Ming looked at his disciple's expression with satisfaction, and then smiled gently. Cherish your decades in the mortal world. After saying this, Bei Ming's body gradually faded away, and finally disappeared in front of Bei-Chen. When Bei-Chen looked up, he found that his master had disappeared. Isn't this too fantastic? This thing is actually the core of the game world? As a drop of blood dripped on the mountain in his hand, the entire game world was immediately connected to Bei-Chen. Wanlinger, meet the master. It was the voice of the game console that echoed in his ears. Oh my god, it's too exciting. Linger, take me back to Dashia City. Since he is the master of this game world, He is also the only master in this world. Yes. The scene changed, and when he opened his eyes again, Beichen had already arrived at the city lord's villa. As soon as Beichen appeared, a green figure rushed towards him. Dad, where have you been? Baby has evolved and can't even see Dad. Although the baby has grown a lot bigger than before the evolution, the tone of his voice and the smell on his body have never changed. Beichen knew it was just a baby after a hug. Baby, Daddy misses you too. Bailey had been waiting for Beichen to open the particle teleportation array, but the portal never appeared, and she couldn't help but follow the baby here. At this time, seeing the big and the small hugging each other, she felt sour in her heart. Master, Bailey also wants a hug. Beichen smiled bitterly, and immediately hugged the two with his right hand. After comforting the baby, Beichen quickly recalled all the warriors in Daxia City. Because he wanted to announce a news. That is to return to the real world. As for other players besides Daxia City, Beichen didn't know how to deal with them for the time being. Of course, he is now the master of this game world, and he will not give up until these people are skinned. Almost overnight, the entire Daxia City disappeared in the game world. After returning to the real society, Beichen took Tung Chu Chu, the daughter of the Tung family, Shui Han, the female soldier king of Country C, and the baby, Bailey, back home. Bailey also quickly transformed because of Beichen's convenience and had a body like a human. On the night when Bailey transformed, Beichen secretly brought Bailey back to the game world, and then let Bailey enjoy what it means to fly. As for Bao Bao, she has always been a piece of pure land in Beichen's heart. He only has the affection between a father and a daughter for Bao Bao, without any other color. In this way, Beichen, Tung Chu Chu, Shui Han, Bao Bao, and Bailey lived a completely stable life. During this period, Tung Chu Chu gave Beichen a son, and Shui Han gave birth to a daughter. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, it was 87 years later. As Beichen took his last breath, his wonderful and legendary life finally came to a perfect end. As soon as his physical body closed his eyes, Beichen's soul floated out. Looking at his son, daughter, and several grandchildren, Beichen waved goodbye. At this time, a young man in white suddenly appeared beside Beichen's soul. Disciple, the 100-year bond of the mortal world has ended. Follow your master. Yes, master. Finally, looking back at the blue star world where he had lived for nearly 100 years, Beichen knew it was time to say goodbye. I am a humble mortal, but my heart is toward the sky. I, Beichen, am here in the world of cultivation.